Adam's expression sank. For a moment, he truly thought that he was going to receive all the answers from the Joker, but in hindsight, he felt that he was being quite naive. Firstly, nothing so valuable could ever be received without paying an equivalent price. Secondly, considering the Joker's sadistic nature, the price was going to be steep, very steep. Seeing the awkward expression on the raven-haired youth's face, the Joker was unable to contain his laughter. Fafafa. Silly lad, did you think I would tell you the answers to all the questions you asked just like that? Fafafa, stupid, so stupid. It would appear that only your physique has grown, but your brain remains underdeveloped. Hearing the blatant mockery in the man's voice, Adam's lips twitched, but he did not take offense. He knew that the Joker did not mean that. It was just how he was. However, he also knew that a jester's joke is never just a joke. There was always a truth tucked inside the laughter. Adam heaved a long sigh. You're right, that was indeed stupid of me. He turned towards the Joker and asked, so what will it take to study those valuable secrets? The Joker abruptly stopped laughing, then turned to the raven-haired youth with slight surprise. Perhaps you're really not that stupid after all. He then stroked his chin, his expression twisting in slight displeasure. No, this won't do. It was fun to tease you when you were a child. Now you're just boring. Too boring. Is this guy being serious? Adam's lips twitched incessantly, but he knew of a way to keep the conversation interesting and direct the eccentric Joker into giving him tests so he could learn what he came here for. Oh, by the way, Sir Joker, he began. I noticed several creatures with strength equivalent to the mana liquefaction rank on my way here. I thought this secret plane only contained weak creatures no stronger than the mana foundation rank. Weak creatures no stronger than the mana foundation rank. HMPH, the Joker snorted in displeasure. He raised his chin and spoke in a haughty manner. Foolish lad, who do you think created this secret plane? My great master, Matthias the Free. Do you think a powerful magus like him would only contain weak insects inside his secret plane? Ha, truly naive. True. Adam stroked his beard while nodding from time to time. A magus as powerful as him would surely keep strong creatures within this plane. I'm guessing mana liquefaction magus is not the strongest here either. Of course not. The Joker crossed his arms, strongly defending his master. There are far more powerful creatures in the secret plane. The reason you fledglings face off against rank 1 creatures when the plane opens is only because I allow it. The vast majority of the secret plane, as well as its inhabitants, are sealed off by me. The participants are restricted to only a small portion of the plane. The rest is out of bounds for them for their own safety. Adam's eyes flashed with understanding, and he thought, yes, that is about the same conclusion I arrived at. No wonder I happened to come across those rank 2 hobgoblins. If my guess is correct, then there should be creatures even stronger than the mana vortex rank. He turned to the Joker and asked curiously, are there creatures here that have strength equivalent to the mana core rank? Joker's lips curled into a taunting smirk. Now wouldn't you like to know that? Is there? Adam pressed, his eyes flashing with an inquisitive light. Heh, the Joker shrugged. Who knows? Adam pursed his lips. He then asked, you once told me that the Soaring River secret plane is the greatest arcane legacy in Tron. His voice trailed off into a whisper. He paused for a moment before adding, I am certain that you aren't lying, and I believe it in my heart that Magus Matthias was truly a very powerful magus. But the Joker's eyes narrowed. Adam thought of the right words to say. If it is truly so valuable, then how is it that other powerful magi across Tron haven't found out about it? This was something that genuinely bothered him. If this secret plane was truly as valuable as he thought it to be, then why was it that it wasn't that renowned? Forget the entirety of Tron. Even the magi of the Akkadian Empire didn't know of it. No, to be more precise, they didn't care for it. The Joker was momentarily taken aback before he burst into a loud peal of laughter. Fafafafa. He laughed for a long time, causing Adam to feel awkward. What, did I say something funny? No, you said something stupid. The Joker viciously mocked the youth. You yourself said that my master was a very powerful magus, and then you ask such a silly question. Fafafa, underdeveloped. The brain is too underdeveloped. Adam suddenly had the urge to cast fireball at this clown. He forced a smile and asked, would you care to explain? The Joker straightened his back, pretending to be a wizened old sage. He began to stroke his non-existent long beard and spoke in a deep and gruff voice. Young lad, spells from the school of enchantment affect the minds of others, influencing or controlling their behavior. Adam's eyes widened when he heard that reasoning. In that moment, he was reminded of Hand City and Blackshore. Wait a minute, he thought in shock. Didn't the cult leader use an enchantment spell to alter the perceptions of people in both these places? He made people believe something entirely different while the truth was right before them, staring them in the face. So this is the reason why other powerful magi haven't found this secret plane, or rather they did find this secret plane, but thought that it wasn't worth their time, when in reality, this was the most valuable secret plane on this whole planet. You seem to have understood the gist of it, young lad, said the Joker in his fake, wizened voice. He walked around Adam, continuing to stroke his invisible long beard. The reason why other powerful magi on this planet haven't found out about this is because my master has placed several strong enchantments across the spatial barrier of this secret plane. This powerful magic ensures that the great powerhouses of this world view this secret plane as nothing special. My master left behind his legacy for the young children who have just stepped foot on the arcane path, not frail old men in their twilight years. Realization finally dawned on Adam, and he couldn't help but sincerely praise. Ingenious, so this is why only rank 1 magi are allowed to enter this plane. I see, it all makes sense now. Indeed, the Joker nodded. A few moments later, he heaved a sigh. All right, lad, I'm bored now. Since you woke me up from my slumber, it's only right that you entertain me. Adam was taken aback. Entertainment. He was once again reminded of the sadistic nature of this person who took joy in others' misery. He couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Wait, Sir Joker. Let's talk this out. But the words got caught in his throat when the Joker appeared behind him like a phantom and grabbed his collar. He turned to the frightened youth and revealed an ominous grin. You said you wanted to learn the method to leave Tron. Well, lad, that is quite the valuable piece of knowledge. The following moment, the space around them distorted and enveloped them, teleporting them out of the House of Cards. A powerful gust of wind swept through, and before Adam knew it, he was levitating above the sea of clouds and rivers. The youth's heart was gripped by fear as he didn't know what the crazy bastard would do to him now. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the Joker summon a large rubber hammer out of nowhere and viciously swing it at him. Every piece of true knowledge demands its price, said the Joker with a wide grin. Then the massive hammer struck Adam, sending him hurling towards the ground. Bam. As he plummeted from the sky, the Joker's amused voice echoed in his ears, laced with mocking delight. Want to leave Tron? Heh, let's see if you can leave this plane first. The wind violently brushed against Adam's face as he plummeted towards the ground. In his mind, he couldn't stop cursing the Joker. That damn clown, is he trying to kill me? The distance to the ground was at least a mile. If he didn't act quickly, all that would remain of him would be broken bones and meat pesty, no matter how sturdy his body was. Before the laws of nature, there was no difference between a mortal and a magus. A mana vortex magus did not have the ability to fly. That privilege was only reserved for mana core magi and higher. So in Adam's situation, all he could do was slow down his descent and tank the rest of the fall damage with this robust physique. There was no way he was going to leave it up to the Joker to save him in the nick of time. As he continued to fall at great speeds, he hurriedly sacrificed the feather of the rowan bird. Then, just as he was about to weave hand seals, splash, the youth fell into one of the countless rivers floating through the skies. In his state of panic, he had completely forgotten about this strange phenomenon in the secret plane. The currents of the river were strong, very strong. Before Adam could stabilize himself, he was already swept away by the violent currents. He was thrown from one river to another for several minutes, until finally he was expelled from the network of rivers in the sky. Adam gasped for air as he flailed his arms around. He tried his best to stabilize his body mid-air. When he lowered his head to see how far the ground was from him, he was stunned. He didn't have much time. The youth quickly sacrificed another fresh feather, cast hand seals, and finally cast a spell. Rank 2 spell, Feather Drop. A brilliant magical circle lit up underneath the youth before dissipating. Adam now found his descent considerably slowed down. However, this was still not enough. From the great height he was thrown, just this Feather Drop spell would not be enough to ensure his safety. Moreover, he did not know just what kind of cruel tests the Joker would subject him to after he did manage to safely land on the ground. He had to be cautious, very cautious, because the Joker was the craziest person he had ever come across. Adam's eyes blazed with resolve, and he quickly weaved hand seals to cast yet another spell. Rank 2 spell, Gravity Repulsion. Several invisible waves of energy radiated from underneath Adam as he continued to plummet from the sky. With the addition of the second spell, combining with the first one, the youth now found his speed reduced even further. This is doable, he thought as he breathed a sigh of relief. Bam! He finally managed to land on his feet. Despite casting 2 spells to slow his descent, his landing still managed to form a small crater on the ground. Adam's feet were lightly numb as a result, but apart from that, he was in a fine condition. Fafafa, the sound of the Joker's eccentric laughter tore through the air. Not bad at all. Adam turned around and saw the madman lounging on a recliner chair in the middle of the grassy plain. He was eating purple grapes and seemed to be greatly enjoying the atmosphere. The youth gritted his teeth and spat in exasperation. Are you crazy? The Joker turned towards him, gazing at him with an arched eyebrow. I thought you already knew that. Adam was at a loss for words. His lips opened and closed several times, yet no words came out of them. Suddenly the Joker spoke, his tone unusually solemn. Rune magic and ritual magic. Adam couldn't help but frown a little. What about them? The Joker rose to his feet. With a snap of his fingers, he made the chair and grapes disappear. He once again postured like a wizened old sage and hunched his back a little. He stroked his non-existent beard with a trembling hand and stated, A deep understanding in these two fields is imperative if you wish to get that thing on the moon started. Adam's pupils constricted. What thing? How is rune magic and ritual magic important? The Joker went back to his usual demeanor and turned towards the youth. His lips formed a mocking smirk, and he asked, "What thing? What are you talking about?" Adam bit his lower lip as a vein started to throb on the side of his forehead. He truly wished he could give this man a beating. The following moment, the Joker's lips curled into a wide grin. "If you wish to know more, then you better pay up, lad." Then he conjured 4 metallic spheres out of nowhere and started to casually juggle them with his hands. Adam's eyes narrowed when he gazed at these spheres that were only a little smaller than a regular human's head. They had a strange aura around them, and there were intricate runes carved all over their surface. He couldn't quite tell what they were. "So what will it be?" asked the Joker. "Are you willing to pay for the knowledge?" Adam took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. "It doesn't matter what you think," the Joker viciously interrupted him. "Fafafa, now let's see how you fare." He threw the 4 spheres far and wide. The moment they touched the ground, the runes on them started to light up one by one. The ground around the spheres started to rumble. Then chunks of earth broke free and flew towards the spheres, attaching themselves to their surfaces. Under Adam's incredulous gaze, the 4 spheres drew in the surrounding earth, mud, and rocks, gradually taking the shape of towering humanoid figures. Within a few minutes, 4 humanoid creatures, each over 30 meters tall, stood before Adam, their emotionless, stone-carved eyes fixed on him. Adam was astonished, to say the least. Earth golems, but this wasn't what truly shocked him. It was their strength. Each of them was equivalent to a rank 3 mana vortex magus. Before the raven-haired youth even had time to reel in from his shock, the 4 towering golems had already pounced at him. Seeing the titans of earth and rock launch towards him, for a moment, Adam couldn't help but feel suffocated. The speed of the golems belied their size. Before Adam knew it, the 4 of them had already appeared before him and launched a devastating punch. Adam's pupils dilated as he willed the sphere of resonance to work at maximum capacity. His observational capabilities increased exponentially. In that moment, he knew that it was too late to cast a spell. It was also too late to evade. All he could do was defend. The youth conjured the Staff of Calamity and started to spin it before him. He roared at the top of his lungs and injected a large amount of mana into his staff. Large overlapping walls of oscillating mana were erected just in the nick of time. Staff of Doom, Great Barrier. BOOM. The 4 humongous fists connected with the barrier. Adam gritted his teeth and tried his best to stand his ground, however. He was only able to manage for a few seconds before he was hurled into the distance. Meanwhile, only a few large cracks had appeared on all the golem's rocky fists. Oh, the Joker turned towards the direction Adam had landed in and couldn't help but marvel. What an interesting staff. I wonder where he got it. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned around. He lowered his head and saw a chubby gray cat looking at him angrily. The Joker's lips twitched. The next moment, his eyes flashed with a curious light. "Wait a minute, aren't you the little one who lives in the lad's mind?" The Joker crouched and reached out to pat the chubby cat. Valyrian swatted the man's hand away. "Why are you bullying my brother?" The Joker's heart was warmed. He displayed a gentle smile and said, "Little one, I am not bullying him. I am testing him." "Testing?" Valyrian asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. "No matter how I see it, this doesn't look like a test. You are bullying him," the Joker shrugged. "The test has to be difficult because what he has asked for is extremely valuable." "Valuable?" The young dragon's interest was piqued. "Is it gold?" "Fafafa." The Joker laughed out loud. Then in one swift motion, he gently grabbed Valyrian and rose to his feet. "Mayu, put me down, I will fight you," Valyrian protested, but that's all he could do. The Joker turned towards Adam, who was slowly emerging from the crater, and spoke. "What he seeks is far more valuable than gold, little one." He paused for a moment before adding, "I must strictly test him to see if he is worthy. My brother is the most worthy. HMPH. Valyrian crossed his arms and proclaimed proudly. Hearing his response, the Joker chuckled. "I hope so too, little one." He then looked at Valyrian with an inquisitive gaze and couldn't help but ask, "You have the ability to travel to someone's mind. You're not a cat, are you?" HMPH. Valyrian raised his chin and spoke arrogantly, "Of course not. I am a mighty." His words trailed off and a drop of sweat trickled down his furry head. He recalled Adam's stern warning about never revealing his true identity to any powerful being. And to him, the Joker was a very powerful being. He raised his head and glanced at the man with beady and innocent eyes. He then spoke in an adorable manner, "I'm a cat, Mayu." The sleeves of Adam's robes had torn from that exchange earlier, and not just that, his entire arms were numb. Moreover, the nails on his fingers had cracked open, spewing blood. Despite all of that, there was a wide grin on his face. "Yes," he growled, "this is more like it." The 4 earth golems had already walked towards him. They were standing before him and gazing at him with unkind intentions. Each one of these golems' faces was carved in the likeness of a demon. They appeared rather frightening and ominous, but to Adam they were the perfect training dummies. Unless a golem's core was taken care of, it would always regenerate using the materials it was made of in the first place. These golems were made of earth, mud, and rocks. There was an abundance of them in the expansive grassy plain where the battle was taking place. Adam paced back and forth before the golems, his strides calm and steady. "I've been meaning to test out the hand of doom on my staff," he said. "But in my last battle, I was unable to." His lips formed a grin as he casually swung his staff around him. "Had to kill the enemies. No time to play. But today," he roared in excitement, pointing the staff of calamity towards the towering earth golems. "I will use you to temper my staff techniques." Although the golems were not sentient beings, they were created in a manner that allowed them to sense hostility when directed at them. When Adam pointed his staff towards them, they clenched their fists and roared towards him. One of them launched towards him, while the rest surrounded him, blocking his path of escape. Adam's grin turned wider. He stood his ground and patiently waited for the golem to arrive before him. He positioned his staff vertically as he gathered a tremendous amount of mana on it. The mana expenditure was so immense that he could practically notice the difference instantaneously. This technique of the Hand of Doom expended a ridiculous amount of mana from the user. It was also a technique that Adam had never used before. Firstly, his mana reserves as a rank 2 magus were nearly not enough to execute this technique. Secondly, this technique caused devastating effects in the surroundings, and he couldn't use it recklessly. But here he could go all out. The air around the Staff of Calamity began to distort as Adam's mana covered every inch of it. When the golem was only a few tens of meters away from him, he finally attacked. In a swift motion, Adam brought down the staff vertically. In that moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill, and all the colors in the world faded. The golem seemed to have realized the immense danger it was in, however. There was nothing it could do about it. Adam had already executed the technique. He swung the staff down in one fluid motion and swiped the space before him. Staff of Doom, World Divider. BOOOOOMs. The ground trembled violently from Adam's attack. The Joker, standing in the distance, holding Valyrian in his arms and observing the youth's battle, was slightly surprised. Adam's attack had created a massive trench at least a mile long and half a mile deep. What a fascinating mana combat technique, the Joker marveled. His eyes squinted, and he muttered under his breath, "If I'm not mistaken, then that technique incorporates the element of space." The Joker couldn't help but wonder, just where did he get his hands on such a profound technique? It must be an inheritance, but what kind of magus would leave behind such a valuable inheritance? In such a backward planet, no less. Yes, that magus has to be from another world. No wonder the lad knows so much about the Selene and Luna, the planetary alignment, and even the greater universe. He has definitely learned about them from the inheritance he found. However, his knowledge is not comprehensive. The Joker was the spirit born from the secret plane. Moreover, he also contained all the memories of Matthias the Free. As such, he was knowledgeable enough to tell that the Astral Tyrant Manual was a highly valuable technique. Perhaps this technique is more valuable than any technique master left behind. He was shocked by his own thoughts. He harumphed arrogantly and proclaimed, HMPH. Still not as valuable as the ultimate reward left behind by Master. Reaffirming his statement, he burst into laughter, fafafafa. Seeing the clown talk to himself and then laughing like a madman, Valyrian's whiskers twitched incessantly. What a crazy man, thought the young dragon innocently. At Adam's battlefield, the youth's expression revealed disbelief when he witnessed the aftermath of his attack. The attack had created a massive trench. Its depths were covered in darkness, and he couldn't see just how far it went. Adam looked forward and saw that the trench was at least a mile long. A bead of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead, and he thought to himself, "Thank goodness I didn't use this technique in Blackshore, or who knows how many of my allies would have become collateral damage." Still, a smirk found its way to his lips. The World Divider technique was truly a devastating attack. The original technique required him to thrust his palm in a single direction. However, Adam had instead adapted the technique and vertically swiped his staff, bringing about almost the same result. He didn't know how this staff technique compared to the original palm technique. After all, he hadn't used this technique before. But what got him even more excited was that the World Divider was actually a secondary technique born from one of the main techniques of the Hand of Doom. It was called the World Sundering Palm. If a secondary technique was already this powerful, Adam couldn't wait to find out just how devastating the primary technique was. The earth golem in front of him was utterly destroyed by his staff technique. It was right in the face of his technique, after all, and he had no time to evade. All that remained of the golem were pieces of rock. Additionally, there was the core. Adam's eyes narrowed, and he immediately jumped in the air and grabbed the sphere. Without hesitating for a moment longer, he put away the core inside his earrings. If he left it out in the open for long, then the golem would be able to regenerate by drawing in the earth around him, for the core to remain unaffected in the face of my attack. Adam fell into deep thought. I wonder what material it's made of. Soon, he grinned from ear to ear. Well, whatever, it's mine now. He landed on the ground, right beside the trench he had created, and glanced at the remaining 3 golems with a predatory gaze. If I can have all of them fight for me. Once that idea took hold, it refused to leave. Having 4 earth golems with strength equivalent to mana vortex magi would boost his arsenal significantly, especially considering the big battle that would take place between the Twilight Brotherhood and the Cult of Bones. He would need all the help he could get. He swung his staff and then pointed at the remaining golems. "It is decided," he declared with a grin. "All of you belong to me." The response he got was the golems simultaneously attacking him. Before these towering figures, he looked nothing more than an ant. Yet, despite being outnumbered, his courage never wavered. He effortlessly evaded a golem's punch, which left a large crater on the ground, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The youth gracefully landed on the golem's rocky hands and then dashed towards its face. His eyes flashed with a vicious light as he coated the tip of his staff with mana. His momentum was unstoppable, and his aura was tyrannical. Finally, he arrived at the base of the golem's neck. Then he jumped. The golem delivered a backhand attack, planning to take down Adam in midair. In the blink of an eye, the rocky hand had already appeared before Adam, and then it hit him. But a moment later, the golem's hand passed straight through Adam as his body dissipated into wisps of smoke. An illusion. The real Adam had always been concealed at the base of the golem's neck. In that short amount of time, he had already gotten into the proper stance and was now ready to deliver his attack. He struck the face of the golem with his staff, while at the same time making sure to rotate it to create a deep penetrative force. Finally, the attack connected. Staff of Doom, one hit. In one swift strike, Adam had destroyed the golem's head into smithereens. However, he was not done yet. He could already see the golem gathering the earth and rocks around it to regenerate its head. As long as the golem's core was active, it would be indestructible. Adam stood in the area where the golem's head used to be. Then he drew a large amount of mana into his free hand before striking with a powerful palm thrust. Hand of Doom, spectral palm strike. The golem's towering body was instantly reduced to rubble. Moreover, the force from Adam's palm strike even caused the ground underneath to crack open. Adam landed on the ground, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the golem core beside him. With a flick of his hand, he cast Magus Hand and drew the core to his hand before storing it away inside his earrings. He turned towards the remaining 2 golems and flashed a grin. He then coated his staff with mana and dashed towards them. For the next several minutes, Adam continued to execute the Hand of Doom techniques utilizing his staff. When he realized that some of the more intense techniques would instantly take care of the earth golems, he decided to go slightly easy on them. In that, he allowed them to regenerate their body so that they could fight him continuously. He had to admit, these golems, with their indestructible and regenerative bodies, truly were the perfect sparring partners one could ask for. Standing in the distance, the Joker had a bored expression on his face when he witnessed Adam easily dispatching the golems. The man let out a drawn-out hum. "This won't do, this won't do." So boring. He hadn't expected Adam's fighting prowess to be so great that he would effortlessly be able to battle 4 opponents of similar strength at the same time. If he was being honest, the raven-haired youth had already passed his test. He had more than passed his test, in fact. But the Joker wanted to be entertained. He wanted to see Adam bloodied and battered, desperately struggling to fight, and then coming out on top to clutch the victory. Otherwise, it was no fun at all. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he laughed out aloud. "Fafafa, yes, let's do that." He snapped his fingers, and the following moment, 4 spheres suddenly appeared before him, hovering in the air. With a simple thought, he activated the spheres, causing the runes etched on them to light up. Then the 4 spheres drew in the surrounding earth and gradually took the shape of towering humanoids. Seeing the 4 golems suddenly materialize, Valyrian was beside himself. Cheating. This is cheating. He was extremely happy seeing his brother win, but now the Joker increased the difficulty of the test by 2-fold. Cheating. The Joker turned to the young dragon with a taunting smirk. "Oh, silly little one, how is it cheating when I'm the one who sets the rules? Fafafa, Mayu." Valyrian was exasperated, but there was nothing he could do about it. In the end, he could only send Adam a mental transmission, warning him about 4 more golems coming his way. In the distant battlefield, Adam's eyes narrowed, and he turned his head only to see 4 more golems rushing towards him. However, instead of feeling frustrated, he revealed an expectant grin. "All right then, I can finally try that main technique," he said as he gracefully evaded a golem trying to stomp him. Before the 4 golems had arrived before him, he had already dealt a severe blow to the 2 he was fighting and easily stored away their cores. He felt like he had already improved his staff techniques to a certain extent. The weapon had seamlessly merged with the techniques of Hand of Doom. Coming to the Soaring River secret plane was more than worth it. Anything that could improve his battle prowess was always welcomed. His back was straight as an arrow as he gazed at the 4 golems who were almost upon him. His presence was unshakable as a mountain, and his aura was indomitable as the ocean. The youth's eyes flashed with a blazing fighting spirit as he waited for the golems to close the distance. When the timing was right, he put away the Staff of Calamity and then began weaving extremely complicated hand seals. A wide grin stretched across his face as he finished weaving the hand seals and brought his hands together, resulting in a resounding clap. Then, the large chunks of rock, numbering in the hundreds, that had fallen from the bodies of the golems who had fought him suddenly started to rumble. A moment later, all of them were covered in brilliant magic circles. Rank 3 spell, rockbound spears. The chunks of rock on the ground levitated in the air, gradually transforming into thick spears. Then, under the effect of the spell, they began to rotate at extremely high speeds before zipping towards the golems. In but a few moments, the rockbound spears had pierced through the bodies of the golems, leaving behind gaping holes. That short amount of time was more than enough for Adam to cast his next spell. He quickly weaved another complex set of hand seals before pressing his hands to the ground. A large magic circle lit up on the ground, its radius large enough to cover all the golems around Adam. Rank 3 spell, mudslide. The ground beneath rippled before turning into mud. Wave after another spread outward from where he stood, and within moments the earth had grown thick and boggy, slowly swallowing the golems' feet up to their calves. With the 4 golems momentarily incapacitated, the grin on Adam's face widened. He crossed his hands over his chest, then extended them outward while settling into a horse stance, as if he were holding an invisible ball. Then he began gathering a large amount of mana. His reserves started to rapidly deplete, but Adam wasn't done yet. Almost 10 seconds had passed as he continued to gather his mana. By that time, the 4 golems had already managed to free themselves from the muddy terrain, but at the same time, Adam was also ready. His eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he thrust out his palms, unleashing the monstrous amount of mana he had gathered in an omnidirectional surge. Hand of Doom, World-Sundering Palm, BOO. The area around him was completely sundered, let alone the golems. Not even the ground underneath them remained. Everything around him in a radius of 100 meters was reduced to nothingness. Even the rocks that made up the golems' bodies were turned to dust. The only thing that remained unharmed was the 4 golem cores. Furthermore, the devastating shockwaves from the attack radiated for miles. For the first time, the Joker showed a genuine expression of shock. He couldn't believe that there could be such a devastating technique being carried out by a mana vortex magus, no less. Soon, his shock turned to mischief, and he snapped his fingers once again. Snap. Adam's breathing was labored, and he was drenched in sweat. The last technique consumed more than half of his mana reserves. I'm still too weak to draw out the true potential of the Astral Tyrant manual, he softly muttered. The next moment, intense warning bells started to ring inside his mind, causing his eyes to widen in shock. A severe chill crawled down his spine when he noticed enormous shadows loomed behind him. Slowly, he turned his head, his heartbeat quickening with every passing second. His gaze landed on 4 towering figures, his eyes gradually widening in utter disbelief. Unlike the earth golems, these giants were not just bigger, they were alive. But more importantly, the main difference between them and the golems was their sheer strength. After all, these titanic beings possessed power equivalent to Rank 4 Mana Core Magi. The primal aura of the 4 towering beasts heavily weighed down on Adam, their predatory gazes boring through his skin, making him suffocate. Adam couldn't help but retreat several steps back out of sheer panic. Terror gripped his heart when he gazed at the titanic beasts before him. One was a gorilla, radiating an aura of the earth element. Another was a tiger, radiating the aura of the fire element. The elephant gave off the aura of the water element. And finally, an eagle that emitted the aura of the wind element. All 4 creatures loomed over Adam, displaying the might of the Mana Core rank. Being coldly stared at by these 4 powerful creatures caused Adam's heart to sink in fear. He had never been in the presence of so many powerful beings simultaneously. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and much to his shock, he found that he was completely frozen. He had never felt such pressure before. One of the 4 beasts, the gorilla, lowered its head and gazed at Adam with narrowed eyes. So you are the one who's been causing all this ruckus. The beast's booming voice echoed across the plains. Adam, who was standing right before the gorilla, felt a strong gust of wind blow against him. That's quite the fighting prowess you wield, human, said the elephant, gazing at the chunks of rock strewn all around. Meanwhile, the tiger remained silent, looking at the raven-haired youth with a predatory gaze, seemingly wondering if it should eat him or not. As for the white eagle, it was not at all interested in the youth. It turned towards the eccentric-looking figure standing in the distance and asked Neelk, "Why did you summon us?" The next moment, the Joker had teleported before the 4 beasts. His lips curled into a smirk as he shrugged. This lad was getting quite cocky, so I thought to show him his place. This human a threat to the secret plane. The tiger's eyes narrowed as it spoke for the first time, his tone oozing with bloodlust. This caused Adam to subconsciously shiver as he thought to himself in alarm, such a thick killing intent. A threat, the Joker arched an eyebrow. He turned towards Adam, revealing a sly smirk. When Adam saw that smile, his heart skipped a beat. "No, you bastard. Are you trying to kill me?" he screamed inwardly. But in the end, the Joker shook his head. "Quite the contrary," he said. "I have deemed him a candidate." The four beasts were surprised. The looks they now gave Adam completely changed. Now they were deeply observing him. "He seems young," said the elephant. "Very young. From the remnant mana in the surroundings, he seems to be a mana vortex magus," the eagle added. "You are strong for your size, human," the gorilla spoke in amusement as he gazed at Adam with bright eyes. "You have a sturdy physique. Good, very strong." As for the tiger, its gaze was not at Adam at all. Instead, it was on Valyrian. "Neilk, what is that?" asked the tiger. "This." The Joker glanced at Valyrian and then rubbed his head warmly. "This is the lad's familiar." The tiger crouched low, bringing its head towards Valyrian and staring at him coldly. "That is not a cat. Mayu." Valyrian was scared for his life. He hurriedly leaped away from the Joker and dashed towards Adam. He then turned into a flash of gray light and disappeared inside Adam's spirit sea. "Definitely not a cat," the tiger added. Adam remained silent from the beginning till the end. It was not like he didn't want to talk, but more like he couldn't talk. Being in the presence of so many monocore existences was a surreal feeling, to say the least. Furthermore, magical beasts were said to be stronger than their magi counterparts. "Fafafa, cat got your tongue." The Joker suddenly appeared behind Adam and lightly smacked the back of his head. Adam turned to him and flashed a nervous smile. "Sir Joker, you know this is cheating, right?" He paused for a moment before adding, "There is no way you thought I could go against these powerful existences." "I know," the Joker shrugged. "I simply wanted to show off." He stood before the raven-haired youth and spread his arms wide, proudly introducing, "These are the four great guardians of the soaring river secret plane." Although Adam had speculated the existence of a monocore being in this secret plane, he didn't expect there to be four of them. For a moment, he couldn't help but stare at them in a stunned daze. Several moments later, he muttered, "This secret place truly has a deep background." Fafafa, the Joker, puffed his chest out in pride. "Of course it does. After all, this is the legacy left behind by my great master." The white eagle turned to the Joker and stated, "Neil, you said this human is a candidate." The Joker turned to the humongous bird and nodded. "Yes, what about it?" "Then I wish to test him," said the white eagle. "A simple test to see if he is worthy." The Joker arched an eyebrow, pondering the thought of Adam going against the white eagle. Although he felt that this would be quite entertaining, he knew that it would be very dangerous for Adam. Although he liked to toy with the raven-haired youth, he never wished to harm him to the point of death. Just when he was about to refuse the eagle's proposal, Adam called out to him, "Sir Joker." The Joker turned to him with a slight frown. "What is it, lad?" Adam took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. "I wish to test my strength against a mighty monocore being." Although he knew he was biting more than he could chew, he couldn't help but wonder just how strong he had gotten after his advancement. Mana vortex magi didn't pose a threat to him. Unless there was an army of them, he could easily take care of them. But going against a mana core existence would truly be testing his newfound strength. The Joker was momentarily taken aback, but soon he grinned from ear to ear. He turned to the white eagle and nodded. "Don't kill him. I'll try not to." The white eagle's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. While the rest of the guardians and the Joker drew back, the white eagle looked at Adam and flatly stated, "Just one attack. If you manage to withstand it, you will pass my test." Adam took a few deep breaths as adrenaline wildly coursed through his veins. All right. He conjured the Staff of Calamity, swinging it around him and creating multiple overlapping walls of oscillating mana. Staff of Doom, Great Barrier. The white eagle took to the skies, creating enough distance between them. Then, without a single word, it viciously flapped its wings, unleashing dozens of razor-sharp wind blades at Adam. Each blade carried the devastating power of a rank 4 spell. Pain assaulted every fiber of Adam's being. The last thing he remembered was being covered in wind blades from all sides. And then, everything turned dark. It would appear that he had indeed bitten off more than he could chew. The difference between each arcane rank increased the higher one ascended. Furthermore, Adam was also a newly advanced Mana Vortex Magus. There was no chance that we would be able to deal with an attack from a powerful Mana Core beast. He grimaced in pain as he slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was drawn to the unfamiliar ceiling above him. "Where am I?" he muttered softly, his tone laced with confusion. He tried to get up, but found that every inch of his body was desperately resisting his commands. He groaned in agony and lay back down. He lowered his head and noticed that his body was covered in white bandages that had already been stained by his blood. Just what the hell happened? He thought in alarm. He tried to recall the memories before he was knocked unconscious. Several minutes later, he finally surmised what had really happened to him. His lips curled into a wry smile. "I overestimated myself," he thought. "I became arrogant." This was truly a humbling experience for him. Ever since he had advanced to the Mana Vortex rank and killed those rank 3 magi from the cult, he felt like he was invincible. He felt like nothing could stop him. And during his travels in the Southern Federation, he constantly overheard the legends of Dark King no matter where he went. The people of this land admired him and treated him no different than a god. This fueled his ego. However, standing in the presence of the four great guardians of the secret plane and even taking an attack from them fixed his attitude. There was always a taller mountain to climb, a higher peak to conquer, a stronger magus to surpass. The razor-sharp wind blades cast by the white eagle had effortlessly cut through his great barrier like a hot knife slicing through lard. He was absolutely no match for it. I still have so much to learn, he exhaled a deep sigh as he gazed at the ceiling. He looked inside his spirit sea and found that Valyrian wasn't there. But through their familiar connection, he could sense that the young dragon was nearby. The youth closed his eyes and sent a mental transmission to him. Minutes later, the door to the room swung open and Valyrian stormed inside. Val, no, no, no. Adam was alarmed to see the young dragon pounce on him. Ak, Mayu, Valyrian fondly licked the youth's cheek. Brother, you're finally awake. It hurts. Adam groaned in misery. Get off me, I can't breathe. Valyrian stepped aside and sat beside him, his furry face laced with concern. How long was I out for? Asked the youth after gathering his bearings. I think 10 days, said the young dragon, perhaps more. Definitely less than 2 weeks, though, I see. Adam's lips twitched. Looks like I was seriously injured. The white eagle said you passed the test, brother. Valyrian beamed. Huh, Adam was taken aback, but You still remained standing after the spell was cast, said the young dragon. You were able to withstand a rank 4 spell. Valyrian seemed to be very excited about the whole outcome. He couldn't be prouder of his brother. However, Adam was perplexed by it. He had lost consciousness as a result of resisting that spell, so in his mind he had failed. Come to think of it, he mused. That spell was actually the most powerful and devastating attack I have ever faced. I guess it's something that I haven't died already. Recalling the dozens of wind blades that had pierced his mana barrier and left ghastly wounds all across his body, his back was drenched in cold sweat. The eagle said she'd go easy. Was that truly going easy on me? Brother, can you walk now? Valyrian asked eagerly. Why, what is it? Adam glanced at him with curious eyes. Sir Joker showed me the vault, the young dragon said with bright eyes. It's even bigger than ours. Also, it is filled with magical artifacts. You must see it. You must see it. A vault bigger than mine. Adam was taken aback. He felt that the underground vault in Saratoga was fairly big and filled with riches. To have a vault even bigger than that. Actually, it makes sense, he thought. Magus Mathias was a powerful being and had even traveled to several planets in the greater universe. His eyes flashed with a peculiar light and he couldn't help but smirk. I'm sure he has many magical items and ingredients from the greater universe in the vault. Thinking of this, his smirk turned into a wide grin. He quickly conjured a potent painkiller from his earrings and chugged it in one go. Then he conjured several healing potions and consumed them as well. With great difficulty, he got to his feet. Although the pain had slightly alleviated, most of it still remained. Moreover, his injuries were deep enough that they couldn't be healed by regular potions. All right, let's go, Val. He walked towards the door, thinking to himself about how he would obtain the valuable things inside the vault. This was the least the Joker could do for him after putting him through so much pain and misery. HMPH, just you wait. Adam mused to himself. I swear I will bleed you dry. The two exited the room, with Valyrian leading the way as he guided Adam through the corridors towards the vault where the Joker was waiting for them. Adam was lost in his thoughts as he absent-mindedly followed behind the young dragon in the dimly lit corridor. The artifacts and the magical ingredients in the vault are secondary, he thought. His eyes lit up with a spectacular light as anticipation filled his heart. I can finally uncover the truth about the twin moons and their connection to the greater universe. After walking through the maze-like corridors, the two finally arrived before a pair of towering metal doors. The door was unlike anything Adam had ever seen. It was more than 20 meters tall and carved with intricate runes all over its surface. He was amazed for a few moments before his lips started to twitch. Now, how am I supposed to open this? He wondered. After all, he was in pretty bad shape at the moment and could barely even walk. Just when he thought of calling out loud, the towering doors suddenly rumbled. Then it slowly started to open, revealing the scene inside to Adam. The raven-haired youth's eyes gradually started to widen in disbelief as he followed Valyrian inside. The vault had one single pathway running down the middle, and each of its sides was filled with rows of towering wooden shelves that contained countless artifacts and careful preserved magical ingredients. Thick pillars placed strategically throughout the place supported this underground vault, and its arched ceilings contained murals of mythical beasts and breathtaking scenery that one wouldn't otherwise find in Tron. Whoa, he couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. The vast majority of the items in the vault were magical artifacts, followed by precious ores and other materials that artificers would usually require. Then there were rare herbs and ingredients stored in jars and containers that were inscribed in runes. Lastly, there were very few books in here, as most of them were stored away in the soaring library. The two made their way to the other end of the vault, where the Joker was lounging on a large, fluffy cushion, eating fruits and drinking wine. Seeing him behave so nonchalantly, Adam's lips twitched, and he couldn't help but wonder, is this all he does when he's not sleeping? "You're finally awake," said the Joker, glancing at the youth's bloodied and bandaged body with an amused expression. "I must say that was quite entertaining," he added. Adam resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He also didn't directly get to the part about learning about the twin moons. Instead, he looked around the vault and asked curiously, "How come everything in here is mostly artifacts?" While he was looking around, Valyrian ran towards the large cushion and comfortably took a seat near the Joker. He then began indulging in the delicious fruits that were only grown in the secret plane. It would appear that while Adam was knocked unconscious, the young dragon had become quite familiar with the overseer of the Soaring River secret plane. The Joker gently patted Valyrian's head, then turned to Adam and answered with an arched eyebrow, "What do you mean, how come?" He paused for a moment as he got to his feet. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood beside Adam. "Didn't I tell you my master was a renowned artificer while he was still alive?" Adam's eyes narrowed as he recalled the conversation he had had with the Joker the last time he was here. Then his eyes lit up. "Ah, that's right. You did say that." The Joker shook his head, sneering at the youth. "Looks like you still haven't recovered from the battle. You were going senile in your youth. Fafafa." Adam's lips twitched, and he involuntarily touched his forehead, which was also bandaged. He recalled the wind blade aimed at his head. If he hadn't dodged that spell in the nick of time, he might have been decapitated. But he did, however, manage to acquire a deep gash on his head as a result. Damn it, he couldn't help but curse out loud. That eagle was really trying to kill me. The Joker rolled his eyes. "Stop being dramatic. You survived the ordeal, didn't you? Not only did you pass the Great Guardian's test, but you also earned her respect." He then turned towards the expansive vault and explained, "My master had forged many artifacts in his lifetime and had gathered even more. Don't forget, he traveled to several planets in the greater universe and went on many adventures." Adam's eyes flashed with a look of yearning. Ever since he had come to acquire the Lotus and witnessed the memories of the experts, he had been longing to go to the greater universe. That place was rife with adventures and opportunities. As someone who had the spirit of a wanderer, how could he ever be restricted to Tron? He wanted to travel to the far reaches of the universe and experience the myriad wonders it had to offer. The Joker continued, "All of those artifacts, among other things, are safely stored in this vault. When the secret plane opens every 30 years, I handpick the children's rewards from this very place." "I see." Adam nodded in understanding. "Now then." The Joker turned to the raven-haired youth and asked with a smirk, "Are you ready for your reward?" Adam took a deep breath and stated, "But before that, I must ask something of you." "Oh," the Joker was intrigued. "What is it?" His expression then darkened, and he couldn't help but sternly add, "But do not be too greedy. Haha, rest assured." Adam raised his hands in surrender. "I'm not a greedy man at all. Whatever I ask of you will be within your means to grant." The Joker rolled his eyes and then gestured for the youth to continue. "Firstly, I would like to receive some herbs and ingredients from this vault." Adam began. "I wish to concoct a medicinal bath for myself." He glanced at the injuries all over his body. Except for his face, every inch was covered in bandages that had already been stained by his blood. He couldn't leave the secret plane in this state, and if he waited for the injuries to heal on their own, that would take a lot of time. Adam didn't have much time to begin with. The Grand Magus tournament was just around the corner. Moreover, he also had to visit a few more places before he could return to Ravenfell. Thus, he needed to expedite the time it would take for him to heal his injuries. But there was also another reason why he wished to prepare this medicinal bath. Considering all the precious herbs and ingredients stored in this vault, he was sure that he could create a concoction that would be on par with the sacred waters of Lustrum, and that would not only allow him to heal his injuries, but also allow him to advance at least 2 more stages in physique enhancement. Getting all the ingredients from the vault was fairly easy. There was an abundance of it, after all. Even if there was a lack of a specific ingredient that Adam required for the concoction, there were several suitable substitutes available for it. Adam didn't know whether the Joker was unaware of the true value of these ingredients, or that the man thought he should be compensated for the injuries he received from the Guardian of the Spirit Plane. Adam was still ecstatic to receive all the items. Gazing at the Joker, who was helping him carve the runic formation on the ground, Adam couldn't help but wonder, he's probably very guilty about me getting injured by the Eagle Guardian. "Sir Joker," he called out, "what is it?" The man asked absent-mindedly as he carved the runes on the ground based on the information Adam had inscribed on the parchment in his hand. "How come you're so nice to me all of a sudden?" the youth asked with a semric. The Joker paused what he was doing and turned to Adam with an annoyed face. "Would you rather I send you to the Tiger Guardian? She seemed rather eager to eat you." Adam's smirk froze, and he couldn't help but purse his lips. "I was just kidding." HMPH, the Joker focused his attention on the runes, grumbling under his breath. "Making me do all the labor work. Oh, how far I have fallen. Adam couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, and he tells me not to be dramatic. With great difficulty, he sat cross-legged on the ground beside the Joker. Even the tiniest of movements sent pangs of pain radiating throughout his body. Thus, the reason he requested the man to help him carve the runic formation. He conjured a large gourd of wine and 2 flat cups from his earrings. As he uncorked the tightly sealed gourd, the aroma of freshly brewed wine wafted in the air and drifted towards the Joker. The man couldn't help but stop what he was doing and turned towards the wine. A new recipe, he asked curiously. When Adam had come to the secret plane the last time, he had left behind a gourd of wine for the Joker as a parting gift. Needless to say, the man very much liked the liquor. The youth revealed a faint smile as he handed the man the glass. Peach wine, he said, mild and refreshing. The Joker took a sip from the cup and his eye lit up. Very nice. Not to mention, he had countless recipes of wines that were renowned in the greater universe, so every wine he brewed was in a class of its own Bitron standards, of course. The Joker set down the flat cup outside the runic formation and resumed carving the runes, copying them from the parchment. Where did you learn rune magic? He asked curiously. From what he could surmise from the parchment, he could tell that Adam's knowledge of rune magic was surprisingly deep. After all, Magi would spend decades, if not centuries, to even get to the basics of rune magic. Yet the youth had already done that before the age of 35. No matter how the Joker saw it, Adam was an anomaly amongst anomalies. The youth shrugged, here and there. He took a sip from the cup and continued, I'm part of a secret order that is probably one of the oldest, if not the oldest, organizations on this planet. They have a vast trove of arcane knowledge, so I complete a few missions for them and they reward me with knowledge. The Joker nodded ever so slightly, not at all surprised or bothered, for that matter be the fact that Adam was part of a secret organization. Like I mentioned before, the Joker began, his tone unusually solemn. A deep understanding of rune magic and ritual magic is necessary if you wish to leave this planet. Adam involuntarily straightened his back. His heartbeat quickened and he couldn't help but loudly gulp. Finally, the moment is finally here, he thought excitedly. How so? He tried to appear calm, but his shaky voice betrayed him. Without even looking up, the Joker answered, on the smaller moon Luna lies a portal. He paused what he was doing and then finally turned towards the youth, who had an incredulous expression on his face. That is the gateway to the greater universe. Adam's heart was surging with tumultuous waves. A portal on the moon. No, wait, it all makes sense now. I can see why the founder of the Brotherhood would write in his journals, expressing his sadness every time he watched the twin moons. They reminded him of Mirandor. Luna had a portal that led to his home, to the greater universe. But despite there being a portal, he was never able to use it. Adam's eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly. He knew why the Brotherhood's founder was unable to use it. The planetary alignment, he muttered with a grave expression. Why is it so important if one wishes to travel to the greater universe? The Joker deeply looked at the youth for a few moments before answering, I shall tell you the way to leave Tron. I shall reveal how my master traveled to the depths of the universe in the past. Adam's heartbeat quickened even further, and he couldn't help but subconsciously clench his fists. He would finally be able to get the answers after all this time. The universe is vast, teeming with countless magical civilizations. The Joker began, his voice low and foreboding. But Tron lies abandoned on the outermost fringes. It is too far away from the greater universe. Only when all the planets in our solar system fall into perfect alignment can the ancient path open and the way beyond be reached. He paused for a moment, allowing the weight of his words to settle within Adam, who already seemed to be shocked beyond his wildest imagination. When all the planets align, the mana converges. It is drawn together to fuel the large-scale teleportation that will allow one to travel to the greater universe. Without this fuel, the portal will remain dormant. And without the planetary alignment, you can never leave Tron. Without the planetary alignment, you can never leave Tron. You can never leave Tron. You can never leave Tron. Those words continued to echo inside Adam's mind relentlessly, with each repetition sending him spiraling down the path of despair. The reason why the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood was unable to return to his home world was that the planets hadn't aligned during the time he had been alive. He was unable to see his wife and children because of this very reason. Adam's mind was a chaotic mess when this realization dawned on him. Recalling the contents of the founder's journal that he had recently gotten his hands on, he couldn't help but pity the man. The founder of the Brotherhood had studied the celestial phenomenon of the solar system for almost a century and learned that the next planetary alignment was thousands of years away. He was unable to live to see that day, and as a result, he could never go back home. Just like mortals, Magi were born to die. Embarking on the path of Arcana did not mean that one could attain immortality. It simply meant that they could extend their lifespans as they ascended and study the mysteries of magic for as long as they could. Death came to them all the same. The twin moons reminded the founder of his home world. Adam thought with a bitter smile on his face. So close, yet forever out of reach, he repeated the words of the founder in his mind. His expression gradually turned grave, and he wondered. The next planetary alignment was still thousands of years away when the founder was still alive. But I don't know the exact timeline of the founder's arrival in Tron as well as the day he passed away. Suddenly, an ominous thought emerged in his mind, and it instantly took root. His heart sank as he thought of a possibility. Could it be that the planetary alignment has already passed, and I missed it? He hurriedly turned towards the Joker and asked in a panic, "When is the next planetary alignment? It hasn't passed already, has it?" The Joker was slightly taken aback by the youth's sudden change in demeanor, but a moment later he understood why Adam would act that way. His lips curled into a taunting smile, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fafafa. And so what if it has passed? You just have to stay alive until the next one arrives. Adam's heart was gripped by a foreboding feeling. Sir Joker, please, are you serious? Fafafa. Of course I'm not, this bastard. Adam angrily cursed him in his mind. I really wish I could beat him. The Joker gradually calmed his emotions and gazed at the youth with a faint smile. The next planetary alignment is soon approaching. He paused, allowing Adam to let out a breath of relief before continuing, but the exact time, I do not know. I have never left this place and witnessed the sea of stars after all. Fafafa. Adam suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but frown. If you haven't left this place, then how do you know the next planetary alignment is soon approaching? Silly lad, the Joker scoffed. Whenever all the planets in the solar system align, Tron goes through a major change. It is almost as if the planet awakens from its deep slumber. When that happens, I can naturally sense it from within the spirit plane. And how many times have you sensed that change? Adam pressed. Let me see, the Joker mumbled as he began counting with his fingers in an exaggerated manner. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there was that one time I slept through it, and there was another one. Bloody hell, I'm not so sure now that I think of it, but it is definitely less than 10 times. 10 times. Adam's eyes threatened to pop out of his sockets. Wait, how old are you? The Joker shrugged nonchalantly. 12,000 years old, probably more, I'm not sure. To be honest, after a certain point, I lost track. Adam's mouth was wide agape at that discovery. He couldn't help but think to himself in utter shock. If I assume the Joker is, let's say, 15,000 years old, then how old was Magus Mathias before he passed? How many tens of thousands of years has it been since he visited the greater universe? Wait a minute. The youth suddenly thought of something very crucial. His eyes narrowed, and he started to stroke his chin out of habit. I'm sure the Twilight Brotherhood is only a couple of thousand years old. After reading the journals of its founder, I'm certain of it. Then that means Magus Mathias had already created this secret plane and passed away before the founder of the Brotherhood even arrived on Tron. All this while, I was under the impression that the founder had something to do with the portal, but I could not have been more wrong. The portal on the moon had already been present by the time the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood arrived on Tron. Then who created that portal? How long has it been there on the moon? Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to the Joker, who had already resumed working on the runic formation, and asked, who created the portal on the moon? The Joker was the perfect person to inquire about such things that happened several thousand years ago. Adam was sure that the man would know it. Not because he was old, but also because he knew everything that Mathias the Free knew. The Magi, of course, said the man matter-of-factly as he continued to inscribe the runes on the ground, but Adam felt that that was quite ridiculous. How could the Magi of this planet have such deep knowledge that they built such a large-scale portal on the moon? The Joker paused what he was doing. He then turned to the raven-haired youth, glancing at him like he was an idiot. The Magi of this planet. His tone was laced with ridicule. Of course, the Magi of Tron have never been knowledgeable enough to build such a structure on the moon. That is such a foolish thing to assume. Fafafa. As realization slowly started to dawn on Adam, he couldn't help but mutter in disbelief, wait, don't tell me. The Joker continued with a smirk. I'm beginning to think you might need a lesson on history, lad. He paused for a moment before revealing a long-buried secretone that shattered Adam's understanding of this world. The 4 major races of Tron were never born here, the Joker said. They were brought here by the Magi from the greater universe. It was these Magi who built the ancient monolithic structure that facilitated interstellar travel between the outer universe and the greater universe. Seeing the look of shock on Adam's face, the Joker's grin only widened. As for the human species, your true place of origin lies beyond, he continued, his voice dripping with theatrical flair. The portal on Luna leads to that place. He paused for a moment, then stretched his arms wide in a grand, sweeping gesture, the cradle of humankind Mirandor. The 4 major races were never born or evolved on this planet. They were brought here, and the human species, our place of origin, is none other than Mirandor. This newfound knowledge caused Adam to be astonished, to say the least. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the ancestors of the 4 major species of Tron were, in fact, outsiders. Even with all the knowledge that he had absorbed from the memories of the experts, he was still shocked by this revelation. Firstly, until now, all the memories that he had absorbed were fragmented. Secondly, the knowledge did not pertain to the history of human civilization in this universe, or Mirandor for that matter. All he knew was that Mirandor was considered to be one of the greatest, if not the greatest, high-tier planets in the greater universe. Its mana density was so high that it allowed the Magi to reach the grand station of rank 10. He gazed at the Joker with a look of sheer disbelief and couldn't help but ask, just why would the ancient Magi bring these races to such backwater planets? It doesn't make sense. Oh, but it does, the Joker chuckled. He resumed working on the runic formation and added, now think carefully, lad. Why would the ancient Magi do such a thing? Adam calmed down his raging emotions and fell into deep thought. Once he had gotten a grip on his emotions, he could think of two reasons. Overpopulation, and the youth's voice trailed off into a whisper, unable to believe what he was about to say. It was at that moment that Joker turned towards him once again and revealed a faint smirk, confirming his thoughts. Cosmic colonization. If the planets in the greater universe became overpopulated, then resources would become strained. To avoid societal collapse, Magi would relocate people to distant, uninhabited planets to relieve the pressure. However, overpopulation wasn't just seen as a problem but an opportunity. When the population of a certain species grew too large on the planets of the greater universe, the powerful Magi of that species would see it as a natural signal to spread across the stars and assert their dominion. The growth of a species must be matched by expansion. Adam felt like a whole new door had opened before him, and he was able to begin understanding the way of the world on a much larger scale. In the grand scale of this universe, the squabbles that he was currently involved in with the Cult of Bones meant absolutely nothing. Out there, in the greater universe, powerful Magi were pursuing the higher arcane arts and waging wars that spanned galaxies. Before such a grand scale, he was nothing. This newfound knowledge regarding the history of the four races in Tron changed his perspective. Once again, he realized how small he and his problems were in the grand order of the universe. Thinking of that, he couldn't help but sigh, truly a frog in a well. Indeed, the Joker chuckled. Until and unless you have become a monocore magus, don't even think of traveling to the greater universe. He paused for a moment, then added, first, your frail body must be tempered to endure the strain of the grand-scale teleportation. And second, and far more important. The Joker grinned from ear to ear. The greater universe is a hunting ground for monsters beyond your darkest nightmares. If you step into their domain unprepared, they will not hesitate to tear you apart limb from limb and leave nothing of you to spit out. Most people would have been scared senseless by that description, but not Adam. He wasn't afraid to face hurdles. He was eager to work hard and overcome them. Besides, he had already glimpsed those monsters through the memories of the experts whose souls he had devoured. He displayed a solemn expression and nodded. I wouldn't dare to even go to the moon before I've advanced to the monocore rank. Good lad. The Joker once again resumed working on the runic formation. His expression then drastically changed, and he roared in annoyance. Now stop interrupting me. I have been trying to finish this formation for the last 20 minutes. Fine. Adam pursed his lips. He poured the man another drink and then continued to sip from his flat cup, deep in thought. From the information that the Joker had given to him regarding the portal on the moon and the importance of the planetary alignment, he could surmise why rune magic and ritual magic were so important. If my speculations are correct, rune magic would allow me to get the portal functional, he thought. In the memories of the experts, the operation of all large-scale teleportation portals required a deep understanding of rune magic, and considering the portal on Luna hasn't been functional for thousands of years, I would have to deepen my knowledge in rune magic to even get it started. As for where he would get books on rune magic, he already had two sources. One was the place he was currently in, and the second was none other than the Twilight Brotherhood. But ritual magic, Adam thought with a grave expression. My knowledge of ritual magic is very superficial, and all of it is related to herbalism. I need to focus more on this aspect and start making my preparations from now on. Ritual magic was an art that relied on precise geometry, intricate runes, and the astrological alignments to channel mana for powerful, large-scale effects. In this case, the astrological alignment referred to the time period when all the planets in the solar system aligned as one. It would require a rigorous amount of studying and deciphering the secrets of the stars to pinpoint the precise time. When all the planets aligned, their mana would converge, serving as the fuel required to activate the portal. Only then will I be able to travel to Mirandor. Adam's eyes flashed with resolve. He was glad that he had come here to meet the Joker. His questions were answered, and he felt greatly at ease. Now all that remains is to deal with the Cult of Bones, he thought to himself as his eyes gradually narrowed, a cold light flashing in them. A plan had already begun to form in his mind, one that would require patience and sacrifice, but it had to be done. He feared that if he didn't deal with the threat of the Cult of Bones, he might never be able to leave this planet. All right, it is complete. The Joker's voice drifted into his ears, jolting him out of his thoughts. I swear this is the last time I'm going to do such laborious work. The eccentric overseer of the secret plane grumbled under his breath as he walked towards his fluffy, large cushion. Quick, lad, he waved his hand dismissively. Do your thing and leave. I'm tired of you now. Adam rose to his feet, chuckling lightly at that remark. He didn't take the Joker's words to heart because he knew the man didn't mean it. If anything, the man deeply cared for his well-being. If not, he wouldn't have gone so far as to carve the runic formation for him. Adam's dark eyes flashed with a greedy light as he looked around at all the precious artifacts stored in this underground vault. Leave. His lips formed a smirk. How can I leave without taking a few things from here? Adam placed a large ceramic tub on top of the runic formation before filling it with spring water. Meanwhile, the Joker and Valyrian sat on the fluffy cushion in the distance, munching on fresh fruits and curiously gazing at the raven-haired youth's actions. As Adam gazed at all the nicely preserved herbs and ingredients placed beside him by the Joker, he couldn't help but smile brightly. These ingredients couldn't be found on Tron Mathias, the Free collected them while he was in the greater universe. Thus, their value, especially on Tron, was priceless. This should help me advance at least 2 stages in physique enhancement, he thought in glee. As mentioned earlier, the number of ranks in the physique enhancement system was the same as the mana extraction system. The only difference was that physique enhancement required the magus to repeat the 5 stages of nourishing the flesh, muscles, bones, organs, and the neural for every rank. With an excited look on his face, Adam began putting all the ingredients in the spring water in a mystical and methodical sequence. At the same time, he injected his pure mana into the ingredients as well as the spring water. Essence of the life leaf, he murmured with a toothy grin, a rare herb that accelerates tissue regeneration and closes wounds near instantaneously. He injected mana into the green liquid before dropping all of it into the spring water. Then he picked up the next ingredient. Wyvern powder, this was the core ingredient. It was ground from the bones of an ancient wyvernous species that had gone extinct in Tron. It strengthened the muscles, bones, and tendons. Simurgh ashes, this was the secondary core ingredient. These were the ashes of a mythical bird associated with fire, purification, and healing. This magical bird had never existed in Tron. As Adam poured the reddish-gray ashes into the spring water, he murmured, "These sacred ashes will purify my blood and ignite my body's natural healing fire." After that, the youth started adding the magical ingredients one after another. Moonwater dew, collected only under the full moons on a planet that had at least 6 moons. It boosted vitality and immune defenses. The golden ginseng root restored stamina, cleared toxins, and enhanced the flow of mana in the channels. Silverleaf petals soothed inflammation and bolstered internal resilience. Blood orchid extract, a crimson sap that empowered the heart and enhanced circulatory strength. The heart of a mandrake was infused into the bath for deep, cellular-level rejuvenation. Star anemone blossoms, flowers from the highest cliffs, stimulated nerve recovery and mental clarity. Lastly, obsidian salts, a type of black crystalline salt that cleansed narrow impurities and strengthened the mind-body link. After putting all the ingredients into the spring water, Adam weaved a series of hand seals and activated the runic formation on the ground. A moment later, the intricate runes lit up with a crimson light, and they began heating the tub. At the same time, the youth continued to cast hand seals, not stopping for even a moment. He activated the other quadrants of the runic formation one by one. One cluster of runes prevented the mana from the liquid inside the tub from escaping. Another cluster ensured that all the ingredients were mixed properly, while another removed all the impurities from the ingredients. Lastly, a small cluster of runes ensured that the liquid in the tub was stirred in a clockwise manner. Several tens of minutes later, after Adam had determined that the optimal temperature had been reached, he canceled the heating formation. Then with a final set of complex hand seals, the 5 ingredients that were grade 3 in nature, meaning they could be used to concoct grade 3 potions, were placed strategically at each point of the pentagram, lit up with a bright light. Under the effects of the runic formation, the essence of these ingredients, belonging to the 5 fundamental elements of nature, was extracted. Then they were mixed before finally being added to the liquid in the tub. After more than 30 minutes, the medicinal bath was finally ready. The bandages on Adam's body were now stained with even more blood as a result of his moving around for a little bit. This went on to show just how grievously injured he was. As he began untying his bandages, he turned towards the Joker and stated, "No matter what happens, do not deactivate the runic formation." No matter what happens, the Joker arched an eyebrow. Should I be expecting something? Yeah, Adam spoke with a wry smile. A lot of screaming and cursing. The Joker's lips curled into a smirk. Then I shall be looking forward to it. Adam's lips twitched. This sadistic bastard. After removing all the clothes and bandages, he walked towards the tub with bated breath. His body was littered with long and deep wounds. It was ghastly to look at. One could only imagine how he felt. The youth took a deep breath and climbed over the tub. The moment the wounds on his skin came in touch with the multicolored shimmering liquid, intense pangs of pain radiated all through his body. He bit his lower lip so hard that it started to bleed, but he didn't scream. No, not yet. Adam walked towards the center of the tub, then raised his shaky hands and weaved the final set of hand seals to activate the runic formation once again. Pain, unimaginable pain. It felt as if thousands of ants were crawling all over his wounds, and someone was piercing countless needles on top of that. Adam gritted his teeth as his eyes turned bloodshot. He began revolving the Astral Tyrant manual and finally started attacking the bone stage. The liquid inside the tub drilled into the pores of his skin. It was difficult initially because Adam's body had been tempered so many times, but with a violent push, the liquid entered his body. It nourished his flesh and muscles before finally coating all the bones inside his body. The moment the multicolored liquid came in contact with his bones, Adam couldn't hold it in any longer. He jerked his head back, thick veins standing out along his neck, and screamed at the top of his lungs. It was a primal scream of pure, breaking agony, but this was only the beginning. Pain was the price, but greatness was the reward. As Adam lowered himself into the steaming waters, a deceptive warmth first greeted his skin, but it was short-lived. Within seconds, the multicolored liquid began to seep through every pore, unnaturally fast and deliberate, as if it were truly alive and searching for weakness in Adam's frail and injured body. A burning sensation spread across the youth's body like wildfire. First came the itching beneath the flesh, as if invisible thorns were wriggling underneath his skin. Then it escalated. It was a sensation of sizzling pain, like molten iron being poured straight into his veins. Adam's back arched involuntarily, and his fingernails dug into the edges of the ceramic tub. He screamed until his throat gave out, and even then his body continued to writhe in absolute pain and agony. His breathing became ragged, and every exhale was a gasp for sanity. Outside, Valyrian had an extremely concerned look on his face when he saw his brother enduring such unimaginable pain. However, he wasn't all that worried, as he had seen Adam do this a few times before. The young dragon knew that although Adam was going through such intense pain right now, the results would be equally rewarding. It would be something that would greatly help his big brother in the long run. The Joker, on the other hand, entirely found the entire thing very amusing. He liked seeing others desperately fight for their survival, had a sadistic nature, after all. But soon his amused smile faltered, and he couldn't help but stare at the youth with slight surprise. He, more than anyone else, knew the value of the ingredients that he had given to Adam. As such, he also knew what would happen to a person if they directly came in contact with a potent solution made from said ingredients. The fact that Adam could endure so much while still remaining conscious was a testament to his sheer willpower. I see. The Joker's eyebrows gradually straightened out as he finally realized something about Adam. It was something that set him apart from his peers. It wasn't his strength, it wasn't his intellect, it wasn't his talent for the arcane arts, nor his grasp of the deeper mysteries of the way. No, it was none of that. What truly set Adam apart was his perseverance. Inside the ceramic tub, Adam's agony increased with every moment that passed. Despite it all, he remained awake and continued to revolve the Astral Tyrant manual. His muscles twitched violently as the wyvern powder bound to his tendons and sinew, reinforcing each fiber with unbearable tightness. Stretching, tearing, reforging. The Simurgh ashes ignited within, scorching away damaged cells and rot. It was like drinking fire through the skin. Adam felt like an inferno in his chest that climbed towards his throat and skull. His bones creaked and snapped as the mandrake heart and wyvern bone essence reshaped their density, not enough to break, but enough to draw blood-curdling screams. There were instances when Adam was on the verge of losing consciousness. The pain was far too much to bear, but he persevered nonetheless. Then came the worst part. The blood orchid extract and the moonwater dew reached his vital organs. His heart pounded as though it were being squeezed and released by a cruel hand. His lungs felt like they were filled with smoke. His liver pulsed, bloating and glowing, detoxifying decades of filth in seconds. For a brief moment, Adam felt like dying. Blood streamed down his face and he felt like he had had enough. No more. The thought of giving up surfaced in his mind, but the very next moment he vanquished that thought. Persevere, he screamed inwardly. From the memories and experiences of the experts he had absorbed, he knew something that most didn't. These magi who had reached tremendous heights in their arcane path taught him something very valuable. Mediocrity offered safety, but excellence demanded courage, so how could he give up in the face of such meager pain? Compared to his grand aspirations, this much pain was nothing. Persevere, persevere, persevere. Adam grit his teeth and continued to endure the pain, while at the same time proactively revolving the Astral Tyrant manual, ensuring his body advanced optimally. After a long period of time, like a sudden sunrise after a long, dark night, the pain began to fade. Adam's body temperature cooled down, and his breathing became smoother. Every heartbeat now resonated with renewed vigor. Strength flooded his limbs and raw power coursed through his veins. His body was not just healed, it was reforged. The medicinal liquid in the ceramic tub had completely vanished, all of it thoroughly absorbed by Adam. As the steam parted and he slowly rose from the tub, the changes became unmistakably clear. He now stood an inch taller, his spine lengthened, and his posture naturally upright, as though the very structure of his bones had been extended and refined. Adam had a vague feeling that this was the optimal height, and that no matter how many more times he advanced, it would remain the same. The Astral Tyrant manual had refined his height to its ideal form, just under 2.2 meters, perfectly proportioned to his build. A small smile formed on Adam's lips as he clenched his fists. "Worth it," he softly muttered. His once lean frame had become chiseled, every muscle taut with defined power, not bulky but sharp. Sculpted and coiled like a predator ready to strike, his skin, once riddled with deep scars, had turned flawless, yet also firm like polished steel, smooth to the eye but dense and durable beneath. Adam's face had transformed, losing its boyish softness. The jawline had become sharp and angular, cheekbones subtly raised, and his eyes seemed deeper than ever. Every feature was sharpened. He now had the face of a warrior touched by the divine. His hair and beard had thickened and darkened. Even his nails and teeth had subtly strengthened, carrying a glint of resilience. The Astral Tyrant manual is truly something, he thought to himself as he noticed the changes in his body. I've completed the bones and organs stage in one go. Now all that remains is the neural stage. That is quite the transformation, lad. The Joker's voice drifted into his ears. Adam conjured a silk white robe from his earrings and covered his bare body. He turned around to see the Joker carrying Valyrian in his arms and approaching him. The youth revealed a faint smile. I've been fortunate enough to come across a magnificent physique enhancement technique during my travels. You sure do come across a lot of inheritances in your travels, said the Joker, his tone laced with suspicion and mockery. His expression displayed boredom, and he added, all right, since it's over, you should get lost now. He paused for a moment before recalling something and adding, ah, yes. Return those golem cores before you leave. Sir Joker, please listen to what I have to say. Adam displayed a fawning smile, his eyes gleaming with a shady glint. The Joker's eyes narrowed. He didn't like that look on the youth's face. What do you want now? He asked, his voice low and sharp. Adam rubbed his palms together, a sly smile creeping across his lips. I have a proposition for you. Adam knew that the Joker wouldn't have allowed him to take the 8 golem cores with him to the outside world. He speculated that these golems served as security for the secret plane. The youth didn't know how many golems the Joker had, but knew that these cores were simply too valuable to part with. What proposition? The Joker growled. If it's about getting your hands on any other items in this vault, then no. Hee. Adam chuckled innocently. Sir Joker, I defeated those golems by myself, so shouldn't I be rewarded with their cores? The Joker reprimanded. Your reward for defeating the golems was the knowledge about the portal on Luna. I have given you more than enough. Do not be greedy, lad. Calm down, calm down. The raven-haired youth raised his hands in surrender. I'm not saying I won't return the golem cores. Of course I will. I mean, they belong to you after all. He paused for a moment, his gaze involuntarily drawn towards the countless artifacts stored in the towering wooden shelves. Instead, he began, how about I exchange the golem cores for rank 3 artifacts here? Absolutely not. The Joker crossed his arms and raised his chin, refusing adamantly. I am a man of principles. I will only reward you with what you deserve. He turned to the raven-haired youth and added, you defeated the golems, and I divulged the method to leave Tron. You withstood the attack of the Eagle Guardian, and I provided you with precious herbs and ingredients to heal your body. The Joker paused for a moment and couldn't help but scoff as his gaze properly scanned Adam's new transformation. And from the looks of it, those ingredients did more than just heal you. HMPH, if anything you owe me. Adam knew he was right. The Joker had gone above and beyond to help him this time around, but the youth knew exactly what the man wanted. With a casual wave of his hand, he conjured dozens of large barrels, each towering up to his waist, thudding on the ground one after another in neat rows. The moment the barrels appeared within the underground vault, a tantalizing and strong aroma of liquor wafted in the air. The Joker's nostrils involuntarily flared as his gaze became glued to the barrels of wine. Seeing this, Adam smirked. Heh, this always does the job. The Joker's eyebrows furrowed and his expression gradually darkened. You think you can buy me with cheap liquor? HMPH, lad, you are too arrogant. Hey now, Adam was slightly offended by that remark. I brewed this wine for almost a decade and added all sorts of rare ingredients. Don't call it cheap. Do you have any idea how much each barrel would go for in the market? I don't care. The Joker crossed his arms and looked away, but from time to time his nose would twitch and he would secretly glance at the barrels. Seeing this, Adam couldn't help but smirk. He walked towards the nearest barrel and pried open the lid. He conjured a flat cup, dipped it in the barrel, and offered the Joker some wine. Care for a taste? The Joker's gaze shifted between the flat cup and Adam, his expression extremely conflicted. This doesn't mean anything, lad. he roared as he grabbed the flat cup and took a taste of the wine. The moment the liquor washed down his gullet, he felt as if he was transported to a sprawling vineyard. The rays of the radiant sun cascaded down on his face, drowning him in euphoria. So how about it? Adam's voice jolted him out of his fantasy. The Joker came to his senses and glanced at the empty cup in his hand. Then he gazed at the dozens of barrels arranged in neat rows before him. He couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. Are all of them the same? He asked. 4 distinct types of wine. Ember red, moon silver, star gold, and earth noir. Adam answered smoothly. 12 barrels of each. The Joker seemed to hesitate for a long time as he gazed at each of the barrels laid before him. Adam struck when the iron was still hot. I will return the 8 golem cores to you. Additionally, I will gift you these 48 barrels of wine, each brewed and preserved for almost a decade. He paused for a moment, his lips curling into a confident smirk. In return, I only ask for 10 rank 3 artifacts from this vault, as well as 2 books on ritual magic. The Joker returned to his usual demeanor as he looked towards Adam. Fafafa, you think you can convince me with mere wine? Lad, you are naive. Fine, I'll keep them away then. Adam shrugged and proceeded to put away all the barrels inside his storage earrings. Wait, the Joker awkwardly called out. He cleared his throat and proposed, 2 rank 3 artifacts of your choice in 1 book, 8 artifacts in 2 books. Adam adamantly countered. The Joker's eyes narrowed. 4 artifacts in 1 book. Adam deeply looked at the Joker, his expression solemn. 5 artifacts in 2 books. If you cannot agree to this, then we don't have a deal. The Joker's eyes narrowed even further. You do know that I am strong enough to get those cores out of you by myself, eh? Of course. Adam shrugged. He paused for a moment before adding, I won't take away the cores. They belong to you anyway. But if this deal falls through, then you risk me never returning to this place again. Hee. He paused for a moment before revealing a crafty smile. Can you afford such an outcome? Fafafa, I was just kidding. The Joker clasped his hand and laughed amicably. It's a deal. Choose any 5 rank 3 artifacts from here. But as for the books, I'll be the one to choose them. Ha ha ha. Adam laughed like the two were old buddies. Of course. I have no doubt that you'll hand over only the finest tomes on ritual magic. The Joker abruptly stopped laughing and grumbled, despicable little twat. With that said, he disappeared from the vault, teleporting to the soaring library above. Meanwhile, Adam couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He knew that the Joker would relent regardless of what he asked for, but Adam knew better than to touch his bottom line. He felt that 5 rank 3 artifacts and 2 books on ritual magic were reasonable. Well, relatively reasonable. Brother, what do you need these artifacts for? Valyrian climbed onto his shoulder and asked curiously, don't you already have all you need? That's right, little Val, these artifacts are not for my use. Then what is it for? The young dragon asked with a tilt of his head. I'm planning to sell them at the grand auction in Ravenfell. The youth grinned from ear to ear. And considering these artifacts were made by Magus Matthias, himself a splendid artificer during his time, I've no doubt they'll fetch an impressive price at the auction. Brother, are we going to be rich? Valyrian clapped in excitement. Hoo, my foolish little brother, we are already rich. Adam corrected him with a smug smile. But we're going to be richer, kahaha. Adam clasped his hands behind his back and casually strolled through the underground vault. The place was enormous, and there were countless artifacts placed here. Some artifacts radiated an overbearing aura, making the youth wonder if they were rank 4 artifacts. Or stronger. I wonder just how strong Magus Matthias was, he thought. To be able to craft or even acquire such powerful artifacts, it is safe to assume that he was equally powerful. I think he was definitely above rank 5 Mana Seed Magus if his arrangements for the secret plane were able to trick the powerful magi of this planet into thinking it was nothing special. Adam's eyes narrowed. Or else, I'm afraid the Cult of Bones would have had their hands on this secret plane a long time ago. The youth shook his head, trying to momentarily forget about the problem of the cult that plagued him. He absent-mindedly gazed at all the rank 3 artifacts, trying to figure out which one he could sell at the auction. The youth didn't need any for himself. The Staff of Calamity's rank was unknown, but he was certain that its value surpassed every artifact within this vault. Similarly, the black gauntlets that Blackie had gifted to him were also of deep origins. Their value and strength were great. He also possessed Nihiloth daggers he acquired within the Raven Inheritance, which were rank 4 artifacts. The true potential of these daggers would be fully unlocked when he advanced to the Mana Core rank. Until then, the artifact's strength would be limited to his strength. As for defensive artifacts, Adam did not need them. His body was the sturdiest defensive artifact in his possession. Such was the magnificence of practicing the Astral Tyrant Manual. Overcome all obstacles, conquer all enemies. This is the way of the tyrant. Adam's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. The body was the ultimate weapon. That was the philosophy of the Astral Tyrant Manual. It was also a maxim that Adam lived by. Of course, the Staff of Comedy was a weapon far too valuable for him to ignore. Conveniently enough, the staff techniques seamlessly merged with the mana combat techniques of the Astral Tyrant Manual, the Hand of Doom, giving rise to a whole new mana combat technique, the Staff of Doom. As Adam continued to go through the artifacts in the vault and choose from them, he couldn't help but be amazed by the intricacies of all the magical items. From a single glance, he could tell that Magus Mathias was a superb artificer, and that he had chosen only the finest materials to craft each artifact in this vault. These artifacts would fetch a far higher price than I'd imagined, the youth thought. Once again, he couldn't help but wonder just what rank Magus Mathias was when he was still alive. Looking at all the artifacts, Adam had a vague idea. He paused in his footsteps and began to stroke his chin, deep in thought. Could it be that Mathias the Free was a rank 6 transcendent magus? In that moment, a sudden realization dawned on him. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the vault and the library and landing on the skies of this dimension. If that is true, then this secret plane. Have you chosen the artifacts yet? The Joker's grumpy voice drifted into his ears, snapping him out of his thoughts. Adam turned around and saw the Joker standing behind him. He was carrying 2 thick leather-bound tomes while displaying an annoyed look on his face. The youth hesitated whether to ask the Joker about his speculations, but in the end he chose not to. If I am destined to inherit this secret plane one day in the future, then the Joker will reveal its secrets to me on his own, he thought with a faint smile. Yes, I have, he nodded, showing the 5 artifacts in his hands. Tusk. The Joker clicked his tongue in annoyance and shoved the 2 books into the youth's hands as well. Take this and leave now. Looking at your face is making my heart bleed. Adam let out a hearty laugh. Don't be so salty. Look at the bright side. You now have 48 barrels of extremely high-quality wine brewed personally by the Dark King himself. The Dark King. The Joker arched an eyebrow. Is that what they're calling you on the outside? The raven-haired youth puffed out his chest and raised his chin ever so slightly. His lips formed a smug smile, and he answered, I'll have you know, Sir Joker, in the Akkadian Empire, only the most promising mana vortex magi with legendary exploits are given the title. Before he could finish his sentence, the Joker conjured his large rubber hammer and struck Adam in the chest. Fafafa, what's a king to a jester? Bam. The next thing he knew, Adam had been teleported out of the underground vault along with Valyrian. Gah, the youth fell to his knees, coughing violently. That madman, he cursed inwardly. The hammer struck his chest, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. The two had teleported to a grassy mound that overlooked an expansive plain. Valyrian curiously looked around, wondering where they had arrived. When he turned around, he was surprised to see a statue of a man standing proudly. Brother, look, Adam turned around weakly. When his gaze landed on the polished marble statue of a man, his eyes slightly widened. Could that be? A figure suddenly teleported beside him. It was none other than the Joker. Yes, he said, looking at the statue with a bittersweet smile. That is my great master. Mathias the Free. Adam spoke in a daze. The youth also greatly admired the fact that Magus Mathias had chosen to return to Tron in his twilight years and decided to leave behind his legacy for the people of this planet. Seeing Adam offer his respects to the statue, the Joker displayed a genuine smile. Raven-haired youth straightened his back, his gaze never leaving the statue. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he thought of something. He quickly weaved a series of hand seals and performed a spell. Rank 3 spell, Alter Self. Under the stunned gaze of the Joker, Adam gradually altered his appearance, transforming into Magus Mathias himself. The Joker was momentarily dazed seeing his master before him once again, but he quickly regained his emotions. What are you trying to do, lad? After the transformation, Adam turned to the Joker and asked eagerly, say, do I look like him now? The Joker's gaze was drawn to Adam's hair as he slightly shook his head. His hair wasn't black, it was coppery red. He paused for a moment before adding, he was also a foot shorter. Understood. Adam weaved another series of hand seals, causing his raven hair to gradually transform into a coppery red. He grimaced in slight pain as the bones in his body creaked. A few moments later, he had reduced his height by a foot. Then he weaved another set of hand seals to suppress his mana. The energy fluctuations around him changed drastically, making him seem no difficult than a rank 2 mana liquefaction magus. Seeing that, the Joker was stunned. Such a fascinating spell. How about it? Adam grinned. Do I look anything like my previous self? No, the Joker murmured in a daze. He felt as if he was talking to his own master. The alteration spell was flawless. You look like my master when he was still a young man, he said. He paused for a moment before adding, right, add some freckles. Then you would truly look like him. Adam did as instructed. He couldn't stop himself from grinning widely. Now, I think I can find a way to participate in the tournament. Just what are you trying to do? The Joker glanced at Adam, who had altered his appearance into that of his master's with a very suspicious look in his eyes. You better not think of doing anything untowardly wearing my master's face, he sternly added. Don't worry, Adam assured him as he deactivated the spell, returning to his usual appearance. I'll be using his face to enter a tournament. Why must you disguise yourself to participate in the first place? The Joker asked with an arched eyebrow. Mana vortex magi aren't allowed to compete in the tournament, you see. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. Seeing such brazen shamelessness from the youth, the Joker was dumbfounded. So you wish to cheat, and what? Bully those poor mana liquefaction magi. Adam shrugged. What else? This is a tournament that takes place once every 30 years. I was planning to enter it as a mana liquefaction magi, but you know how life is. Things rarely go according to plan. The Joker shook his head, unable to believe the words coming out of the raven-haired youth's mouth. Shameless, truly shameless. All this just so you can get your hands on the rewards. Hey, don't make it sound so bad. Adam protested. I'm doing this out of necessity, mind you. Seeing the Joker's eyes squinting in suspicion, Adam relented a little. Well, getting my hands on the prize wouldn't be so bad. Greedy and shameless, the Joker scoffed. Now get out of my house. Sure, sure, Adam chuckled. He turned towards the distant plain and saw a herd of horses galloping across it. There he could see Luna enjoying herself amongst them. All of those are nightmares, he asked curiously. Yes, and a few other species of horses that I've raised over the years, said the Joker, gazing at the large herd running freely. Your mount seems to be having quite a lot of fun there, he added. Adam deeply looked at Luna for a long time. In the end, he revealed a faint smile. Yes, outside she's almost always restricted to the stables, but in here she has all the freedom. Freedom, the Joker thought in a daze. He involuntarily looked up, his gaze seemingly penetrating the spatial barrier. I wonder when I'll be able to go to the spirit world. He was an entity born from the secret plane. As part of an arrangement left behind by his master, he was unable to leave this place until he found a successor. Thinking of that, he turned to Adam. In the past several thousand years, this raven-haired youth had shown the most promise. Thus, the Joker had designated him as a potential candidate to inherit the secret plane. But before he could do that, he had to ensure that he followed his master's arrangements. The Joker's face instantly darkened, and he thought, everything about this lad is good. No, it is great, but he is greedy, far too greedy. How can I leave the secret plane to someone like him? Oh, great master, what a conundrum. Seeing such a twisted expression on the Joker's face, Adam's lips twitched. What's the matter? Are you all right? Shut up or I'll hit you. The Joker growled. I was just asking. Adam pursed his lips. He turned towards the herd of horses. Then he crouched ever so lightly, applying strength to his legs before vaulting through the skies. In but a few moments, he had already crossed hundreds of meters and landed before the herd. Horses were alarmed by his sudden appearance, and in the next moment they scattered everywhere. Only one horse remained. Did you have fun? The youth walked towards her with a faint smile and gently patted her head. Luna neighed excitedly. She fondly rubbed her head against Adam's chest, eliciting a chuckle out of him. Ready to leave, the youth asked her with a knowing smile. Conflicted emotions flashed in Luna's eyes, and she couldn't help but subconsciously gaze towards the herd in the distance. They were waiting for her. In the end, Luna turned to Adam and reluctantly nodded. Adam deeply looked at her and revealed a gentle smile. It's fine, Luna. You can stay here if you wish. The horse was visibly startled. Adam shrugged. Once we reach Ravenfell, you will once again be bound to the stables. But here he looked around and smiled. You can run as much as you want. Luna was greatly taken aback. She stood on her hind legs and neighed gleefully. She then excitedly started to gallop around the raven-haired youth before fondly rubbing her head against him. Adam let out a light chuckle. Go on now. Midway, she stopped and turned around once again to look at Adam. The youth waved at her and smiled warmly. Don't worry. We will reunite again. Luna neighed happily and then joined the herd. The Joker watched this interaction take place and couldn't help but faintly smile. Adam turned his head to look at him and asked, You mentioned something about me being the candidate. He paused for a moment before adding, This is related to me inheriting the secret plane, isn't it? HMPH, the Joker scoffed arrogantly. Talk about inheriting this place once you become a monocore magus. Adam's lips curled into a confident smirk. It will be sooner than you think. The Joker scoffed again, but inwardly he felt that it was quite possible. After all, the youth had become a mana vortex magus before the age of 35. Come now, little Val, time to leave. Adam beckoned to the young dragon. Valyrian turned to look at the eccentric man and waved his paw. Goodbye, Sir Joker. Farewell, little one. The Joker smiled warmly. The Joker wanted to show a cocky attitude, but the faint smile on his lips betrayed him. Do not return until you've advanced to the mana core rank. Then I will test you one final time. Adam nodded with a faint smile. I won't let you down. Fafafa, the Joker laughed out loud before snapping his fingers. May fortune favor you, lad, snap. A wave of vertigo washed over Adam as he was teleported out of the secret plane. It took a moment for him to gather his bearings. He looked around and saw that it was nighttime and that he was standing on the outskirts of Glassford. He turned towards the central square of the city and smiled. Farewell, he muttered under his breath. Then he turned to face the looming silhouette of the murky mountains. Without a moment's hesitation, he began walking in that direction. His heart pounded with anticipation, and a faint smile crept onto his lips. It was time. Time to check on the old man. The murky mountains separated the Southern Federation from the Akkadian Empire. Ancient, untamed, and shrouded in perpetual mist, The mountains were a cursed frontier where even the bravest of magi feared to traverse, and the deeper one ventured the more life-threatening the journey became. This treacherous stretch of land was more than a natural barrier. It was a graveyard of the reckless. Legend had it that its dark forests and jagged cliffs whispered the haunted voices of those who entered and never returned. As if the land wasn't hostile enough, it was also infested with horrorful magical beasts, savage tribes of bloodthirsty orcs, cunning trolls that hunted under the moonlight, and ogres whose flesh was as hard as steel. Some legends even claim that ancient dark magi slept beneath the mountains, beings that predated nations and empires. Mana foundation and mana liquefaction beings could be found in abundance in these perilous lands. Mana vortex existences were slightly less common, but ever-present. Moreover, there were whispers of magical beasts with strength equivalent to the mana core rank residing in these mountains. Whether these rumors were true or not remained to be found. But one thing was for certain: should any of these mana core beasts, if they exist in the first place, descend the mountains, then utter pandemonium would ensue and the lands would be dyed in crimson. Fortunately enough, the mountains occupied a vast area of land, bigger than even the Southern Federation. The Murky Mountains weren't just a boundary, they were a stern warning, a living curse. Adam was extremely alert as he made his way through the dense jungles. It had been close to a month since he had entered, and he had only just crossed the outermost periphery. First, he was being cautious in his journey and as such was treading slowly. Second, the Murky Mountains were simply that expansive. With his current speed, it would take him around half a year just to trudge through these mountain ranges. Mana vortex existences weren't a match for him, yet he still chose to be extra cautious while traveling. After all, he had grown up listening to tales of horrors about this place. It was something that was etched deep into his heart since he was a child. His parents would tell him stories about the monsters lurking in these dark mountains. The professors at Clover Academy were also the same. The Murky Mountains were a symbol of mystery and terror to anyone who grew up in the Southern Federation. It's a good thing I didn't get Luna along with me, he thought to himself as he jumped from one branch of a tree to another. The underbrush was thick with vegetation and was not viable for Luna to travel through. In the past month, he had come across several magical beasts, trolls, and ogres. However, all of them were mana liquefaction rank and below. These were highly instinctual creatures to begin with, thus they easily retreated when he let out his overbearing aura. He didn't wish to draw any attention to himself in these dangerous lands. Who knew if there really was a mana core existence in these mountains? He surely didn't wish to find out. Adam raised his head and glanced at the twin moons through the thick forest canopy. His gaze was different this time when he looked at the smaller moon. Now, he knew that there was a portal on Luna that would allow him to travel to the greater universe. His eyes flashed with a look of yearning, and he softly muttered, "Soon." The youth sat down on the thick branch of the tree, deciding to camp out for the night. He had been traveling for the past several days straight. A circular disc rested on his palm, and atop the disc lay a needle that pointed in a particular direction. It was pointing in the direction of Berger. Blackie had given this to him in the past in case he ever came looking for the gnome in the Murky Mountains. Now, it finally came in handy. The circular disc was enchanted with magic from the School of Divination, allowing him to accurately pinpoint Berger's location. "I wonder how long it will take me," he thought. "Old man, I wonder how you are faring. Have you been well all this time?" He leaned against the trunk of the tree and recalled the days he learned to concoct potions from the old gnome. Those quiet days at Herb's Moor, filled with warmth and laughter, remained some of his fondest memories. A faint smile formed on his lips as he recalled the good old days. With a flick of his finger, he conjured a bag of cooked meat from his earrings. Sitting in silence, he took a bite, chewing slowly with his eyes closed, savoring both the food and the bittersweet memories. Suddenly, his hand paused when he noticed a few presences approaching him through his sphere of resonance. But the next moment, he continued to eat. More than a minute later, a group of 3 orcs passed by under him. One radiated the power of the mana liquefaction rank, while the other 2 exuded the aura of the mana foundation rank. Adam coldly watched them pass by, not even bothering to deal with them. He wasn't the kind to spill blood without purpose, but it seemed that the knight had no intention of remaining silent. One of the mana foundation rank orcs just happened to look up by sheer coincidence. His eyes immediately narrowed when he gazed at the dark-robed figure calmly sitting on the branch and munching on delicious meat. The orc immediately alerted the other 2. Now all 3 orcs had gathered at the base of the tree, intently staring at Adam. No, to be more precise, they were staring at the cooked meat in his hand, as well as the bulging bag filled with food beside him. Looks like they were out hunting for food, Adam thought as he continued to casually eat. A few moments later, he threw the bag containing the cooked meat at the orcs, causing them to be greatly taken aback. Initially, they thought it was a trap, but when they saw that the bag was actually filled with food, they couldn't help but become clueless. Right at that moment, Adam's cold voice sliced through the darkness like a dagger. The sound alone sent shivers down their spines, and a primal fear gripped the orcs' hearts. I'll give it to you, came the chilling words of the Dark King. It's not worth your life. A chill crawled down the spines of the orcs. When they heard Adam's words, they could feel his tyrannical aura seep into their bones and freezing them in place. The mana liquefaction orc was covered in sweat. By now, he had already realized that the figure sitting on the tree branch was no ordinary human. He was a mana vortex magus. The group of 3 orcs found it difficult to move their bodies. Their gaze shifted from Adam to the bag of meat on the ground before them. A moment later, the raven-haired youth retrieved his overbearing aura, causing the orcs to slump to the ground, gasping for air. Scram, he flatly muttered. Then he continued to enjoy the roasted meat. But a few moments later, he couldn't help but frown. He lowered his head and saw that the group of orcs was still present. They were shivering in fear, but they refused to leave. The youth was unable to understand their motives. He couldn't help but wonder if they were truly stupid enough to think they could deal with him, but it didn't take long for him to understand the orcs' motives. Through his sphere of resonance, Adam sensed several more presences, numbering in the dozens, coming in his direction. Sensing that, he couldn't help but smile wryly. This group of 3 orcs wasn't out to hunt. They were the scouting party. The vast majority of the orcs approaching had strength equivalent to the mana foundation rank. About a tenth of them radiated the aura of the mana liquefaction rank, while one of the orcs, the one leading the group, he was radiating the aura of a mana vortex magus. Realizing this, Adam couldn't help but sigh. He looked at the twin moons through the dense forest canopy and murmured, "Why is it so difficult to live in peace? Live in peace." The mana liquefaction orc on the ground gathered the courage to speak. He looked at Adam, his eyes flashing with fear as well as anger. "You trespass into our territory and speak of peace. Human, you have made a grave mistake." Adam completely ignored him. But he was slightly taken aback that the rank 2 orc knew the language of humans. He retrieved the circular disc, the one that led him to Berger's location, from his earrings. Then, after confirming the general direction, he put it away. Despite dozens of orcs being led by a mana vortex existence approaching him, he was calm and collected. He continued to nonchalantly munch on the roasted meat. There were 2 reasons why he didn't leave yet. One, he felt that there was a chance that the rank 3 orc might have the means to track him, at which point it would be very inconvenient for Adam, who didn't wish to draw any attention to himself in this dangerous place. So he might as well deal with the rank 3 orc here and be done with it once and for all. But most importantly, he wanted to acquire a map of the surrounding lands from one of these orcs. It would make it easier for him to navigate these lands. Orcs were very territorial creatures. They didn't take it lightly if an outsider trespassed on their territory. It was exactly like the rank 2 orc had just said. The orcs in the distance must have also noticed the slight disturbance here as Adam sensed them increasing their speeds and rapidly approaching him. Within the next minute, the tree he was perched on was surrounded by orcs on all sides. All of them glared at him with bloodthirst. Some of the more recluse and also weakestones even tried to attack him, but were timely stopped by older orcs. But not a ripple of emotion could be found in Adam's eyes. He continued to eat as he scanned his surroundings, gazing at every orc that had arrived. There were slightly fewer than 50 orcs. 5 of them were mana liquefaction existences, and the rest were mana foundation. An old orc with a slightly hunched back, wearing tattered black robes, approached the base of the tree. But Adam knew that despite this old orc's appearance, he was anything but weak. Seeing the old magus standing fearlessly before him, Adam's lips curled into a smirk. His lips parted and he slowly and calmly spoke in their language. "I'll make you a promise," Adam said coldly, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Give me the map of the surrounding region and I'll let you live." "Sounds like a fair deal, yes." A cold chuckle escaped the old orc's mouth. He raised his head to look at Adam and spoke in amusement. "Human, you don't seem to realize the situation you are in." He paused for a moment and waved his hand. All the orcs in the surroundings brandished their weapons and prepared to cast spells. They all had vicious expressions on their faces and looked like they couldn't wait to attack Adam and bathe in his blood. The old orc continued, "Quickly die and give me everything you have." His eyes flashed with an avaricious light as he looked at the fine robes Adam was wearing, as well as the several leather pouches tied around his waist. From a single glance, he could tell that the youth had many resources on him. Moreover, he was also a mana vortex magus, meaning he was a man of means. The orc's lips curled into a cruel smile. "I'll put them to good use. I'll flay you and wear your skin as a trophy." "Sounds like a good deal, yes." Adam shook his head in exasperation. "Your men don't need to die. Fight me yourself if you want to. You humans sure are arrogant." The elder orc snickered as he raised his hand, giving the order for his men to attack. "Why should I fight when my warriors alone can take care of you?" Thud, the orc's voice got caught in his throat when he felt a sudden searing pain shoot through his arm. Slowly, he looked down. His hand was gone, severed cleanly from the wrist. Terror gripped his heart and cold sweat soaked his back. He hadn't even seen the youth move. One moment he was before him, the next moment he was gone. When he glanced up at the tree branch where Adam had been sitting moments ago, it was empty. Then, like a whisper from the grave, a cold voice drifted into his ears from directly behind him. You should have taken the deal. Adam appeared behind the elder orc like a ghost, leaving behind a trail of shadows. He held in his hand a sharp dagger shaped in the likeness of a raven's feather. Drops of blood dripped from the black blade and fell to the ground, its sound causing the orcs to slowly slip into despair. The youth was simply too fast. Like a phantom, he had appeared behind the elder orc. If he wanted to, he could have easily decapitated him, but he instead only chose to cut off his hand. Meanwhile, the elder orc couldn't stop his body from trembling in utter horror. Seeing the blood endlessly gushing out from his wrist caused him to reevaluate the situation. He slowly turned around with both arms raised in surrender. He knew that he was no match for the raven-haired Magus. The orc knelt down on the ground and muttered fearfully, Lord Magus, what do you want? I already told you what I want, Adam muttered coldly. He flicked the dagger in his hand, casting off the bloodstains on its blade before storing it away inside his earrings. The map, the orc blurted out. Yes, I will give you the map. In return, please spare me. With that said, he conjured a thick, rolled-up parchment made of leather. The moment Adam's gaze landed on the parchment, his eyes narrowed. Then his lips curled into a cold smile. Leather made from human skin, eh? The old orc's entire body started to tremble violently. He raised his head and pleaded, this. He tried to come up with an excuse, but the fear in his heart didn't allow him to think straight. The orc couldn't believe that he was feeling such terror in the face of a young human Magus. The aura Adam was radiating was absolutely tyrannical, causing not only him but all the other orcs to gasp for air. A foreboding feeling welled up in their hearts, telling them that perhaps they wouldn't make it to see the sunrise. Adam slowly walked towards the old orc. He then grabbed the rolled-up parchment, unfurled it, and observed the map closely. He nodded his head ever so slightly before rolling the parchment and keeping it away for the time being. You know, I had once participated in a war between your kind and mine, Adam coldly stated. It happened more than 2 decades ago. It was the first war that I had fought in. The elder orc blurted out in panic, that wasn't us. There are countless tribes in these mountains. The war you're talking about was caused by the eastern tribes. Adam coldly looked down upon the orc with narrowed eyes. And what about your tribe? Have you never raided human settlements? Have you never used human skin to make maps? The elder orc's heart was gripped by fear when he saw the youth suddenly conjure a dark staff. He hurriedly extended his hands. My lord, wait. I can tell you the location of an ancient artifact within these mountains if you promise to spare my. Bam! Adam's movements were a blur. Before the orc could even finish talking, he had already raised the staff and slammed it straight on his head. The orc's head instantly caved in. His skull cracked open from that single attack, but Adam wasn't done yet. He raised the staff yet again and delivered another solid strike. Bam! He continued to viciously strike the mana vortex orc while gnashing his teeth in fury, using the skin of my people to make a map, and then handing over that map to me. You must have been out of your fucking mind. Adam finally stopped after all that was left of the old orc was shattered bones, torn flesh, and a grotesque, unrecognizable corpse. He exhaled slowly, wiping the warm blood from his face as the storm within him finally began to settle. The fact that the orc had flayed a human and used their skin to make the map truly made him furious. He couldn't remember the last time he had lost control of his emotions so badly. The moment he withdrew his staff, the orcs who surrounded him suddenly snapped out of their senses. When they saw how brutally their chief had been murdered, they couldn't stop their bodies from trembling in horror. At that point, they didn't care about anything but survival. In a split second, they rose to their feet and scattered in all directions. They would do anything to escape from the devil in human clothing. Before they could even cover a few meters, the gravity around them abruptly increased, and they found themselves kneeling on the ground. The weaker ones lay sprawled on the ground, their limbs trembling and bones creaking beneath the weight of pressure and fear. Rank 2 spell, Amplify Gravity. Who said you could leave? Adam's cold voice drifted into their ears. The orcs began to sob loudly, begging to be spared. No matter how much they struggled, they were unable to move even an inch under the weight of gravity. If you raise your weapon to take a life, then you must also be ready to forfeit your own, Adam muttered coldly. With a flick of his finger and a simple hand seal, he unleashed his spell. Rank 1 spell, Magic Missiles. Dozens of magic spells materialized in the air above him. With another simple wave of his hand, they shot through the air and pierced the heads of the orcs with deadly accuracy. Within moments, the screams of the orcs died down, and the jungle returned to silence. Adam remained standing amidst dozens of orc corpses, his gaze blank and his mind a mess. Needless to say, the encounter with the orcs thoroughly soured his mood. He conjured the crude map, eyes narrowing as he studied its grotesque texture. After memorizing its contents, he burned it to cinders with a flick of his finger. The scent of charred flesh lingered, causing him to frown. The thought of carrying a map made from human skin made his stomach turn. Adam turned his gaze to the mangled corpse of the rank 3 orc, scanning for anything of worth. He crouched beside the body, completely unfazed by the blood, flesh, and gore, and began searching for valuable items. Every weapon, spell material components, and the storage pouch were taken without hesitation. He rose to his feet and turned away, not sparing a single glance at the carnage he left behind. As he ventured deeper into the heart of the murky mountains, he could already hear the grotesque sounds of hungry beasts growling and tearing the corpses apart behind him. In many ways, the murky mountains were a reflection of the world of magi itself. It was a brutal realm where strength dictated fate, and the strong devoured the weak. Without remorse. The orcs called the murky mountains their home, so naturally, their understanding of the dangerous terrains here was much deeper than Adam could ever hope to achieve. Because of the map he had taken from the elder orc, he was able to navigate fluidly through these Dangiar lands, cutting the time it would have taken to reach his destination by half. Adam was able to avoid the territories of these tribes, following the guidelines of the map. He didn't want to draw any attention to himself, especially after his encounter with the group of orcs earlier. Now, more than ever, he was extremely cautious after getting his hands on the map. After all, there were several forbidden zones in the map. Even the rank 3 old orc didn't dare to go. Adam couldn't only speculate that these forbidden areas were home to ferocious wild beasts equivalent to mana vortex magus, or perhaps even stronger. He didn't wish to find out. Thus, he silently trudged through the dark jungles and made his way to the heart of the murky mountains. However, the closer he got to his destination, the darker his expression became. 2 weeks after his encounter with that group of orcs, Adam found himself standing at the base of a towering mountain riddled with deciduous trees and shadowy figures. This mountain looked no different than the thousands of mountains that occupied this enormous stretch of land. However, it gave off a very dangerous aura. Adam could feel it in his bones. Whatever it was that resided in this mountain was a very dangerous creature. Furthermore, this mountain was designated as Forbidden Zone in the map. The raven-haired youth should have, by all means, avoided this place. Just the aura radiating from the top of the mountain caused him to go on high alert, ringing all kinds of warning bells inside his mind. But herein lay the problem. The circular disc with the needle floating on it pointed straight towards the mountain. In the past 2 weeks, he had come across several such mountains that were home to beasts. The entire mountain would be occupied by beasts from the same species. The bottom of the mountain would be dominated by beasts whose strength was equivalent to mana foundation magi, and the middle part would be occupied by beasts radiating the aura of mana liquefaction magi. As for the peak of the mountain, it would be solely occupied by the king of beasts, an existence equivalent to a mana vortex magus. However, the fact that this mountain before Adam was marked as a forbidden zone by that orc caused him to hesitate to move forward. Suddenly, Adam's eyes narrowed when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. From behind the trees, a pack of regular wolves led by a larger wolf radiating the aura of a rank 1 magical beast came into view. They growled at him menacingly, seemingly warning him not to set foot into their territory. Adam's eyes narrowed further when he saw this pack of wolves. Then he shifted his gaze to the needle on the disc that pointed towards the peak of the mountain. A wolf, he muttered under his breath. Could it be? He turned towards the summit of the mountain, his dark eyes flickering with hope. The youth couldn't help but think to himself, if it's him, then it would make sense why this mountain would be marked as a forbidden zone. However, he still did not know for sure. There was only one way to confirm his speculation. Adam took a deep breath and muttered the words he always spoke before doing something reckless. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. With those words, he unleashed the full force of his aura. A shockwave of raw power burst from his body, distorting the air around him. The wind screamed as if in agony, trees creaked and bent under the pressure, and birds scattered from the canopy in a chaotic mess of feathers. Far across the mountain, wolves whimpered and fled, their primal instincts screaming in terror. Then came the howls, hundreds of them, if not thousands. They rose one after another, each fiercer than the last. Seeing the aftermath of his actions, Adam exhaled slowly. His lips curled into a nervous smile as he stepped into the shadows of the mountain looming before him. This better work, he thought to himself, or I won't hesitate to teleport away from here. The higher Adam climbed, the more wolves he came across. All of them stood far from him, growling at him, but the fear in their eyes was unmistakable clear. The youth didn't rush the ascent. He was cautious of his surroundings, constantly on the lookout for anything abrupt and life-threatening. His expression darkened as he continued to climb higher and higher. The strength of the beasts gradually increased, from mana foundation to mana liquefaction, from mana liquefaction to mana vortex. Yet he was nowhere near the summit of the mountain. That could only mean one thing. The beast occupying the summit of the mountain was the strongest mana vortex rank in this place, or perhaps it was stronger than even that. Adam gazed at the needle on the circular disc, constantly making sure that he was on the right track. Yet, the needle continued to guide him towards the mountain peak. It has to be. His heart bubbled with anticipation and nervousness. The midday sun gradually drifted across the sky and set beyond the horizon. By the time Adam had arrived at the summit, the sky was dyed a shade of red. The same color flashed in the eyes of the hundreds of wolves that radiated the aura of the mana vortex rank. Instead of feeling afraid, however, the youth breathed a sigh of relief. The needle on the disc pointed at a large cave. The entrance of the cave was dark, but he could faintly see the outline of an enormous wolf. Adam put away the disc as he walked towards the cave entrance. The wolves around him, strangely enough, did not attack him. Some curiously looked at him, while others furiously growled, but none dared to come forward. He finally arrived before the cave entrance, gazing at the enormous wolf inside. No words were said, the two just silently stared at each other. The giant wolf finally got to his feet, causing all the other rank 3 wolves autist to immediately bow down in reverence. Under the light of the setting sun, the wolf's appearance finally became visible as he came out of the cave. He deeply looked at Adam with gentle eyes, carefully observing him from head to toe. "You have grown up," he said, his voice deep and filled with warmth. "I almost did not recognize you." The moment Adam heard the familiar voice, a wide grin bloomed on his face. Without hesitation, he dashed forward and threw his arms around the beast, giving him a tight embrace. "Blackie, I missed you." The enormous black wolf gave a low huff when he saw Adam's sudden reaction. Then his eyes flashed with warmth and he leaned into the embrace. "I've missed you too, Adam." The next moment, a gray light flashed and Valyrian appeared beside the two. The moment the young dragon's gaze landed on the giant black wolf, he screamed excitedly, "Blackie, Blackie." The little guy ran circles around the two in an extremely happy manner. It's me, did you miss me?" The wolf fondly gazed at him, recalling the times he used to tease him back in Moon City. Blackie lowered himself and nudged his head against the young dragon. "You have grown as well, little Valyrian," he said with a warm smile. "And yes, I have missed you dearly." Mayu, Valyrian was so happy to reunite with Blackie that he couldn't stop licking the latter's cheek. Out of all the beasts he had known growing up, Blackie was undoubtedly the closest to him. Seeing the two interact with one another, Adam couldn't help but smile. When he turned to the giant black wolf, his smile turned wry. Before Berger had gone into isolation to advance to the Mana core rank, Blackie had always appeared as a small black puppy with a mischievous air around him. But since the gnome had gone, Blackie's demeanor had changed. It was almost as if he was forced to grow up. No, to be more precise, he returned to how he used to be. It was only when Berger was around could Blackie act like a frivolous little puppy, but things had changed now. Adam watched from the side as Blackie and Valyrian conversed with one another. He didn't interrupt them, no matter how eager he was to learn about Berger. He knew how close the two were. Valyrian treated Blackie no different than family, and Adam didn't want to come in the way of their reunion. The youth turned towards the deeper part of the cave. A pair of towering stone doors occupied the other end of the cave. All sorts of intricate runes were carved on the doors, each lined with precision. From beyond them, Adam could sense an immense surge of dense, roiling mana pressing against the threshold. The energy fluctuations coming from within were undoubtedly stronger than the mana vortex rank. However, they were not quite equivalent to the mana core rank. Not yet. Sensing this, Adam couldn't help but frown. "Old man, what's taking you so long?" It had been over a decade since Berger had entered Solitude in order to attack the mana core rank. However, he had still not succeeded. Adam couldn't help but become anxious at this development. What if something happens to him? What if he fails? What if? "You do not have to worry." Blackie's calm voice drifted into his ears, gently assuring him, "Have faith in Berger, he will succeed." Adam took a deep breath and forced a smile. I know he will." It's just he deeply looked into the wolf's dark eyes and asked, "What's taking him so long? Is it his old age?" Although it was true that advancing earlier meant fewer problems during future breakthroughs, it still shouldn't have taken Berger this long. This could only mean that there was another underlying problem preventing him from advancing to the mana core rank. Blackie heaved a soft sigh and explained, "Old age is a part of it. Yes, but real reason lies in the deep wounds he's carried through the years." Berger's life before he arrived at Moon City had always been a mystery to Adam. When he had met Crummer Grimriver a few years back, the latter had mentioned something about Berger being involved in a great battle in Europa. After that battle, Berger had left behind everything and moved to the Ulier continent. He chose the Southern Federation as the place to retire and live out the rest of his remaining days. That was all Adam knew. So when he heard Blackie mention the deep wounds that Berger sustained, he couldn't help but ask, "Is it related to the battle in Europa? You know about this?" Blackie was a little surprised. As far as he knew, Berger had never told the youth about his past. Not really. Adam shook his head. "I met a warden from the Brotherhood a few years ago, a dwarf by the name of Crummer Grimriver. He mentioned to me in passing, but that was all he told me." Blackie remained silent for a long time, seemingly thinking of where to even begin. Several minutes later, he spoke. "Berger is originally from the Europa continent. He was a rogue magus, a wanderer before he joined the Twilight Brotherhood." The wolf's expression turned downcast, and he continued, "He had a wife and a son." Adam interrupted him with a shocked look on his face. Old man had a family. Then, it suddenly dawned on him and his body couldn't help but tremble. Wait, Blackie, what do you mean he had? Are you telling me they? The Black Wolf nodded. Yes, they have already passed away. His dark eyes flashed with ferocity, and he continued they were killed by Berger's enemies. Even though his wife and son were mortals with no mana coursing through their veins, his enemies killed them regardless. Adam was thunderstruck by this discovery, but soon the shock was replaced by anger, unprecedented anger. Blackie continued. To avenge his family, Berger waged a brutal, blood-soaked war against his enemies. Several members of the Brotherhood stood with him in that madness. In the end, he succeeded. Those responsible for the murder of his loved ones were wiped out. But even then, nothing changed. The anger remained, so did the emptiness. It was during that final battle that he suffered wounds so severe that they nearly claimed his life. With his vengeance hollow and his body broken, he vanished from Europa and quietly came to Moon City, leaving everything behind. Adam clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He couldn't believe that the old man, who looked after him in his youth and taught him so many things about magic and herbalism, had such a tragic past. The dwarf you mentioned, Crummer, also participated in that bloody battle, Blackie added. Adam remained silent for a very long time, the weight of this information settling deep within his chest. A slow and burning rage welled up inside of him, directed squarely at those who had taken everything from Berger. Just what kind of despicable people would do such a thing? He spat through gritted teeth. To go after his family who didn't even practice magic. These people are the worst of the worst, ruthless, depraved, and willing to do anything to achieve their twisted goals, Blackie muttered coldly. He paused for a moment before continuing, his voice low and grim. In fact, from what I have recently uncovered, their wretched claws have already sunk deep into the Ulier continent. Adam's expression darkened, shadows flickering across his face. They're here, yes. Blackie gave a slow, solemn nod, and I believe you've already encountered them. Adam froze, his breath catching in his throat. A dreadful thought emerged in his mind, and when he spoke, it was filled with disbelief. It can't be, he softly muttered. Blackie's next words were like a hammer blow to his chest. It is the cult of bones. Adam's heart turned cold. It's them again, it's always them. He already despised the cult for their actions, and for the number of times they tried to kill him or abduct him. But now, after learning of what they did to Berger in the past, he couldn't help but utterly loathe them. He thought of something and spoke in a grave tone. They're planning something big this year. He paused for a moment before asking Blackie, do you know about the Grand Magus tournament? The wolf nodded solemnly. I do know they are planning something in Ravenfell. Adam was slightly taken aback. Wait, how do you even know all of this? According to him, it should have been impossible for Blackie, who was residing in the middle of the Murky Mountains for the last decade, to be up to date on the current affairs in the Akkadian Empire. Moreover, the information regarding the Cult of Bones' operations on the continent was highly secretive in the first place. Perhaps only the upper echelons of the Twilight Brotherhood and Ravenfell were privy to this. Blackie should not have been aware of such intel unless he was in touch with magi from these two factions. It was unlikely for the wolf to come in contact with the latter, so that left only one option. Have you been communicating with people from the Brotherhood? Adam asked, his eyes flashing with an inquisitive light. Blackie revealed a faint smile. There's one here. Adam was taken aback. There's a magus from the Brotherhood here. Where? He turned around, scanning the mountains, but all he saw were trees and wolves. Even after extending his sphere of resonance, he couldn't find the presence of another magus nearby. The advancement to the Mana Core rank is a monumental milestone, Blackie began. It represents the pinnacle of arcane magic on this planet. That's why the Brotherhood spared no effort to ensure Berger's advancement went smoothly. I understand that, but Adam stepped out of the cave, expanding his sphere of resonance to the maximum extent. Why can't I sense this person? Did they go somewhere? The Black Wolf assured him, don't worry, Adam. He is here, always watching over this mountain. Adam sensed the surroundings for a few more seconds before returning to the cave. If you say so, he shrugged. Does he know the old man? He asked curiously as he sat down cross-legged on the ground. The wolf too sat down beside the youth, resting his head on the ground. Yes, they share a long history. In many ways, he could be considered Berger's mentor, the old man's mentor. Adam was pleasantly surprised. Then I wish to meet him too. Blackie couldn't help but chuckle. We'll see about that. That man is a recluse. I rarely see him myself. Adam's lips twitched. Is that why he's hiding right now? I don't sense his presence at all. Just what kind of person can evade my sphere of resonance? He thought to himself, he's either out of range, or... The wolf changed the subject. He turned towards the youth, his eyes flashing with pride. I would have never expected you to become a mana vortex magus at such a young age. Hee, Adam chuckled abashedly. He pointed at the giant wolf and teased, and you. All this while you've been pretending to be an adorable puppy, but you're actually in existence that's at the very least at the mana vortex rank. The two shared a hearty laugh. For a few moments, it was as if time had rewound and they had arrived back in Moon City, living a happy and carefree life within the walls of Herbsmoor. Blackie Adams' expression suddenly turned downcast and his lips quivered ever so slightly. Nothing's going to happen to the old man, right? The wolf deeply looked at him. Truth be told, he didn't know the answer to that as well. All he had was hope. Everything will be all right, Adam, everything will be all right. Adam nodded, unable to utter a word. His eyes couldn't help but involuntarily tear up. A few moments later, he wiped his eyes and took a deep breath. Yes, everything will be all right, he added, his tone laced with resolve. He turned to Blackie and continued, I'm going to carve runes around the mountain first thing in the morning. It's a mana-gathering formation and will surely help the old man. A mana-gathering runic formation. The wolf was slightly stunned. Just where did you learn that? Blackie was as old as, if not older than, Berger. His knowledge regarding the arcane wasn't superficial, to say the least. If anything, he had experienced and come across a lot of things in his long life, yet he hadn't come across anything even remotely similar to a runic formation that gathered the mana in the environment and converged it into a single area. Such knowledge did not belong to this planet. Adam lied through his teeth. Oh, I found it in my travels. He paused for a moment before adding, I travel a lot, by the way, to very dangerous places. Blackie cast a dubious glance at the youth but didn't press further. Everyone had secrets, after all. He too had secrets. He turned to look at the night sky, his eyes seemingly piercing through the firmament and gazing deep into the distant ocean of stars. His eyes flashed with conflicting emotions, and he couldn't help but sigh as he recalled his past. What is it? Adam asked with an arched eyebrow, sensing Blackie's sudden change in emotions. Blackie shook his head, smiling. Nothing. He paused for a moment and asked, tell me about your travels. Where should I even begin? Adam let out a light chuckle. He conjured a large portion of raw meat as well as a gourd of wine from his earrings, followed by items to prepare a bonfire. After arriving in Ravenfell, I was sent to this town called Stratford. He began talking about his battle with the werewolf as he prepared the meat in the fire. Blackie listened with a faint smile, whereas Valyrian had already fallen asleep on Adam's lap. The sound of hushed conversations and laughter mingled in the air with the aroma of fresh meat as the two sat inside the cave. Blackie listened with a warm smile, the kind worn by a gentle elder. Meanwhile, Adam spoke with lively enthusiasm, recounting all he had experienced since leaving Moon City. Little did he know. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, another figure was quietly listening to every word he said. Adam peacefully slept the entire night within the cave. He had barely been getting any rest ever since he entered the murky mountains, constantly on the lookout for anything that might happen. These were dangerous lands after all, and he had to be alert at all times. But in Blackie's presence, all his worries had vanished, and he could finally let down his guard. Moreover, the mountain was teeming with all sorts of wolves whose strength ranged from the Mana Foundation rank to the Mana Vortex rank. All these wolves seemed to be Blackie's underlings, adding another layer of security. Thus, this mountain was the safest place Adam could be in within the murky mountains. You stay here, Val, said the raven-haired youth as he changed into a set of white robes. I'm going to set a grand runic formation around the mountain. That should help the old man. He spoke the last words while staring at the towering stone doors behind him. It will definitely help him. Meanwhile, Valyrian completely ignored Adam as he was busy circling Blackie. It would seem that his excitement still hadn't died down. Something of this scale is sure to require a lot of resources. Blackie spoke in a calm voice. I do not have any knowledge of rune magic, but I am aware that runesmiths require high-quality magical ingredients while establishing runic formations. Don't worry about it. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. I think I have more than enough ingredients. Don't forget I'm a herbalist. I always carry magical ingredients with me. But what about their quality? Blackie pressed. Last I remember, you had only become a grade 2 herbalist while under Berger's tutelage. Adam nodded. Most of the ingredients I have are grade 2, so it should be fine. I also have a few grade 3 ingredients which I'm planning to use in all the core anchor points of the formation. The youth displayed a confident smile, rest assured. I will pour my heart and soul into constructing this runic formation. Blackie remained silent for a few moments. From what he'd gathered, the mana-gathering runic formation would be highly beneficial for Berger's advancement to the mana core rank. Setting aside the shock of finding out that such a runic formation even existed in this place, in Adam's possession, no less, Blackie knew that the higher quality the ingredients used in the formation, the greater the final result. Hold on a second, he said as he closed his eyes. Adam was curious about what the wolf would do. Then under his stunned gaze, he saw something similar to a tiny portal open inside Blackie's mouth. From it, a large wooden trunk shot out and landed at Adam's feet. The youth's mouth was wide agape. It's been a while since I've seen you do that, he said incredulously. See if they will suffice. Blackie gestured to the trunk. Adam crouched and curiously opened the lid of the trunk. Soon, his eyebrows arched in surprise. These are all of them are grade 3 ingredients. Wait, there are even a few grade 4 ingredients. Use whatever you need, Blackie said with a nod. It took a little while for Adam to come to his senses. He then couldn't help but beam. This is perfect. The effects of the runic formation will be far more potent now. He put away the wooden trunk inside his earrings and immediately departed, leaving behind his parting words, "It'll take several weeks for me to finish my work. I'll be leaving Val in your care." With that said, he disappeared from his spot, using his mobility technique. "Blackie, Blackie, let's play." Valyrian continued to excitedly run circles around the black wolf. Let's play, let's play." Mayu, the wolf, turned to the young dragon and couldn't help but smile warmly. "Little Valyrian, you should be about 20 years of age now, yes." Valyrian nodded his head excitedly. "Yes, now let's play." Blackie chuckled, seeing the young dragon act so animated. "Before we play, tell me what you have learned in these past years." "Learned?" Valyrian sat down, stroking his furry face with his paw just like he'd seen his brother do countless times. "I've learned how to count. I also know the currency conversion rate between the Southern Federation and the Akkadian Empire. Right, I can also tell if gold is real or not." The wolf's lips couldn't help but twitch listening to that answer. The conversion rate, why would you? Sigh, he's just like Adam, he thought. Both of them seemed to have a profound love for money. He suddenly thought of something, causing his expression to turn stern. "Valyrian, you haven't been drinking, have you?" "Drinking?" Valyrian asked with a cute tilt of his head. "I drink milk sometimes. It's not bad. No, I meant wine." The black wolf shook his head. "I hope you haven't been drinking wine." "No, no, no, no." Valyrian shook his head vigorously. "Big brother doesn't even let me come near it. This one time I asked him to let me taste some of his wine, but he scolded me. He even starved me for that entire day, and told me never to drink wine. Ever." Blackie let out a light chuckle. "Very well then." He then slowly walked out of the cave. "Come with me, I'll teach you how to hunt." "Why?" Valyrian made a face but followed behind him nonetheless. "Why can't we play like we used to in Moon City?" "Hunting is the same," Blackie smirked, "but the stakes are higher." "Fine, if you say so." And just like that, the two trekked down the mountain. In this distant corner of the universe, a young dragon was learning the art of the hunt from a wolf whose bloodline was no less noble, no less ancient than that of dragons themselves. At the bottom of the mountain, Adam found a nice spot to lay down the first of 5 anchor points for the grand runic formation. He looked around the empty plot of land before him and nodded. "Yes, this will do." Then, he rolled his sleeves to his elbows and sat at a nearby boulder. He retrieved a metallic disc in the shape of a pentagram from his earrings and then began carving intricate runes on it. He injected mana into the item that looked like a mixture of a chisel and a quill and continued to diligently carve esoteric symbols on the disc. The carvings were absolutely precise as his hands moved across the surface of the disc with purpose. In the near distance, concealed in the shadows of a deciduous tree, a mysterious figure observed him with quiet curiosity. The surprising part was, even with his sphere of resonance active, Adam remained completely unaware of the presence watching him. The runic formation Adam was working on was called the Convergence Sigil. Back in Ravenfell, he had created a similar formation inside his cottage behind Saratoga. He had also given his students portable discs containing this formation. However, all of them were small scale. They paled in comparison to what Adam was attempting to do now. This project would undoubtedly be the biggest he had ever worked on. After all, he would be carving runes all around the mountain and enveloping it within this grand runic formation, to gather the ambient mana from the surrounding environment and funnel it into a central node, which in this case would be the cave at the peak of the mountain where Berger was practicing mindfulness. The gathered mana could be used for various things, such as storing for future use, refining for arcane purposes, or using it to power a spell, an artifact, or even a ritual. In this case, however, the gathered mana would be refined by Berger in order to advance towards the mana core rank. The overall layout of the Convergence Sigil was highly complex and required a decent understanding of rune magic. Fortunately, it was within Adam's capabilities. Not to mention, it needed a large amount of magical resources. This runic formation would span a wide, circular area, completely encompassing the mountain. The runes would be carved on the ground, boulders, trees, and into metallic discs. It would consist of 4 primary rings, interlaced with runic symbols and geometric pathways. Currently, Adam was working on the outermost ring, also known as the Net of Absorption. This ring was composed of collector runes, drawn in a repeated pattern every 45 degrees, with each symbol shaped like a spiraling vortex. The runes here focused on drawing and absorbing mana and making it flow inward. Thin channel lines would radiate inward from each collector rune like spokes in a wheel, drawing ambient mana into the runic formation. The second ring was called the Elemental Filtration Array. This ring would be occupied by a rotating ring of runes, filtering mana by the elemental type fire, water, air, earth, and wood. It would be laid in the shape of a pentagram, encompassing the entire surface area of the mountain. Furthermore, each of the 5 points would serve as anchor points, which would be used to stabilize the large influx of energy. The precious magical ingredients that Blackie had given him would be placed in these anchor points to achieve maximum efficiency. The third ring, the circuit of compression, would contain tight loops and spirals, etched in silver or glowstone, channeling filtered mana into tighter and denser currents. The runes here would focus on compression, stabilization, and accelerated flow. Once activated, the mana would move along spiral grooves toward the peak of the mountain, visibly glowing brighter as it approached the core. Of course, in order not to draw any attention, this phenomenon would be hidden by an additional set of runes that would focus on concealing visions and sounds. However, the abundant mana surrounding the mountain would still end up drawing the beasts nearby. But Berger would still remain safe and sound since he was being protected by not only his mysterious mentor, but also Blackie, who commanded an army of thousands of powerful magical wolves. The fourth ring, known as the core of the convergence, would be drawn around the cave at the summit of the mountain. 5 Grade 4 ingredients, representing the 5 fundamental elements of nature, countless Grade 3 magical ingredients, and a hexagonal focus crystal would be placed at the entrance of the cave where Berger was breaking through. Furthermore, the cave would be surrounded by a binding triangle, inscribed with the trinity of runes that symbolized unity, anchor, and storage. Once all the rings were established, the runic formation could finally be activated. Of course, the activation still had to be done methodically through a metallic disc, and this disc would be controlled by Blackie. After a little more than a week, Adam had finally finished establishing the outermost ring, the net of absorption, along the base of the mountain. It was a very hectic and time-consuming process, to say the least. Adam had worked day and night to establish the outer ring, only taking rest back in the cave when he absolutely needed it. On this day, he had climbed further up the base of the mountain to begin working on the second ring, the elemental filtration array. He had already finished inscribing complex runes on the metal discs that would serve as the anchor points. He figured that setting up all the anchor points and binding them to the grade 4 magical ingredients would take about another week. The youth had dug a large pit on the ground, designating it as the place to establish one of the 5 anchor points. This point would be bound to the element of earth. Adam placed a large crystal at the center of the pit, then began carving intricate runes around it. Several hours later, he retrieved the metallic disc and placed it near the crystal. With a series of complex hand seals that took him a few minutes to complete, he bound the crystal and the disc together. He then emerged out of the pit and, with a simple spell, sealed it beneath a layer of earth once more. Finally done with the first anchor point, he muttered under his breath as he stretched his back and limbs. Then he remained silently standing before the covered-up pit. A few seconds later, his lips parted and the winds carried his voice. You should at least introduce yourself." No answer was heard. Adam did not know where this mysterious person was, as he was unable to sense him even with his sphere of resonance activated. But his sixth sense told him that he was being secretly observed. Adam turned around, a faint smile adorning his lips. He scanned the surroundings, still not quite sure where this person was. "That's quite the concealment magic you've got there, my lord," he said with a light smile. "Usually I pride myself on my observational capabilities, but this time." Adam took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Instead of depending on his sphere of resonance, however, he chose to use his raw instincts. Time seemed to have come to a standstill, and the colors around him seemed to have faded to nothingness. Finally, after what seemed like forever, yet also an instant, his eyes snapped open, revealing a bright glint flashing in them. In one swift motion, he retrieved Night Hello from his earrings and hurled it towards a specific point in the distance. Clang. The feather-shaped dagger struck an invisible barrier before falling to the ground. Adam's lips curled into a smirk. "There you are." Moments later, an aged man draped in regal robes emerged out of nothingness, silent and spectral like a ghost. The elderly man glanced at the black dagger lying beside his feet with a flat expression. Then he shifted his gaze towards Adam. "It's not concealment magic," he said, his voice distant, almost indifferent. "It's sealing magic." Sealing magic, Adam frowned. He had not expected the old man to use sealing magic to conceal himself. Essentially, what the man had done was effectively seal his presence. It was a very ingenious way of using sealing magic that belonged to the school of warding. Adam's eyebrows furrowed together when he realized that he still couldn't sense the man's presence despite the latter being right before him. Fascinating, he couldn't help but exclaim. "My lord, are you using sealing magic as we speak?" The elderly magus succinctly replied, "Always." With that said, he walked towards Adamto, be more precise. He walked towards the covered-up pit that contained the anchor point. He then stood beside Adam and silently observed the runes, his gaze seemingly piercing through the layers of earth and landing underground. While the man was observing the runic formation, Adam was observing him. So he is the old man's mentor, he wondered in quiet curiosity. The man appeared impossibly old, his skin thin and pale like parchment stretched over bones and muscles, etched with deep lines of countless years. Silvery white hair crowned his head. His eyes, though sunken, held a timeless intelligence, as if they had seen the rise and fall of nations and grown weary of both. The elderly man was draped in flowing robes of indigo and gold. He carried himself with a posture so upright and composed it defied his fragile frame. Despite his frailty, an aura of authority surrounded him, dignified, detached, and untouchable. He did not command the surroundings yielded to his presence, and there was something else. Adam squinted his eyes as he tried to identify this feeling. It was familiar. Though the old man's body seemed withered by time, there was an undeniable weight to his presence. Adam recalled his movements just now. They were slow and deliberate, yet they carried the stillness of someone who had long ago transcended haste. Standing right beside him, Adam could feel it. He could see it. The air around him felt thinner, heavier, as if space itself bent slightly in deference. To the untrained eye, he appeared frail. Perhaps even near death, but to someone with a keen perception like Adam, that illusion shattered instantly. In that moment, the raven-haired youth finally knew, and his eyes trembled. Beneath the surface of the seemingly weak elderly man lay a force so vast, so tightly coiled it was terrifying. Old, absolute, boundless. The old man didn't flaunt his strength. He didn't need to. The world simply knew. This was the peak of magic in Tron. This was the mana core rank. A drop of sweat trickled down the side of Adam's forehead, and he found his lips curling into a faint, nervous smile. This is the old man's mentor, a mana core magus, he thought incredulously. He pressed his right hand over his chest and then went down on one knee. I beg your forgiveness for my earlier impudence, my lord. The elderly magus turned towards him, glancing at him with emotionless eyes. Then he let out a light snort before turning his attention back towards the runes. But the slight snort caused Adam's back to be drenched in a layer of cold sweat. In that moment, he felt his heart sink. The nervous smile on his face deepened, and he thought, as expected of a mana core magus. Although Adam had met a magus far stronger than the one standing before him, that didn't mean he wouldn't display proper etiquette. Magi respected strength above all else. I would have never imagined the old man's background to be so deep, he thought. A mana core magus as a mentor, that's... Rise, the elderly man's word drifted into his ears, jolting him out of his thoughts. Yes, Adam immediately rose to his feet, his back straight as an arrow. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly in this man's presence. There was something about the old man's aura and the way he carried himself. It made Adam want to lower his head. Such a realization truly shocked him. Just what kind of station does he hold for him to have such an aura? He thought incredulously. He was certain that the elderly man sat at the Council of Dawn, the true leadership of the Twilight Brotherhood. Then that would mean he is the leader of the preservationist faction, Adam mused. Yes, there were also rumors about this faction's leader being extremely old, with one foot in the grave. After all, the old man is part of this faction. It would make sense for him to be in the same faction as his mentor. Where did you learn such profound rune magic, boy? Asked the aged man, his gaze still glued to the ground. Most of my knowledge comes from the books I've borrowed from the Brotherhood, Adam answered truthfully. He didn't dare to lie. The rest come from inheritances I've found during my travels. Knowledge about such a runic formation doesn't exist in the Brotherhood, the aged man said matter-of-factly. A few moments later, he turned towards Adam, gazing at him with narrowed eyes. It would appear that you have come across quite the inheritance. Adam forced a smile. I was fortunate, my lord. The old man turned his attention back to the pit, seemingly studying the runes. He didn't ask any more about the inheritance. As a magus who stood at the peak of the arcane arts in this world, he knew better than most that every magus had secrets and trump cards. As a magus who prided himself on righteousness, it would be beneath him to press Adam further on the matter. He did find this runic formation very fascinating, however. As Adam had speculated, the elderly magus was indeed the leader of the preservationist faction, who believed that the preservation of history, knowledge, and artifacts was critical to maintain balance. After a long silence, the aged man finally turned to Adam and spoke in a flat, unyielding voice. You will share the knowledge of this runic formation with me. It wasn't a request, it was a command. Adam's lips twitched. Isn't that a little rude of you? He thought awkwardly. But before he could respond, the old man spoke again. Like earlier, his words were a direct order that one simply could not refuse. His voice was just as firm, just as final. In return, I will teach you my sealing magic. Your sealing magic? Adam was slightly taken aback. It was not the offer that surprised him, but how the whole conversation was carried out. The aged man gave Adam one command and then another, and surprisingly enough, he found nothing wrong with either. He even found himself subconsciously nodding, thinking that the exchange wasn't all that bad. Wait, he screamed inwardly as a drop of sweat trickled down his forehead. There's something strange about this man, he thought. I find myself agreeing to whatever he says. It's like... Adam couldn't help but loudly gulp. Why are you using enchantment magic on me? For the first time, the aged man showed a reaction. His lips curled into a faint smirk. Berger was right. You truly have a gift in the spiritual aspect of magic. He paused for a moment, nodding ever so slightly. I suppose that would be the result of your exceedingly pure spiritual energy that he told me about. He raised his hand to nonchalantly stroke his long, white beard that reached down to his collarbones. My offer still stands, boy, he said. My sealing magic in exchange for the mana-gathering runic formation. Adam looked the aged man in the eye and displayed an amicable smile. Seeing this, the man also thought that the deal had gone through, but he couldn't have been more wrong. Yeah, I don't think so. Adam displayed the same friendly smile. My runic formation is far too valuable to be exchanged for sealing magic. Besides, my area of interest doesn't lie in the school of abjuration. He paused for a moment, taking in the subtle change in the old man's expression, before continuing if it was something related to the school of illusion or summoning, though I might have thought about it. The elderly man's expression turned stern. Boy, are you looking down on my sealing magic? No, my lord, Adam respectfully answered. How can I, a mere mana vortex magus, look down upon the magic of a mighty mana core magus? He paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with conviction. The truth is, it is you who is looking down on my rune magic. The elderly man remained silent, looking deeply at Adam's visage. He was not used to people refusing his commands after all. Adam continued, I think you very well know just how precious this runic formation is. Under its effects, a magus could exponentially increase their speed of practicing mindfulness. Not to mention, the land inside the runic formation would become an arcane haven for magi. The elderly man knew he was right. He remained silent for a few seconds before speaking. What do you want in return? He paused for another moment, conjuring 2 grimoires from his storage artifact before tossing them at him. Since you've just advanced to the mana vortex rank, this should be useful, he said. Adam curiously skimmed the contents of the 2 thick tomes. Each contained 10s of rank 3 spells, their fundamental principles, and every other knowledge pertaining to it. One grimoire belonged to the school of summoning, while the other belonged to the school of illusion. Spells were the rarest of all magical resources in the world of magi. There were even instances where a magus would advance a particular rank and still not use the spells of that rank because of their unavailability. A single powerful spell, if preserved carefully, could become a family heirloom. Moreover, the rarer and more unique the spell, the higher price it would fetch at the market. That is, if the spell was circulated in the market in the first place. Almost all spells could only be found at arcane institutions or in the possession of magus families. They were a highly precious commodity, but this had never been a problem for Adam. In his mind, he had a treasure trove of spells that he had absorbed from the memories of the great experts of the greater universe. Despite the fragmented nature of all the memories, he possessed spells that would serve him for a long time. At least for the remainder of his time in Tron, he politely pushed the books back towards the aged man, offering an apologetic smile. Forgive me, my lord, but this. The elderly magus waved his hand dismissively. Put that away. What else do you need? Name it. Adam tried his best to prevent the smirk from appearing on his lips. He pretended to display a hesitant and uncomfortable front. Speak, boy. The aged man's eyes narrowed. It would appear that he would do anything to get his hands on the mana-gathering runic formation. He had been observing Adam carve the runes for more than a week now. Despite trying to understand the magic involved, he was simply unable to. The runes, the geometric patterns, and the arcane channels were too complex to understand and learn from a mere glance. He needed to study it. Adam avoided eye contact, his lips opening and closing several times as if he were greatly hesitating. My lord, I would like to get my hands on the Founder's journals. The elderly magus couldn't help but frown. His eyes narrowed, and he muttered, the Founder's journals. But they are useless. I understand, my lord. Adam's eyes blazed with passion. I know that several magi before me have tried to decipher those strange characters in the journals. I know that they have failed, but still. Adam clenched his fists, his gaze piercing the clouds. I would still like to try to unravel the mysteries of the Founder's journal. Even though I might fail, I would still like to make the effort. If I never try, I'll never know. He paused for a moment before slyly adding another term. Oh, and I also have some interest in ritual magic. I don't know if the Brotherhood has any knowledge regarding it. The elderly man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know whether Adam was cleverly optimistic or just plain foolish. But regardless, he would not refuse this proposal. If this is what the youth wanted, he would give it to him. Besides, he believed that the value of the things that Adam had asked for was nothing compared to that of the mana-gathering runic formation. Very well, the elderly man nodded. I will send word to headquarters. The owl will deliver 5 of the Founder's journals to you within the week. Additionally, you will also receive 5 books on ritual magic. 5. Adam was ecstatic. Inwardly, he couldn't help but snigger. Those journals may be useless to everyone else on this planet, but to him, they were key to activating the portal on Luna and venturing into the greater universe. Of course, if he could succeed in doing so, then many people would benefit from it. In a way, his actions were for the betterment of all magi on this planet, for the sake of a brighter future for this world. Adam's heart was filled with righteousness, and he couldn't help but think to himself, I am such a selfless man. Adam sat on a nearby boulder and jotted down everything related to the mana-gathering runic formation. It took him nearly half a dozen parchments to write all that was necessary before handing them to the elderly magus. "There you go, my lord." Adam politely presented the rolled parchments with both hands. "These contain all the important points one needs to take into consideration while laying down the formation." Of course, he didn't write everything down to the tiniest details, hoping that the one who did read these parchments later would, at the very least, have the fundamentals of rune magic within grasp. The elderly magus waved his hand, and the parchments in Adam's grasp disappeared. Then he gave the youth a slight nod before once again completely concealing his presence, leaving behind his parting words, "We shall talk once you have finished laying down the formation." With that said, he disappeared. That is really such a fascinating spell, Adam marveled, concealing one's presence not by slipping into shadows or bending light around them, but completely sealing it. Truly a splendid form of magic. Adam remained standing for a few moments, amazed by the intricacies of the elderly magus's spell. For a brief moment, he regretted not having asked the man about that particular spell. He shook his head and let out a light chuckle, didn't even introduce himself. A recluse, indeed. The youth walked toward the second area he had designated as an anchor point, humming a merry whistle. This time, he had gotten his hands on the founder's journals and books on ritual magic quite easily. Both of these things would help him prepare for his eventual journey to the depths of the universe. So, it would be an understatement to say that Adam was in a very happy mood. Just like that, another month passed by with nothing uneventful happening. Throughout the entire time, the elderly magus had never once made himself known. As for Berger, he still remained deep inside the cave, diligently practicing mindfulness to break through to the mana core rank. Adam was now on the verge of completing the fourth ring of the mana-gathering runic formation, known as the core of the convergence. The floor of the cave at the summit was carved with complex and intricate runes. 5 Grade 4 magical ingredients representing the 5 fundamental elements of nature were placed alongside the walls, with even more complex symbols carved around them. Dozens of Grade 3 magical ingredients were scattered across the floor. From a cursory glance, they appeared to be haphazardly strewn around, but to the trained eye they were placed strategically, each serving a purpose. Finally, right above the towering stone doors, Adam had set the hexagonal focus crystal in place. Additionally, he had also carved a binding triangle, encompassing the 2 doors. He didn't want to get any closer to Berger, afraid he might disturb him at a critical juncture. The binding triangle was carved with the trinity of complex runesunity, anchor, and storage that would ensure the mana gathered from the surroundings beyond the mountain converged towards the cave, more specifically the area behind the stone doors. All right. Adam rose to his feet, dusting his hands after finally having carved the last of the runes on the floor of the cave. It is finally complete. He looked at the walls and ceiling of the cave, marveling at the intricacies of the runes he had carved. But this was just the tip of the proverbial iceberg. A large portion of the land on the mountain, as well as the nearby vicinity, had been methodically inscribed with runes by him in the past month. Truth be told, it was quite a feat to set up this large-scale runic formation that spanned the entire mountain in little more than a month. Other runesmiths would have probably taken thrice the time to deliver the final product, and even then it would not have been as good as Adam's work. It had to be said, even without the memories of the experts from the greater universe, Adam's talent in rune magic was truly exemplary. Perhaps it was even greater than his talent for herbalism. The youth walked to the entrance of the cave, where Valyrian, Blackie, and even the elderly magus who had arrived at some point were standing. The Black Wolf's eyes flashed with anticipation as he gazed at the circular disc in Adam's hand. "Is that the method of activation?" "Yes," Adam nodded. "This disc serves only 2 functions, activating and deactivating the grand runic formation." He crouched on the ground, placing the disc before the wolf. "Inject your mana into it. I'll make it so that the disc only responds to your mana signature." Although it would have been far more convenient for Adam to give the disc to the elderly magus, he refused to do so. After all, he had only just met the man. He didn't trust him at all. Blackie did as told and injected his mana into the disc, a process that took almost 30 minutes. After all the preparations were complete, Adam grabbed the disc and made a few more minor adjustments before giving it back to Blackie. He revealed a grin as he stated, "Go ahead, activate it." Blackie did not waste a single second and pressed his paw to the disc, injecting mana into it. A few seconds passed, but nothing happened, and then it did. Rumble, one by one, all the esoteric runes on the mountain lit up one after another, radiating a brilliant light. Thankfully, it was midday, otherwise the mountain they stood on would have turned into a blinding lighthouse in the midst of the chaotic, monster-infested sea known as the Murky Mountains. First, it was the outermost ring, the net of absorption, that came to life. Within a few minutes, it started to draw in the abundant mana in the surroundings. Then the elemental filtration array was activated. One by one, the 5 anchor points began filtering the mana by their respective elemental type: fire, water, air, earth, and wood. The tight loops and spirals in the next ring, the circuit of compression, began channeling the filtered mana into tighter and denser currents. The mana from the surroundings moved along the spiral grooves and raced towards the peak of the mountain, the runes etched all over glowing brighter and brighter with each passing second as it approached the core. A powerful gust of wind, brimming with mana, blew by the entrance of the cave, leaving all who stood there in a stunned daze. Even Adam did not think that the effects of the runic formation would be this potent. Finally, the innermost ring, the core of the convergence, was activated, and the binding triangle inscribed around the towering stone doors flashed with brilliance. The elderly magus, who always had a stoic expression on his face, revealed a look of visible shock. When he felt the dense mana around him, he was truly astounded. While Adam, Blackie, and Valyrian celebrated the successful activation of the mana-gathering runic formation, a single word of praise escaped the elderly man's lips. Marvelous! The density of mana within the cave increased twofold. Moreover, it would continue to increase until the runic formation functioned at full capacity. Not just the cave, but the entire mountain would gradually be filled with abundant mana as the runic formation absorbed the mana from the surroundings and gathered it in this region. Needless to say, all the beasts on the mountain would greatly benefit from it, most of all Berger. But there was still one thing that Adam needed to take care of. The activation of the runic formation just now had resulted in all the runes he had carved across the mountain to light up in a highly ostentatious manner. In the treacherous lands of the Murky Mountains, such a thing meant one thing and one thing only: danger. He walked out of the cave entrance and stood before one of the main anchor points in the innermost ring. After weaving a complex set of hand seals for about a minute, he pressed his hands to the ground. A wave of energy radiated outward from him at the center and spread all across the mountain. The youth had just activated the concealment function that he had added to the mana-gathering formation. Once this function was activated, the tens of thousands of bright runes etched on the mountain slowly dimmed down before completely disappearing. The mountain seemingly returned to normal, yet the runic formation was ever active, constantly drawing mana from the surroundings. All right, that should do it. Adam rose to his feet and turned towards Blackie with a smile. What do you think? Pretty good, eh? Blackie was at a loss for words. He could already feel the drastic change in the density of mana around him, and if it was like the raven-haired youth had said, the density would only increase until the formation reached full capacity. The wolf had been guarding the cave entrance for a decade now, acting as Berger's protector. He, more than anyone else, knew just how difficult it was for the gnome to advance, considering the deep injuries he had sustained throughout his life. Blackie also knew that at the same time that Berger had gone into isolation, Adam had sent him something that would help in advancing. What it was, the wolf did not know. But with the mana-gathering runic formation, he felt like Berger's chances of advancing to the next stage had increased exponentially. In the arcane world, what was the definition of practicing mindfulness? It was the process of extracting the mana from the surroundings with a peaceful state of mind. So, what would happen if the mana in the surroundings increased several-fold? The magus would be able to extract even more mana from around them, allowing them to rapidly advance. It was a known fact that a magus would see great improvements in their speed of advancement if they were in a place that had abundant mana. After all, this was the main difference between the planets in the greater universe and planets such as Tron in the outer universe. Of course, it was impossible to bridge the gap between the mana density in both of these places, but that was besides the point. With the help of the mana-gathering formation, Adam had essentially turned this unassuming piece of land in the Murky Mountains into an arcane haven for a magus. He speculated that the only places that probably had more mana than this mountain would be the portal under Hand's City and other similar portals scattered throughout the planet. But this was because these portals led to a higher plane of existence, allowing the mana from that place to leak out and increase the density of mana around the portals here. With a wave of his hand, Adam conjured the large wooden trunk that Blackie had given to him. He looked at the wolf while pointing at the 5 grade 4 ingredients lined across the walls of the cave. When the energy within those magical ingredients is exhausted, you must replace them with new ingredients. The magical ingredients used in the runic formation needed to be changed at fixed intervals, or else, once the energy was drawn out from them, the runic formation would cease to function. A large-scale runic formation, such as the one Adam had carved, required an equally large expenditure of energy, and this energy could be only derived from other items that contained energy. After all, energy could not be created or destroyed, only transferred from one source to another. Such was the law of the universe. In a planet such as Torn, the energy to charge such large-scale runic formations could only be found in high-quality magical ingredients found in nature. This planet was incapable of producing resources that the magi in the greater universe would use to activate large-scale runic formations or even ritual magic. The mana here was simply too sparse. This was also the reason why the celestial energy, harnessed during planetary alignments, was essential to activating the large-scale teleportation portal on the moon. Because once again, Tron was simply incapable of producing the resources typically required to activate such mechanisms. Everything would have been so much more convenient if this place could produce mana crystals, Adam thought with a wry smile, but he had to make do with what he had, and he believed that he did a decent job of it. Understood. Blackie solemnly nodded. Is there anything else I need to be aware of? Adam thought for a moment before shaking his head. No, that should be all. I made the control disk easy to use, so there shouldn't be any issues. He paused for a moment before adding, all you have to do is change all the grade 3 and grade 4 magical ingredients in a timely manner, and make sure the runic formation never runs out of energy. The youth put his arms around the wolf's neck and leaned into his embrace. No need to thank me. We are family. This is the least I can do. Valyrian, unwilling to be left out, jumped atop the black wolf and hugged his large head. Me too, me too. Now that his work here was done, it was time for Adam to finally leave. Although he would have liked to meet the old man, he knew better than to enter through the stone doors and disturb his advancement. They would meet when the time was right. After Adam bid farewell to Blackie, he turned to the elderly magus, who stood silently at the entrance of the cave. He walked towards the old man and respectfully stated, "My lord, you said you wished to talk with me." The elderly magus remained silent for a long time, his gaze distant and unreadable. Then he slowly turned towards the youth, a strange light flickering in his eyes. His next words made Adam freeze in place. What do you know about the greater universe? Adam's pupils constricted when he heard the man's question. My lord, I don't understand what you mean. He feigned ignorance. The youth had learned from the Joker that knowledge about the greater universe was known only to the monocore magi of Tron. They strongly kept this information secret in order to prevent panic amongst the masses. The knowledge that vastly superior magical civilizations exist out there in the universe could spark chaos, fear, or even hopelessness. People might feel inferior or insignificant, panic about future invasions or distasters, or even turn against authorities in the worst-case scenario. All in all, it would cause widespread psychological and societal upheaval. So why hide it? To those in power, ignorance was safety. If the masses didn't know, then they wouldn't fear what was out there. But more importantly, they would never challenge authority. The elderly man's eyes narrowed. You know exactly what I mean, boy, so tell me. How did you come to know about it? Adam's expression turned grave. He couldn't help but begin to wonder about all sorts of possibilities. Why is he asking me that question all of a sudden? Is he testing me? No, why would he do that? His mind worked at an abnormal speed, and in that split second, he was able to accurately pinpoint the reason why the man would suddenly ask him such a question. The mana-gathering runic formation. This was a highly advanced form of rune magic, something which had never appeared on this planet before. The elderly magus, being at the peak of magic in Tron, knew this better than anyone. He could immediately tell that the origins of this runic formation were foreign in nature. Once Adam thought of that, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He knows that I got my hands on this runic formation from an inheritance left behind by a magus, he thought. It is very likely that he thinks that this magus was not a native of Tron. Does he want to learn more about this inheritance, then? This is troublesome. Wait, he still doesn't know for sure that I know anything about the greater universe. Just because I supposedly came across an inheritance of an otherworldly magus doesn't mean that I would know about their place of origins. He is testing me. My lord, I truly don't know what you're talking about, said Adam, flashing an awkward smile. This is the first time I'm hearing about the great universe. The elderly magus deeply looked at the youth, studying his expression carefully, trying to ascertain whether he was lying or not. Then he looked at the runes that had hidden themselves underground and began. This runic formation doesn't belong to his world. This world. Adam was confused momentarily. Then realization dawned on him. Why, you mean there are other worlds out there? Adam had to do it. He had to pretend. After all, the man before him was a counselor of the Twilight Brotherhood. Didn't matter if the man was Berger's mentor. The moment the elderly man learned that he knew something even remotely related to the greater universe, he would be subjected to all sorts of interrogation. After all, the higher a magus advanced, the more they yearned to advance higher. And for the people of Tron, who could only advance to the monocore rank, what wouldn't they do to learn about traveling to other magical civilizations where they could pursue the higher arcane arts? Adam could not risk it. He did not know whether the counselors of the Brotherhood knew of the Founder's true origins, or if they knew anything about the method of leaving Tron and venturing into the greater universe. Until and unless Adam was strong enough to protect himself, he would never divulge anything related to the greater universe. He would think 1,000 times to divulge this knowledge to Berger, whom he considered to be his family, let alone this monocore magus whom he had only just met. The time Adam had spent in the streets of Bihal town during his youth taught him several things. Most importantly, it taught him to be cautious of other people. He knew that at the end of the day, people only cared about their own interests. Things such as righteousness and honor were only masks people wore to get what they wanted. Perhaps only one in countless people truly lived up to those principles. But the rest, heh, Adam sneered inwardly. Old fool, did you think I would trust you just because you share a relationship with the old man? Outwardly, he showed a visibly shocked expression. How can this be? How can this be? If there are other planets there, does that mean the monocore rank is not the end? The elderly magus deeply studied the youth's expression. A few moments later, he asked, apart from the mana-gathering runic formation, what else did you find in that inheritance? Adam pretended to hesitate before reluctantly answering, knowledge about herbalism, several spells up to the mana vortex rank, and what? The elderly magus pressed, hope flickering in his eyes. A mana extraction technique, Adam replied in great discomfort. Up to what rank? Adam hesitated for a long time before answering with his head hung low. Up to the mana core rank. The elderly magus digested this information as he studied Adam closely. You are quite fortunate, boy. He paused for a moment before asking, is that all? Yes, my lord. Adam raised his head to look at the man, lying through his teeth, that is all. Even the old man knows this. He paused for a moment before meekly asking, will I have to give all that I found in the inheritance to the brotherhood? The elderly magus deeply looked at Adam before shaking his head. What you found belongs to you. I am not so heartless that I would take it from you and give it to the brotherhood. I am a man of principles. He then displayed a stern expression and added, but listen well, boy. Should you find any clues to the greater universe, you must inform me. How would I even find these clues? Adam asked, confusion plastered all across his face. Those journals you keep asking about, the elderly magus spoke in a cryptic manner, might perhaps provide you with clues to the greater universe if by some chance you manage to decipher them. Don't tell me. Adam appeared visibly shocked. Yes, the elderly magus nodded solemnly. We have reasons to believe that the legendary founder of the Twilight Brotherhood, Lord Aldo Wagner, was not of this world, but came from the greater universe. Aldo Wagner, so that's the founder's name, Adam thought to himself, feeling slightly taken aback. He looked at the elderly magus with an inquisitive gaze and couldn't help but ask, my lord, just how were you, or rather the Brotherhood, able to find out about the founder's origins? Boy, our organization is over 3,000 years old, the elderly magus began. That is more than enough time to learn about the founder's true origins, no matter how small the clues might be. Adam's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. Great, I finally have a timeline I can work on, he thought. He then thought of something and asked, if the organization is so old, why could it not be able to decipher the journals left behind by Lord Wagner? The elderly magus shook his head, sighing in defeat. Deciphering a language one knows nothing about is a near impossible task. It is like staring at the bones of a once-forgotten beast and trying to guess how it once breathed, walked, or spoke. Without context, grammar, or even a hint of shared symbols, every character becomes a mystery and every word a riddle. You don't know what's a noun, what's a verb, or whether what you're reading is even meant to be read from left to right. It is simply blind exploration. Adam felt like what he said made a lot of sense. He also thought of another critical matter and voiced it. My lord, I believe divination magic resulted in failure. The elderly man nodded. Perhaps Lord Wagner thought that his journals might one day fall into the wrong hands someday, so he left anti-divination arrangements. If so, then how are we, the members of the Brotherhood, supposed to decipher what's written in those journals? Adam couldn't help but frown. That is a question I keep asking myself. The elderly man revealed a wry smile. Perhaps Lord Wagner never intended anyone to read those journals. Perhaps their contents were deeply personal. But you know how we magi are driven by endless curiosity? The frown on Adam's face deepened. I admit that some of the journal entries were deeply personal to the founder, he thought, but there were several other entries that spoke about Mirandor and even hinted at the moon, containing a secret to venturing into the greater universe. So then why would the founder not want others to know? This made him think of another important matter. He speculated that the monocore magi of the Twilight Brotherhood, or perhaps the entire planet, were aware of the existence of magical civilizations in the greater universe. But they did not know of a way to leave Tron. There was only one way to confirm his speculation. He looked at the elderly man and displayed an innocent expression. My lord, if the Brotherhood knows of the existence of magical civilizations in the great universe. Greater universe, the old man corrected him. Ah yes, apologies. Adam scratched the back of his head awkwardly. If the organization knows of the magical civilizations in the greater universe, then surely it must also know of a way to travel there. The elderly magus remained silent for a long time. With each second that passed, Adam grew more and more confident in his speculation. Finally, the old man's answer confirmed his thoughts. The knowledge of how to traverse to the greater universe has long been lost to the ravages of time. Even though he had already expected it, it still came as a great shock to Adam. Why would the founder not tell his people the way to travel to the greater universe? This means they're absolutely clueless about the portal on Luna, Adam thought incredulously. but he still couldn't understand why the founder would gatekeep this information. Perhaps there was something that Adam was unaware of. Something he had looked over, he couldn't tell. The elderly man's words drifted into his ears, jolting him out of his thoughts. Why else do you think we have been so lenient in handing over Lord Wagner's journals to you all this while? You were hoping I would decipher the contents, Adam answered in a daze. The elderly man nodded. Not just you. Any agent who requests to study the journals is granted access. Generations of magi before you have tried and failed to decipher them. All we can do now is hope that one of you younglings succeeds. The elderly man displayed a bitter smile, and Adam knew what that meant. Although the man was standing at the peak of magic in Tron, he was nearing the end of his life. One day in the future, he would die knowing that there were higher peaks to climb, but he was unable to. Such was the tragedy of all monocore magi of Tron. Adam's heart stirred, and he almost wanted to tell the man about the portal on the moon. No, not now. Now is not the time. I must be patient, he thought to himself. Wait a minute. Adam suddenly thought of something else and secretly glanced at the elderly man. If knowledge about anything related to the greater universe is so sought after, then how come he believed me when I lied about the things I received in the inheritance? Adam's heart turned cold when he thought about it. There's only one reason it has to be. My lord, he called out softly. Did you use enchantment magic on me again? The elderly man's lips curled into a faint smirk. He replied without even turning to the youth. Oh, what gave it away? This bastard. I was right not to trust you, Adam screamed inwardly. Just a feeling, he said. The elderly magus chuckled. You are quite observant, boy, perhaps a bit too observant for your own good. Adam could only awkwardly laugh. Well, now you know I wasn't lying. But inwardly his heart turned cold. It was only at that moment did he realize the true terror of a monocore magus. The man had cast a spell on him without him even knowing it. If it wasn't for the White Lotus, Adam would have already spilled everything. It can protect my mind from the effects of magic from the school of enchantment, he thought in shock. Even if the spell is cast by someone more powerful than me, I already knew the White Lotus helps me see through illusions. But this. I have a strong feeling. The White Lotus grants me immunity to all forms of spell from the spiritual aspect of magic. After this encounter with the elderly man, Adam lost all interest in talking to him anymore. Although outwardly he displayed a respectful and amicable appearance, inwardly, however, he was cursing the old bastard to just die already. The man had on 2 occasions cast enchantment magic on him. Something like this was highly frowned upon in the arcane society, yet he calls himself a man of principles. Adam sneered inwardly as we walked back to the entrance of the cave. Come on, Val, time to leave, he said to the young dragon, who seemed to be highly reluctant on parting ways with Blackie. The black wolf spoke to him gently. Go ahead, Valyrian. I assure you we will meet soon. Mayu, the young dragon's ears drooped in sadness, but he still nodded nonetheless. Okay. He got on his hind legs, reaching out with his furry paws, gesturing for the wolf to hug him. Blackie smiled warmly and lowered his head, allowing the young dragon to share a fond moment with him. Seeing this, Adam's heart was warmed. A few moments later, Valyrian bid his farewells to the black wolf and then turned into a gray flash of light, disappearing inside the youth's spirit sea. Seeing such a spectacle, the elderly magus, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but be slightly startled. He had never known any magical beast to have such a mystical ability. Although he was surprised by it, he didn't inquire about it from Adam. He simply stood there silently. Adam astutely noticed the man's reaction. As the latter had said, he was quite observant, but he didn't bother about him at all. He turned to Blackie and revealed a bittersweet smile. You take care of the old man, all right, always. The wolf stepped forward and leaned in for an embrace. Adam put his arms around the wolf's neck and closed his eyes. Who knew when he would see him next? Everything's going to be all right, Adam, Blackie whispered. Yeah, it will be, Adam smiled. He then turned around and walked to the edge of the cliffside. He cast one final glance at the black wolf. Farewell. Then he turned to the elderly magus and gave a cursory nod. Adam turned back around, facing the verdant scenery sprawling before him. The murky mountains were expansive and teeming with danger at every turn, but with the orcs' map in hand, he was sure that he could traverse this tough terrain much faster. And what did he plan to do after he crossed the boundary marked in the orcs' map? The answer was simple. He would find another orc tribe and nicely ask its chief to hand over his map. The raven-haired youth crouched low, gathering mana into his legs and preparing to jump. Right at that moment, the elderly man's calm voice drifted into his ears. You must not divulge the knowledge about the greater universe to anyone, he said. Adam turned to look at him. A few moments later, he silently nodded. Very well. The elderly man revealed a faint smile. I will see you soon, boy. With that said, the man once again disappeared from the spot, completely sealing his presence. Farewell, my lord. Adam forced a smile. He then cast one final glance towards Blackie and the towering stone doors inside the cave before turning around and leaping off of the cliff. The youth vaulted through the skies, crossing a large distance from a single jump. The effects of his advancement in physique enhancement were already beginning to show. He was stronger, faster, and much more formidable than before. With a loud thud that caused the surroundings to slightly tremble, Adam landed on the ground amidst the thick underbush, tall trees, and predatory gazes that lurked in the shadows. He conjured the Staff of Calamity and casually swung it in his hand, getting into a fighting stance. The journey through the murky mountains was not going to be easy. He would be constantly besieged by wild magical beasts, ogres, orcs, and trolls. Although inconvenient, this would also temper his survival skills and fighting prowess to a great extent. And by the time he emerged from the murky mountains and set foot in the lands belonging to the Akkadian Empire on the other side, he would no longer be the man he once was. The trials of these treacherous lands would forge new strength within him, the pain would temper his will, and the experiences would deepen his power. Adam's dark eyes flashed with resolve, and he dashed into the heart of the murky mountains, vanquishing all who dared to stand in his way, unstoppable, unyielding, tyrannical. Ravenfell, Akkadian Empire. With the Grand Magus tournament only a few months away, the city of Ravenfell saw a great influx of visitors, both magi and mortals alike. These people were drawn by the promise of spectacle, glory, and arcane brilliance. The inns in the city were already overflowing due to the large number of people coming in every day. Despite preparing for this event for years, the inns and other establishments still fell short in the end. The Grand Magus tournament held great allure, yes, but there was also something else, or rather someone else that these people had come to glimpse. After all, for the past year, the name on everyone's lips had been his. The Dark King, however, he was nowhere in sight. Forget the foreign tourists, even the people of the city did not know where he had gone. The man had seemingly vanished after the Blackshore incident, but this, in turn, created an even more mysterious air around him. The longer the wait, the greater the satisfaction. Apart from the Dark King, countless other tales and rumors began to spread around like wildfire. Some were related to the rising prodigies of the Tower of Daybreak, Greenfield Ridge, Coral Cove, and Saratoga Castle, while others were about legendary magi returning from seclusion to witness this great tournament. All eyes fell on Ravenfell. On the surface, a festive spirit swept the lands, but beneath the revelry, something sinister stirred. Quiet, patient, and waiting for the right moment to strike, what the outcome of this year's Grand Magus tournament would be, no one could say. As the days crept closer, tension coiled tighter around the city of Ravenfell, but one thing was for certain. This would be no ordinary tournament. The streets of Ravenfell were packed. People from every corner of the continent had come to witness the Grand Magus tournament. Usually one could only see elves and humans mingling within the city, as these two races primarily made up the entire population of Ravenfell. But now one could see people from the four races gathering in great numbers. The crowd moved slowly through the wide cobbled streets, shoulder to shoulder, making it very hard to walk in a straight line. Street performers dressed in eccentric clothes stood at every corner, some juggling glowing orbs, while others creating illusions in the air that made children gasp and reach out to touch. Wooden stalls lined both sides of the streets, each brightly decorated with banners and lanterns. The sudden influx of visitors in the city signaled a massive economic boom for the local businesses, and this was only the beginning. Vendors shouted over each other, selling everything from roasted meats and spiced breads to magical trinkets, potions, and tournament memorabilia. The most commonly sold goods, however, were the enchanted woolen scarves. They came in 4 different colors, each representing one of the 4 pillars of the empire. People bought them in order to show others which pillar they were supporting. Gray represented Saratoga Castle, green represented Greenfield Ridge, blue represented Coral Cove, and finally, yellow represented the Tower of Daybreak. The Saratoga Castle's scarf was embroidered with a raven with outstretched wings. For Greenfield Ridge, it was a tree. Coral Cove's scarves bore the embroidery of splashing waves. Finally, the yellow scarf of the Tower of Daybreak displayed a white tower with a sun hanging behind it. Surprisingly enough, even though the Grand Magus tournament was being hosted by Saratoga Castle, most of the scarves worn around people's necks weren't gray. It was in fact yellow. The Tower of Daybreak had a stellar reputation in the Akkadian Empire, a prestige further elevated by generations of the royal family choosing to study at this arcane institution. Gray scarves were the second most popular amongst the crowd, followed by green scarves, and finally blue scarves. However, this did not imply that Coral Cove was the weakest of the 4 pillars. They were simply less known because they were situated on the western coasts of the Ulier continent, close to the Baja High Forest. The Tower of Daybreak wasn't the mightiest, and Coral Cove wasn't the weakest. If anything, the strength of each of the 4 pillars was almost on par with each other. Each of these glorious institutions was led by a mighty monocore magus, after all. Of course, there were several secret trump cards that each institution possessed, so at the end of the day, no one could tell for certain just which one was the strongest and which was the weakest of the 4 pillars. First, it was because the Baja High Forest was considered an empire completely different from Acadia, and secondly, and most importantly, the elves of Baja were too condescending. The citizens of Acadia did not like them all that much. With the constant arrival of new visitors every day, the city had truly come to life. For most of these people, it was their first time they were visiting Ravenfell, and they couldn't help but marvel at its beautiful architecture. It was vastly different from the other major cities of the empire. The buildings towering above were dark and Gothic in style. They consisted of sharp arches, black stones, and tall spires that seemingly stretched into the clouds above. For the residents of Ravenfell, unwavering loyalty to Saratoga was a given. They were diehard fanatics through and through. The city's usual gray and moody atmosphere had long since shifted. With the tournament now only months away, music started to echo through the streets and alleys throughout the day. People, both old and young, danced merrily in the squares. Even the countless ravens perching on the roofs and trees within the city quietened down considerably, seemingly enjoying the festive mood that pervaded the city. The city guards had it the toughest, however. They were already informed by the upper echelons of the city's administration that this tournament was going to be vastly different than the ones before. They weren't told the exact reason, and were only told to increase their vigilance and to be always ready for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. The guards of the city were beginning to see why they had been warned. Compared to the last Grand Magus tournament held over a century ago, the crowd this time was several times larger. An overwhelming flood of spectators was drawn to Ravenfell this time, and the reason was more than just the tournament. Suddenly, a large commotion swept through the southwestern part of the city when a large shadow loomed over its skies. When people raised their heads, they were stunned to see a massive flying dirigible slowly making its way to the skyport within the city. Due to security concerns, all flying dirigibles were instructed to dock at the temporary skyport built outside the city walls, where they would have to go through a series of security checks before they were allowed entry into the city. However, that rule did not apply to this aerial behemoth draped in banners of white and gold. As the Titanic dirigible gradually descended towards the skyport, the people nearby were finally able to see just it belonged to. The Tower of Daybreak. They're finally here. The Magi of Daybreak are here. At once, the people near the skyport mortals mostly rushed towards its boundaries, eagerly wanting to see the Magi who would alight from the dirigible. As mentioned earlier, the Tower of Daybreak had quite the reputation within the Empire, and its Magi were equally revered by the masses. Amidst the thunderous cheers and applause, the Magi of Daybreak descended from the grand dirigible. Most among them were Magi at the Mana Liquefaction rank. Mana Foundation Magi were few as they were not here to participate, but to broaden their horizons and gain experience. At the head of the party stood a small group of Mana Vortex Magi, and the one leading them was someone Adam was all too familiar with. It was a tall and muscular old man with white hair and a thick beard. His piercing blue eyes scanned the surroundings in great frustration. He had been grumpy ever since more than a year ago when the legends of the Dark King started to circulate in the Empire. It was none other than the rank 3 Mana Vortex Magus, Edwin Turner. When Edwin spotted a small delegation of Magi from Saratoga Castle approaching to welcome them, his temper flared. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Damn it all. He growled, I should have kidnapped him and dragged him to the tower when I had the chance. The Mana Liquefaction Magi standing around Edwin couldn't help but begin to feel awkward, especially now that people of Saratoga were nearby and could clearly hear him. For the past several months, Edwin Turner had spared no effort to let the faculty members of the tower know just how stupid they were to miss out on recruiting Adam when he was just a newly advanced Mana Liquefaction Magus. Over a decade ago, when Adam had set foot in Acreon, the capital of the Akkadian Empire, Edwin Turner had met him for the first time and even tried to convince the other professors at the tower to extend an acceptance letter and even a scholarship to this promising young man. But at the time, the tower hadn't expended as much effort as Edwin hoped they would. They were casual about it. Mostly because the institution already had countless applications flooding in, and they couldn't care to bother about a genius from a backwater place like the Southern Federation to amount to all that much. Yet now this genius from a backwater place had earned the title of king. Grandfather, pleased behind Edwin stood a tall and muscular young man with piercing blue eyes. The youth shared a great similarity with him, and was none other than the #1 prodigy of the Tower of Daybreak, Edward Turner. Seeing his grandfather react in such a manner, especially before the people of Saratoga, caused Edward to be embarrassed. Not just him, the others were also very embarrassed, but there was nothing they could do about it. Edwin was the leader of this group of Magi from the tower. He was also the strongest among them. The old man turned around and glared at his grandson, Edward. Shut your mouth or I will beat you in front of all these people. Edward couldn't help but shrink back. He may be the #1 prodigy of the tower, aloof and mighty in the eyes of all its students, but in front of his grandfather, he was no different than a child. Standing beside the blue-eyed youth, a beautiful woman with blonde, wavy hair and green eyes couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. For some reason, Lisa always liked to see this version of Edward, where the latter would behave no differently than a 10-year-old before his elders. "He's right, came the flat voice of an elderly lady draped in white robes with golden embroidery, standing beside Edwin. "Stop embarrassing us in front of our friends. We're already aware of your grievances about not being able to recruit the Dark King to the tower." Edwin turned towards his colleague, Marcella Ridley, a powerful mana vortex magus of the tower. She was also Lisa's mentor. The old man simply growled at her. He had no time to quarrel, as the people from Saratoga had already arrived before them, welcoming them with warm smiles. The one leading them was none other than the department head of the School of Summoning at Saratoga Castle, as well as the one managing the tournament this time. Rank 3 Mana Vortex Magus, Mathilda Withacre. Usually, she would not have personally welcomed the people arriving in the city, no matter how prestigious their backgrounds. Furthermore, as the overseer of the Grand Magus Tournament, she had a lot on her plate as it is, but in this case she had to make an exception. After all, the visitors this time were people from one of the 4 pillars, just like Saratoga. The kind, elderly woman glanced at Edwin, a hint of playfulness flickering in her eyes. Goodness gracious, a respected professor of the Tower of Daybreak, openly talking about kidnapping, and here I thought I had seen everything this world had to offer. Mathilda, Edwin growled, but soon his expression did a 180 and he arched his back, bursting into laughter. "Kahaha, it has been a while, hasn't it?" Professor Whitaker revealed a warm smile. "Yes, it has, Edwin. It is nice to see you again." She then turned to the old woman standing beside him and smiled. "And you too, Marcella. Welcome to Ravenfell. It is a pleasure, my friend." Professor Marcella stepped forward and warmly hugged her. It would seem that the two shared a long-standing history. "Allow me to introduce you to my pupil," said the old woman, gesturing to the blonde young lady behind her. "This is Lisa DeClaire." Lisa stepped forward and offered a graceful courtesy. "It is an honor to meet you, Lady Whitaker. My mentor has spoken of you often. It is a pleasure to see you in person." Professor Whitaker smiled warmly. "Welcome to Ravenfell, my dear." She then greeted all the Mana Vortex Magi in a friendly manner. Each of them then introduced her to their respective pupils. Finally, she arrived before Edwin again, her gaze curiously darting towards the young man, who was a spitting image of him standing behind him. "Aren't you going to introduce your grandson to me?" she asked with a playful smirk. Edwin crossed his arms and slightly turned his head before roaring, "Boy, where are your manners?" He paused for a moment before adding, "You too, Biden." The two young men awkwardly stepped forward, cursing the old man for embarrassing them everywhere they went. "Greetings, Lady Whitaker." Edward placed his right hand on his chest and gave a respectful bow. "My name is Edward Turner, a Mana Liquefaction Magus. It is an honor to meet you." Another young man with blonde hair and blue eyes and a dashing appearance stepped forward and respectfully offered his greetings. "I am called Biden Fors, my lady," he said. "It is a true honor to make your acquaintance." Professor Whitaker hummed, displaying a gentle smile as she observed the two. "So this is Edwin's grandson," she thought to herself as she gazed at Edward. "He is called the greatest prodigy to have ever come out of the tower. He seems to be already at the peak of the Mana Liquefaction rank." Her lips involuntarily formed a smugish smirk, but still, he is nothing compared to our Adam. Ho ho. Her gaze then shifted to Biden Fors. Although not much is known about this young man, but considering he is Edwin's pupil, he must surely be special. After the initial greetings were over, the delegation from Saratoga led the Magi from the tower out of the skyport, where several carriages were already waiting for them. Edward elbowed his friend Biden and asked in a hushed tone, "Hey, where do you think we're going?" "Saratoga Castle, of course," Biden whispered back. "We have to pay our respects to the headmaster first." I see. Edward instantly lost interest. He turned towards the expansive Ravenfell skyline and couldn't help but mumble, "I was thinking I'd get to see the drunkard first." "If by drunkard you mean Adam, then you're in for a real disappointment." Professor Whitaker's amused words rang through the air. Not just Edward, but the entire group from the tower was surprised. After all, they all wanted to meet the prodigious young magus who had earned the title of king. "My lady, what do you mean by that?" Edward asked, confused. "Mathilda, is Adam not in Ravenfell?" Edwin asked with an arched eyebrow. Ho ho, Professor Whitaker let out a dry chuckle. "No, he isn't." "Then where is he?" Edward pressed. "Do you know? Who knows?" Professor Whitaker lightly shrugged. "He simply disappeared after the Blackshore incident." The group of Magi from the Tower of Daybreak, along with the delegation from Saratoga Castle, exited the skyport and boarded the several carriages waiting for them. The moment the people gathered outside saw the Magi of the tower, they erupted in a round of cheers and applause. These fine young Magi were the last of the 4 pillars to arrive in Ravenfell. Only now did the residents feel that the tournament was truly about to begin. Some of the young Magi from the group waved at them with polite smiles, while others tried to keep a straight face. This was a surreal experience for them after all. Back in Caliport, where their institution was located, the people were used to interacting with them on a daily basis, so they never received such a reception there. However, it was different here in Ravenfell. Additionally, the fact that the Grand Magus Tournament was just around the corner increased their prestige even more. After all, only the best young magi from the Four Pillars participated in this tournament. Professor Whittaker instructed the rest of the magi in her group to accompany the people from the tower in various carriages. Meanwhile, she entered the carriage at the front with Edwin Turner and his grandson and pupil, and Marcella Ridley and her pupil, Lisa. While this group was entering the carriage, several meters away from them, a dark-haired man with pale skin directed his jealousy-filled stare at them. Though he, too, was a student at the peak of the mana liquefaction rank, he had never received the same attention from the tower as Edward did. Be patient, Slade. A mental transmission echoed directly inside his mind. The pale-skinned youth, Slade, turned towards the source of the spell. It was his uncle, a rank 3 mana vortex magus with similar facial features as his. It is only a matter of time, the old man added, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light. Slade couldn't help but smirk. Then he turned towards the front, casting one final glance at Edward and then at Lisa. When he looked at the blonde young woman, his eyes flashed for a split second before he looked away. Then he hopped onto the carriage with his uncle, as well as a few other people from the tower. If Adam were here, he would instantly recognize this person. When he had arrived at the capital of the Akkadian Empire, he was given an initiation mission by the Brotherhood. His mission was to capture the owners of a brothel named Velvet Dreams, who were involved in a large human trafficking ring. Of course, Adam had not captured the couple that owned Velvet Dreams. Instead, he had publicly executed them. It was because of his actions during this mission that he received the moniker of Black Vengeance. Adam had first seen Slade during this initiation mission. He had even overheard from the brothel owners that it was, in fact, Slade's uncle who had secretly financed their operations. Alas, Adam couldn't catch him at the time as the latter had used a magic scroll to teleport away, but now both he and his uncle had walked straight into Adam's own backyard. The long line of carriages traversed past the towering southern gates as they journeyed towards Saratoga Castle. They were flanked by vigilant guards, all of whom were mana liquefaction magi who served as protectors of Ravenfell. Flocks of curious onlookers waved at them. Although most did not know who they were enthusiastic nonetheless. Inside the carriage, the moment Edward found the opportunity, he couldn't help but eagerly ask, "My lady, surely you must have some clue as to where he went." He quickly shook his head and added, "Never mind that. Do you know when he might return?" Seeing the anticipation flickering in the youth's blue eyes, Professor Whittaker let out an amused chuckle. "You're quite eager to meet him, aren't you?" "Of course." Edward revealed a toothy grin. "I haven't met him in over a decade." Lisa sat politely beside him, and although she didn't explicitly show it, she was also very eager to meet Adam. After all, the three of them were childhood friends and had grown up together. They had fought side by side and faced death together, so how could the couple not be longing to meet their best friend? "It is heartening to see Adam has such caring friends," Professor Whittaker said with a gentle smile. "I was afraid he might be a bit of a recluse. Ho, he always kept to himself at Saratoga and seldom mingled with others." She paused for a moment before adding, "To answer your question, dear boy, yes, I do have a general idea about his whereabouts." After the great battle at Blackshore, he boarded a merchant vessel and set sail for the Southern Federation. "Southern Federation," Edward exclaimed. "Then he might have gone there to meet Lord Berger," Lisa chimed in from the side. "Yes, that is what I believe too," Professor Whittaker nodded. "But rest assured, he will return to Ravenfell before the tournament begins. It is too important an event for him to miss." Edward's eyes flashed with disappointment momentarily. He was really hoping to meet his best friend at Saratoga, but the next moment he nodded with a bright smile. "Yeah, no worries, he'll be here on time." He paused for a moment, chuckling abashedly. "Although I did hope to fight him in the tournament, but I don't think that would be possible anymore." Adam truly wanted to participate in the tournament, said the elderly professor with a faint, nostalgic smile. He was so determined that he even stopped practicing mindfulness just to delay his advancement and remain in the mana liquefaction rank until after the tournament. She paused, letting out a quiet, helpless sigh, but fate had other plans. He had left for Blackshore as a mana liquefaction magus. I can only assume that something urgent, something unavoidable, forced him to break through. Adam had stopped practicing mindfulness. Edwin was stunned. He was aware of his grandson's secret. A gift that let him interact with mana as if he were born for it. It was this hidden truth that elevated his talent far beyond even grade A, enabling him to advance through the ranks with remarkable speed and ease. His grandson had reached the peak of the mana liquefaction rank only a few months ago. Yet he was now learning from Mathilda Whittaker that Adam had already reached that stage even before the latter fought in the Blackshore incident. Just what kind of an anomaly was that? Edward, hearing that piece of information, remained silent. His fists involuntarily clenched, and his eyes flickered with an eager light. In the end, he couldn't stop his lips from forming an excited smile. "Adam, just how high will you climb? Should I also?" "Yes, I believe it was a couple of months before he left for Blackshore that I learned from Headmaster Blackwood that he had sealed his mana channels." Professor Whittaker's words snapped him out of his thoughts. While everyone was reeling from the shock, The blue-eyed youth asked eagerly, Lady Whittaker, just how was Adam able to grow so powerful so quickly? The old woman could see fire blazing in the youth's eyes. She spoke with a light smile. Do you really wish to know? Not just him, but everyone in the carriage was very curious. Professor Whittaker's smile deepened, a flicker of pride in her eyes. Adam was never the smartest student in Saratoga, but he was the wisest. What set him apart wasn't intellect, but his instinctive grasp of the way. He didn't just study magic, he lived it. The line of carriages finally arrived before the grand entrance of Saratoga Castle. The Magi from the tower had glimpsed it from a distance, but now, when they were finally standing before it, they found it absolutely breathtaking. Its exterior was a mixture of medieval architecture and magical enchantments. The castle's stone walls exuded an ancient and weathered aura. They were thick and formidable, giving the titanic castle a fortress-like appearance. It's big, Biden marveled. Although the Tower of Daybreak was tall, Saratoga Castle was big and expansive. It was bigger than most settlements in the empire. One could even argue that the castle was like a small city of its own, complete with its own classrooms, dining halls, libraries, dormitories, courtyards, towers, secret passages, and even dungeons. It had everything a student or a professor might need, from greenhouses and smithies to an infirmary and a large kitchen. Saratoga Castle functioned as a self-contained magical community tucked within the embrace of nature, surrounded by lakes, forests, and verdant valleys. This was the first time Edward, Lisa, and Biden were visiting Saratoga Castle. As for Edwin and Marcella, they had come here on several occasions. Countless students wearing the gray cloaks of Saratoga entered and exited the towering main gates of the castle. Although classes for the time being had been postponed, they still appeared to be in a hurry. They had been helping with the arrangement and management of the Grand Magus Tournament, after all. For this event, the Magi employed to work in it were strictly restricted to the students and staff of Saratoga Castle. No outsiders were allowed to work. This was a highly confidential arrangement. Moreover, only a select few students and staff were chosen to work on this after several rounds of interviews. There were a few reasons for this, but two stood out the most. Security was the first and foremost concern, especially considering the dark undercurrents in Ravenfell. Mathilda Whittaker thought it best to only employ Magi from Saratoga. Secondly, whatever these Magi worked on could not be leaked out. After all, the Magi who would participate in the tournament were not to be made privy to its trials until right before they started. So that is why when Lisa turned her head towards the expansive lake beside the hill the castle was on, she couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Even from this distance, she could see hundreds of people gathered there, setting up bleachers. Moreover, she could even see several Magi diving in and out of the lake. Lady Whittaker, she called out, her voice uncertain. Is the first trial related to that lake there? Mathilda, who was leading this group up the grand marble stairs towards the entrance, suddenly stopped and turned towards Marion Lake. Then she turned towards Lisa and flashed a mysterious smile. I wonder. She then gazed at the group of Magi from the tower and clapped twice to get their attention. Students, she began, while I take your professors to meet the headmaster, you are free to explore the castle and its surrounding areas as you wish. Should you require any guidance, my children will be more than glad to offer help. She paused, her expression turning solemn. However, you are not allowed to visit the restricted areas within the castle. Professor Whittaker pointed towards the expansive body of water and added, Marion Lake is out of bounds. Then she pointed in the other direction. Far off in the distance, something dark and ominous loomed. Umbral Woods are also out of bounds. She scanned the faces of all the monoliquefaction Magi and spoke sternly, understood. Under her solemn gaze, the students couldn't help but straighten their backs. Splendid. Professor Whittaker smiled warmly. Now off you go. Chop, chop. With that said, she turned around and led the group of monovortex Magi through the grand entrance. Suddenly, she stopped when her gaze landed on a group of 3 studentstual young men and a woman. Her eyes lit up, and she called out to them, you 3. Yes, Professor. The young woman with brown hair and pale blue eyes stepped forward and asked politely, is there anything I can do for you? Professor Whittaker gently patted the young woman's shoulder and then pointed at Edward and Lisa, who were standing at the foot of the marble staircase. Those 2 are your mentor's childhood friends. Go, give them a tour around the castle. Eleni's eyes lit up in amazement. Mentor's friends, they're participating in the tournament. Yes. The elderly professor let out an amused chuckle. Go on now, take the boys with you and get acquainted with them. Yes, Professor, Eleni beamed. She then walked towards Arthur and Aiden, who were leaning against the stone walls and chatting with one another with bored expressions, and told them what Professor Whittaker had just told her. The moment the 2 young men learned that Adam's friends were here, their eyes lit up in surprise, and they quickly went to greet them. Professor Whittaker witnessed all of this happen with a warm smile on her face. Those 3 are Adam's students, Edwin asked, his gaze directed at the 3 young Magi who were approaching his grandson. Indeed, Professor Whittaker nodded. She then turned around and led the group of Mana Vortex Magi into the castle. Edwin Turner gazed at Adam's students for a moment longer before nodding ever so slightly. Not bad. Excuse me, Eleni stepped forward, feeling a little shy, and approached the group of 3 people who were discussing how to spend their time here. As for Arthur and Aidan, they were standing in the near distance. They felt even more shy to strike up a conversation with their mentor's friends. Thus, they gave the duty to Eleni, who was more social and outgoing compared to them. Yes, Lisa asked with a faint smile. Are you Magus Constantine's childhood friends? Before Lisa even had the chance to answer, Edward had already arrived before her and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, he grinned. Yes, we are. How did you know? Do you also know him? Wait, no, that's a silly question. Who here doesn't know him? Anyways, how do you know him? Eleni was a little taken aback by how this tall and burly, blue-eyed young man acted like a little child. In the end, she did manage to answer him. Yes, I do know him. Her eyes flickered with pride, and she involuntarily straightened her back. I am the student of the Dark King. The Sleepy Hobbit Downtown Quarter. In this one-of-a-kind restaurant in Ravenfell, renowned for serving not just magi but also their familiars, Anna and her group found a spot in the outdoor seating area. The weather was warm and sunny, and under the shade of the umbrella jutting out from the center of their table, it felt pleasantly cool and comfortable. After months of travel, they had arrived in the city earlier today. But much to their surprise, they found the city crowded, unlike anything they had ever seen before in Europa. Despite the packed streets and alleys, the atmosphere was lively, enjoyable, and warm. With the Grand Magus tournament around the corner, the city came alive with each passing day. The red-haired woman rested her chin on her hand as she watched the children on the streets wear black pointy hats and play amongst each other. All of them pretended to be the Dark King, casting spells and vanquishing the enemies. Such a sight was quite common in the cities of the Southern Federation as well as the Akkadian Empire. However, such incidents were found in abundance in the city of Ravenfell. After all, this was the home of the Dark King. Although Anna and her group had only just arrived earlier in the morning, they had already come across several street performances, featuring actors portraying Adam heroically battling evil cultists and emerging victorious. Now, when she saw the little children smiling happily and pretending to be her little brother, her eyes flickered with pride, and a faint smile tugged at her lips. You have come far, Adam. Anna, sitting beside her, the silver-haired and blue-eyed girl, Ada Bray, moaned in exasperation. What now? Anna rolled her eyes. Ada pouted, her eyes darting from one person to the other who passed them by on the cobbled streets ahead. There are so many handsome young men. I wonder if I can find my dream husband here. Anna could only shake her head helplessly. Her friend was the same no matter where they went, always on the hunt for prospective husbands, only to ruthlessly reject them and leave a trail of broken hearts behind. Shouldn't you be more worried about where we'll be staying here? Anna asked, raising an eyebrow. However, Ada wasn't bothered at all. She waved her off with a grin. Details, details. A roof will show up eventually. But a tall, muscular, and handsome magus, that's a once-in-a-city chance, my dear princess. Anna sighed again, muttering under her breath, You're hopeless. As the 2 childhood friends sipped their drinks and watched the lively street unfold before them, their other 2 companions finally showed up after almost an hour. There's good news and there's bad news, said the auburn-haired man with the finely trimmed mustache and beard, Darrell Quinn, as he took a seat beside Ada. Meanwhile, the elderly man with shoulder-length white hair and beard of matching color, the mana vortex magus, Caspar York, silently sat down beside Anna, his expression flat. Bad news first, Ada spoke nonchalantly. Darrell let out a helpless sigh. We couldn't find anywhere to stay. In fact, all the reputable inns are already booked for the next several months. He paused for a moment, leaning back in his chair. In conclusion, we are officially homeless. Ada rolled her eyes, thinking it was not so bad. We could always stay in one of the more not-so-reputable inns by the dockside. Absolutely not. Caspar York sternly refused. He glared at Ada. How can you suggest such a thing to the princess? Ada simply scoffed, not at all intimidated by the elderly magus. Old man, you are too inflexible. In a situation where we can't find a decent place to stay, shouldn't we make do with what we can get our hands on? She paused for a moment, her lips forming a taunting smile. Or what? Do you wish for Anna to sleep on the streets? HMPH, ill-mannered child, Caspar York harumphed. Despite him being a mighty mana vortex magus, these 3 children did not take him seriously at all. It had to do with him raising them since they were mere toddlers. This allowed them to share a special bond with him, where he was more like a family than a fearful magus. And what's the good news? Anna asked curiously as she continued to sip her drink. Caspar and Darrell exchanged glances, each catching the lingering surprise mirrored in the other's eyes. Finally, the old man turned to Anna and explained, We've managed to gather surprising information about Adam. Anna's eyes lit up. She shifted in her seat and asked almost immediately, What about him? Have you found out his whereabouts? Yes, about that. Darrell scratched his beard awkwardly. He doesn't seem to be in Ravenfell at the moment. Fact, he hasn't been here for over a year. Anna couldn't help but frown. Then what did you find out about him? This time Caspar spoke, his voice tinged with incredulity but also understanding. It turns out that your little brother is one of the counts of Ravenfell. Anna was taken aback, and so was Ada, but the latter quickly regained her emotions. Heh, this is nothing, she said, almost as if the subject of conversation was none other than her. He's already been given the moniker of king. What's a mere count? He was given the title of count long before the Blackshire incident, Darrell explained to her. It would appear that there was a battle within the city walls that was the prelude to what we now call the Blackshire incident. It was during this very conflict that Adam or should I say, Lord Constantine, earned glorious merit and was later granted the title of count. Midway through his speech, Darrell realized that the one he was talking about, although a person younger than him, was in fact a mighty mana vortex magus. The more she heard about Adam's exploits, the more Anna began to doubt these claims. Is this truly the little Adam I know? A shadow of doubt bloomed in her heart. The things she had heard about her little brother were too good to be true. While Darrell and Ada were discussing Adam's feats, Caspar York turned to the crimson-haired princess and sent a mental transmission. Act natural. There is something important I need to tell you. Anna's eyes narrowed momentarily before her expression quickly returned to normal. She reached out for the crystal glass on the table and took a sip. Then Caspar's words echoed inside her mind once again, casting a grim shadow over her expression. They are watching us. Anna's heart skipped a beat. She covertly lowered her left hand under the table, planning to weave hand seals for mind whisper, but at the last moment, Caspar stopped her. No suspicious movements, he transmitted. They're nearby. Crimson-haired woman couldn't help but scan the crowd before her, but all she saw were people from the four races mingling and going about their day in joy and harmony. She reached out for the glass, sipping on her drink again. If my guess is right, then these people must be from Ravenfell. Caspar York leaned back in his chair, raising his head and basking in the warm rays of the sun. It would be strange if they did not keep an eye on a foreign mana vortex magus like me, he added, so rest assured. Everything is under control. I just wanted to inform you beforehand. Anna's shoulders involuntarily loosened. It made sense that the magi responsible for the security of Ravenfell would keep a strict eye on their group, considering there was a mana vortex magus amongst them. Furthermore, security measures had intensified now that the Grand Magus Tournament was around the corner. With countless mana vortex magi from all over the continent traveling to the city, alone or with a group, to witness the tournament, it was no wonder that the security of the city was on edge. So where are we going to stay, Anna? Ada looked at her, her tone laced with boredom. Despite being the daughter of a duke from the Ignisra kingdom, it would appear that she wouldn't mind staying in a shady, run-down inn. Anna, too, had had her fair share of troubles in the past. She had learned to adapt to her environment. Not to mention, she had lived in absolute simplicity for 8 years in Behal Town with Adam. If we have no other option, then we might as well stay at one of those inns by the dockside, she said, shaking her head. Truth be told, she didn't want to stay at such places. She would prefer somewhere nice, luxurious, but one could only play the cards they were dealt. But Darrell hesitated. He didn't want Anna, or anyone else in their group, for that matter, to stay at such shady places. Besides, who knew if they would even get rooms at the inns by the dockside? Moreover, he didn't even know if they were going to stay in Ravenfell for that long. They had traveled to the Ulier continent for one purpose, and one purpose only, to take Adam back with them to Europa so that he could have a better life. But now the raven-haired youth was, in fact, hailed as the Dark King, a glorious and powerful magus in Ulier. Not only that, he was also a mighty count of Ravenfell. The youth seemed to be doing quite good for himself here. One could even argue that this was the perfect life for him. At that point, did they really need to take him back to Europa with them? The words in Darrell's words eventually died down. They truly had no other option but to stay at one of those run-down inns. But the silver lining was that they would only have to stay there temporarily. After Adam returned to Ravenfell, they could just shift to his manor. Yeah, I'm sure he has a spacious manor if he's a count, he thought. Suddenly, Darrell thought of something else and couldn't help but ask, Old man Caspar, can't you get acquainted with one of the local mana vortex magi and ask for their help? He paused for a moment before asking. I'm sure they would help a magus of their station. Caspar York nodded. I was also thinking of that. However, before he could finish his words, there was a sudden commotion nearby. The crowd was initially panicking, but soon they burst into a round of cheers and applause. They're here. Caspar's voice echoed inside Anna's mind, causing her to involuntarily straighten her back. The crowd on the street soon parted, allowing a group of nightmare steeds to pass through. Magus, wearing black armor, radiating a valiant aura, rode these steeds and seemed to be moving towards the sleepy hobbit. Everyone gathered around the restaurant, waiting for the drama to unfold. Perhaps some criminal had sneaked in, or someone might have caused some chaos at the restaurant. Scenes such as this were a common occurrence nowadays. The security was so tight within the city walls that nothing escaped the eyes of the Magus guards. However, this time it was different. After all this time, it was the elite magi of Ravenfell, the Black Legion, that had made its move. This elite group of magi almost never acted within the city. They were also quite famous in these parts of the land. Moreover, their prestige had skyrocketed in the past year because of their Lord Commander. The group of magi from the Black Legion arrived before the outside seating arrangement of the Sleepy Hobbit. To be more precise, they had stopped right in front of Anna's group. The one leading them was none other than the captain of the Black Legion and former commander, Radon. He removed his helmet, his cold and calm gaze scanning the group of 4 before him. Despite there being a rank 3 magus in front, there was no fear in his eyes. Radon's gaze lingered on Caspar York for a moment longer before he shifted his attention to the 2 women, observing them carefully. He got off his steed and calmly walked towards the group. The half a dozen black-armored magi behind him followed. The people gathered watched with bated breath, wondering just what would unfold now. Radon removed his helmet and stood before the group of 4. His gaze shifted between the silver-haired woman and the crimson-haired woman. His lips parted, and he politely asked, "My ladies, which one of you might be Anna Fireborn?" Caspar York stepped forward, standing between the 2 women and Radian. He displayed a faint smile, but a peculiar light flickered in his eyes. "Young man, may I ask why you are looking for her?" At once the atmosphere became tense. Caspar was doing his job, protecting the princess. On the other hand, Radon was also trying to fulfill his duty. Although he didn't like the old man's attitude, he still relented. "It has been brought to my attention that a relative of our Lord Commander has set foot in Ravenfell," he said flatly. "Therefore my men and I have come to welcome her. Now if you would kindly tell me which one of them is Anna Fireborn." Caspar was stunned, Darrell was stunned, Ada was stunned, Anna was the most stunned. "What did you say?" Caspar asked in a daze. "Whose relative?" Before Radon could repeat his words, Anna hurriedly stepped forward. With a tone filled with incredulity, she asked, "Your Lord Commander, what is his name?" Radon's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes flashing with pride. "The Dark King." It was easy to overlook the various titles and monikers that Adam had received in his life. In the Twilight Brotherhood, people knew him as the Black Vengeance or the Tyrant. In Ravenfell, as well as the entire Ulir continent, people simply knew him as the Dark King. Most did not even know that he was a noble count of Ravenfell, or that he was the Lord Commander of its elite unit of Magi, the Black Legion. So when Anna learned that Adam was the leader of the Black Legion, she did not know what to believe anymore. At this point, she wouldn't even be surprised if someone stepped forward and claimed that Adam was the forgotten prince of the Akkadian Empire. Adam is the what? Anna was still in a daze, trying to digest this newfound information. Just what has been up to while I was gone, she thought incredulously. Is this really the Adam that I know, that I raised? The more tales she heard of Adam's exploits, the more doubtful she became. To her, it seemed like a stranger was wearing her little brother's name, or perhaps even his skin. Radon was confused, wondering if he had said something wrong. Count Constantine is the Lord Commander of the Black Legion. His eyes flashed with brilliance, and he asked, "My lady, are you Anna Fireborn?" Unbeknownst to him, his back had involuntarily lowered a little. Didn't matter if the woman before her was the same station as him, or weaker than him, or even a mortal. What mattered was that she was his Lord Commander's relative. Anna simply nodded in a daze. But the next moment, Caspar York gently grabbed her by the shoulder and pulled her behind him. He looked at Radon and spoke with the same polite smile. "Young man, how did you come to make a connection between the two?" Radon knew exactly what he was talking about. He conjured a rolled-up parchment from his storage artifact and unfurled it. He glanced at it again, seemingly to confirm its contents. "Yes, here. Anna Fireborn is listed under family members or guardians." The man handed the parchment to Caspar before continuing. "The moment your group submitted your identification documents at the security outpost, one of my men notified me. Then I confirmed the information with Saratoga before coming here." Caspar grasped the parchment and read its contents. It had the official seal of Saratoga Castle and contained Adam's student information. This document was filled out when the raven-haired youth had enrolled at the castle more than a decade ago. The frown on Caspar York's face gradually eased, and he handed the parchment to Anna, saying, just like back in Moon City. Anna retrieved the paper and saw her name jotted down in the family member or guardian section. A warm smile slowly found its way to her lips. She handed the parchment back to Radon, nodding. "Yes, I am Anna Fireborn," she said, her voice cool and dignified. The moment Radon confirmed that the crimson-haired lady was indeed Adam's relative, he stood straight and stuck his breastplate with his fist. "We greet Lady Fireborn." His men followed suit. "We greet Lady Fireborn." Witnessing the sudden development, the people who had gathered nearby burst into hushed discussions. This was a gossip-worthy sensation. After all, they had just learned that the Dark King had a relative, and said relative was present in Ravenfell. Anything and anyone associated with the Dark King was sure to soar in prestige. Such was the aura of the youngest man to ever become a mana vortex magus. Radon, now humbler than before, asked politely, "My lady, may I ask if you have already found a place to stay?" The captain of the Dark Legion completely disregarded Caspar York, a mana vortex magus, and also someone vastly older than him. All that mattered to him was this crimson-haired lady who was his Lord Commander's relative. No, before she could finish her words, Ada interrupted her. "We need a good place to stay," she said excitedly. "Please tell us you've prepared accommodations for us. I mean the Dark King's sister." "We most certainly have," said the captain of the Black Legion. The Dark King's sister. She looks nothing like him, he thought, his heart beginning to fill with suspicion. He turned to Anna and respectfully added, "If you would please follow us, we will escort you to our Lord Commander's compound." This was a complete turn of events for Anna and her group. They were thinking they would have to stay in one of the run-down inns in the outskirts of the city until Adam arrived, but now they were being treated no differently than the nobility of Ravenfell. Anna simply nodded her head in response. Caspar, on the other hand, was extremely vigilant of this development. "Where is your Lord Commander's manor?" he asked suspiciously. "Also, I have learned that he isn't in Ravenfell at the moment. In fact, he hasn't been here for over a year. Is it wise to take us to the manor without your lord's permission?" Raedon fell silent for a moment, stroking the thick stubble on his chin. "Well, my lord, your argument is sound. I had assumed the Lord Commander wouldn't object to allowing a relative into his compound without prior permission." He thought for a moment before suggesting, "Alternatively, we can escort you to the Black Bastion." "Black Bastion?" Darrell asked with an inquisitive gaze. "That sounds ominous." "It is the stronghold of the Black Legion," said Raedon. He pointed to the large structure in the distance. "Do you see council keep over there? Our stronghold is but a short distance from that building." Anna immediately refused. "No, we will not go there." She looked Raedon in the eye and instructed, "Take us to Adam's manor." "Yes, my lady." Raedon stuck his breastplate again, but Caspar York tried to persuade the princess. "It's all right," Anna assured him. Caspar's mouth opened and closed. In the end, he silently nodded. "Men," Raedon waved his hand. The next moment, one of the black armored men guided 4 nightmare steeds to the front. It would appear that the group had come prepared. After Anna and her group mounted the horses, they were escorted by Raedon and his men. Everywhere they went, they drew the curious gazes of the onlookers. They couldn't help but wonder just who the crimson-haired woman and her entourage were. After all, the men of the Black Legion only answered to one person. For them to personally escort Anna and her group, they wondered if the crimson-haired woman had any relationship with that person. Before the group had even arrived at their destination, all sorts of gossip and rumors had already spread across all corners of the city. An hour later, the group arrived before the entrance of Adam's new manor in Uptown Quarter. When Darrell laid his eyes on the expansive and luxurious property beyond the gates, his mouth went slightly agape. He couldn't help but jest, "Is this truly the resident of a mere count?" At the entrance to Adam's manor stood a middle-aged man with graying hair and brown eyes, dressed in fine garments, with several maids and servants behind him. Raedon got off his steed and walked up to him. Then he stood right beside the middle-aged man and gazed at Anna with slightly doubtful eyes. "Rune, can you confirm?" he asked. Adam's assistant and head butler walked up to Anna, carefully scanning her face. This caused the crimson-haired woman to frown, yet Rune's next words made her let her guard down. "It truly is her." The middle-aged man smiled warmly. Rune pressed his gloved right hand over his chest and bowed sincerely. "Lady Anna, welcome to Ravenfell." Anna, accompanied by her entourage and Raedon, entered Adam's compound under the guidance of the head butler, Rune. The maids and servants respectfully followed behind them. As for the half a dozen magi of the Black Legion who had escorted Anna and her group here, they stood guard at the compound's entrance. Everyone in the group remained silent. Some were surprised to see the intricate design and architecture of the compound, while others, like Raedon, were calm and stoic. Raedon had visited this compound several times during its construction. He even made sure to have his men technically, Adam's mento, guard the compound at all times. Looking at the marble pathways, the sculptures, the beautiful fountains, and the well-maintained trees and bushes, Caspar York couldn't help but mutter, "Just what is it that Count Constantine does for a living?" He himself was a mana vortex magus and had been one for more than half of his life. But even he wouldn't have this much wealth to be able to build such a luxurious mansion, that too in the most expensive and exclusive part of the city. Furthermore, if a magus could have this much wealth to spare on building a manor, then how much more wealth would he truly have in his possession? Mind-boggling. Rune, who was walking beside Anna he was walking slightly behind her, turned around and looked towards the old magus with a polite smile. "My master is a student. Well, he used to be one at Saratoga Castle," he said, his brown eyes flickering with pride. "He can no longer be considered a student after becoming a rank 3 magus." He paused for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle within his guests. It would seem that the group still hadn't gotten over the shock that Adam was no older than 35. No one had, truth be told. He is also a renowned herbalist within the city, he added with a smile. He is registered as a grade 2 herbalist with the Herbalists Guild in Ravenfell. Caspar York nearly coughed up blood. "Grade 2 herbalist," he blurted out in surprise. a grade 2 herbalist at such a young age. He knew that the profession of a herbalist or any other profession, for that matter, required a long and arduous period of study and experimentation to reach grade 2. For Adam to become one at such a young age was quite shocking. The smile on Rowan's face deepened ever so slightly. Yes, my lord, my master had already become a grade 2 herbalist a decade ago. Caspar York was stunned out of his mind. A moment later, however, he let out a scoff. Heh, you don't seem to know what you're talking about, young man. I don't expect you to know the terminology used in the world of magi. Rowan simply smiled in return. He didn't want to correct the old man. After all, the latter was someone of the same station as his master, and he was just a mortal. Thus in the end he lowered his head and humbly said, "Forgive me, my lord." Radon silently witnessed the entire thing play out. He also didn't bother correcting the old man. It wasn't worth the effort. No matter what he said, Caspar wouldn't believe him anyway. As the group approached the main entrance to the expansive manor, Anna turned to look at Rowan and asked in a flat tone, "How did you know it was me?" "Pardon, my lady." Rowan subconsciously bowed. The person he was addressing was Adam's sister, after all. "How are you so sure that I am who I say I am?" Anna asked with the same voice. "For all you know, I could just be pretending to be Adam's relative." When Radon heard the woman say that, he immediately straightened his back. His eyes instantly scanned the rest of the magi in Anna's entourage. Rowan revealed a faint smile. "That is because I have seen you before, my lady." Anna's eyes narrowed. "Are you from the Southern Federation?" "No, no." The head butler shook his head. "I was born and brought up in Ravenfell." Then how come Anna's voice trailed off? She was as perplexed as the rest of her group. "You see, my lady, in the master's old manor there were several portraits of people whom I can only assume were close to him," said Rowan with a reminiscent smile. "And one of them was yours." Anna's lips curled into a faint smile. "Did he get someone to paint them?" "No, he is a masterclass painter himself." Anna's lips threatened to crumble. "Is there anything your master isn't?" Rowan simply let out an awkward laugh. They climbed the grand marble staircase and entered through the towering mahogany doors. He led the group through the entrance hall and the great hall, before finally guiding them into a spacious corridor where all of Adam's artwork was proudly displayed. "You said something about an old manor," Caspar asked curiously. Mostly, he was only curious to know how much wealth this young brat truly possessed. "How many manors does he have?" He added seemingly casually, "Just this one, my lord." Rowan turned to the elderly magus and respectfully answered, "The last one was destroyed." "Destroyed?" Anna's eyes narrowed. "How?" Rowan hesitated, thinking of the right words to say. "There was a great battle that took place here. My lady, I'm not sure about the details." Then he gestured to the burly man standing behind the group. "Perhaps Lord Radon can tell you. What battle is he talking about?" Anna asked the towering captain of the Black Legion, her voice calm but authoritative. "The very battle where he proved himself the greatest prodigy of Ulyrno, of this entire world," Radon declared, lifting his chin with pride. "It was during this battle that he slew a mana vortex magus of an evil cult." He allowed his words to hang in suspense, and at the time he was only a mana liquefaction magus. Caspar York nearly coughed up blood. Again, he looked at the man and spoke incredulously. "How is that even possible? You people are romanticizing the Dark King to no end." Radon shrugged, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Whether you believe it or not is up to you." He paused, his smirk deepening. "But tell me, my lord, did you think becoming a mana vortex magus before the age of 35 was possible?" A stunned silence descended upon the group. While Anna and the rest were still reeling from the shock of this new information, Rowan had already guided them to the portrait he was looking for. "This is the one, my lady," the head butler said with a smile. "This is the one my master painted." Anna turned to look at the painting, and for a moment she froze. Then her eyes flashed with warmth, and she couldn't help but murmur, "Yes, it's him all right." In a corner of her heart, she still had doubts whether the Adam the world was talking about was the same Adam that she knew. To be frank, Adam's feats were simply too extraordinary to reconcile with the raven-haired boy she had raised. But after seeing this painting, her confidence grew. It depicted her in a simple white dress, standing under the oak tree. While Anna and her entourage were settling in Adam's manor, his students arrived in the same quarter, bringing along his friends. Garden Café was a renowned restaurant and served the best wine in the city. It was owned by Enzana Fino, a mana liquefaction magus, and also the sister of one of the counselors of Ravenfell, Nylian Fino. The café radiated elegance and charm, blending natural beauty with an aura of refined sophistication. Elves did have a flair for aesthetics, after all. The building was 2-story tall, boasting a stone exterior with beautiful carvings of leaves, vines, and flowers. Tall, arched windows allowed passers-by to glimpse the cozy interior. Delicate flowers grew in the planters outside, radiating a pleasant smell for all nearby. Garden Café was one of the best places to dine in the city, allowing it to maintain an air of exclusivity. With the Grand Magus tournament around the corner, the café's prestige soared even more, causing vast numbers of people to gather here every evening. Naturally, all those who came here were naturally very affluent and influential magi from all across the Ulir continent. Also, the fact that the owner of the cafe had a familial relationship with a member of the council of 7 naturally attracted customers. But mostly, they were here for the delicious food and the cafe's signature wine, Eclipse Nectar. It was undoubtedly the best wine one could find in these lands. Well, of course, except for the ones made by Adam. A long queue occupied the entrance of the cafe. The vast majority of the people were tourists. Somewhere near the back of the queue, Adam's students, Eleni, Arthur, and Aiden, stood with his friends Edward and Lisa and Biden. You must trust me, Arthur spoke animatedly. It's worth the wait. The food is simply too good. Aiden nodded from the side, and also the wine. The wine here is the best in the city. Best in the city. Edward looked at the 2 young men with dubious eyes. Have the 2 of you never tried Adam's wine? According to him, Adam's brewing skills were unsurpassed, so he was having a difficult time believing that the cafe would have the best wine in the city. Arthur and Aiden exchanged glances before the former said no, teacher never allowed us to drink wine back then. Eleni added with a light chuckle. In fact, he tried his best not to drink wine in front of us. We were still young back then, and he didn't want to set a bad example. She paused, then covered her mouth, grinning, but everyone in Ravenfell knows what a drunkard he is. Lisa's heart was warmed. She appreciated the fact that Adam refrained from consuming liquor in front of his students, and from the looks of it, he had raised 3 fine magi. While she was chatting with Eleni, Edward and Biden were chatting with the boys. The blue-eyed young man couldn't help but look at the 2 and frown. What is wrong with your bodies? Have you not been eating? Biden, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Here we go again, he thought. Both Aiden and Arthur glanced at themselves and then at each other, wondering what Edward was talking about. Arthur couldn't help but ask, what do you mean? I think we've been eating just fine. Edward couldn't help but sneer, pointing at his thin arms. Then why are you so lanky? You look malnourished. Do you both not do strength training? Has Adam not told you the importance of a strong body? Arthur and Aiden were dazed. Strength training? Why, here it comes, Biden thought, because Edward began, his expression turning extremely solemn. He raised his chin, gazing into the distance. He then slowly raised his hands and flexed his biceps. The veins on his arms bulged with intensity. Men must be strong. Arthur and Aiden had their mouths agape as they stared blankly at the tall and sturdy young man flexing his muscles. What's wrong with him? Is he one of those muscle heads? The same thought echoed in both their minds. Right at that moment, Lisa's exasperated voice could be heard. Eddie, please stop. Fine, fine. Edward lowered his arms and stood straight, but he still continued to flex, his eyes flickering with pride as he gazed at Aiden and Arthur. This is how men must be, he said with a cocky smirk. He is so weird. Aiden and Arthur thought simultaneously. The queue moved awfully slowly, but none of the people had left. Even though it might take them a long time to get a table, they would make sure to try the food and wine and leave. Such was the fame of Garden Cafe. After a certain period of time, a small group of elves dressed in fine, luxurious garments arrived at the restaurant. However, instead of waiting in line, they straight away headed towards the doors to the cafe. Many people standing in the queue frowned at this development. After all, they had been patiently standing in line for a long time, and to see someone skip the line annoyed them greatly. Some remained silent, patiently waiting for the guards by the entrance to teach this group of elves a lesson. Others berated them for their behavior. While only a select few, mostly the local residents, had a look of understanding on their faces. Suddenly, the elf leading the group, a beautiful young woman with ash blonde hair and silver eyes, stopped beside Edward, Lisa, and the rest. This elven young woman's gaze landed on Eleni, her eyes flashing with slight surprise. Aren't you Adam's student? She asked, her voice calm and soothing to the ears. Eleni hadn't noticed this group of elves arrive near them as she was busy chatting with Lisa. When she heard those words, she turned towards the source of the voice. When she gazed at the beautiful silver-eyed elf, she was slightly taken aback. Lady Kamara, what a pleasant surprise. The elf's expression softened, no longer as flat and detached. You may simply call me Kamara, she said. Her gaze then shifted to Aiden and Arthur, recognizing them as Adam's students. Then she turned towards Edward, Biden, and finally Lisa. Her gaze lingered a moment longer on this beautiful blonde young woman with emerald eyes. Adam's friends, she asked curiously. Lisa displayed a perfunctory smile and nodded. Indeed. With that said, she, along with the group of elves, moved towards the cafe's entrance. Edward, Biden, and Lisa were confused. Didn't they have to stand in line? Why is that silver-haired elf so confidently cutting the line? Let's go, Eleni said excitedly. She gently grabbed Lisa's arms and followed behind the group under the confused and dumbfounded gazes of the rest of the people in line. What's happening? Biden asked in confusion, but he followed behind Eleni nonetheless. Arthur looked at him and chuckled. She's the owner of Garden Cafe. Technically her aunt is, but you know what I mean. As the two groups approached the cafe's entrance, Lisa couldn't help but lean in and whisper, is she Adam's friend? Eleni's eyes gleamed with a gossipy spark, and she secretly weaved hand seals, casting mind whisper. Lisa, do you want to know something? Hearing the excited voice echo in her mind, Lisa's curiosity was instantly piqued. She turned to Eleni, raising an eyebrow and gesturing for her to continue. Eleni's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. There were rumors about Mentor and Kamara having an affair. The silver-eyed elf didn't stay for long. She only spoke a word or two, wishing the participants good fortune in the upcoming tournament before joining the people she had come here with. As soon as the group sat down, Edward was the first to order nectar wine for everyone. Furthermore, he also ordered a large quantity of meat while glaring at Aidan and Arthur, telling them they needed to build muscles and whatnot. While the boys chatted amongst themselves, debating the physical and spiritual intricacies of magic, Lisa's eyes flashed with an intriguing light as she spoke to Eleni. She couldn't help but reveal an excited smirk as she said, "So Adam had an affair." Edward's ears perked up. Who had an affair? To him, it was shocking that his childhood friend would have an affair with someone. After all, when they were kids, Adam had once told him how he would never have a woman in his life, and that his heart only belonged to magic. So that turned out to be a lie. Edward inwardly scoffed. He shifted in his chair, turning to the brown-haired young woman. "What's this I hear? Pray tell." Eleni covered her mouth, grinning with excitement. She loved gossiping, especially when it involved her mentor, the famous talk of the town, the Dark King. More than a year ago, there was a masquerade ball held at a former noble's estate. She then began recounting the events that surrounded the Duskfall masquerade. While Lisa was interested in the fact that Adam had asked Kamara to accompany him to the masquerade, Edward had a grim expression on his face when he learned that his friend had to battle so many cultists and even thwart their evil plans. While he was practicing mindfulness within the safe confines of the Tower of Daybreak, Adam had been putting himself in life and death situations, always fighting with his life on the line and coming out victorious. He frowned, thinking to himself, is this why he soared so far, while I'm only at the peak of mana liquefaction rank? Come to think of it, I barely journeyed outside in the past decade. Practicing mindfulness felt as easy as breathing air, so I always put my mind on it. I should have gone on more adventures like Adam did, but nothing could have prepared him for what Eleni would say next. The brown-haired young woman's tone turned solemn, and she whispered, "It is said that he fought a dozen mana liquefaction magi by himself. In the end, all of them died by his hands." Biden was astonished. All of them. Paused, trying to digest this newfound information. At the time, Adam was only a mana liquefaction magus, but he was still able to kill a dozen magi of similar strength. This time it was Arthur who replied. His eyes flickered with pride and he said with a smug smile, "This is nothing, heh." After this battle was seemingly over, everyone went their separate ways. When Teacher reached his manor, he found that the leader of those cultists was already waiting for him. Edward's expression turned somber. This cultist, was he also a mana liquefaction magus? Aidan chimed in from the side, his lips forming a smirk. No, he was a mana vortex magus. The three students from the Tower of Daybreak were stunned. He defeated a mana vortex magus. Biden blurted out in shock, catching the attention of the people sitting nearby. As a mere mana liquefaction magus, realizing his sudden burst of emotions had disturbed the others, he awkwardly apologized to them and then turned towards Adam's students. "Is this really true?" "It is." Eleni nodded solemnly. "While others may think such feats are exaggerated, they most certainly aren't. I have read the reports. Teacher really did kill that mana vortex magus all on his own." Edward was shocked. The only mana vortex magus he had been fighting, if one could even call it that, was his grandfather. Since it was a spar, he didn't really know if he could truly beat him. But here Adam was putting his neck on the line and battling mana vortex magi from an evil cult. Just what the hell have I been doing? Edward was at a loss, his eyes flashing with grim resignation. It was easy to be discouraged when he knew that his talent was superior to Adam's, yet despite it all, he still fell behind. Have I been taking things too lightly? He couldn't help but clench his fists, thinking to himself, if things go on like this, forget standing by his side, will I even be able to catch up to him? She's right, you know. A deep and gruff voice sounded from the side, jolting Edward out of his self-reflection. The group turned towards the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He had a menacing and bloodthirsty aura around him. One look at him and Edward could tell that the man had fought in countless life and death situations. "I was there the night the Lord Commander took down that cultist," he said with a wide grin. "Lord Commander?" Arthur's eyebrows furrowed. "Are you perhaps?" "Yes," the man's grin widened. "I am a warrior of the Black Legion." "Here, here, ha ha ha, tell them." It would seem that the three other men sitting with him were also from the Black Legion. The man who had spoken earlier cleared his throat and began with passion in his voice. "That night, when we arrived at the Lord Commander's manor, drawn by the massive explosion, we saw him amidst the rubble, gazing at the twin moons, sipping from his large wine gourd. His appearance was haggard, bloodied from head to toe, and yet he was the one left standing. As for his enemy, he chuckled darkly, he was nothing more than a lifeless corpse." One of the other magi at that table continued. "It was that very battle, where he displayed unmatched courage and struck down a magus an entire rank above him, that earned him the noble title of Count and the mantle of the Lord Commander of the Black Legion. Things like these were common not only in Garden Café, but practically every inn, tavern, restaurant, and shop in Ravenfell. All they talked about was the Dark King's legendary exploits. The conversations about the Grand Magus tournament were drowned by the tales of the youngest man to ever become a Mana Vortex Magus. It took a long time for the excitement on the second floor of Garden Café to die down. Biden couldn't help but mutter in amazement, "Adam is really famous, huh?" He, Arthur chuckled smugly. Of course he is. Edward felt nothing but pride and happiness for his childhood friend his brother when he saw the respect and admiration in these people's eyes. That damn drunkard. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. By the way, Eleni shifted forward, leaning in her chair. I wanted to tell you something about the tournament's first trial. Edward, Lisa, and Biden were stunned. They weren't supposed to know the details about the trials until right before they began. How did you? Lisa couldn't help but feel surprised. My friends who worked with Professor Whitaker gave me some hints. Eleni blinked. What is it then? Edward asked eagerly. Tell us. Eleni first looked around, making sure that no one was paying attention. Still, she cast Mind Whisper and sent a mental transmission to Adam's friends. The first trial takes place in the depths of Marion Lake. Later that night in the downtown quarter, within a building designated as the residential area of the Magi from the Tower of Daybreak, Edward stood on the balcony, gazing thoughtfully at the twin moons. In the past year, he had heard tales about his best friend's exploits. It had filled him with admiration. When he arrived at Ravenfell, every man and woman, child and elderly, magus or mortal, spoke of Adam as though he were the city's greatest pride. Only when he arrived here was he able to truly learn what his best friend, a man he considered no less than a brother, had done in the past year. As a mana liquefaction magus, he could single-handedly take care of a dozen magi of the same station. Not only that, he could even fight people one entire station above him. When the men from the Black Legion spoke of Adam's legendary feats in Blackshore, Edward felt like they were talking not of a man, but a god. He learned that Adam went into that battle as a mana liquefaction magus, but was forced to advance due to his circumstances. Despite that, he was able to slay 3 mana vortex magi and 2 undead creatures of equivalent strength. He was even able to command an army of serpents, 1,000 strong. To be able to do that after having only just advanced to the mana vortex rank. Unbelievable, but knowing Adam, Edward felt that it must have truly happened. Despite all his vices, the raven-haired youth possessed an undeniable charm, a quiet, compelling charisma. He made people believe that the impossible was just a word, and that miracles indeed happened. The gentle summer breeze brushed past the blue-eyed youth's bare body. The ethereal glow of Selene and Luna cascaded down the firmament, illuminating the taut muscles on his upper body. Edward was no longer the fat little kid he once was. He had come a long way. Due to his unique S-grade talent, Mana behaved differently with him. It was as if he were a child of Mana, but so what? The young man revealed a wry smile. He pressed his hands against the railing of the balcony, leaning forward as he gazed at the beautiful Gothic skyline of Ravenfell. Despite having such affinity with Mana, what did I achieve? Nothing. His blue eyes were distant, a reminiscent light flashing in them. He recalled what Adam had divulged to him about his upbringing. The young man couldn't help but let out a dry chuckle. You, a son of a farmer, overcame every odds stacked against you. With nothing in your hands, you made it to a magic academy. And every time you conquered one obstacle after another, he thought, from a mere commoner you rose to become a king. His shoulders slouched, and his heart was gripped by a vague feeling of guilt and unworthiness. Yet I, who had everything, a loving family, riches, magical resources, I had everything, but still. He raised his hands and buried his face in his palms. I'm so pathetic. Edward's ears perked up when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching him. He quickly lowered his hands and masked his expression, pretending everything was fine. Then fair and slender arms gently wrapped him from behind. He then felt the soft press of a supple body against his back, followed by the warmth of a head resting upon it. Why aren't you in bed? Lisa whispered. Ah, just admiring the view of this city, you know. Edward laughed nonchalantly. He looked at the beautiful city skyline and the tiny, shadowy figures perched upon the rooftops and trees. Hey, don't you think there are too many ravens here? He put on a thoughtful expression, then a moment later laughed at his own stupidity. Wait, maybe that's why this place is called Ravenfell. Ha ha ha. Lisa wasn't laughing, however. Eddie, she softly called out. Then she stepped in front of him and gently took his hands, guiding them around her waist. Her delicate palms rose to cradle his cheeks, and she looked him in the eye. Lisa could see her reflection shimmering in her lover's gaze. Something's bothering you, she whispered, and you're not telling me. Edward deeply looked into Lisa's eyes. Then, a moment later, he sighed. Revealing an awkward smile, he asked, was it that obvious? Lisa's expression was gentle. I know you better than you think I do, she said softly, her thumbs brushing against his cheeks. You don't have to carry everything alone. Just tell me. I don't know, Edward muttered under his breath. I just feel so undeserving. Why? Lisa pressed gently. Why do you think so all of a sudden? Edward turned his head, once again gazing into the city skyline. I feel like I could have done so much more with what I had been given, and yet I did nothing. Lisa deeply looked at him. A faint smile blossomed on her face and she asked, Are you comparing yourself to Adam again? No, of course no, Edward blurted out. The next moment his face flushed ever so slightly. Well, a little bit. Comparison is the thief of joy, Eddie, Lisa said, gently turning his face toward her. The only one you should measure yourself against is the you of yesterday. She paused for a moment before continuing, her voice soft but firm. So tell me, are you better than the man you were yesterday? Edward thought deeply for a few moments before exhaling a soft sigh. His lips curled into a warm smile as he gazed at Lisa's emerald eyes. You know this is why I love you, right? Lisa leaned in and pressed her lips against him. A long moment passed before she pulled back slightly and whispered, and I love you. Edward's lips slowly formed a mischievous grin. His hand slid down to her hips, then lower, gently cupping her. A soft gasp escaped her lips. Shall we head to bed then? He murmured. Lisa gave a silent nod, her cheeks tinged with red. Then, with a soft laugh, she leapt into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. Edward caught her effortlessly, holding her close as he carried her back inside. Corvid Quarter, under the cover of night, Eleni Strange, covered in a hooded cloak, slipped silently through the shadowy alleys of the slums. Strangely enough, no matter where she went, the people around her weren't able to notice her at all. It would appear that she had used a concealment spell on her. After taking several twists and turns, making sure she wasn't tailed, she appeared before the entrance of a dilapidated building. She entered and took the stairs leading to the basement. At last she arrived before an iron door with a small, rectangular peephole in the center of it. She raised her fair hand and knocked in a specific sequence. A moment later, the peephole slid open, revealing a pair of cold, expressionless eyes staring out. What walks with no shadow under the twin moons, said the voice from the other side of the door. Eleni confidently answered, her voice calm and measured. Only the one who has forsaken the sun. The pair of eyes narrowed. A tense moment passed before the peephole slid shut with a faint click. Then the iron door creaked open, granting the young woman entry. Once inside, Eleni found herself subjected to one final scrutiny. The owner of the pair of expressionless eyes, a man wearing a dark robe, spoke with a cold, unwavering tone. In twilight we find truth. Eleni's lips curled into a smirk, her voice matching his solemnity. In shadows we seek wisdom. Eleni stepped through the dimly lit corridor, the sound of her footsteps echoing eerily. Along the way she came across several acolytes of the organization. This place was, after all, one of the safe houses of the Twilight Brotherhood. In the years that Adam's students had been absent from Ravenfell, they had completed the initiation missions given to them by the Brotherhood. But the one to get the highest marks in the mission wasn't either of the boys, but Eleni. As it turned out, she had quite the knack for spy work. With bated breath, she walked to the room at the end of the corridor, her eyes flickering with nervousness and even excitement. When she had arrived at Ravenfell a few days ago, she was secretly contacted by one of the agents of the Brotherhood, informing her that she had to be present at the gathering that was taking place right now. What was exciting to her was that a few agents that she looked up to would also be present at the gathering. These agents had worked side by side with the Dark King in the battle against the Cult of Bones, and two of them had also played a very crucial role in Blackshore, which ultimately allowed Ravenfell to clinch the victory. Approaching the metal door at the end of the dimly lit corridor, Eleni took a deep breath. Then she knocked gently. A moment later, the door creaked open, allowing her to enter. A bald man in dark robes opened the door. Eleni didn't know the man, so she gave him a perfunctory nod. Upon entering, she found that there were several men in the room, surrounding a large table at the center. They were going over the plan to deal with the cult's activities during the upcoming Grand Magus tournament. Apart from her, there was only one woman in the room. In the entire organization, there were hardly any women. After all, it was a brotherhood. When Aldo Wagner founded the organization, he envisioned a fraternity of men bound by trust, united in their fight against evil. It was only later, when a powerful woman Magus rose through the Brotherhood's ranks and established her own separate faction within, that she was able to fight for women's rights to be given a chance to join the organization. That changed everything. Though women still made up only a small fraction of the organization, their presence was undeniable, and the female Magus who made this all possible was hailed as one of the most valiant heroes of the Brotherhood. She went on to found the faction known as the Sisters of War. They were an elite order of warrior women who operated primarily in Europa, striking fear into the hearts of their enemies. Although the other woman currently in the room was not part of the famed Sisters of War, she was still well renowned, especially after her performance in the Blackshore incident. It was her exceptional merits in this great battle that also earned her a moniker, the Instigator. Seeing Eleni stare at her with admiration, the Instigator Lyriel Overendar turned to her and revealed a faint smile. So you are the Dark King's student, Eleni, she said. Yes, Lady Lyriel. Eleni involuntarily straightened her back. It is an honor to meet you. She then shifted her gaze to the rugged and muscular man standing next to the elf. "And you too, Lord Kale." Kale Statham smiled faintly and then nodded. As usual, words rarely escaped his lips. Lyriel stepped forward and stated, "You can call us simply by our names. We are all agents here." Then she proceeded to introduce her to everyone present. All of them were agents. Eleni noticed that there were people from the 4 major races present. All of them had been summoned from all across Ulier, and this was just one of the safe houses. In the past years, they were able to build dozens of safe houses in all 6 quarters of Ravenfell. Eleni scanned the room, but she couldn't find any mana vortex magi around. Perhaps they're somewhere else, she wondered. "All right, now that everyone's here, we will begin briefing," Lyriel began. Her hands pressed against the table, and her gaze was glued to the map sprawled on it. It was the map of the land surrounding Saratoga Castle. Lyriel pointed at the large water body based the cliff that Saratoga was located on, and began, "Our intel suggests that the first trial of the Grand Magus tournament will take place in Marion Lake." Eleni, who was standing next to the silver-haired elf, nodded ever so slightly. Lyriel turned to her and gestured, "Eleni, I'd like you to go into details." "Yes," the brown-haired young woman nodded. She looked at everyone gathered around the table and began in a solemn tone, "This trial will take place in the labyrinth in the depths of Marion Lake. The goal of this trial is simple. One has to find a magical key in this underwater maze that will allow them to enter the second trial. As for where these keys are located, only Professor Whitaker knows. Anything else?" a dwarven man asked from the side. Eleni turned towards him and nodded. "The labyrinth will be teeming with underwater magical creatures." A solemn atmosphere descended in the room. An elven man stroked his chin and thought out loud, "So I'm guessing the participants will have to deal with these underwater creatures before they can get their hands on the key, eh?" He then turned to Lyriel, who had a grim expression on her face. "The real question is, how will the cultists use this trial to their advantage?" "Well," Lyriel said as she turned to face him, her gaze sweeping over the members gathered. "That's exactly why we're here, isn't it?" At the very same time as the secret gathering of the Twilight Brotherhood, in a shadowed and forgotten corner of the city, another clandestine meeting was underway. But this one belonged to the Cult of Bones. Just like the last time, 3 hooded figures had gathered, sitting in a dimly lit chamber. 2 of them knew each other, but the identity of the third person was a mystery to them. "The tournament is soon approaching," said the burly figure in a flat voice. "Are you still not going to tell us what the plan is?" The mysterious robbed figure, a lanky fellow, let out an amused, almost chilling laugh. "The plan is always changing, my friend," he began. "There are always unforeseen variables that end up altering the plan." He paused for a moment, then added with a sly smile, "Rest assured, my dear friends, when the time is right, you will know everything you need to." The third figure, a man of slightly less stature, thought for a moment before nodding. "As long as you hold up your end of the bargain, I have no complaints." But his voice darkened. "You need to inform us well in advance so we can prepare," he continued, his tone laced with slight hostility. "Frankly, I am tired of being left in the dark. We're supposed to be allies, yet you don't seem to trust us at all." The mysterious, lanky fellow deeply looked at the 2 men standing before him, his thoughts a mystery. A moment later, he heaved a deep and helpless sigh. "You're right," he said, waving his hand. "I suppose this is the least I can do." His eyes flashed with a cruel light as a wicked grin spread across his face. "We will start with the children, the future of Ulier, all gathered in one place. Next, the mana core magi, the prized weapons of this continent, and finally he let his words hang, savoring the deafening silence. We will reduce this wretched city to ash, and with it, topple one of the 4 pillars of Acadia. Somewhere in the Europa continent, amidst the vast plains that seemed to stretch into the horizon, a tall, dark tower rose to the sky, piercing through the clouds. The land surrounding it was barren, devoid of any life. It was as if the dark tower had sucked all the life and vitality from the earth around it. At the topmost chamber of this tower, a shadowy figure sat on an obsidian throne. Cloaked in dark robes, the figure's face remained concealed beneath its hood. Yet every now and then, 2 ominous green orbs flickered in the shadowed depths of the hood, revealing a hint of something watching from within. The chamber was vast, spanning the entire floor. Its dark marble floor faintly gleamed beneath the dim lights filtering through the arched windows, while towering pillars supported its ceilings. On one side, massive doors loomed, their imposing presence adding to the room's grandeur. On the opposite side, an elevated platform held the shadowy figure on its obsidian throne. The atmosphere was heavy with dignified authority, making the chamber feel more like a throne room than a simple space. If one looked closely, they would see small particles of mana swirling around the obsidian throne, gradually being absorbed by the robed figure. He was practicing mindfulness. The speed at which the mana gathered and was absorbed suggested that the individual was no ordinary magus. In fact, it was likely that he was the most powerful of them all. Suddenly, the atmosphere within the throne room shifted. It was ominous and overbearing before, but now it felt cold, murderous, and Devilish, the robed figure on the throne, astutely noticed this. The pair of green orbs hidden in the shadows of his hood lit up with a blinding light. It was only then that the figure's face was illuminated. However, there wasn't a face, no flesh, no muscles, only bones. This was no ordinary being. It was a Lick, a being of undeath, the cult leader of the diabolical cult of bones. Realizing the change in the atmosphere, he stopped extracting mana from his surroundings. He understood immediately. This was the sign of the devil's arrival, the very devil with whom he had forged a pact. He rose to his feet and stepped down the elevated platform, making his way to the center of the throne room. Then he waited. Several moments later, his shadow came to life. It rose from the ground, forming thick tendrils that slithered around the Lick's feet, coalescing before him. Then, the shadows lifted into the air, shaping themselves into a face with barely recognizable features. The only striking detail was a pair of horns jutting from the face's forehead, unmistakably marking it as something otherworldly. A moment of silence hung in the air as neither the Lick nor the ghostly apparition of the devil spoke to one another. The Lick fixed his hollow gaze at the shadowy face in silence, the orbs of green light deep within his sockets flickering faintly. Curiosity and caution wrestled within him. After all, the devil rarely communicated with him. He was a rare visitor, and their encounters were always laden with unspoken tension. The last time he was here, he had cryptically told him of an ancient and powerful being casting its gaze upon Tron. Now, the cult leader wondered what this visit would bring. After what seemed like forever, the shadowy face of the devil revealed a smile. "How are the preparations coming along?" he asked. The Lick nodded. "Everything is fine." He paused for a moment, the green orbs inside his socket flashing with a peculiar light. "Why are you here?" The smile on the devil's shadowy face faded. "Everything is not fine." The Lick's voice turned sharp. "What is the meaning of that?" "The seeds are about to fully mature. It is only a matter of time before the portals are formed." "Oh, I do not doubt you," the shadowy face murmured, but... His voice trailed off, turning darker, thick with sinister intent. "There's a variable now, a presence you cannot afford to overlook, one that twists the threads of fate itself." The orbs of light inside the Lick's skull flashed with a peculiar light. "Did you see something?" "Not I," the shadowy face replied, its form barely shifting as he shook his head. "But one of my subordinates performed a divination, and in the smoke and blood a prophecy emerged, one that speaks of Tron. A prophecy that speaks of Tron." The Lick mused solemnly. What could be so urgent that he would reach out to me directly? An ominous possibility crept into his mind, causing the Lick's proverbial heart to turn cold. It can't be, did the divination foresee my failure, or perhaps... He turned to look at the shadowy face, a flicker of unease emerging in his hollow gaze. With a measured gesture, he said, "What does this prophecy foretell?" The devil's mouth opened, and from its depths poured a voice laden with dread. "The young magus who walks the path you once did, when all hope is lost, and even when the world stands against him, he shall rise through sheer will, unbroken and fierce. He will claim a power darker than your own, yet one that binds you in ways unknown, a magic more ominous than your deathly flame, and from the ashes end your cursed name." After the devil spoke those words, he turned silent, intently observing the Lick standing before him. The cult leader, on the other hand, was utterly enraged. Without thinking twice about it, he could immediately tell just who the prophecy spoke about. The green orbs in his skull flickered with a dangerous light as the image of a raven-haired youth, wearing a black pointy hat, appeared in his mind. "Adam Constantine. It seems you already know who it is," said the shadowy face of the devil. The Lick silently nodded. "Kill him this instant," the devil hissed, his voice dripping with malice and bloodlust. "I will tolerate no failures." However, the Lick resolutely refused. "No," he said, his voice unwavering. "I still have use for him yet." Before the devil could retort, the Lick pressed on. "Everything will unfold as planned. I guarantee it. But there is one more thing I require from you." The devil's dark eyes burned with impatience. "What is it?" "The forgotten rune," the Lick muttered, his tone cold and precise. "I need another." The devil deeply looked at the Lick, carefully weighing his decision. After a long pause, he nodded. A one-time use rank 4 artifact was a trifle, insignificant when weighed against the tens of billions of souls he would eventually claim. "Very well." The devil nodded, his gaze cold and calculating. Although he shared the prophecy with the Lick, the devil withheld one crucial detail. Despite his subordinates' countless attempts, every effort to fully divine the identity and secrets of the young magus the prophecy spoke of remained fruitless, an enigma that even the devil could not unravel. Cadian Empire, Ulier Continent. Tor was the Empire's southernmost border stronghold, standing as the first line of defense against the hordes of magical beasts that attacked several times each year. In addition to these relentless assaults, invasions by orcs, trolls, ogres, and goblins were a frequent threat. That is why the city was always guarded by at least 2 mana vortex magi, supported by hundreds of mana liquefaction magi, and an even greater number of mana foundation magi. In usual times, the magi stationed here would love spending their time battling monsters and beasts that emerged from the murky mountains. After all, the constant battles tempered them, and the regular usage of spells allowed them to get accustomed to them. This, in turn, helped them smoothly advance to the next rank. What did it mean to advance through the arcane ranks? Surely, it didn't just mean gathering mana from the surroundings, storing it within oneself, and constantly expanding that reserve. No, it was far more than that. A magus, at any given arcane rank, had to deeply comprehend the very essence of their spells, their foundation principles, their application in battle, the way mana flowed through their body and interacted with the world around them. Only with such understanding could they begin to inch toward the next rank. Tor, like most other border strongholds, provided the perfect smelting trials for the young magi of the Empire. The battles with the beasts and monsters honed their skills. There was always an enthusiastic atmosphere within this stronghold. The people within always itched to fight. If the enemies didn't come to them, they would set foot in the murky mountains and fight. Fight, fight, fight. That was all these warriors ever cared for. Yet now in the same stronghold, the atmosphere was gloomy and downcast. The people patrolling the walls or even the outer peripheries of the stronghold had dejected looks on their faces. Middle-aged mana liquefaction magus stood atop the city walls, staring listlessly towards the edge where the dark jungles of the murky mountains began, boredom etched across his face. I should be in Ravenfell right now, he said, his voice filled with regret. I should be witnessing the Grand Magus tournament, yet here I am looking at damn trees. His shoulders slouched and he felt defeated. Another mana liquefaction magus beside him, this one much older, patted his shoulder in pity. I feel the same way. Though truth be told, I couldn't care less about the tournament. The first person turned toward him and asked with an arched eyebrow, the Dark King then. The older magus' eyes flashed with brilliance. They say he is the youngest person to have ever become a mana vortex magus. They say he commands an army of serpents. He paused, his lips curling into a wry smile. It would have been nice to see him, even from a distance. It could have been something I would have boasted to my family about. Now these people had come across regular mana vortex magi plenty of times. In fact, there were two within the stronghold at that moment. Yet they still wanted to catch a glimpse of Adam. The reason was simple. It was because he was given the moniker of king. In the past, all exceptional mana vortex magi who had earned this title went on to become mana core magi. In fact, all the current leaders of the four pillars of the empire were also once mana vortex magi who had earned the title of king. That is why there was such a craze surrounding Adam. After all, it had been centuries since someone had been given such a title. It held great weight in the hearts of the people of Acadia. The first person shared the same sentiment. He let loose a drawn-out sigh. It truly would have been nice to at least see him from a distance. At least that way we could have seen a future mana core magus. The two glanced at each other and then burst into laughter. A few moments later, the younger magus asked curiously, "Hey, why do you think they gave him that title? Is it because he's dark-skinned? Perhaps." The older man nodded with a thoughtful expression. Or perhaps his mana attribute is dark. I don't know. The magi slipped into silence once again. Another few moments later, the man continued. They say he's always wearing a black, pointy hat. The younger one nodded. They also say he's always got a gray cat perched on his shoulder like it's part of him. Do you think it's a normal cat? No, I heard rumors that it's a dragon. Dragon? Ha ha ha, you fool. Hee hee, I know, I'm just kidding, the younger magus chuckled. But they say his cat can transform into a mighty tiger, though. Suddenly, the air around them shifted. Being seasoned warriors, they immediately sensed it. Something was wrong. Instantly, they snapped to full alert, eyes locked on the shadowy line where the murky mountains began. They weren't alone. Several mana foundation magi and mana liquefaction magi tensed as well, goosebumps rising across their skin. The air had shifted, drastically, unnaturally. From the direction of the murky mountains, a sudden flurry of wings erupted. Birds took to the sky in a frenzy, screeching as they scattered in all directions. Even the beasts near the dark jungle's edge sensed it, something deeply unnatural. They bolted through the underbrush, tails tucked, panic written in every fiber of their beings. Something was coming, something overbearing, something ominous, something tyrannical. A chill crept down the spines of every magus on the wall. Instinct took over and they found their grip around the weapons tight. Whatever was emerging from the jungle was powerful, very powerful. Even without seeing it, they could feel it. Overwhelming presence that crushed the air around them. Its mere presence made their hearts sink. Even the mana vortex magi had taken their positions on the walls, eyes locked on the murky mountains with grim determination. From deep within the jungle, the screams of beasts grew louder, chaotic, panicked. They weren't hunting. They were fleeing. At last, after what felt like eternity, a towering silhouette emerged from the shadows of the trees. "Prepare for battle," one of the mana vortex magi roared. While the other brandished his weapon, gazing at the tall figure that was slowly coming into view. A few moments later, the figure finally stepped out of the jungle's edge. As the warm sunlight broke through the clouds and fell on him, his appearance was revealed, and every magus in Tor froze in shock. He was a towering young man, lean yet powerfully built, standing well over 2 meters tall. A thick beard framed his face, and long, lustrous, raven hair flowed down his back, reaching his waist. He was barefoot, wearing only a pair of worn pants. Meanwhile, his upper body was draped by a dark, furry cloak that was clearly made from the hide of a rank 3 magical beast. Perched upon this shoulder sat a chubby gray cat, happily munching on beast cores as if nothing could bother him. The raven-haired young man lowered his gaze, staring at his bare feet that touched the soil of the Empire. A faint smile crept on his lips, and he softly muttered, "Finally, made it out of the mountains." Meanwhile, the two guards from earlier, who were chatting with each other, were thunderstruck by this development. The raven-haired young man was radiating a bloodthirsty aura, raw, primal, and no different from that of a wild beast. But that wasn't what truly surprised them. "Are you seeing this?" the older magus muttered in a daze. "Yeah," the other man gulped. "Dark hair, dark cloak, a gray cat perched on his shoulder," the first person chimed in. They exchanged glances and could see the shock reflected in each other's eyes. It can't be. By the time they turned back to the murky mountains, they were stunned to find that the man had vanished without a trace. Instead, Adam had already appeared beside them. He cracked his neck and stretched his arms casually, then fixed his gaze on the dumbfounded guards around him. "Is there something to eat?" The moment Adam arrived on the city walls, the surrounding magi felt their hearts skip a beat. Their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and they couldn't stop their bodies from trembling in terror. The aura Adam was radiating was simply barbaric. One by one, all the mana foundation and the mana liquefaction magi around him fell to the ground. They didn't even dare to look in his direction, afraid that they might faint. As the seconds slowly ticked away, they found it more and more difficult to breathe. Seeing this, Adam couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong?" he thought. "Brother, it's you," said the gray cat as he took a large bite of a beast core. Valyrian casually cast a glance at the surrounding magi struggling to breathe. Then he shifted his gaze towards Adam and continued, "You should withdraw your fighting intent. We are no longer in the jungles." Adam's eyes flashed with a peculiar light, and the next moment, he immediately withdrew his aura. Instantly, he could see the magi surrounding him taking large mouthfuls of air as if they had been drowning all this while, and had just pierced through the surface of the water. The several months Adam had spent inside the murky mountains, constantly fighting magical beasts, ogres, trolls, and orcs, caused his aura to become bloodthirsty and primal just like a predator's. He was always in the habit of enveloping his body in a layer of his aura, shielding himself from the unkind intentions of any monsters or beasts that came across him. It became like second nature to him. But little did he realize, his aura had been so heavily tempered by the constant battles and life and death trials within the murky mountains that it had become no different from a weapon. Interesting, he thought. Suddenly, two figures appeared right beside him, pointing their blades at him. The mana vortex magi of the Tor stronghold. Their eyes flashed with extreme vigilance as they gazed at Adam's towering figure. The muscles on his upper body rippled with vitality and strength. Additionally, his long hair and thick beard gave him a wild and untamed appearance. To them, it seemed like Adam had spent his entire life in the murky mountains and had just learned about the wonders of civilization. A human spending their entire life in the murky mountains. That was something they couldn't have imagined even in their wildest dreams. "Identify yourself," said one of the mana vortex magi, a bald, old man with a thick mustache. He paused for a moment before adding, "Do you speak Akaros?" Akaros was the tongue of humans in Tron. It was the language of trade, governance, and diplomacy. Like in the other continents, it was considered the common tongue in Ulir as well. Although the people from the Southern Federation had a different accent when compared to the people of Acadia, Adam arched an eyebrow, finding this situation very amusing. He ignored the man. He turned to the other man, this one slightly younger and someone with a head full of blonde hair. "Don't point your weapon at him," said the raven-haired youth, his voice calm but firm. The magus was pointing his blade at Valyrian. When this blonde magus heard Adam's words, his eyes trembled. A drop of sweat trickled down the side of his forehead. In the end, he gulped and did as told. Adam smiled amicably. Then he turned to the bald old man and answered his question. "As you can see, I can speak Akaros just fine." He lowered his gaze, looking at the blade pointed at his neck. "Now, won't you lower that weapon? That's quite rude of you." The casual manner in which the youth spoke to him caused the bald man's expression to turn grim. He's not intimidated at all. He mused, his eyes flickering with caution. Just who is he? His grip around the weapon tightened. A terrifying light flickered in his eyes as he coldly stated, "Identify yourself, magus, and tell us what you were doing in the murky mountains." Adam heaved a helpless sigh. "So much for some food and water," he thought. "I am a citizen of Acadia," he said. "As for what I was doing in the murky mountains, I was just passing through." "Passing through?" the other magus asked, dumbfounded. "What do you mean by passing through?" Adam turned towards him and spoke matter-of-factly. "I mean, making my way through the murky mountains. I'm returning from the Southern Federation, you see." Every person who heard those words was equally dumbfounded. Passing through the murky mountains. Since when did those treacherous lands turn into a child's playground? Adam could see the suspicion growing in the eyes of the two mana vortex magi standing before him. Also, it did not help that his wild appearance made him seem like someone who had spent his entire life deep in the murky mountains. Thus, in order not to draw out this unnecessary interaction any further, he conjured 2 rolled parchments from his obsidian hoop earrings. The Magi flinched when they saw something appear in Adam's hands, the vigilance in their eyes flashing even more intensely. "Calm down," said the raven-haired youth. "No need to get so worked up. These are my identification documents." Adam pointed to his left hand. "This is from Saratoga Castle." Then he pointed to his right. "And this is from Ravenfell." He then looked at the bald old magus and said calmly, "Go ahead, check my identity." The bald magus hesitated for a brief moment before reaching out for the parchment. The blonde magus reached out for the other parchment. While still pointing their weapons at him, the 2 magi unfurled the parchments and read through the contents. One contained information about Adam's status as a student at Saratoga Castle, majoring in the School of Summoning. The other parchment displayed the raven-haired youth's status as a noble count of Ravenfell. Both were official documents. When the 2 magi read these details, their hands trembled. Student of Saratoga. Count of Ravenfell. They raised their heads and turned to look at Adam with an astonished look in their eyes. "You are Adam Constantine, the Adam Constantine." At once, the surrounding magi became shocked out of their minds. They gaped at the raven-haired youth, their jaws touching the floor. Seeing the dumbstruck look in every person's face, Valyrian's lips curled into a smirk. He cutely scrambled up Adam's head and then stood tall on his hind legs. Crossing his tiny arms and raising his furry chin high, he declared with theatrical pride, "Bo, you pitiful mongrels. You are in the presence of the Dark King." Once Adam handed the 2 mana vortex magi his identification documents, the tension surrounding Tor drastically settled down. After all, earlier, they were under the impression that they were being attacked by a very powerful threat of the mana vortex rank. But now, a new tension had emerged that was completely out of Adam's expectations. Once the people learned that he was, in fact, the Dark King, they surrounded him and gawked at him with stars in their eyes as if he were the most beautiful human specimen on this planet. Adam would never be afraid of hundreds of powerful monsters and beasts surrounding him like this. But when he saw these people surround him, their eyes flickering with a sense of worship, he suddenly felt a chill crawl down his spine. What the hell? He was dumbfounded. Fortunately, the 2 mana vortex magi were quick to calm their men down. Then they took Adam to the seat of command in the heart of the city. Once inside, a grand banquet was held to welcome the Dark King. The mana vortex magi of Tor, as well as a few mana liquefaction magi, were gathered at this banquet. Maids and servants continued to bring freshly cooked food and bottles of finely aged wine. This was a cause for celebration, after all. The magi in this border stronghold were crestfallen earlier because they were unable to visit Ravenfell and watch the Grand Magus tournament or catch a glimpse of the Dark King. But as fate would have it, the youngest mana vortex magus in the history of this world had made his way right to their doorsteps. Magus Constantine, the bald mana vortex magus, was in a very jovial mood. He had never expected to host the most famous person in these lands today. "So mind telling us what you were doing in the Murky Mountains?" "Training," Adam replied casually as he tore a large chunk of meat from the bones. "It's the perfect place for a magus to train. Etiquettes be damned." He washed the food in his mouth by drinking large gulps of wine straight from the bottle. No one in the banquet hall thought that it was rude or something unbefitting of a magus of his station. No, it was quite the contrary. They thought that Adam was quite eccentric in his ways and even looked up to him. Such was the influence of strength. In the world of magi, strength was the ultimate currency. Even the most uncouth behavior could be overlooked, so long as one was powerful enough. But Adam couldn't help but wonder, the repetition I'm receiving here is quite intense. This is completely out of my expectations. They aren't treating me like a king but a god. Just what the hell happened here while I was away? Although he was inwardly complaining, he couldn't help but secretly feel good about it. The 2 mana vortex magi were stunned. "You were training in the Murky Mountains." It was well known just how dangerous the Murky Mountains were. So much so that even the mana vortex magi didn't dare to set foot in there. And yet, here Adam was casually telling them that he was training there. Just what kind of madman would do that? Adan nodded absent-mindedly as he wolfed down all the food kept in front of him. It had been a long time since he had properly cooked food with fine seasoning on it. In the past several months, he had only been eating dried meat. He would only set up a fire if there was no danger around, afraid he would attract unwanted attention. But that was rarely the case. Danger was present in every nook and cranny of the Murky Mountains, so he was only left with the option to eat dried meat, fruits, and plain water, not even wine. He didn't consume a single drop of alcohol after leaving Blackie's Mountain. He was constantly vigilant and alert of his surroundings. The last few months had been hellish for him in terms of training. But on the brighter side, he had emerged vastly stronger than he was before. After battling countless rank 3 magical beasts, orcs, and trolls inside the Murky Mountains, he He had consolidated his strength at the mana vortex rank. He had greatly tempered his body and mind. His battle prowess had soared to never-before-seen heights, and even his spell casting had tremendously improved. Entering those treacherous lands, albeit highly dangerous, was extremely rewarding. I wouldn't advise a mana foundation or mana liquefaction magus to train there, though, he said casually. At most, they must only stick to the peripheries. After emptying the glass, he grabbed a bottle and drank directly from it, finishing the wine in mere seconds. Pua, his face melted from happiness. That hits the spot. Then he quickly willed the lotus to clear his mind. Right, just stick to the boundaries. But as for mana vortex magi, you can venture in deeper and fight opponents of the same strength. He paused for a moment, shifting his gaze to the bald magus. His lips curled into a faint smile. Sure, the murky mountains are filled with danger, but beyond fear lies victory. All the magi present in the hall paused whatever it was that they were doing. The Dark King's words hit them like a ton of bricks. Beyond fear lies victory. Those words continued to echo inside their minds, making them ponder the wisdom concealed in them. The blonde mana vortex magus sitting next to Adam revealed a wry smile. But Magus Constantine, not everyone is like you. I'm afraid if we go to the murky mountains, 8 times out of 10 we would perish. Adam turned to look at him and shrugged. I suppose so. His lips curled into a smirk, and he waved his hand, causing dozens of rolled parchments to appear on the long table before them. But this should help you. This is. The 2 mana vortex magi grabbed a parchment each and read its contents. Then they froze in shock. This is the map of the murky mountains, Adam said with a grin. He paused, then corrected himself. Well, technically, it only covers the regions I've explored, but it should help you and your men venture deeper into those dark lands. The 2 mana vortex magi were stunned. You actually made a map. Adam shrugged casually. Most of the information comes from the orc tribe's chiefs. The rest is from my own travels. The mana vortex magi were stunned for a long time as they continued to read the contents of all the parchments. Indeed, it was the most detailed map they had ever seen. It was far more comprehensive than the Empire ever possessed. Every ravine, beast nest, and monster boundary was marked with startling precision. There was also one more thing they noticed. What are these X marks? Asked the bald old magus, his voice uncertain. Adam turned to him, his expression darkening. Never go near those places. The bald magus gulped. What's in them? Adam took a slow breath and solemnly stated, You've heard the rumors about the mana core beings, haven't you? A heavy silence fell over the hall. Everyone's heart turned cold. Well, Adam muttered softly, his eyes distant. They're not rumors, they're real. Of course, it made complete sense that rank 4 beings resided in the heart of the Murky Mountains. It was a primal stretch of land untouched by magi for thousands of years, after all. None of the powerful magi of the 4 major races dared to set foot inside, and none of the powerful magical beasts bothered to descend the mountains. Firstly, the Murky Mountains provided these magical beasts with the perfect habitat. Moreover, they had enough resources to sustain themselves for their entire lifetime. Secondly, and most importantly, it just didn't make sense for the powerful magical beasts to set foot into the lands governed by the humanoid species when the Murky Mountains provided them with everything they needed. Thus, over the centuries, a tacit agreement had formed between the mana core magi and the magical beasts of similar strength residing in the Murky Mountains. One thing that Adam had noticed while venturing through the Murky Mountains was that only magical beasts had advanced to the station of the mana core rank, meaning ogres, orcs, trolls, and goblins were always at strength equivalent to the mana vortex rank or lower. Goblins were worse off, as he had never seen a hobgoblin stronger than a mana liquefaction magus. He wondered why that was. After the banquet was over, Adam was guided to his personal quarters. The raven-haired youth decided to stay here for a few days and relax. The last few months had stretched his nerves to almost a breaking point. He had to be vigilant at all times. Even while taking a dump, he constantly had to look over his shoulder, worried a magical leopard might pounce on him. Only now, for the first time in months, could he truly unwind. Furthermore, there was another reason why he chose to stay here for a couple of days. During his travels through the Murky Mountains, he had already received the Founder's journals as well as tomes on ritual magic. He couldn't study them there, but now he finally could. Moreover, he couldn't wait to begin reading Aldo Wagner's journal entries. Finally, he would be able to uncover more truth about the portal on Luna and dig deeper into the method to venture into the greater universe. Brother. Valyrian ran circles around him in the dimly lit room. Can I go take a look at the city? Please. Adam's heart warmed. All right, but don't go past the city walls. Mayu, the young dragon, nodded. Then, with a swift leap onto the window ledge, he jumped down and vanished into the streets below. Adam shook his head, revealing a faint smile. He walked to the window and gently shut the pane. He looked in the direction Valyrian had run off to, thinking to himself, poor guy. Must have felt claustrophobic inside my spirit sea all this while. While traveling through the Murky Mountains, Adam had sternly warned him about leaving his spirit sea. After all, in that dangerous place, anything could have happened. Only when he reached the boundaries of the mountains did he allow the young dragon to come out and travel alongside him. Adam gazed at Tor's skyline, taking in the tall, fortified buildings, slanted rooftops, and smoke rising from the chimneys. The streets below buzzed faintly with noise. The commotion was mainly about his sudden arrival. Adam couldn't help but smile. This feels nice, he thought. It was the first time in months he felt even a little at ease, though a part of him had this feeling something would go wrong. Soon, his expression gradually turned solemn. He turned around and walked towards the bathroom. The wooden bathtub had already been filled with warm water by the servants. He conjured a few vials containing mystical, shimmering liquids and poured them into the bathtub. As a strange, magical reaction began swirling in the tub, he stripped off his filthy clothes. His body was dirty and caked in grime. He was in desperate need of a bath, but before that, he tied his long, lustrous hair that reached till his waist. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he conjured night hello from his earring. In one swift motion, he cut his hair short. They were now medium length, short hair, and much more convenient. Then he walked towards the mirror hanging from the wall and proceeded to shave his thick beard. My goodness, I truly look like a barbarian from ancient times, he exclaimed inwardly. It was the first time in months he had seen his reflection in a mirror. As strands of beard fell towards the basin, they vanished before they could even graze the cold surface. There was no way Adam would leave behind anything that could lead others directly to him. For example, if his strand of hair or a drop of blood was used as the material component for a divination spell, it would be very easy for others to pinpoint his exact location. Worse yet, there were even spells that could curse him from faraway distances using the same method. That is why he made sure to erase all traces of himself wherever he went. Even during battles, he would ensure that not a drop of his blood was left behind. By the time he finished shaving, he looked several years younger, and a strange feeling settled in his chest. He caressed his cheek and muttered softly, "Maybe I should have kept a stubble at least." A moment later, he shrugged. Whatever. He turned toward the wooden bathtub, the water inside now shimmering with a faint blue glow, signaling that it was ready. Adam sank into the tub, finding a comfortable position as the warm water enveloped him. He closed his eyes, letting out a contented sigh as he lay back, the tension of the past months slowly melting away. Of course, he still had the sphere of resonance activated. Several minutes later, he opened his eyes. His dark pupils flashed with a peculiar light, and he conjured a leather-bound journal from his earrings. He took a deep breath and flipped the cover open, beginning to read the journal entries of the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood. Bartholomew's recent journey to the spirit world has unearthed something dark, something that should have remained buried, forgotten, forever lost. I have witnessed empires crumble under its weight. I have watched once noble heroes fall into madness because of it. What has he uncovered? No, this is a mistake. I must warn him. I must reach him before it's too late. He is not just a friend, he is a brother to me. But I cannot. I cannot let him be drawn to the insidious plots of the devils of the 9 hells. Adam's hand holding the journal trembled, and he immediately sat up straight inside the bathtub. His eyes had widened from shock. He didn't think that the first entry in the journal would reveal to him such a big secret. Unable to believe his eyes, he read the journal entry over and over again. The more he read, the more dread filled his heart. Don't tell me, he thought, his heart filled with disbelief. If this person, Bartholomew, was the one to find something related to the devils in the spirit world, then... He loudly gulped, unable to believe his train of thought. Then this person is very likely to be the cult leader of the Cult of Bones. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense. He figured that after finding out about Bartholomew's secrets, the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood, Aldo Wagner, tried to confront him. But in the end, he was unable to stop him, the man who would one day be known as the cult leader of the diabolical Cult of Bones. No, but these are only my speculations, Adam thought solemnly. There's only one way to find out. His attention shifted back to the journal in his hand. He was also immensely glad that there were 4 more journals resting in his earrings. The youth focused his attention back on the journal entries. He doesn't know that I found out his secret, but he has been acting quite normal since his return from the spirit world. Am I overthinking things? No, I am certain that those characters resembled Infernac. I am certain that Bartholomew has got his hands on something related to the devils. But how do I tell him this? How do I warn him? He will suspect me. I don't know what to do. I confronted Bartholomew today. I told him the truth of what those ominous characters represented. I told him about the existence of the plane of reality known as the 9 hells of Inferno. I told him everything. I did not want to see him turn to the darkness. I have seen what happens to people who make a deal with the devil. It does not end well for them. After he heard what I had to say, he questioned me with his piercing gaze. He wanted to know how I came to learn about such esoteric knowledge, considering the information related to the devils is non-existent in Tron. I told him the truth. I told him that I was from Mirandor. Adam couldn't believe what he was reading. He blinked a couple of times, thinking to himself in wild disbelief. He told the man his greatest secret. He must have been out of his mind. Curious to know what happened next, the youth shifted his attention to the journal again. Bartholomew was initially shocked and horrified to learn about the myriad magical civilizations out there in the greater universe. But gradually, I could see his eyes gleam with childlike curiosity and wonder. He wanted to visit these planets. He wanted to pursue the higher arcane arts. It pained me to break his heart. When I told him the next planetary alignment was thousands of years away, he broke down right before me. This was the curse of brilliant magi like him born in distant planets in the outer universe. They are like comets blazing brilliantly for a fleeting moment, only to vanish into darkness. I guess I am like one of those comets too now. I was surprised to know that Bartholomew's optimism hadn't died down. He is a curious man. He has the ruthless pragmatism of a magus, but also the bright optimism of a child. Regardless, I was infected by it. I decided I would work together with him and try to find a way out of this world. If I fail then, at least I'll die trying. But before we began working on this long-term project, I made him swear an oath that he would never study that vile book he found in the spirit world. He reluctantly agreed. I suppose even he could see that the allure of traveling to the myriad worlds out there in the universe greatly outweighed what little power the book related to the devils would provide him. We sealed the book. No one will ever know about this ominous piece of existence. While Bartholomew and I started traveling the world, looking for clues, studying the stars, seeking a way out of this world, I began in secret to plant the seeds of an order I had once belonged to in Mirandor. Yes, this would be the beginning of the Tron chapter of the Twilight Brotherhood. Adam's lips curled into a bitter smile when he read that last journal entry. Lord Wagner. I wonder what happened to you after you established the Brotherhood, he thought in a slightly somber mood. Did you find a way back home? Did you get to see your family again? He took a deep breath and read through the rest of the journal entries. Unfortunately for him, they did not contain any important information. It was mostly about the founder's day-to-day personal activities. Adam's expression turned dark when the rest of the books also turned out to be useless. It seemed to him that the founder, knowingly or not, did not write down anything useful in the journal. At last, the fifth journal seemed to contain some important clues. However, there were only a handful of entries. Something is better than nothing, Adam mused. I journeyed alone to the easternmost edge of Europa, where the great schism cleaves it from the lands of Yenlu. There is something unnatural about this steep valley, something dark, something ominous, something ancient and malevolent. I should have heeded the warnings, turned back while I still could, but my curiosity got the better of me. Tomorrow I shall descend into the dark. What is that abomination? That thing, that entity doesn't belong to this world. No, does it even belong to any world? I cannot banish it from my mind. It haunts me in my waking moments. It torments me in my sleep. I can't no. The beyond it keeps calling to me, clawing at my sanity. But this madness is the least of my concerns. It hurts. No, I will never be able to leave this world. I have grown old, far too old. That place, the dark valley, time shifts differently in its depths. I have aged centuries in there. My wife, my children, I will never see them again. The beyond, it won't let me go. That monster, that abomination, its eyes, those eyes are everywhere. Eyes, tentacles, the beyond, it's calling to me. Time to time, sanity returns to me like a fleeting dream. The beyond, while I spent hundreds of years in the dark valley, only a few passed outside. Bartholomew was able to find a way to leave this world. The beyond, he found the answer in the vile book we once sealed. The beyond, the answer was simple. Wait till the next planetary alignment. The beyond, by becoming an immortal lick. The beyond. The beyond, I don't have much time left to live. The beyond, I hope I can convince my friend not to go down that dark path. The beyond, but will he listen? The beyond, the tentacles have coiled around me. The beyond, there are ominous eyes everywhere I look. The beyond, I'm afraid this will be my last journal entry. The beyond, forgive me, my love, my children. The beyond. It's calling to me. Adam's heart sank. What the fuck? His hands started to involuntarily tremble when he read the last few journal entries. He could not believe what he was seeing. What is that dark valley? For the flow of time to work differently there compared to the rest of the world, it is beyond an anomaly. But more importantly, he thought, alarmed, what did Lord Wagner find in that dark valley? A monster made of tentacles and eyes. I have never heard of such descriptions of monsters despite absorbing the memories of several experts in the greater universe. Just what kind of abomination did he come across? And for that thing to turn him mad. Reading those last few journal entries, Adam knew that the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood had already descended into madness after he had come across the being residing in the depths of the Dark Valley. But what kind of existence could do such a thing? to induce madness so easily in a monocore magus. This was truly shocking. Adam could now confirm without a shadow of doubt that the founder had perished for two main reasons. First, it was because he aged considerably inside the Dark Valley. Secondly, and most importantly, it was due to the madness induced by that entity. Adam felt a chill crawl down his spine just thinking about that, to think that such an anomalous place existed in Tron. Furthermore, for there to be an ominous entity that could take care of a monocore magus so easily. The raven-haired youth loudly gulped. He had severely underestimated the mysteries of Tron. Just because it was situated in the peripheries of the outer universe, he thought it was a random backwater place. But there was more than meets the eye. Suddenly, the hair on the back of Adam's neck stood on end. He scanned his surroundings, fear slowly gripping his heart. For a mere moment, he felt like he, too, was being stared at by countless ominous eyes. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the tumultuous waves rising within his heart. He shifted his attention back to the journal, Bartholomew. Adam's face darkened. His eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and he thought, so the reason you became a lick was to live long enough for the next planetary alignment to arrive. It all makes sense now, but since you've struck a deal with the devil, I can assume that they've set their eyes on Tron. Just what the hell are you planning? Based on the memories he had absorbed, he had an idea about what the deal between them might have been. He knew exactly what the devils of the 9 hells of Inferno wanted: soldiers. But that knowledge pertained to matters of a cosmic scale. Adam closed his eyes, taking deep breaths to calm the chaos inside his mind. The secrets he had uncovered in these journals were incredibly valuable. Even though he wasn't able to learn anything about the portal on Luna and the way to leave this world, he still found something that was similar in value. Aldo and Bartholomew were more than friends, they were sworn brothers, he thought. The latter found a book related to the devils in the spirit world, but the founder of the Brotherhood convinced him to seal it away. They traveled the world, looking for clues that would allow them to journey to the greater universe. Adam's expression gradually turned solemn. Then Aldo Wagner found the Dark Valley. There, he came across an entity that drove him mad. He also aged hundreds of years while in that place. When he made his way out of the valley, he learned that Bartholomew had found the way to leave this planet. Bartholomew had unsealed the vile book and learned of a way to become an immortal lick, and after that. The raven-haired youth gritted his teeth in frustration. Aldo Wagner, the founder of the Tron chapter of the Twilight Brotherhood, ultimately succumbed to the madness and withered of old age, he thought. Bartholomew, on the other hand, transformed into a lick and founded the Cult of Bones. Aldo and Bartholomew, two sides of the same coin, one light, the other dark. Now, Adam was finally able to learn about the reason behind the age-old conflict between the Twilight Brotherhood and the Cult of Bones. He lowered his gaze, glancing at the final journal entry of Aldo Wagner. The man kept repeating the same thing over and over again: the beyond. What does that mean? He didn't know, and something deep within his heart told him that he was never meant to. Some truths were better left buried, forever forgotten. Ravenfell, inside a dimly lit room, a mysterious figure was hunched over a table, intently studying the city's map sprawled on top of it. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he turned his head. A few moments later, a dark, shadowy portal formed near his feet. From it, a skeleton emerged, holding a sealed wooden box and rolled parchment. The man's eyes narrowed. New instructions from the master, he wondered. He retrieved the items from the skeleton's hands. Then the latter disappeared back inside the portal, leaving only this mysterious man alone within the dimly lit room. The man unsealed the box first. When his gaze landed on the item inside, his eyes narrowed. A forgotten rune, he thought, perplexed. Why does the master want to use this here again? This one-time artifact, although rank 4 in strength, had a rank 5 spell inscribed on it. It was a spell from the school of enchantment that subtly warped the minds of the targets, making them accept a lie as the truth, even when the truth stood right before their eyes. The Cult of Bones used this artifact in places that were extremely critical to their grand plan, most notably at the 6 locations where the portals were scattered across the planet. It was also used in Blackshore. The figure unrolled the parchment and read its contents. It was personally written by the cult leader. After reading through it, the figure frowned. Does he not believe in our capabilities? Despite there being so many monocore magi dispatched this time. No, it's not that he doesn't believe in our capabilities. The mysterious figure's expression darkened. The master believes that Adam Constantine is just that big a threat. He burned the parchment to ashes, leaving no trace of it. The man crossed his arms and stood there for a long time, his thoughts a mystery. When his gaze landed on the artifact inside the wooden box again, his lips curled into a cold smile. No matter, he thought. With this, your fate is sealed, Dark King. Tor Stronghold. The following day, Adam was ready to leave. Although he would have liked to spend a few more days relaxing, he was short on time. He needed to make one more stop before returning to Ravenfell. Besides, the contents of the journal birthed a sense of urgency deep in his heart. Despite being a mana vortex magus, he still felt that he was not strong enough. After all, even someone like Aldo Wagner, the founder of the Twilight Brotherhood and a mana core magus, was utterly helpless in the face of whatever it was that resided in the Dark Valley. Now, Adam had more than just the Cult of Bones to worry about. Lurking deep within the Dark Valley was an abomination beyond comprehension. When Adam stepped out of his personal quarters, he noticed most of the mana liquefaction magi had already gathered. They were waiting for him. "Ha, now you look more like the Dark King." The bald magus with the thick mustache laughed jovially. When he had first seen Adam, the latter looked no different than a terrifying barbarian who was raised in the wilderness. Now, however, the raven-haired youth looked like a proper magus. He was clad in black flowing robes layered over a violet mantle and a crisp white tunic. The youth wore fitted black trousers, tucked neatly into knee-high dark leather boots laced meticulously. And last but not least, the finishing touch to his signature look, his black pointy hat, a simple accessory that radiated equal parts mystique and menace. Now that Adam had clean-shaven his face, he looked dashing and composed. The physique enhancement he had undergone in the Soaring River secret plane had refined his appearance, elevating him to a striking figure. He carried the quiet grace of a scholar, but the glint in his eyes betrayed something far more dangerous, a predator lurking underneath the civility, ever watchful, forever prepared to strike. 10 obsidian whooped earrings adorned his ears, lending him a roguish charisma, as if he were a man unshackled by the weight of the world, drifting like a cloud, untamed and untouchable. A faint, mischievous smirk hung on his lips, giving him an air of eccentricity, the kind that misled others that he was toying with the world. But they would be wrong. He was never careless. He was never off guard. This was the grandeur of the Dark King. It was an honor to host the Dark King, haha. The bald magus laughed out loud. The blonde one asked curiously, "Magus Constantine, will you be returning to Ravenfell now?" Adam shook his head. "No, there's one more place I need to visit before." The blonde mana vortex magus had a thoughtful expression. "If you like, I can lend you one of the griffins here. That should shorten your travel time. After all, there isn't much time left before the Grand Magus tournament begins." The next moment, a gray light flashed and a chubby cat suddenly appeared. Valyrian sat on the youth's shoulder. His furry little paws were crossed, and he had an extremely smug look on his face. HMPH. He snorted and looked away, as if the idea of Adam riding a griffin was ludicrous as long as he was there. Seeing his expression, the 2 mana vortex magi were slightly taken aback. They both thought the same thing. What a snobbish little shit. Adam found it all rather amusing, and he tried his best to stifle a chuckle. Before he departed, he made sure to greet the hundreds of magi gathered. He also shook their hands. It was clear to him that these people all wanted to meet him before he left. He didn't want to be rude and leave immediately. Besides, this was the least he could do for these brave warriors who protected the Empire's southern borders from the invasions of magical beasts and monsters. After about an hour, he had finally finished greeting every magus present in Tor. It was a rather hectic experience, to say the least, but it was only now that he realized just what kind of weight the title of king truly held in the hearts of these people. His title was not one of nobility. No, it was much more. When he realized this, Adam couldn't help but feel proud of how far he had come. As he stood outside the towering metal gates of the Tor stronghold, almost all the magi had come out to bid him farewell. He turned towards the murky mountains, specifically in the direction of Behal town. His childhood memories resurfaced inside his mind, causing a faint smile to blossom on his face. Then he scanned the faces of the hundreds of people around him. Their eyes flashed with respect, admiration, and perhaps even reverence. A strange feeling bubbled up inside his heart as he thought to himself, this is my peak. Then he turned towards the 2 mana vortex magi and faintly smiled. Farewell. At that moment, Valyrian, who was perched on Adam's shoulder, slyly rubbed his paws together, thinking to himself, I can finally transform and reveal my glorious self before these mongrels. Mayu. Little guy leaped off Adam's shoulder, preparing to transform. But at the last moment, Adam grabbed him by the scruff of his neck. Mayu, Adam arched an eyebrow. What are you trying to do? Aren't we leaving? Valyrian was perplexed. We are, the raven-haired youth nodded. He tucked Valyrian inside his robes, leaving only the little guy's head poking out, his topaz eyes blinking in confusion. Adam chuckled. It will be faster on foot. After his recent body transformation, he was much faster than before. He could even cross large distances with a single leap. The raven-haired youth crouched ever so slightly, gathering mana around his legs. A powerful and overbearing aura surged out, forcing the nearby magi to instinctively retreat. Adam then cast one final glance at the 2 mana vortex magi and offered them a subtle nod. Then, with a burst of strength, he launched into the air, the ground beneath him cracking into a small crater. In mere moments, he became a black speck in the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Several weeks later, Adam emerged from the forest's edge. His eyes fell upon a distant human settlement when he knew well. After all, the people had named it after him. What had once been nothing more than a darkened crater and scattered rubble had, over the past decade, grown into a thriving town, the town of Constantine. Adam's gaze shifted to the heart of the settlement, where a giant figure stood. Its branches were spread wide like protective arms, and it pulsed with an otherworldly vitality. Standing at more than 20 meters tall, it towered over every building in Constantine, the ash tree. Adam passed through the gates of Constantine without a sound. The guards on duty didn't even register his presence, as if a breeze had slipped by unseen. As he walked through the cobbled street, he immediately registered a shift in the environment. His pupils constricted, and he thought incredulously this impossible. He focused the sphere of resonance and looked at the air around him. Wisps of mystical energy flowed all around him, and it got denser the closer one moved toward the heart of the town. How did this happen? He was afraid to even think it in his mind, shocked by the sheer incredulity of it. He hastened his footsteps and walked toward the ash tree in the center of the town. When he had received the letter in Hand's City, he was told to come here because the scholars and researchers of the Brotherhood stationed in this town had found shocking results. They said the ash tree that he had planted had started showing abnormalities. Upon arriving here, Adam finally found out what it was. Now, if it were any other mana vortex magus, they would have only discovered it after staying here for a few hours. However, he was able to immediately learn about this abnormality because of his extremely heightened observational capabilities. As he hurried his way towards the center of Constantine, he couldn't help but wonder about the circumstances revolving around the time he had planted the ash tree. After planting the seed on the ground and carving runes around it to foster its growth, I performed a ceremonial act of praying to the Great Mother, he thought, his heart beating rapidly. I had prayed to the Great Mother to bless the seed and allow it to protect the people of this settlement. Could it be? A shocking possibility arose in his mind. Could it be that the Great Mother heard my prayers? No, that's ridiculous. Even if she did, why would she respond? I am a nobody, and this planet is on the fringes of the outer universe. No, wait, Adam quickly realized the flaw in his own thinking. So what if Tron lies in the farthest corners of the outer universe? She's the Great Mother Yggdrasil, the silent cosmic observer and master of space. He recalled the countless titles by which the inhabitants of the greater universe revered the world tree. The matriarch of the infinite branches, the axis of all coordinates, the one who watches, the Great Mother Yggdrasil. A drop of sweat trickled down the side of the forehead, and he hastened his footsteps. Did she actually respond to my prayer? This doesn't make any sense. He felt the air around him, the mystical energy pulsing through it becoming stronger and stronger as he approached the ash tree. It was faint yet undeniably present. Suddenly his footsteps slowed down. The cheerful hum of conversation from Constantine's townfolks filled his ears, grounding him in the present. His heartbeat also began to ease. He had arrived at the town square. Gathered there were people of all ages, children chasing each other with laughter, elders spinning old tales beneath the shade, and couples exchanging smiles under the radiant sun. At the heart of this warmth and joy stood a bronze statue. Adam found himself drawn to this statue, ignoring the curious gazes the surrounding people were directing at him. The finely sculpted bronze statue depicted a young man wearing magus robes, standing tall with pride. His right arm was raised, finger pointed towards the heavens, as if declaring a bold destiny towards the stars. A triumphant smile was etched across his face, full of hope and defiance, and atop his head sat a pointy hat. Adam didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gazed at the face of the bronze statue, completely dumbstruck. Is that? However, his words got caught in his throat when suddenly a little girl approached him. Mister, you're suspicious. The raven-haired young man turned his head, his gaze drawn to the adorable little child who was standing next to him with her arms on her hips. She was scowling at him, but it turned out to be rather funny to look at. Despite her attempt at authority, her appearance and posture were far too cute to take her seriously. Adam's lips twitched. What do you mean, young miss? The little girl's eyes narrowed. Why are you dressed like our founder? Dressed like your founder? Adam blinked. The little girl harumphed, puffing up with righteous indignation as she pointed her tiny finger at the bronze statue. Him, our founder, the one this town is named after. So tell me, mister, why are you dressed like him? Are you trying to cause trouble or what? Dressed like him? Adam awkwardly scratched his chin. I'm not trying to cause any trouble, though. HMPH, fine. The little girl crossed her arms, glaring at him. She then pointed at him and spoke coolly. I'll be watching you, mister. With that said, she snorted in victory and strutted away. Adam was dumbfounded. A moment later, he found most of the people gathered at the square eyeing him with curiosity and even disdain. Don't tell me he thought of something and couldn't help but smile wryly. Do they all think I'm impersonating the statue? I am the statue. Regardless, he put away his pointy hat. He was probably the only person wearing a pointy hat in this town. Such accessories were considered old-fashioned, and the magi of today rarely wore it. He cast one final glance at his statue and smirked. Not bad, he thought. I am quite handsome. He then resumed his journey to the heart of Constantine. Several minutes later, the base of the ash tree finally came into view. The area around the tree was cordoned off. Though technically off-limits, the reverence in the residents' demeanor made it feel less like a restricted zone and more like a sacred pilgrimage site. Adam cast a concealment spell on himself and walked towards the ash tree. He walked past the wooden barriers and approached its base. As I thought, he wondered, his expression solemn. Standing at the base of the towering ash tree he had once planted, Adam lifted his gaze to the canopy above. Its branches swayed gently, and the leaves danced in the wind, as if welcoming his arrival. Adam felt a sense of warmth and serenity wash over him. He reached out and pressed his hand against the tree's broad trunk. He closed his eyes for a long, quiet breath. When he opened them again, his suspicions were more or less confirmed. The mana in the surroundings had grown noticeably denser, and at the heart of it all was this very tree. Adam's battle with the mana vortex magus, Stratford, had utterly leveled the town that once stood here. The riches and valuables found in Stratford's underground lair were later used to rebuild the town that would later come to be known as Constantine. The Twilight Brotherhood played a crucial role in the rebuilding of the settlement. Of course, the residents knew nothing about their identity. They simply thought of them as helpful and kind magi. They also didn't know that this clandestine organization had created a secret base in the underground lair that previously belonged to Stratford and now operated out of there. Currently, there was utter pandemonium in the underground secret base. He's here, the Dark King is here. He was spotted entering through the town's east entrance. I just received report that he has arrived before the tree. Quick, send someone to welcome him. The main hall was in chaos. Although they knew that the Dark King would be arriving in Constantine, they were still bewildered when he finally did. It couldn't be helped. The name of the Dark King simply held that much weight after all, especially amongst the members of the Twilight Brotherhood who knew everything he had done, from his first mission at Velvet Dreams to the recent Blackshore incident. To the young recruits of the organization, Adam was a stellar role model. Even the Mana Vortex Magi deeply admired him. Everyone's silence. A tan-skinned, middle-aged man suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs. It was Hudson Carr, the man who briefed Adam on his initiation mission in Akrian. He, a monoliquefaction magus, was currently the head of this secret base. Considering the astonishing effects the ash tree had brought to the surroundings, it was strange that there weren't any Mana Vortex Magi stationed in Constantine. It wouldn't even be surprising for a Mana Core magus to be stationed here. The discovery was simply just that astounding. If this magical tree was able to increase the mana density albeit only by a small fraction in the surroundings within a decade, then what would happen in another 10 years, in another 50 years, or 100 years? At that point, wouldn't the Constantine become a mana haven for the Magi of Ulier? Despite that, for there to be only a mana liquefaction magus as the head of this secret base could only mean one thing. The other higher-ups of the organization hadn't been notified of this development yet. After he had gathered everyone's attention, Hudson calmly stated, "I will go meet the Dark King. The rest of you tend to your duties." He paused, scanning the crowd until his gaze landed on a young man. "Kenley, you will come with me." Kenley was an acolyte of the Brotherhood and also someone who was present during the Stratford incident. His wife, Reyna, had been poisoned because she was a descendant of Stratford. Adam knew both of them. In fact, he had even cured Reyna along with the surviving descendants of Stratford. "Sir me?" Kenley pointed at himself, clearly nervous. Kenley froze in place. He looked around at his colleagues, all of whom were envious of him. One of them, a new recruit, stepped forward and spoke in a hushed voice, "Kenley, can you get the Dark King to sign this for me?" Kenley's lips twitched when he saw the parchment in the youth's outstretched hands. "Sure, I'll try." The moment those words left his mouth, dozens of acolytes had stepped forward with parchment in hand. Adam sat at an outdoor table of a quaint tea stall near the ash tree. The buildings surrounding the cordoned-off area where the tree stood were primarily commercial. No residential structures could be found nearby. And since this was the heart of the city, and arguably its most important site, it was heavily guarded. Of course, most of the people standing guard were ordinary mortals with only a handful of Mana Foundation magi among them. After all, this was still just a small town. The raven-haired youth took a slow sip of the warm tea, his eyes never straying from the towering ash tree before him. It's strange, he thought. I don't sense any Mana Vortex magi nearby. Considering how valuable this tree is, there should have been a few of them here. Unless... His eyes narrowed. Unless intel about the true potential of the ash tree hasn't been made known to the higher-ups, he continued his train of thought. But why would they do that? Who's stationed here? Is it someone I know? No, more importantly. A peculiar light flashed in his dark eyes. Why did the ash tree turn out to be like this? If the Great Mother truly heard my prayer, why did she respond? It's strange. One of the World Tree's many titles was the one who watches. On the surface, the title seemed simple, unassuming even. But like the vast roots that stretched beneath her, the meaning ran deep. It was rumored that she was one of the oldest existences in this universe. She had borne witness to the birth and death of stars, to mighty civilizations rising and crumbling like waves on the cosmic shore. Her gaze missed nothing, yet she remained untouched, ever the observer, never the actor. Legend held that the Great Mother was the most knowledgeable being in the laws of space. Unlike spells, the laws were eternal. They were fundamental truths that governed reality itself, and for one said to have reached the pinnacle of space magic, it was a trivial matter for her gaze to span the breadth of all creation. From the deepest chasm of the void to the farthest star, nothing lay beyond her silent observation. But then again, such tales were simply more than legends. They were whispers passed through time. No one truly knew if they held any weight, or if they were simply myths woven to explain the incomprehensible. Yet the truth remained that the ash tree before Adam was no ordinary tree. It had been graced by the Great Mother herself. But why? Why would a being of such unimaginable stature, the silent observer of stars and planes, bestow her blessing upon this small corner of the universe? And more importantly, why him? Realizing that he had somehow attracted the attention of such a powerful and inscrutable entity, a chill crawled down Adam's spine. As the wind rustled through the ash tree's leaves, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Being the cautious young man that he was, a ridiculous, almost laughable notion took root in his mind. Has she been watching me all along? Hudson and Kenley made their way through the cobbled streets of Constantine, their expressions riddled with hints of nervousness and excitement. Wherever they went, the residents of the town greeted them with a jovial smile. The two, as well as the rest of the members of the Brotherhood, had been stationed here for years. As such, they had already taken on several cover jobs and thoroughly blended in the locals. Kenley worked as an adventurer, hunting down criminals or magical beasts and monsters for a fee. Hudson, on the other hand, worked as a librarian. He, along with several members of the clandestine organization, operated the Constantine Public Library. It didn't take them long to arrive near the ash tree. On the way, several acolytes of the Brotherhood informed them of Adam's location. So when they arrived, they immediately found the raven-haired young man sitting at an outdoor table of a tea stall. He had a thoughtful expression on his face while his gaze was directed at the ash tree. Hudson and Kenley suddenly stopped in their footsteps. They blinked. Then they exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Adam was vastly different from how they expected him to be. The last time they saw him, he looked like a young man with an unremarkable appearance, easily lost in a crowd. But now his appearance was striking. He looked far more dashing than before, almost heroic. His facial features were sharp and refined, as if carved by a master sculptor himself. As he sat quietly, sipping warm tea from the ceramic cup, he exuded a scholarly aura. His eyes were calm, and his presence was serene, like someone contemplating the mysteries of the stars. Hudson was the most shocked. After all, he had seen Adam when he had just advanced to the mana liquefaction rank and arrived at Akrian. For his appearance to change so drastically, he couldn't help but wonder just what kind of magic he must have cast on himself. I had heard rumors that the further a magus advanced in the arcane ranks, the more impurities were shed from the body, he thought. This, in turn, allowed them to enhance their physical appearance, but I've heard that these changes are only minuscule. That would explain why there are so many powerful, ugly magi around. So, how was the Dark King able to? His thoughts were brought to an abrupt halt as the raven-haired youth set the cup down on the table and calmly turned toward him with a faint smile. Hudson's body involuntarily trembled. Shit, he cursed inwardly. I've been staring at him for far too long. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly made his way towards the tea stall with Kenley in tow. Making sure not to draw any attention from the nearby residents, since most of them knew him, Kenley walked up to Adam's table, laughing nervously. Haha, welcome to Constantine. Of course he was stiff in his actions, very stiff. He was in the presence of the Dark King after all. The young man may appear calm, scholarly, and harmless at the moment, but Hudson knew just how terrifying he could be. After all, he was able to slaughter several mana vortex rank beings shortly after advancing to that station himself. Adam couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. He gestured to the empty chairs. Sit. Hudson and Kenley awkwardly sat down. Both of them had their backs drenched in sweat. They couldn't even remember the last time they were so nervous. Adam noticed this. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a wine gourd and 2 flat cups. Then he poured the two a drink. Go ahead, he said calmly. No need to be so tense. The 2 members of the Brotherhood glanced at the wine cups. They hesitated for a second before downing the wine in one go. So how have you been, Hudson? Adam asked with a faint smile. Then he turned to the other person. And Kenley, he remembers my name. Kenley was screaming inwardly. Realizing that apart from his appearance, Adam hadn't changed all that much, Hudson felt gratified. We have been well, my lord. He paused for a moment before asking, and you? Well, you know. Adam shrugged, lightly chuckling to himself. Life goes on. He turned his attention towards the ash tree and asked, his tone slightly shifting. So the mana density has increased, eh? Hudson was slightly startled at how confident Adam was. He was prepared to hand him all the information and research data, but it turned out that that was unnecessary. "Yes, my lord," he said softly. Unable to hide the excitement in his voice, he couldn't help but ask, "Where did you find this tree, my lord? And do you have more?" Adam chuckled in amusement. "Would you believe me if I told you it was just a regular seed of an ash tree that I'd planted all those years ago?" Of course, Hudson wouldn't believe such a thing, but he also couldn't say that directly. Thus, he remained quiet. Adam's gaze grew distant. "I'm still trying to comprehend the mysteries of this ash tree," he said. He turned to Hudson with a faint smile. "But what I can tell you is this is only the beginning." He paused, his smile deepening. "The mana density here will only continue to rise." Hudson's body trembled in astonishment, and Kenley, he had long since lost the ability to form a coherent word. After a few moments, Hudson snapped back to his senses. "My lord, you certain?" Adam shrugged, turning his gaze back to the ash tree. "Pretty certain." After all, he had already confirmed that this ash tree had been blessed by the Great Mother. Otherwise, the mana density in this region wouldn't have increased in the first place. It was simply beyond comprehension. As for why the Great Mother had blessed this tree, Adam did not know. Maybe one day he'd find the answer, or maybe he wouldn't. But for now, what mattered was clear. The ash tree was undeniably increasing the mana density in the region. Of course, he wasn't going to explain his speculations to Hudson. Instead, he was curious about something else. He turned towards the middle-aged man with an arched eyebrow. "So why haven't you shared this valuable information with the higher-ups?" Hudson was slightly taken aback by that question. "My lord, what do you mean?" Adam couldn't help but frown a little. "What do you mean? What do I mean?" The ash tree before them was, without a doubt, the most valuable thing in Tron right now. Its true potential was simply beyond calculation. If nurtured properly, it could raise the mana density not just in the surrounding region, but quite possibly across the entire planet. And if that happened, would Tron's mana ceiling still be limited to the mana core rank? Although getting to that point may take a long amount of time, the possibility of that happening was quite real. So that raised the question we hadn't. The members of the Brotherhood stationed here reported this information to their superiors. Given the organization's strict chain of command, Hudson should have relayed news of such a discovery without hesitation. But he hadn't. "Why?" Adam asked again, his brow furrowed. The whole situation struck him as both perplexing and illogical. "Why didn't you report this to the higher-ups? A discovery this astounding deserves to be brought to a counselor's attention, in fact. So why didn't you?" Hudson blinked a few times, then spoke matter-of-factly. "Because you were the one who planted this tree." Adam was sent into a daze. "What did you say?" "I wanted you to be the first one to know, my lord," Hudson said earnestly. He gestured toward the raven-haired youth and continued, "Because you were the one who planted this tree." Then he glanced around at the townfolks, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Over time, he had grown fond of the people here. Turning back to Adam, he concluded, "And because this town bears your name." Adam didn't know how to respond. After a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you serious?" "Very serious, my lord," Hudson chuckled. He paused for a moment before adding, "Now that I've informed you of this development, I can begin sharing with the higher-ups if you wish." Adam would be lying if he said he wasn't touched by Hudson's gesture. But at the same time, he also found his actions quite foolish. Withholding information about such a significant discovery from the higher-ups was unwise, but he really did have to thank Hudson for that. After all, from what he had learned in his travels recently, he would think twice before trusting the higher-ups of the Twilight Brotherhood. His eyes suddenly narrowed, and he habitually stroked his chin, thinking to himself, if even Headmistress Godfrey turned out to be a cultist, then I fear there might be spies in the Brotherhood as well. Given that the cult leader and Lord Aldo Wagner were sworn brothers, and the Cult of Bones and the Twilight Brotherhood were founded around the same time, it would be safe to assume that both have planted spies in each other's ranks. But if the cult has infiltrated the upper echelons of the Brotherhood, that would be a serious problem. There's only one person I can trust. He turned to Hudson and calmly stated, "Let me think on it." Hudson frowned. "My lord, is there any problem?" He had seen the troubling expression on the youth's face and couldn't help but wonder if there was something bothering him. Adam smiled faintly, shaking his head. "I'm just wondering who the best person to share this with would be." He turned towards the ash tree and added, "I think having a herbalist take charge of this matter would be the most ideal solution." Hudson's eyes lit up. "That is correct, my lord. I was of a similar mind as well." He paused for a moment, thinking of the right words to say. Actually, he had been waiting for Adam to suggest that idea. Finally, he spoke, "My lord, give your close connection to this matter, your status as a mana vortex magus, and your skills as a capable herbalist. How about you take charge?" Adam chuckled as he shook his head. "No, I'd rather not." Thinking about all the things he had on his plate at the moment, he really didn't have the time to sit here, study, and protect the ash tree. But he did have someone in mind who would be more than happy to. "I know just the person," he said with a smile. "A splendid herbalist, better than me even. And most importantly, he's also a mana core magus." Hudson was pleasantly surprised. He considered himself well informed on the current affairs of the Twilight Brotherhood, yet he couldn't recall any counselor who matched Adam's description. "But my lord," he began, "I don't think there's a herbalist on the Council of Dawn." Adam's lips curled into a smirk. "There will be." He then got up from his seat, offering the two a faint nod. "I'll be staying the night here and then leaving tomorrow morning." Hudson and Kenley immediately got to their feet. The former asked eagerly, "My lord, you will tell me who that herbalist is, won't you?" "Rest assured, my friend," Adam said with a reassuring smile. With that, he turned around to walk away. Right at that moment, Kenley gritted his teeth and gathered the courage to speak. "My lord, I have a request." Adam turned around and shot him an inquisitive gaze. "What is it, Kenley?" The acolyte smiled nervously as he conjured dozens of rolled parchments, setting them on the table. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and softly muttered, "My lord, would you mind signing these for the boys back at the base?" Adam rolled his eyes. He waved his hand over the table, putting away the parchments inside his earrings. He turned around and walked away, leaving behind his parting words, "Take them tomorrow morning." Adam found a modest inn to spend the night. After setting up protective runes on the floor, by the door, and across the windows, he changed into a comfortable set of garments and lazily sat down on the bed. Adjusting the pillows behind him, he leaned back slightly, then conjured a wine gourd and a flat cup from his earrings. He slowly sipped the wine, lost in thought, pondering the mysteries of the ash tree he had planted. Why had the Great Mother blessed it? What would become of Constantine in a few years? What of Tron in 100 or 1,000 years? Would the planet's mana ceiling truly rise, as he speculated? As question after question filled his mind, his eyelids grew heavy. Within moments he drifted off to sleep. Perhaps it was the fatigue built up from the constant travel, or perhaps it was something else. But that night, something unusual occurred. It began in his dream. Magi were individuals who possessed exceptionally high levels of spiritual energy. Although they only cultivated mana, their spiritual energy passively increased every time they advanced through the arcane ranks. Spiritual energy was a mystical force that granted them heightened awareness, resistance to mental intrusions, and a sharpened control over their consciousness. Their spiritual energy stabilized their mind and soul, creating a natural mental barrier that prevented uncontrolled mental drifts such as dreams. Mortals slipped into dreams as their consciousness loosened during sleep, however. Magi retained a subtle subconscious grip on their awareness, maintaining a tranquil but empty rest state even during their sleep. That is why it was very rare for a magus to dream. In the world of Magi, dreams were seen as manifestations of an untamed spirit sea and chaotic impressions of unresolved emotions. For those whose spirits had been honed through years of training, such chaotic expressions were largely suppressed. Because of this, when a magus does dream, it is not taken lightly. In the arcane traditions of Magi, dreams were more than just the idle wanderings of the mind. They were considered spiritual echoes, so to speak. A magus dreaming was, more often than not, understood to be their spiritual energy sounding an alarm. It was a deep, instinctive warning from the soul itself. Just as one might feel a chill before a danger or a gut feeling when something was wrong, a magus's dream was a manifestation of their spiritual energy detecting an unseen disturbance. It may be an omen of calamity, the presence of a powerful entity, or a shift in the world's flow. It could be all three of them. It could be neither. Or it could just be someone trying to communicate. Adam opened his groggy eyes, feeling quite sluggish and disoriented. It took a while for his vision to clear, yet everything around him remained hazy. Where am I? He looked around and found that he was standing in a vast expanse of a grassy plain. Everything was still hazy, but it was enough to make out his surroundings. He felt utterly confused. Where is this place? How did I get here? Suddenly, something deep within him pulsed with a mystical energy, instantly clearing the fog of doubt covering his mind. The White Lotus. In an instant, he found clarity. He looked around the hazy plain in utter shock. A chill crept down his spine when he realized what this place was. I'm inside a dream. But who? The next moment, he forced himself to calm down, masking his awareness with feigned confusion. Whoever or whatever had pulled him into this dream didn't need to know he had gained lucidity. No, revealing that would mean giving up his only advantage. He acted slow and dazed on the surface, but inside a tumultuous storm was brewing. What is this? Dream magic. But that is an extremely esoteric form of magic. Even in the greater universe, almost no one used it. It was immensely profound, and knowledge about it was extremely scarce, so then how did? His train of thought gradually came to a halt. However, externally, he didn't stop moving around in confusion. Adam recalled the events surrounding the past few hours. It was hazy, but he was slowly recalling them. That's right, I came to Constantine. Then I sat near the ash tree and spoke to Hudson. Then I went to sleep. Wait, the ash tree, don't tell me. Right at that moment, someone grabbed his hand. Adam's heart skipped a beat. He slowly turned his head and looked down, but it wasn't who he was expecting. It was a small figure like that of a child. There were no discernible features. Its form was composed entirely of swirling white energy. Normally, having an unknown entity like this suddenly grab his hand would have filled him with terror, but he felt a strange calmness wash over him instead. His heartbeat gradually calmed down, and his mind felt at ease. Adam looked at the childlike figure of white energy, which gazed back at him with a sense of curiosity and perhaps even joy. "Who are you?" Adam asked, his voice surprisingly calm and steady. The child tilted his head in an endearing manner, then turned to gaze into the distance. A moment later, he gently tugged Adam's hand and began leading him forward. "Come, come," said the child. "I wish to show you something." Adam simply followed suit. He didn't know where this person was taking him, but he didn't feel any immediate danger. If anything, he felt warmth and a sense of belonging. Strange, he thought. After what felt like both an eternity and an instant, the child led Adam to a small plant growing from the ground. He stood right before it, his expression radiating immense joy. He deeply looked at the plant and then at the raven-haired youth. "For helping you," Adam was perplexed. "What did I do?" The child pointed at the tiny plant, radiating boundless vitality. "You planted it." Adam's pupils constricted and he blurted out, "Is that the ash tree?" The child nodded eagerly. "You planted this tree. You helped me grow. You helped me become strong. You helped me find words." Adam was once again left confused. Helped you grow, become strong, find words. In the deep recesses of his mind, a sudden light illuminated distant memories, fragments of wisdom from the experts of the greater universe. As they surfaced, Adam's eyes trembled. The child turned to face the manifestation of the ash tree within this dream and spoke warmly. "I will protect this tree until it grows, until it matures. I will let no one harm it." The more Adam listened to the child speak, the clearer it became. He was certain now of its identity. Adam couldn't even believe what he was witnessing. He was shocked out of his mind. He loudly gulped and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? What is your name?" The child tilted his head, pondering for a moment. "My name." After a brief pause, he beamed again, replying cheerfully, "I wasn't born with a name, but the people here, they call me Tron." Golden rays of the morning sun filtered through the window, gently brushing against Adam's face and stirring him from his deep sleep. The raven-haired youth's eyelids quivered ever so slightly. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze landing on the uneven ceiling of the room. He lay there on the bed for a long time, unable to comprehend what he had witnessed in his dream. It was quite unbelievable, really. He had never imagined witnessing something so profound in the outer universe. Yet it seemed that planting that unassuming ash tree had set into motion consequences far beyond his expectations. Adam ran a hand through his raven hair, his eyes flashing with lingering incredulity. "I can't believe I just spoke to the will of the world," he thought to himself in a daze. From the wisdom imparted to him by the experts of the greater universe, through the memories he had absorbed, Adam knew that planets, after reaching a certain threshold, grew sentience. This was known as the will of the world, however. For a planet to grow sentience, it would take it billions of years. Across the greater universe, many planets had awakened to sentience. Some of the high-tier worlds, such as Mirandor, had developed wills so profound that they could bestow powerful boons upon the rare magi they chose to acknowledge. Albeit relatively common in the greater universe, it was completely unheard of in the outer universe. Just like in the greater universe, planets in the outer universe were also classified by a tier system. The planets were categorized according to the density of mana they possessed. Low-tier planets had a negligible amount of mana. Such planets could never produce any magi. The most they could birth were slightly powerful mortals. Mid-tier planets had some amount of mana permeating the air. The mana ceiling in these planets allowed a magus to, at most, reach the mana liquefaction rank. High-tier planets such as Tron had a decent amount of mana density. These planets would produce magi that could reach the mana core rank. The conditions for a planet to gain sentience were simple, stability, and mana density. Stability came with age. That is why it took a planet billions, if not tens of billions, of years to gain sentience. The higher the mana density, the greater the chance for a planet to develop sentience. Mana was a mystical force, boundless, enigmatic, and capable of birthing miracles. It nurtured life, shaped landscapes, and in great enough concentrations it could awaken the very consciousness of the world. Tron was changing. Slowly, steadily, it was awakening. And Adam had unknowingly planted the seed that had given voice to this world. If he had harbored any doubts about the Great Mother's blessing upon the ash tree he had planted, they were gone now. But with that certainty came a flood of questions. Far more than he could hope to answer. So planting the seed of the ash tree allowed Tron to awaken, he thought, utterly dumbfounded by the words forming in his mind. Right, it was only possible because of the Great Mother's blessings, but why would she? He shook his head, returning to his previous train of thought. The will of the world has just awoken, or rather, it has stirred in the recent past. No wonder it had taken the form of a child. That could also, to some extent, explain why no powerful magi had set foot in Constantine in this past decade. It's almost as if the world itself had conspired to shield this town from prying eyes. The will of the world had subtly tugged the strings of fate to create the perfect outcome, one in which the ash tree could take root, undisturbed, and flourish. Adam sat up on the bed, a grave expression appearing on his face. He closed his eyes and delved deep into the sea of inherited memories from the greater universe, sifting through every fragment related to the will of the world. Moments passed in silence. When he finally opened his eyes, his understanding about the topic had deepened, but so had his unease. A chill ran down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The will of the world was vast and boundless. The only thing it cared about was balance. Its greatest power was that it could subtly pull the strings of fate to ensure the planet's well-being. The will of the world didn't rewrite reality blatantly, it nudged it. In essence, the will of the world was not a conscious being in the human sense, but a vast instinctive intelligence. It understood survival and balance. When the planet was endangered, it didn't raise armies or forge weapons. Instead, it pulled on the invisible strings of fate, weaving outcomes that ensured its survival. Those who posed a threat to the world would find misfortune befall them at every step, and those who brought great benefit, they would be subtly favored, guided by luck, shielded from danger, and blessed with opportunities that defied explanation. Now that the will of Tron had awakened, it would no longer remain passive. It would begin to act, ensuring its own survival by whatever means necessary. Balance, that was its sole concern. Harmony in growth, restraint in power, no more, no less. Such was the true might of the will of the world. Silent, unseen, yet absolute. This is too much to take in, Adam thought to himself as he massaged his forehead. He turned towards the window and gazed at the towering ash tree. A faint smile found its way to the corner of his lips. Well, it's not so bad to have the world have your back, he muttered under his breath. He got up from his bed and quickly freshened up. Donning his magus robes and placing the familiar black, pointy hat on his head, he stepped out toward the ash tree. Though the will of the world had awakened and could now act on its own, he still felt it necessary to carve defensive runes around the tree, just in case. After completing the protective runic formation around the ash tree and instructing the members of the Brotherhood on the necessary steps moving forward, Adam felt a sense of finality. It was time. Time to return to Ravenfell. Ravenfell, with the Grand Magus Tournament just around the corner, the city had become awash with a festive spirit, its streets buzzing with excitement and anticipation. All 6 quarters of the city had come alive, even the impoverished Corvid quarter. In fact, ever since Viscount Duskfall's insidious plot with the Red Fists was brought to light, the city's administration had proactively made an effort to invest in the slums. They realized that because this quarter had long been neglected, it had become a breeding ground for organizations such as the Red Fists and had allowed the Umbra thieves to operate unchecked. Now, with investments pouring into the Corvid quarter, the standard of living began to rise. Many of its downtrodden residents gained access to job opportunities, and the overall level of education within the community improved significantly. Of course, one could still argue that the sudden focus on the Corvid quarter by the city's administration was less about genuine concern and more about appearances. After all, with the Grand Magus Tournament drawing influential and wealthy magi from all over the continent to Ravenfell, the city had to present a polished facade. They couldn't be seen as callous rulers who neglected the welfare of mortals. No, such a perception would be disastrous for the public image. Regardless of the true reason, the fact remained that the impoverished Corvid quarter was no longer what it used to be. Crimes were at an all-time low, and its residents were clearly more than happy with the recent developments. The economy in the rest of the quarters was booming as well. 3 showed significant uptrend compared to the rest. Harbor Quarter, located on the eastern side of the city, south of the Del River. The harbor was full of businesses, taverns, and inns. With the influx of tourists in the past months, its business was booming. Downtown Quarter, an important and very wealthy region of the city. It was home to many noble families, merchant houses, shops, and businesses. The influential magi from across the continent mostly came to this quarter for shopping, dining, and leisure. Finally, the Market Quarter, the district that never slept. Compared to all the districts of Ravenfell, this one was doing the most business, its trade volume increasing exponentially. Whether it was day or night, the quarter was always bustling with activity. The sun had set below the horizon, dyeing the sky in shades of purple and red, while most of the tourists walked the cobbled streets of Ravenfell, marveling at the city's architecture and grand design. The more influential ones had all gathered in one place, Benton Estate, Upton Quarter. Sabrina Benton, the matriarch of the Benton family, and the Lord Marshal of Ravenfell had hosted a formal banquet for the prominent magi who had come to the city for the Grand Magus Tournament. In the grand dining hall, magi from the 4 pillars of the empire, as well as the Baja High Forest had gathered, celebrating the joyous occasion of the tournament that took place once every 30 years. In the weeks before the Grand Magus Tournament, There would be several social events such as formal banquets, theatrical performances, political summits, hunting parties, arcane exhibitions, scholarly salons, and auctions held in the city. This formal banquet was one of the more important ones, since it was hosted by arguably the most powerful magus in Ravenfell other than Saratoga's headmaster, of course Sabrina Benton. Everyone present at the banquet was dressed in luxurious attire, each piece of clothing a silent proclamation of wealth and status. Fine food and wine flowed without end, while a live ensemble filled the air with soft, soothing melodies, weaving a refined atmosphere through the grand hall. The mana vortex magi of the Four Pillars had brought along some of their most promising students, hoping to foster camaraderie by introducing them to peers from other esteemed institutions. It was an opportunity for not just socializing, but for also building alliances that could shape the future of Ulir. Essentially, this was what the Grand Magus Tournament was all about. Several esteemed magi had separated into small groups as they conversed with one another. One particular group was quite eye-catching. Edwin Turner, dressed in lavish white robes with blue embroidery, sipped wine from a crystal goblet. He turned to the host of the formal banquet and asked with a smirk, "I heard you bestowed Adam with the title of Count." Sabrina Benton turned to look at her old friend. She could sense the mockery in the man's tone. She couldn't help but snort. "That's the least I could do for what he has done for this city." "And how is that working out for the city?" Edwin scoffed, his tone laced with ridicule. "Pray tell, old friend, has he been tending to his noble duties as count?" Just thinking about it made Sabrina have a headache. She couldn't help but sigh in defeat. Adam barely had time to settle here after he became a count. He was dispatched to Blackshore almost immediately, and after the incident there. Her voice trailed off. She shook her head in exasperation and continued. "He disappeared after the Blackshore incident, said he needed a vacation." Kahaha, Edwin laughed out loud, drawing the attention of the people nearby. But of course he didn't care. What a free-spirited young man. His expression then gradually turned dark, and he muttered under his breath, "He should have been in the tower." Hearing his remarks, Sabrina Benton's lips curled into a triumphant smirk. "Well, apart from being a count, he is also the Lord Commander of the Black Legion," she added. "Very few people know of this." "Well, you know, this title pales in comparison to the title of the Dark King, after all. The Black Legion was an elite unit of mana liquefaction magi that was well known across the Ulir continent. There were rumors that the unit was even stronger than the elite unit cultivated by the Akkadian royal family." "Oh. That is quite the prestigious position, I must say," an old man dressed in light blue robes chimed in. Most fitting for the Dark King." This elderly man was none other than Magus Pel Morgan, a seasoned scholar and the one leading the delegation from Coral Cove. A mana vortex magus of considerable repute, he exuded both wisdom and quiet authority. Standing beside him was a striking young man with long, flowing blonde hair and piercing gray eyes. This was Khan. Widely celebrated as prodigy of Coral Cove, despite his youth, he had made considerable progress in the mana liquefaction rank, a feat that commanded both respect and awe among his peers. Sabrina smiled wryly. "It is indeed a prestigious position, but..." She sighed again. "Adam has handed the reins to the captain of the unit, and like I said, went off on vacation." "The Dark King sounds like quite the frivolous young man," remarked an aged woman, clad in flowing robes of white and green. She was Soner Pitt, the leader of the delegation from Greenfield Ridge. Her sharp eyes glinted with a hint of contempt as she said, "It seems the title of king is handed out far too freely these days." "It seems the title of king is handed out far too freely these days," said the aged woman, the leader of the delegation from Greenfield Ridge. Beside Soner Pitt stood her student, a young man with tousled blonde hair that brushed against his cheeks and deep blue eyes that seemed to pierce through the unseen. His name was Chris Cloud, a mana liquefaction magus from Greenfield Ridge, renowned for his mastery in the school of divination. The moment those words left her mentor's lips, he couldn't help but grimace ever so slightly. "Damn it, Professor," he cursed inwardly. "Why must you speak ill of the Dark King now of all times?" Throughout their entire journey to the city, Soner Pitt had consistently ridiculed the Dark King, claiming that Ravenfell had romanticized and placed him on a pedestal, especially since the Grand Magus Tournament was approaching. No matter how much they romanticize him, Chris thought to himself. That fact remains that he is the youngest mana vortex magus in the history of this continentno of this world. "Oh, Professor, one of these days that tongue is going to get you killed. How did you even manage to survive to this old age?" While Chris was inwardly cursing the aged lady, the person in question was directing a taunting look at Sabrina Benton. "Tell me," she said with a smirk, "how many strings did you have to pull to convince the royal family to grant this, contenting the title of king?" Sabrina shook her head ever so slightly, softly sighing, "Oh, Soner, you're still as sharp-tongued as ever." She paused for a moment, swirling the wine in her goblet. Her lips curled into a smirk as she looked straight into Sonar's eyes. We did not have to pull any strings. Sonar frowned. What does that mean? Sabrina chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with amusement. You see, when people first started calling Adam the Dark King, we honestly expected quite a bit of backlash from the royal family. After all, in this glorious empire, no one could claim the title of king without the emperor's approval, right? Sonar's frown deepened, her voice dripping with skepticism. You're telling me His Majesty did not express any dissatisfaction with Adam suddenly being given the title of king? Hoo-hoo, quite the contrary. Sabrina's eyes flickered with pride. No matter how much trouble Adam caused her, at the end of the day, he was still a resident of Ravenfell. He was still a student of Saratoga. That meant he was one of her people. When word started to spread about Adam's new title, the royal family sent a delegation to Ravenfell. Sabrina continued. We were all bracing for their disapproval, but when they arrived, they came with congratulations instead. They claimed that the title was fitting, as it was clear Adam had earned it through his actions and influence. All the heads of delegation from the four pillars were taken aback by that revelation. The royal family was so lenient about it. Edwin asked, his tone filled with surprise. Indeed, Sabrina Benton revealed a confident smile. Things proceeded quite smoothly. As the professors from the four pillars digested this information, a calm and soothing voice drifted into their ears. Ho-ho, would you look at that? It would appear that the Dark King has some admirers in Korean as well. The people in the group turned to look at the source of the voice. It was a middle-aged man with silver hair and ocean blue eyes. He was a mana vortex magus and the one to lead the delegation from the Baja High Forest. Despite being the same arcane rank as the representatives from the four pillars, he looked very much younger. He was an elf, after all. Edwin turned to the elf and couldn't help but ask, Elrod, do you know something? It was none other than Elrod Fervel, the warden from the Twilight Brotherhood. He was also Daneley and Adil's mentor and an old friend of Berger. Elrod glanced at Edwin, whom he had just recently met in Ravenfell, and let out a light chuckle. Maybe, maybe not. You, Edwin grumbled. He found the elf's carefree disposition quite annoying. Elrod then turned to Sonar Pitt and spoke with a faint smile, but there was a peculiar glint flashing in his eyes. I assure you, Lady Pitt, Adam is fully deserving of the title of king. In fact, in a one-on-one battle, he might defeat you before you even have the chance to cast a spell. The moment Chris Cloud heard those words from the elf, he cursed inwardly. Damn you, elf, why did you have to say that last line? That was completely unnecessary, I just hope. He turned to his mentor, hoping she wouldn't take those words seriously, but it was the complete opposite of what he was expecting. Fuck me please, Professor. Please don't create a scene here. Sonar Pitt's eyes narrowed, and she spoke coldly. Oh, so you think this newly advanced brat can take me down, eh? She paused, her words turning colder. I've always known the pointy-eared swines of Baja to be arrogant, but this is the first time I've seen one of them praise a human. Tell me, Lord Fervel, are you looking down on me? Elrod wasn't intimidated in the least. Instead, he calmly smiled. Lady Pitt, you misunderstand me. I'm not underestimating you. He then scanned all the representatives of the four pillars before adding, or any of you for that matter. The elf paused, letting the suspense hang in the air, before speaking words that sent a chill through the other mana vortex magi. He'd defeat each and every one of you in a single fight. His battle prowess is just that tyrannical. Elrod's words had the potential to ignite a fierce quarrel among the magi in the group. Sensing the tension, Sabrina Benton quickly changed the conversation in a different direction. Lord Fervel, do you share some history with Adam? She asked, a curious glint in her eyes. From the way you speak of him, it almost sounds like you've known him for quite some time. Elrod let out a light chuckle. Yes, indeed, Lady Benton. I've known Adam for quite some time now. Long before the world started calling him the Dark King, he paused for a moment to ponder. Let's see, it must be around 20 years now. Yes, I first met him when he was just a Mana Foundation magus, still green, still learning the basics of herbalism from an old friend in the Southern Federation. Elrod's lips curled into a proud smile as he added, he has certainly come a long way, hasn't he? Sabrina's eyebrows arched in surprise. Ah, I see. So the two of you share quite a bit of history. She suddenly thought of what the elf had just said and couldn't help but ask curiously, this old friend of yours in the Federation, is his name Berger Glinhorn? Elrod directed a knowing smile at Sabrina Benton. He wasn't surprised that she'd know about the gnome. After all, Adam had now grown into a figure of immense power and influence, not just in Ravenfell, but across all of Ulier. It was only natural that people would seek to learn more about him, especially the Lord Marshal of Ravenfell, whose duty was to ensure the city's safety and stability. When he thought of his old friend, Berger, with whom he had gone on several adventures during his youth, his heart was suddenly gripped by a sense of nervousness and foreboding. Berger, I truly hope that you succeed. He didn't let his emotions show on his face, however. He looked at Sabrina and nodded. Yes, it is him. Elrod paused for a moment before continuing. Not long after Adam enrolled at Clover Academy, he caught the eye of Berger and became his pupil, learning the art of herbalism from him. I see, Sabrina nodded in understanding. She flashed a faint smile. Truly, such a small world we live in. Suddenly, Edwin chimed in, his tone filled with pleasant surprise. Elrod, you are Berger's friend. Why, yes, I am, the silver-haired elf replied with a chuckle, clearly amused by the burly old man's bewildered expression. The very next moment, he was left stunned. He saw the towering Edwin walk towards him with arms wide open and eyes glistening with emotion. Before Elrod could react, Edwin had already pulled him into a tight hug. Kahaha, the old man laughed out loud. If you're Berger's friend, then you are my friend as well. I've got to be honest with you, you seemed quite annoying until a second ago, but now kahaha, we are friends. Elrod stood there, dumbfounded. The rest of the Magi exchanged stunned glances, equally stunned by the unexpected display of affection. What was happening? What had gone into Edwin Turner? Did he drink too much? Lord Turner, please. Elrod tried to get away, but the man's grip was like a bear's. A few seconds later, Edwin let go. He thumped his chest and laughed out loud. You may not know this, but Berger is a benefactor of my Turner family. He paused for a moment, the smile on his face gradually turning wry as he recalled the past. You see, my precious daughter, Elia, once fell gravely ill with a deadly disease. I sought out countless herbalists from across the empire, but every one of them said the same thing: there was no hope. Hearing him recount such a deeply personal story, Elrod, who was about to express his dissatisfaction, swallowed the words in his mouth. He, along with the rest of the Magi in the group, displayed slightly somber expressions as Edwin continued the story. Tusk, none of those damned bastards even bothered to try, Edwin sneered, but Berger knew he was different. Despite knowing that the disease was incurable, he still fulfilled his duties as a true herbalist for 15 years. He treated my dear Elia and kept her alive for 15 whole years. What happened then? Asked Pell Morgan, his tone solemn. Did your daughter? Kahaha, Edwin laughed out loud. No, she's alive, she was cured. That's good to know. Pell Morgan revealed a faint smile. So this herbalist named Berger managed to cure a seemingly incurable disease, eh? I would certainly like to meet him someday and discuss the arcane arts. I am also curious to see just what kind of man could raise such a splendid magus as the Dark King. Ah, he's grumpy, real grumpy. Edwin waved his hand dismissively. Then his lips formed a warm smile. But he's kind at heart and a true gentleman. He then turned to the old man with the scholarly aura, Pell Morgan, and nonchalantly added, oh, by the way, it wasn't he who cured my dear Elia. It was Adam, dropping such a conversational bomb so casually. Needless to say, everyone was wildly taken aback. I beg your pardon. Pell Morgan looked at him with a blank face. A disease that even many of the Empire's greatest herbalists couldn't cure was healed by a child of. He turned to Elrod and asked, how old was the Dark King back then? Around 1516. Elrod silently nodded, finding the entire situation quite amusing. Of course, his reaction was also no different when he had learned of this from Berger all those years ago, but still, it was nice to see others get dumbstruck like this. These were Mana Vortex Magi, after all. There were rarely things that truly shocked them. So you're telling me a 15-year-old child was able to cure your daughter when even aged herbalists centuries older than him couldn't? Edwin shrugged. It's true. A strange silence settled over the group. Even Sabrina did not know about this. She was suddenly reminded of the time when Adam had cured the late patriarch of the Flynn family, who was poisoned by the spies from the Cult of Bones. So that wasn't the first time he was performing such miracles. She thought, her eyes flickering with lingering shock. Right at that moment, Sonar Pitt's mocking words cut through the silence. Goodness gracious, she exclaimed. A mere child curing a seemingly incurable disease. She looked at Edwin and scoffed. Lord Turner, now you are romanticizing the boy as well. What's next? Are you going to tell me that the boy is capable of fighting Magi entire ranks above him? Sabrina Benton tried her best to stifle a chuckle. Actually, he did exactly that. Sonar Pitt turned to her with a sneer. This is getting out of hand now. It's true whether you believe me or not, said the Lord Marshal with an amused smile on her lips. During the Duskfall incident, Adam defeated a Mana Vortex Magus from the Cult of Bones. At the time, he was still just a Mana Liquefaction Magus. Sonar Pitt looked at her with an expressionless face. A moment later, she sighed heavily. She turned to her student, Chris, and pushed her drink toward him. Then she turned around and walked away. I am so done with this nonsense. What the hell, did the professor actually just leave? Is she crazy? What about me? Staring at the goblet of wine in his hands, Chris Cloud did not know how to react. He gazed at the other Magi in the group, especially at the blond young man named Khan, who was directing a mocking gaze toward him, seemingly taking pleasure in his predicament. This bastard, he cursed inwardly. Chris revealed an awkward smile as he turned to Sabrina Benton and said, please forgive Professor Pitt. She's just had a little too much to drink. I assure you, she's usually a very, charming and lovable person. Charming and lovable. Edwin burst into laughter. Kahaha, we've known Sonar before even your grandparents were born, boy. We also know that is already her best behavior. He thumped his chest and laughed even louder. Kahaha, charming and lovable, he says. Chris Cloud's lips twitched incessantly as he saw Edwin Turner laugh till tears were flowing from his eyes. "This drunk gorilla bastard," he cursed inwardly. Sabrina Benton turned to look at him and smiled. "What Edwin means to say is that all of us are already used to Soner's antics. We've known each other for a very long time after all." Oh, I see." Chris scratched his chin awkwardly. Come to think of it, all of us got acquainted with each other during the Grand Magus tournament as well," said Pel Morgan with a reminiscent smile. "Indeed," Sabrina nodded. She gazed at her old friends and flashed a smile. "This is the beauty of the Grand Magus tournament, isn't it? Fostering friendship and camaraderie between the young magi, who are the future of Ulier. Ho, that is exactly the reason why the founding emperor of Acadia established this tournament in the first place." Pel Morgan let out a light chuckle as he stroked his beard. He then turned to his pupil and spoke warmly. "Khan, why don't you go meet the other participants here at the banquet?" Khan respectfully nodded. "As you say, Professor." "Good lad," Pel smiled. He gazed at Chris Cloud, who was standing awkwardly with his mentor's wine glass in hand, not knowing what to do, and added, "And take this child with you as well. I want you both to get along." Khan directed a contemptuous gaze at Chris. Chris, on the other hand, was flabbergasted by that uncalled-for reaction. What is up with this guy? Such a pompous prick, he thought. Khan then turned to his mentor, the look of contempt in his eyes instantly replaced by utter respect. "I understand, Professor. I shall take my leave then. Please enjoy your evening." With that said, Khan and Chris headed towards the sprawling backyard in the Benton estate. That was the place they had last seen several young magi go to. After the two participants were gone, only the Mana Vortex magi representing the four pillars and the Baja High Forest remained, minus Soner Pit, of course. Sabrina turned to her fellow magi and spoke with a mysterious smile. "Now that the tournament is a little less than a month away, I suppose I can let you in on a few things, considering we go way back." Edwin's eyes lit up. He spoke in a hushed voice. "Sabrina, are you finally going to tell us what the first trial is about?" Naturally, the representatives of the four pillars and the Baja High Forest would want to divulge the information about the tournament's first trial to their respective young magi. An important thing to note was that the details of the Grand Magus tournament weren't known to the Mana Vodex magi of other institutions. This was an indication of just how tightly information was being controlled. "Do you really think I'm going to divulge such a thing?" Sabrina let out an amused chuckle. "Headmaster Blackwood has strictly forbidden me to divulge such matters. He wants everyone to have a fair shot at the grand prize. Yes, even the unaffiliated magi," she added. Apart from the four pillars and the Baja High Forest, there was yet another group of young magi participating in the Grand Magus tournament. They were the magi who weren't affiliated with any of the 5 factions. In other words, they were rogue magi. Of course, these people had to go through a series of interviews and background checks to be even granted the opportunity to participate. Given the series of ominous events surrounding Ravenfell, enforcing multiple layers of strict security had become an absolute necessity. "So what is it then?" Pel Morgan pressed, his eyes gleaming with curiosity, and although Elrod did not speak, it was clear from his expression that he too was curious about whatever it was that Sabrina was about to say. "Rank 3 spell, Alter Self," said the Lord Marshal with a light smirk. "The participants will require the model component of that spell carved into an object if they wish to enter the first trial. Alter Self." Elrod was perplexed. Why that spell specifically? Sabrina Benton slightly raised her hands in surrender, chuckling softly. That's all I can say." Edwin couldn't help but speak in frustration. "Come on now, surely you can tell us more." "Oh yes, I will tell you another critical point," Sabrina added, recalling another detail. She paused for a moment, scanning the curious faces of the 3 magi before her. "Participants may only acquire this spell from a Mana Vortex Magus with whom they have no prior acquaintance." Khan and Chris walked through the opulent halls of the Benton family manor, weaving past numerous guests as they headed towards the backyard. Earlier, they had seen a few students of Saratoga Castle and the Tower of Daybreak heading in that direction. The two hadn't exchanged a single word the entire time. Chris Cloud looked at the young man walking beside him with a slight frown. His eyes narrowed as he observed the man carefully. Why is this guy so cocky? What's that look on his face? Does he think he's a better magus than me? He couldn't help but give rise to all these useless thoughts. Khan, on the other hand, was also having similar thoughts. What is wrong with this guy? Why is he staring at me like that? I know I'm handsome, but isn't this a little too much? After several moments had passed, both couldn't take it anymore, and they finally spoke. Why are you staring at me like that? Why are you staring at me like that? Their steps gradually came to a halt. Their eyes narrowed and they spoke again. Do you think this is funny? Do you think this is funny? They spoke simultaneously. Again, their eyes narrowed even further as they stared at one another, wondering just what the hell was going on. In the end, they harumphed at each other and silently made their way to the backyard. The same thought crossed both their minds. This guy is clearly messing with me. In another part of the grand dining hall, a small group of magi had gathered. There were fewer than half a dozen of them. each hailing from a different faction participating in the Grand Magus tournament. Currently, they were all looking at a peculiar man with great interest and also mockery. Magus Constantine's research on establishing a teleportation network in specific coordinates in the spirit world corresponding to our material world is truly fascinating, I tell you. The man who had spoken was a lanky fellow with a slightly hunched back. He had long, disheveled hair that had started graying at the roots. Dark circles dominated his eyes, and he wore round, crystal glasses that highlighted them even more. It was none other than the youngest son of the Benton family matriarch, the Mana Vortex Magus, Marden Benton. His eyes flashed with fascination as he continued to speak about the intricacies of Adam's research, a true genius. From his research paper, I could tell that he has a deep understanding of the spirit world. For him to major in the School of Summoning is truly apt. While he was excitedly talking about Adam's research work, he failed to notice the contempt in the eyes of the magi around him. Or perhaps he did notice, but he chose to ignore them anyway. He had been used to such gazes his entire life, after all. Marden Benton was considered the black sheep of the family. The Benton family was known to produce powerful warriors. Even members who weren't from the direct lineage grew up to become fine magi who excelled in warfare. Yet Marden had always been the odd one out, despite being the matriarch's son. His eccentricity was so striking that rumors once spread through the city claiming he was adopted. Of course, such rumors were baseless, but why would the public care? It was entertaining to them, gossiping about a scandal involving one of the most powerful Magus families in Ravenfell. Despite being born with no inclination for warfare or combat, Marden still rose to the rank of Mana Vortex Magus. This was a clear testament to his talent at spell casting, but the world chose not to see it that way. The world mocked him, and his family, well, only a few held any fondness for him, mostly the younger generations of the Benton family, who appreciated his kind and gentle nature. Among the magi present was Slade's uncle, Alcott Shipley. He was the man who once secretly funded the Velvet Dreams, a notorious establishment in the red light district of Acreon. There had been several allegations of his involvement in human trafficking, but of course, he got away with all of them. He wielded more than enough power and influence in Acreon to silence any opposition. Moreover, he was also a renowned professor at the Tower of Daybreak. Seeing Marden go on and on about the Dark King's work, Alcott wouldn't help but sneer inwardly. He couldn't believe that someone at the level of the Mana Vortex rank, like Marden, could be so oblivious to social cues. On many occasions, the magi in the group had subtly tried to steer conversation elsewhere, but Marden, too socially inept to pick up on their hints, continued to talk about whatever was on his mind. A fool like him born to the mighty Benton family, Alcott thought to himself, his eyes flashing with unmasked disdain. If he were my son, I would have him exiled from the family and stripped him of our name. That Sabrina is too soft-hearted. As seconds continued to pass, Marden continued to make the atmosphere more and more awkward. He kept talking about the arcane arts, the spirit world, school of enchantment, and all other things that interested him and him only. But he was mostly talking about Adam's stellar research work surrounding the school of summoning. Having had enough, Alcott gazed at the other magi in the group and came to a mutual understanding. So that's why I believe that the School of Summoning has far more potential than any of the Marden continued to speak, his eyes full of awe and wonder. But the very next moment he was rudely interrupted by Alcott. Lord Benton, I noticed that you talk quite a lot about the Dark King. Marden's eyes lit up. Yes, of course. He is a splendid magus, and his knowledge in the School of Summoning is profound. Once again he was rudely interrupted. Please refrain from talking so animatedly about the Dark King, Lord Benton, said Alcott with a sly smirk. He leaned in closer and whispered, otherwise others might start to think you harbor rather peculiar feelings for him. Marden panicked, and no, that is a lie. I am simply admiring. Oh, Alcott arched an eyebrow. You claim to be the Dark King's admirer. Perhaps you truly have unusual feelings for him. This elicited a round of laughter from the group. Alcott took a step forward, causing Marden to involuntarily flinch. I wonder what would happen if rumors started circulating about the son of the Lord Marshal having such unsavory inclinations. That is not true, Marden protested. Alcott and the rest of the magi took great pleasure in bullying Marden. In fact, they felt even better knowing that they were belittling someone of higher social standing than them. He and the rest were about to continue harassing the man when suddenly the shadow of a figure loomed over them. Alcott and the others immediately stopped talking. They turned around, and when they saw who it was, the color on their faces immediately drained. Did he hear us? That was the first thought that echoed in their minds. A middle-aged man with a clean-shaven face and short hair gazed at the group with narrowed eyes. Just when everyone thought that things would spiral out of control, the man revealed a faint smile. Gentlemen, if you don't mind, I have some business with my brother here. Oh, of course, Lord Benton. Alcott couldn't help but stutter, stepping out of the way. Then, without waiting for another awkward moment, he bid the man farewell and quickly left along with the rest of the magi. Marden looked at the newcomer with a slightly downcast expression. "Brother, I swear they are lying." However, Nash Benton coldly cut him off with a few simple words. "Let's talk somewhere else." With that said, the eldest son of the Lord Marshal of Ravenfell turned around and walked away. Meanwhile, Marden hesitated for a few moments before ultimately following behind his elder brother. Marden silently followed behind his elder brother, Nash, to the upper floor. There were relatively fewer guests here. The two entered an empty study. As Nash closed the door behind him, his heart was already seething with rage. He turned around with a cold look on his face, directing his furious gaze at his younger brother. "Are you out of your damn mind?" Nash spat through gritted teeth. "Brother, please." Marden's hands reached out in a desperate plea as memories of their youth flooded his mind. Every time Marden made a mistake as a child, Nash would beat him severely, warning him that this was the consequence he would face every time he erred. Marden's eyes trembled when he saw his elder brother's face burning with fury. Nash stepped forward, his eyes seething with rage. Then he viciously grabbed his younger brother's collar and coldly stated, "Do you know how important this banquet is to Mother, to our Benton family?" Marden nudged his eyeglasses and spoke anxiously, I know. "Brother, please, it wasn't my intention. They were the ones." "Do you not have a shred of common sense in there?" Nash growled, tapping the side of Marden's forehead, causing the latter to grimace. "Answer me." Nash gritted his teeth. "Do you not know when to speak, when to stop, when to allow others to speak? Are you a damn child?" "Brother, please, I realize my mistake. I promise I won't do it again." "All that intellect inside the head of yours," Nash said, tapping Marden's forehead again, "and yet you don't know how to carry yourself in public." "Brother," Marden tried to protest, but was ruthlessly interrupted again. "Silence, you fool," Nash snarled, releasing his grip on his brother's collar and shoving him back. Marden stumbled and collapsed to the ground. "Look at you," Nash sneered, his eyes burning with contempt. "You can't even stand on your feet. Is this what a mana vortex magus looks like? Is this what a warrior of the Benton family looks like?" Marden's lips quivered and he lowered his head. He didn't bother to try and explain his situation. He knew it would fall on deaf ears. Seeing Marden react like that, a sharp pang of guilt tugged at Nash's heart. Perhaps he had gone too far. He massaged his forehead in frustration, letting out a heavy sigh. "Just go to your quarters before you embarrass yourself in front of everyone again." Nash cast one final glance at his younger brother before turning around and leaving the study. Hearing the door slam shut, Marden finally got to his feet. He dusted his clothes and adjusted his glasses. Then he walked towards the window and silently opened the pane. Staring at the moons, he murmured softly, "Forgive me, brother, it was never my intention." He paused for a moment, his gaze seemingly lost in the beauty of Selene and Luna. "I just wanted to discuss the arcane arts," he added. "Magic, that's all I've ever cared about. Nothing else matters." Nash Benton calmly walked down the staircase, making his way to the grand dining hall. He displayed a polite and noble smile every time he passed by guests. He also made sure to greet them properly. Regardless of their lower station, it was his duty as the host to treat every guest with respect and courtesy. As the man destined to become the next head of the Benton family, it was only natural for Nash to possess a charismatic and approachable demeanor, a stark contrast to his younger brother. Arriving at the grand hall, he had a faint smile on his face as he scanned the room, looking for one person in particular. When his gaze landed on the man, his eyes flashed with a cold light. Nash approached the man with the same polite smile on his face. He found the man was chatting with other guests, laughing jovially, and pretending that the incident with Marden earlier hadn't happened at all. "Lord Shipley," Nash Benton called out, his voice calm and steady. The moment Alcott heard that voice, his eyes involuntarily trembled. He slowly turned around, only to see Nash staring down at him with a gentle smile. He cursed inwardly, wondering if Nash had come to retaliate for what he had done earlier. "Might I have a moment of your time?" Nash asked politely. He then turned to the others, who were conversing with Alcott, and asked, "I hope you all won't mind." The others showered Nash with flattery, praising his respectful and polite nature. Of course, Nash paid less attention to their words. He stared at Alcott with the same smile and asked, "Shall we?" Of course, of course." Alcott had no other option but to agree. However, inwardly, he was getting slightly nervous. The two soon left the dining hall. Seeing Nash lead him to a rather secluded part of the manor, Alcott couldn't help but anxiously gulp. "Lord Benton, is something the matter?" He paused, thinking of the right words to say. "If this is about your younger brother, rest assured, I was only joking. I did not mean it." His words got caught in his throat when Nash turned around and placed a hand on his shoulder. He displayed the same polite smile and said, "A little back and forth between friends is quite common, isn't it?" Alcott nervously laughed. "Haha, exactly. It was just some." The man gasped for air when Nash suddenly struck him with a solid punch to his solar plexus. Alcott dropped to his knees, utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Nash, on the other hand, continued to smile, except now it had turned cold. He gripped Alcott's hair tightly, lifting his head to lock eyes with him. "You're quite the bold soul, aren't you, Lord Shipley? To think you would come into my home and bully my little brother. It was a mistake, Alcott pleaded. But the only response he got was a punch, this time straight to his face. The impact cracked his nose, sending blood gushing out. Nash's grip on the man's hair tightened. He leaned forward, bringing his face closer to Alcott's. His lips parted, and he muttered coldly, his tone dripping with malice. "Marden is the black sheep of the family, yes." He paused, his eyes flashing with a vicious light. "But he is still a fucking Benton." Seeing the pathetic look in Alcott Shipley's eyes, Marden sneered. He let go of the man's hair and shoved him to the ground. "Next time, choose your words carefully when addressing a member of the Benton family." He retrieved a silk handkerchief from his inner robes and tossed it at the man. "Clean yourself up," he left behind his parting words as he walked away. "Filthy lowlife." Alcott slowly got to his feet, staring at Nash Benton's departing back. His eyes flickered with an ominous light as he gritted his teeth in absolute anger. "I'll make you pay for this humiliation." "Just you wait." "Damn it, are we lost?" Chris spoke in exasperation. He and Khan had been trying to get to the backyard of the estate for the last 15 minutes, but navigating the vast manor crowded with so many guests turned out to be no easy task, and this was them after asking for directions multiple times. Khan ran a hand through his long blonde hair, appearing unfazed by the whole situation, but the flicker of annoyance in his gray eyes gave him away. He turned to Chris and spoke coolly. "Don't you excel in the school of divination? Why don't you divine the way to the backyard?" Chris turned to look at the youth with an incredulous face. "Divine the way to the backyard? Do you hear yourself talking? You want me to use magic for such a menial chore?" Khan stepped forward, looking straight at the young man's deep blue eyes and ridiculed. "Then how are we going to make it out of this manor? Don't you have any shame getting lost as a magus who is proficient at divination?" Chris gasped, unable to believe his ears. "Are you being serious? You're going to put the blame on me now." While the two were engaged in a heated, albeit pointless, quarrel, they drew the attention of a young man wearing fine silk robes. He had a head full of dark brown hair and eyes of matching color. He, too, was aimlessly wandering through the manor, trying to find people his age to have a nice chat with. It was getting rather dull on his own, and he had already gotten separated from his classmates who had accompanied him. However, unlike Khan and Chris, this young man carried a plate filled with food. Lost or not, he seemed thoroughly content, savoring the freshly cooked dishes without a care in the world. His gaze suddenly landed on a familiar person whom he attended Coral Cove with. The youth's eyes lit up. "Khan, there you are." He quickly walked up to him. Before he spoke to his friend, he cast a curious glance at Chris, wondering who this person was who had been arguing with his classmate. "Where have you been?" asked the brown-eyed youth. "I've been searching for you for a while now. Charlie, do you know the way to the backyard?" Khan turned to his friend and got straight to the point. "Why the backyard?" Charlie asked curiously, popping a piece of grilled chicken into his mouth. "We saw a few students from Saratoga and Daybreak head to the backyard," said Khan in a solemn voice. "Professor Morgan asked me to go have a chat with them, but I think what he meant by that was to try to find clues about the first trial from the Saratoga bunch. I'm sure they must know something." "Right, that makes sense." Charlie nodded in understanding. "Let's go there then." Khan's expression went blank. He exchanged an awkward glance with Chris, neither of them knowing what to say. Chris cleared his throat. "Yes, let's go there. How about you lead the way?" "Sure thing." Charlie shrugged casually. Then he took the lead, guiding the pair as he continued to enjoy the food. After several minutes, Khan and Chris felt something was wrong. Khan couldn't help but step forward and ask Charlie in a slightly dazed manner, "You do know the way, right?" Charlie looked at him and spoke matter-of-factly, "Of course not." Hearing those words, Chris started to massage his forehead in exasperation. These bastards from Coral Cove are crazy. Meanwhile, Khan's lips twitched incessantly. "If you don't know the way, then where were you guiding us? Isn't it obvious?" Charlie's brows knitted together. "I would have just asked one of the maids and servants to lead us there." Chris rolled his eyes. "You think we haven't tried that already? These folks are worked to the bone. With so many guests around, no one's got time to lead us all the way to the backyard." Hearing that explanation, Charlie couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. "That's a bit of an oversight on the host's part, if you ask me, Chris." Right at that moment, a familiar voice drifted into the blonde youth's ears. Chris turned to the source of the voice and found a familiar face. It was a clean-shaven, brown-haired youth with blue eyes. He was draped in black and purple garments and was waving in their direction. "Mikar." Chris hurriedly walked toward him, as if he were a traveler lost in the desert who had finally found a source of water. He arrived before Mikar and grasped his shoulders. Tell me you know the way to the backyard." Mikar was startled by his fellow classmate's strange reaction. "Why, yeah, I do." He paused for a moment before asking with an arched eyebrow, "What's wrong with you? Are you drunk again?" "No, I'm not drunk." Chris rolled his eyes. "Anyway, take us to the backyard. I heard Saratoga's students were out there somewhere." "Oh yes, they are." Mikar nodded in agreement before curiously asking, "By the way, who's us?" Chris pointed at the two young men who had arrived beside him, Khan and Charlie. He then turned to the pair from Coral Cove and introduced his classmate. You guys, this is my friend Mikar. Oh, friends from Coral Cove. Mikar extended his hand for a handshake. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Mikar Atkins, a mana liquefaction magus from Greenfield Ridge. Charlie Smith, Coral Cove. Charlie offered a polite smile as he shook the youth's hand. Khan, just Khan, Mikar asked curiously as he shook the blonde youth's hand. Just Khan. The youth nodded. On the side, Chris sneered inwardly. Hess, look at him trying to act all cool. I'm pretty sure he has a surname, but it isn't as cool as his first name. And come to think of it, Khan is indeed quite a catchy name, he mused. After the students from Coral Cove and Greenfield Ridge had got to know one another, Mikar took the lead and guided them to the backyard with great familiarity. Unlike the other three, Mikar seemed to know the way. By the way, you confirmed there were Saratoga's students in the backyard. Chris asked curiously, did you happen to see them? See them? Mikar smirked. Heh, I even met them. And guess what? What? Those three claimed to be the Dark King's students. Inside the gazebo by the small man-made lake in the backyard, old friends gathered and caught up, their conversations filled with joy and laughter. The atmosphere was lighthearted and warm. The ethereal light from the twin moons bathed the beautifully maintained garden. As their glow touched the pond, it seemed to dance across the water's surface, glittering with magic. Eleni, Aiden, and Arthur were present, getting to know their mentors' childhood friends. Edward, Lisa, and Biden were naturally there. Apart from them, 2 more people were also in attendance. Why didn't you come meet me when you arrived in Ravenfell? Danley asked with an inquisitive gaze as he swirled the wine in his cup. If I had known, I would have sent some people over. I'm sure residing in my manor would have been much better than wherever it is that you're staying currently, he added. Haha, it's quite all right. Edward let out a light laugh. Besides, the accommodation arranged for us by Saratoga is quite nice. We've got everything we need. I see, Danley nodded ever so slightly. He then turned to Biden, who was the quietest one out of the bunch, and asked amicably, and you, Biden, how are you liking Ravenfell so far? It's different from Caliport, I'll tell you that, said the young man. He took a small sip from his wine glass and added, how should I put it? If Caliport is the sun, then Ravenfell is the moon. Does that make sense? A fair analogy. Danley's lips twitched a little. I've traveled to Caliport in my youth. It is quite sunny there, and the landscape is warm. The city has a modern architecture compared to most cities in Acadia. He paused, setting the empty wine cup down on the table. The next moment, a slender and fair hand grasped the wine bottle from the table and poured some wine into his cup. Danley gave a light nod of appreciation to the person sitting beside him before continuing, whereas the architecture here at Ravenfell is more traditional and Gothic, reminiscent of the style the cities had in the olden days. Indeed, I don't think I've seen any city like Ravenfell during my recent travels. Arthur nodded. He turned to his friend, Aiden, and asked, what do you think? Aiden silently shook his head, enjoying the wine. He and Arthur had gone to the Constantine estate earlier in the day and managed to convince Rowan to give them a barrel of wine. The man knew that they were Adam's students, so he didn't hesitate to go to the cellar and fetch one of the countless barrels stored there. He figured that his master wouldn't mind either. Speaking of your travels, Lisa suddenly chimed in, turning her attention toward Adam's students. Where did the 3 of you go? I remember you telling me you were away from Ravenfell for around 5 years, was it? She asked, her emerald eyes flickering with curiosity. Apart from Caliport and Acreon, she hadn't visited many places in Ulier, so she would always feel intrigued listening to recounts of her friends traveling to the different towns and cities on the continent. Back at the tower, she almost always spent all her time studying the arcane or honing her fighting prowess under the guidance of her mentor, Marcella Ridley. When asked the question, Arthur cast a secretive glance at Danley, who was basically his senior within the organization, and noticed he was looking at him with a deadpan expression. Luckily, Eleni was quick to find an excuse. Haha, just here and there, though we've mostly been traveling around the eastern coast. Mentor told us that if we wanted to become strong, then we would have to travel across the lands and find challenges to overcome. Aiden took a sip from the wine glass and added, yes, I think Mentor said something along the lines of sheltered flowers may know beauty, but only those who grow wild will learn the strength to weather the storm. Arthur and Eleni simultaneously nodded. They had thoroughly carved all of Adam's teachings deep into their hearts. Right at that moment, Danley's cold snort echoed in the air. HMPH sounds like something that Drunkard would say. He's got quite the poetic flair, after all. A melodious chuckle rang from beside him. The person covered their mouth and recalled Adam's attempt at broken poetry the last time they met him. Oh, by the way, did you guys know? Arthur's eyes lit up when he thought of the unexpected person he and Aiden had met at Adam's manor. What is it? Edward asked curiously. He downed the entire wine in his glass and filled some more, eliciting a slightly displeased look from Lisa. But he didn't care. He was tasting wine brewed by Adam after so many years. He planned to thoroughly enjoy the night. And the wine, of course. Arthur's lips curled into a grin, and he continued, did you guys know that Mentor has an elder sister? What? Everyone present exclaimed in unison. Suddenly, Edward thought of something and couldn't help but mumble. As far as I know, Adam's parents had passed away when he was very young. I think he was no older than 5 at the time. And then, suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. He exchanged a stunned glance with Lisa, and they spoke in unison. Anna, I didn't know Adam had an elder sister. The person sitting beside Danley leaned forward, finally revealing her appearance. She was a beautiful elven young woman, with luscious golden waves cascading down her back and eyes that seemed to sparkle with the very vitality of Baja itself. She shared a striking resemblance to Danley. It was none other than his twin sister, Adil Ambermind. How rude of him not to share that with us. She pursed her lips. She turned to Arthur and gestured for him to continue. Do tell us more, Arthur. Arthur's heart skipped a beat when he realized Adil was speaking to him. She was by far one of the most beautiful women he had ever laid eyes on. His face instantly flushed red, and he found it difficult to find the words to speak. Yes, aim my sister, Adam I mean my father. Fortunately, Edward helped him out promptly, saving the young man from drowning in a pool of his own embarrassment. Well, I don't think Anna is blood-related to him, said the blue-eyed young man. However, I can't be sure about that. Is that so? Adil tilted her head, thinking of something. Then she displayed a radiant smile that seemed to overshadow the splendor of the twin moons themselves. Then how about we go meet her tomorrow? Before anyone could even answer, they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps coming towards them. Turning to the direction of the Grand Manor, they saw 4 young men approaching them. None of them were familiar faces. No, there was one. They had gotten acquainted with him only a little while ago. Edward rose from his seat and walked towards the edge of the gazebo. When he laid eyes on the person walking at the forefront, he let out an enthusiastic laugh. Kahaha, Mikar, there you are. I thought you'd already gone back to your quarters. Mikar Atkins stepped forward with a friendly smile and clasped the blue-eyed youth's outstretched hand. Hope you don't mind, Edward, said he. I've brought a few friends along with me. Edward grinned, then glanced at Khan, Charlie, and Chris standing behind. His grin widened. Come, come, we've got plenty of wine. He paused, threw his head back, and laughed heartily. And I promise you, this is the best wine you'll ever taste. Earlier in the grand dining hall, after Mikar had gotten separated from his other classmates, he made his way towards the buffet station. Deciding it would be better to enjoy the freshly cooked food rather than worrying about finding his friends, he did exactly that. And that's when he met Edward. Mikar was a likable and sociable fellow. He immediately hit it off with the blue-eyed young man from the Tower of Daybreak. Afterwards, Edward even introduced him to his other friends, who had all gathered at the gazebo, drinking fine wine beneath the twin moons. And just like that, Mikar got acquainted with Edward. After the students from Coral Cove and Grenfield Ridge had introduced themselves, they were welcomed to sit inside the gazebo and enjoy the evening together. Chris glanced at Mikar talking to Edward and Biden like they were old friends, and couldn't help but wonder in bewilderment, just what the hell has this bastard been up to? I thought he got lost and started chomping on food, but it looks like he was socializing instead. Meanwhile, He turned his attention towards Khan, who was chatting with Adil. Meanwhile, I got stuck with that bastard. And what is he doing? Is he trying to woo the pretty elf? And what's with that guy beside her? They look similar. His gaze shifted to Danley, who was sitting beside Adil, glancing at Khan with a cold gaze. Twins, he wondered. Suddenly, his friend Mikar's excited words rang in his ears, drawing his attention immediately. So tell me, how was it like studying under the Dark King? Mikar's blue eyes seemed to be flashing like the brightest of stars. After all, the name of the Dark King had become synonymous with the ideal magus, who every person who walked on the arcane path strived to become. The Dark King had countless admirers throughout the Ulier continent, most of them young magi, of course, and the only people who disliked him were either his enemies or people who were deeply envious of him. But these people paled in comparison to the sheer number of people who showered him with love, affection, and admiration. Hearing about their mentor instantly made the 3 young magi's faces light up. Arthur raised his chin ever so slightly and answered with pride, what can I say? Mentor's teachings were very profound. He taught us things that even most mana vortex magi wouldn't know. Eleni couldn't help but roll her eyes at her friend's antics. She chimed in, did you forget how Mentor used to beat us for hours on end? Arthur's expression froze, the pride flickering in his eyes instantly replaced by fear. Of course, how could he forget those times when he simply wished to die rather than receive Adam's thrashing? Aiden's lips curled up into an awkward smile. Yeah, Mentor always said, the best way to learn something is to have it thoroughly beaten into your body. That sounds like him, all right. Lisa couldn't help but let out an amused chuckle. She paused for a moment, a gentle smile on her face and a reminiscent look in her eyes. In fact, that's exactly what he used to do to me and Eddie, back when we were still kids. Kahaha, Edward laughed out loud, his face slightly flushed red from the wine. Every time we sparred, Adam would always beat us like we owed him money or something. Lisa smirked. His face always looked like the whole world owed him money. Khan pointed at the couple with slight surprise and asked with an arched eyebrow, you both are childhood friends of the Dark King. Lisa nodded with a faint smile. Yes, the three of us went to the same academy back in the Southern Federation. She then gestured to the elven twins and added, we're all childhood friends, actually. And Danley and Adil's mentor is close friends with Adam's mentor. Adam's mentor, Chris Cloud exclaimed. What is he like? Don't tell me he's a monocore magus. Edward chuckled, shaking his head. No, nothing like that. Old man Berger is a mana vortex magus. He taught Adam the art of herbalism. Charlie Smith displayed a pondering look on his face. It would seem that the Dark King really is young. I thought the rumors were false about him being 35. Danley shook his head, his expression stoic as ever. No, we're all the same age. And by we I mean my sister and I, Edward and Lisa, and finally Adam. Edward. Mikar called out excitedly. You must introduce me to the Dark King. Kahaha, Edward proudly patted his chest. Leave it to me. Despite several rounds of drinking, the wine barrel was still not empty. In fact, it would seem that the liquor would last a few more hours at the rate the Magi were drinking. The night was young, and the stars shimmered above. Selene and Luna hung in the sky, hidden behind the drifting clouds, as if quietly listening to the laughter and chatter below. Pua. Mikar slammed the empty wine cup on the table and grinned. This is the best wine I've ever tasted. I told you, hee, Edward said slyly, refilling his cup. Meanwhile, Chris was looking at his classmate with a flabbergasted expression. Stop drinking so much, you idiot, he grumbled inwardly, or I'll have to be the one to drag you back to the quarters. Across the table, Con and Charlie glanced at each other, silently nodding. They figured it was about time they got down to business. Now that everyone had introduced themselves and the atmosphere had warmed, it was time. Con turned to Danley and asked solemnly, You'll be participating in the tournament? Yes, what about it? Asked the blonde elf as he took a sip from the wine cup. Con took a deep breath, carefully choosing his words. I wonder if you know anything about the first trial. Danley's eyes narrowed, then his lips formed a sly smirk. Perhaps. How about we share information regarding the first trial then? Con did his best to curb his excitement. He clapped a hand on Charlie's shoulder and added, Charlie here had gathered some crucial intel. I'm sure it will be helpful to you. Con turned to the side, scanning everyone's faces. To all of you, in fact, so what do you say? He turned back to the elf. Sounds like a good deal, eh? Danel grinned from ear to ear, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. I refuse. The flicker of hope in Con's eyes was instantly extinguished. His expression crumbled, and he muttered incredulously, Are you being serious? He shifted his attention to the beautiful elf sitting beside Danley and asked, Don't you think this will be beneficial for all of us here? Adriel covered her mouth and let out a soft giggle. Oh, Con, please don't look at me like that, she said with a faint smile. Con didn't know how to react. He turned to Danley and asked solemnly, What's stopping you from sharing intel? He paused, thinking of something, and added, Do you, by chance, think the intel we have will pale in comparison to yours? Of course. Danley scoffed, raising his chin slightly. Despite Saratoga keeping a tight lid on information leaks, we still have our ways of uncovering them, the elf said with a grin. After all, that too can be considered a skill of the participant. Con knew the elf was right. No matter how strongly the Saratoga administration guarded the secrets of the Grand Magus tournament, it was inevitable that somehow or other the information would leak. Just like Danley had said, uncovering secrets about the trials was a skill in and of itself. The Grand Magus tournament didn't just test a participant's strength, but also their wits, intellect, and resourcefulness. Information sharing is not completely off the table. A calm and steady voice cut through the silence. Con turned to look at the source of the voice. It was one of the Dark King's students. Eleni looked at the blonde youth from Coral Cove and revealed a faint smirk. I can assure you, Magus Con, whatever it is that you know about the first trial, I already know. Con's eyes narrowed. How can you be so sure? You don't even know what we know. It's about the spell, isn't it? Eleni's eyes gleamed with a crafty light, more specifically a rank 3 spell. Con's heart skipped a beat. A rank 3 spell. We need a rank 3 spell for the first trial. He turned to his classmate, Charlie, and asked for confirmation. After all, Charlie had been the one to gather that intel, while he did not know anything about it yet. Charlie revealed a bitter smile and nodded. Damn it, there goes our bargaining chip, Con cursed inwardly. He then turned to the brown-haired young woman with pale blue eyes and asked with a faint smile, What do you want in return then? 3 things, Eleni said with a confident smirk. First, money. A lot of it. Edward stared at her with a blank expression. As expected of Adam's student, he thought in amusement, but it was interesting to see Eleni negotiate a similar transaction with new acquaintances. Well, that depends on how valuable your information is, Chris countered. Rest assured, my intel is most accurate, Eleni replied confidently. Aiden and Arthur did not get involved in this deal. They wanted Eleni to make all the profits because she seriously needed the money, not because she was poor or anything, but because her profession demanded frequent, expensive investments. She had followed in Adam's footsteps and become a herbalist after all. What's the second thing? Charlie, who was seated beside Con, asked curiously. Well, that is a promise, Eleni said with a smile. A promise? Mikar perked up. He was seated beside Edward, and it would seem that the two had clearly become drinking buddies. What kind of promise? I hope it's not anything too exaggerated. You must promise to become our allies, of course, said the young herbalist. It will be imperative that we form groups if we want to overcome the second trial. Khan, Charlie, Chris, and Mikar's eyes widened in surprise. The second trial of the Grand Magus tournament. Another thing that shocked them was that these people already seemed to have an idea about what the second trial would entail. They couldn't help but wonder if Saratoga had divulged the information regarding the trials to all of its students, giving them an edge. But on second thought, that seemed unlikely. Saratoga Castle was one of the 4 pillars of the empire. A lesser-known fact about this institution was that it was the oldest of the 4 pillars. Naturally, it held itself to the highest of ethical standards. Outsiders had, at the very least, that much faith in this arcane institution. The information about the second trial, however, would be useless now. It would be useless until and unless they overcame the first trial, and the 4 of them knew that there was no way they would be told any crucial information about the second trial. Not yet. And what's the third thing? This time, it was Chris Cloud from Greenfield Ridge who spoke. Well, this is more of an equivalent exchange than a condition, Eleni began, scanning the faces of the 4 new acquaintances. The first trial will take place in Marion Lake. Participants will be required to dive into its depths and acquire a key in the sprawling labyrinth. This key will allow them to enter the second trial. Charlier suddenly felt like the information he had gathered earlier click into place. And we require the rank 3, spell Alter Self if we wish to stay underwater for extended periods. Precisely, Eleni said with a smile. And this is where my third condition comes into play. She paused for a moment, allowing her words to settle in. To enter the first trial, we require a rank 3 spell, she continued. And for that, we need to consult a mana vortex magus. But here's the catch, we can only ask for this spell from a magus we are not acquainted with. Khan stroked his chin, nodding in understanding. I see. So you want us to introduce the professors of Coral Cove to you. At the same time, you'd introduce the professors of Saratoga to us. He turned to Edward and asked, I suppose this is a 3-way exchange then. Edward simply raised his wine cup and offered a toast. As explained earlier, the tournament didn't just test one's arcane prowess, but also one's adaptability and skillfulness. Chris chimed in from the side, so that's how it is. This will test out networking and communication skills. Charlie nodded in agreement, precisely. And it is no easy feat to convince a mana vortex magus. That is to say, Mikar looked at everyone, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Even before the first trial has started, the Grand Magus tournament has already begun. Uptown Quarter, Ravenfell. The following day, the streets of this district were as bustling as ever. Although this area of the city was occupied solely by lavish manners of the city's aristocracy and a handful of fancy, very expensive restaurants, tourists still came to visit it. It was the home to the Dark King, after all. Shortly after the construction of Adam's new estate, people from all over the city and now all over Euler gathered in front of the gates of his sprawling compound, hoping to catch a glimpse of, well, anything. Despite knowing that the Dark King wasn't currently present in Ravenfell, the people still hoped that maybe they might witness a miracle. Maybe he would arrive suddenly, or who knows. Perhaps he had been inside his manor all along, simply waiting to surprise the people of Ravenfell on the eve of the Grand Magus tournament. This caused the security around his estate to increase significantly, and the entire estate was being guarded by none other than the Magi of the Black Legion. Every day, hundreds of people gathered outside the gates of the estate, marveling at its beauty and opulence. At a simple glance, it was evident that a great deal of money and resources had gone into building this magnificent property. Today was no different. A large crowd had gathered once again. Some faces were new, some old. A large number of them were mana foundation magi, followed by mana liquefaction magi. There weren't any mana vortex magi, however. Perhaps they thought that crowding in front of the Dark King's estate in such a manner would be a blow to their prestige. It was evident just how famous the Dark King was, considering the growing number of people who gathered around the main gates every day. They constantly pestered the guards in black armor, annoying them with countless repetitive questions. When is the Dark King coming? Is the Dark King already home? How old is the Dark King truly? Is the Dark King single? If not, who is the red-haired woman who entered the estate the other day? Are you sure they are siblings? The members of the Black Legion could swear that fighting magical beasts and monsters was far easier than dealing with the Dark King's fans day in and day out. While most of the crowd gathered directly in front of the main gates, a few stood across the street, gazing at the manor from afar. Amongst them was a towering middle-aged man with a sturdy physique. He had short, dark hair and a thick beard of the same color. He wore black and gray robes, giving him a solid and dependable appearance. On his shoulders sat a young boy with his feet dangling around the man's neck. The boy stared at the Constantine estate with bright and shining eyes. It's so big, haha that it is, said the middle-aged man. I think this might be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, properties in this quarter. Inwardly he sighed. The Dark King must truly be a wealthy man. Beside him, another young boy looked up to him and asked excitedly, "Father, do you think we can get to meet the Dark King?" "Yes, yes, father." The boy sitting on the man's shoulders excitedly tugged at his hair. "Let's meet the Dark King." The Dark King. The middle-aged man's lips twitched. "Joseph Zachary, do you know just what kind of man the Dark King is?" Joseph, the one sitting on the man's shoulder, vigorously nodded his head. "He is the best magi in the city. No, the best magi in this world. That is why we have to meet him." "Yes, father." Zachary grabbed the man's hand. "You're participating in the tournament. Shouldn't it be easy for you to meet him?" Michael Isaac, a mono-liquefaction magus unaffiliated with any of the great factions, didn't know whether to laugh or cry after listening to the enthusiastic words of his dear sons. In the end, he shook his head and sighed heavily. All right, I'll see what I can do. Yay." Joseph threw his hands in the air and excitedly shouted, "My father is the best. He is the strongest. He will win the Grand Magus Tournament. Heh, all of you watch your bamf." Michael quickly covered his son's mouth and hurriedly turned around to leave. He felt slightly embarrassed with so many people watching. "All right, boys, let's go fishing." Within the Constantine estate, in the backyard by the small pond surrounded by white daffodils, Anna lounged on a recliner chair, basking the warmth of the sun. Hearing the soft clamor coming from the direction of the main gates, the crimson-haired princess of the Ignisra kingdom couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile. "These people sure are lively today," she murmured. Rowan, who stood beside her, chuckled lightly. "Their numbers seem to grow as the day of the tournament draws near, my lady." Anna hummed in response, her gaze fixed on the white daffodils blooming by the pond. "I wonder what Adam did to garner such a crazed following. I did not expect this at all." Rowan simply smiled. He knew everything Adam had done since he set foot in Ravenfell. In fact, he had already recounted the raven-haired youth's tales to Anna more than once, but he was curious to know something else. However, he hesitated to speak. "Out with it," said the princess, her tone calm but leaving no room for refusal. She had already sensed his hesitance. "My lady, what was the master like in his youth?" Hearing that question, Anna smiled warmly. She continued to gaze at the white flowers at her feet and then asked a question of her own. "Do you know why Adam picked these flowers?" Rowan was perplexed. He shook his head. "I'm afraid not, my lady. At the time, I believe Master just mentioned it in passing." He paused for a moment before curiously asking, "Is there a deeper meaning behind these daffodils?" "Yes," Anna nodded. "They were his mother's favorite." They were his mother's favorite. Anna smiled, recalling the day Adam had once asked her if she knew a spell that could create a field of white daffodils. At the time, she had said no, because she truly did not know of such a spell. But when she returned home, she spared no effort in acquiring one. She employed her kingdom's resources and had her court scholars tweak the existing spell model until it became exactly what Adam had described. She planned to gift it to him the next time they met. Her smile deepened when she wondered how Adam would react to the spell. "I hope he likes it," she thought. Rowan's heart was warmed. "I see, so these flowers are a tribute to his mother." He paused for a moment, glancing at the princess, who sat quietly looking at the white flowers and smiling, and asked, "My lady, did you ever happen to meet Master's parents?" Anna slowly shook her head. She sighed softly. "By the time I met Adam, it had already been a few years since his parents passed away. He was living all on his own, barely scraping by." Rowan hesitated for a few moments, struggling to decide whether he should press for more. He knew that Anna was a princess of a mighty magus kingdom in the Europa continent. She was high and aloof, but at the same time, he also found her rather approachable. She was far above someone like him, yet she always spoke to him without arrogance. He figured it had something to do with Adam trusting him enough to take care of his estate and everything related to it. Perhaps that made him worthy enough to speak to her. Otherwise, why would a princess like her speak to a mortal like him? At least that's what he told himself. The end his curiosity won. "Lady Anna, would you mind telling me about Master's childhood?" Anna fell silent for a few moments, reminiscing about the olden days. Her eyes flickered with warmth as she gazed at the small fish swimming in the pond. Thinking about the raven-haired youth's antics in the past, the princess let out a light chuckle. He was utterly mannerless and hated studying. She paused, her expression softening. But he cherished the people around him and deeply cared for them. She looked thoughtful. "Though it is true that I was the only one he really bonded with before he left for Clover Academy. Sometimes I used to worry if he would ever get along with others." A warm smile graced her lips, but seeing how things have turned out now, I can't help but be proud. Rowan nodded, equally touched. He has built strong bonds with people during his time here in Ravenfell. There are also many people who look up to him and depend on him. Suddenly, he thought of the two mischievous guests who had arrived yesterday, and chuckled. "By the way, my lady, did you know Master has taken on 3 students? Oh, Anna turned to look at him with an arched eyebrow. "So he's taken disciples, has he?" Rowan smiled brightly. "That is correct, my lady. All 3 of them are ranked 2 magi. One of them is even following in Master's footsteps and is a herbalist." He hesitated for a moment, then added, "Actually, 2 of them had come to the estate yesterday to get a barrel of Master's wine. At the time, you were busy, so I didn't dare to disturb." Rowan, Anna suddenly interrupted him, her expression gradually turning dark. The middle-aged butler's heart skipped a beat, and he wondered if he had said something he shouldn't have. Why, yes, my lady. What do you mean by master's wine? Anna's eyes narrowed. Does Adam indulge in excessive drinking? She paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing down to slits, and a dangerous aura emanated from her. In my travels through Ulir, I did hear troubling that Adam had become something of an eccentric drunkard, she added, her voice cold and sharp. It appears that there may be some truth to those rumors. A chill crawled down Rowan's spine. He suddenly forgot how to breathe. Later that night, in an unknown location somewhere in Ravenfell, 3 hooded figures suddenly arrived at the end of a narrow alley. There was no source of light around, and even Selene and Luna had hidden behind the clouds, unwilling to witness what was about to unfold. The short and portly figure in the middle glanced at people on either side of him and spoke in a hushed voice. This it. Will finally come face to face with the person spearheading this entire operation. He paused for a moment, his voice turning grim. There is no turning back now. The one on his left, a slightly lanky fellow, nodded. As long as I am given what is promised, I don't care for anything else. That they will, the portly figure in the middle assured him. They have enough power and influence to do so. He then turned to the person on the right. It was a tall figure with a muscular build. Seeing the person in the middle stare at him, he silently nodded. Very well, said the portly figure in the middle. He stepped forward, weaving a complex series of hand seals before pressing his palms against the damp wall. With a slight rumble, the bricks seemed to come to life. They shifted and peeled away, revealing a secret pathway that descended into the shadowy depths of Ravenfell. They glanced at each other one final time before entering the dark pathway. After almost a 10-minute descent, they eventually arrived at the entrance of a small chamber. The portly figure took a deep breath and reached out to knock, but somebody had already opened the door. The hooded figure retreated his hand and entered the chamber, only to be stunned by what he saw. There were several figures inside, obediently standing behind a hooded man sitting at a plain wooden table. The 3 of them had been talking to the seated man quite frequently in recent times, although they still did not know of his identity. But now, what shocked the 3 newcomers wasn't his presence. Instead, it was the robed figures standing behind him. Each one radiated a suffocating presence, undeniably powerful, all of them manhwarecaps. Seated man turned to look at the burly, hooded figure and smiled. Of course, the latter couldn't see anything in the shadows of his hood. You said I wasn't being transparent enough, said the seated figure. How about this then? These fine men will be the ones to lead the charge. He paused for a moment, his lips forming a cruel grin, and I'll be the one leading them. Leading them, the portly, hooded figure thought in utter shock. That means he too is a manhwarecaps. But how? I couldn't sense it at all. Seeing him trembling in shock, the seated figure turned to him and smirked. Cat got your tongue. Counselor Ives Ballard. The short and portly hooded figure standing in the center was none other than the Duke of Ravenfell, Ives Ballard. He heaved a deep sigh and lowered his hood, revealing his appearance. He was an old man with blonde hair and topaz eyes. Frivolous, arrogant, and aloof, he was the same man who had always opposed Adam in the past. His face was unreadable for a few moments before his lips curled into a crafty smirk. With this many powerful magi, victory is assured. The seated man raised a finger and shook it slowly. Don't be so overconfident, Counselor Ballard. His voice turned icy. Alan Barrett was overconfident, yet he was slain by Adam while he was still a mana-liquefaction magus. The mysterious figure paused, his voice turning even colder. Malcolm Morgan and the others, despite being extremely cautious and prepared, still lost their lives in the Blackshore incident. Thinking of the losses in that incident, the seated figure couldn't help but turn angry. I do not want the same thing to repeat, the man said. Ives Ballard was momentarily taken aback. His gaze swept through the several manhwarecaps standing behind the seated man, and he couldn't help but ask, do you still believe we won't come out victorious despite having such fighting strength? The seated figure remained silent. The fact that the cult leader had sent him another forgotten rune with specific instructions on how and when to use it caused him to think that there were still faint chances that they might not succeed. No, it is no longer a matter of us winning or losing, he thought to himself. By the end of the battle, whether Ravenfell stands proud or crumbles to ashes does not matter. What matters is that Adam Constantine will fall, and once he does, he will have no choice but to surrender to us. The seated man shifted his gaze to Ives Ballard, his lips curling into a confident smirk. Win or lose, he said, in the end the cult of bones shall prevail. The hooded figure standing to Ballard's right suddenly spoke. When do we attack? The seated figure turned to look at him. The burly man had not lowered his hood yet, and neither had the man standing to Ives Ballard's left. But it did not matter. He knew everything about them anyway. Patience, he said only one simple word. The burly, hooded figure stared at the seated man with narrowed eyes. In the end, he nodded. Don't renege on your promise, he said. The path to the manhwarecaps rank. As long as I get that, I am willing to do whatever's necessary. The seated figure laughed heartily. Good, good, very good. Rest assured you will receive what was promised." He paused for a moment, his tone turning sly, but of course only after the battle is over. The burly, hooded man gazed at the seated figure with an expressionless face. In the end, he silently nodded. There was nothing he could do about it anyway. For even the faintest chance to advance to the great monocore rank, he was willing to sacrifice anything. The pursuit of arcana, that's all he cared about. The mysterious seated figure then turned to the hooded man standing on Ives Ballard's left. "So this is the final member of the Council of Seven to join us, eh?" "Yes, my lord," the lanky, hooded figure meekly answered. This was the first time he was meeting the man, after all. Moreover, the latter also turned out to be a monocore mega-something that greatly shocked him. "Splendid," the seated figure spoke enthusiastically. "With 3 counselors helping us, Ravenfell is ours. Out of the 3 traders of Ravenfell, one turned out to be Ives Ballard. As for the other 2, only time would tell." The seated figure's expression gradually turned solemn. He turned to Ballard and asked, "Any news on Nylian Fino yet?" Ives Ballard shook his head. He simply vanished after the Blackshore incident. He paused for a moment before adding, "There are whispers that he was grievously injured, and that he's recuperating and hiding." "Injured, hmm?" The mysterious seated figure rested his elbows on the table and clasped his fingers under his chin. His gaze was distant, and his thoughts a mystery. Meanwhile, Adam lay lazily on his back, riding comfortably on Valyrian's wide, furred back as the latter soared above the clouds. He held an open book in his hands, the last of the 5 volumes on ritual magic he had received from the Brotherhood. He had already finished studying the ones the Joker had given him, and this was the last of all the books on ritual magic. Needless to say, his knowledge and understanding of ritual magic had deepened significantly. He made a mental note to consult someone regarding the astrological phenomena in the solar system. After all, there was only so much he could do on his own. Valyrian, in his majestic winged panther form, flapped his wings, making his way to Ravenfell. He surmised by the time the sun set they would have already reached home. I can't wait to go home and eat. I wonder how Rowan is doing. Oh, that's right, the new manor must also have been completed by now. I am so excited." He let his mind wander as he continued to flap his giant wings, effortlessly crossing large distances with each flap. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed when he sensed something. He saw several figures flying above the clouds and approaching him from the opposite direction. He immediately sent a mental transmission to Adam. "Brother, we have company." Adam's brows furrowed a little. He expanded his sphere of resonance, enveloping the approaching figures in its invisible web. A moment later, his expression eased and he retracted the sphere of resonance. "They're from Ravenfell, Val," he said, shifting his attention back to the book in his hand. He knew he'd get very busy from now on, so he wanted to finish studying everything he could about ritual magic while he still had time, or at least that was his current goal. Who knew what would happen in the days leading up to the tournament, or during the tournament, or perhaps even after the tournament? No one knew what tomorrow would bring. So why not finish all the work while peace still lingered? Hearing his brother's words, Valyrian, too, calmed down. He thought he was going to have to fight another aerial battle. Truth be told, he was quite looking forward to it. Bored, he continued to fly ahead, and within a minute, he finally closed the distance and arrived right before the figures clad in armor, proudly displaying the sigil of Ravenfell. All 3 of Mana Liquefaction Magi were mounted on enormous ravens, their dark eyes gleaming with intelligence. The one in the middle nudged his mount to fly a little further. Now, levitating only a few meters away from Valyrian, the man was able to get a clear view of the terrifying and majestic flying beast. Black-winged panther. The Magus's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Being a resident of Ravenfell, he naturally knew all the important things about the dark kingon of them being. He had a cat familiar who could transform into an enormous winged panther. It can't be. He thought incredulously, is this really the Dark King? The man craned his neck, trying to get a better view of the rider sprawled leisurely on Valyrian's back. But from his angle, all he could see was a figure dressed in black, right leg crossed over left knee, calmly reading a book. No way. He's dressed in all black too, could it really be? The guard's mind was a mess, while the 2 other remaining guards also slowly started to realize what was happening when they glimpsed the majestic, flying Black Panther. Valyrian grew frustrated. These people were neither communicating with him nor allowing him to pass. All they did was gawk at his supreme majesty. "HMPH, you dare to block the great Valyrian's path," he snapped, his tone arrogant. "You mongrels must be tired of living." The 3 magi were taken aback. They exchanged awkward glances with each other. Were they hearing things? Why was this Mana Foundation creature speaking so arrogantly? Where does his confidence come from? The one in the lead cleared his throat and solemnly stated, "You cannot fly beyond this checkpoint. You must travel by land." And he paused for a moment as nervousness gripped his heart. "My lord, please state your identity." The 3 magi truly hoped that it was the Dark King. Not just them, but the whole of Ravenfell was awaiting his arrival. After all, he had been the one to lead their armed forces to victory in the Blackshore incident. He was the pride of Ravenfell. He was the hero of Ravenfell. So how could these people not be eager to see him? Valyrian wanted to angrily retort, but seeing as how the Magi were trying to look past him and identify the person on his back with hopeful eyes, he reconsidered. "Brother, can you show your face or something?" He turned his head around and whispered, allowing the wind to carry his words. "What is it, Val?" Adam put away the book and sat up. He turned around and looked at the three Magi in armor, riding giant ravens. "Is something the matter, gentlemen?" he asked, brows slightly raised. When the Magi laid their eyes on him, they trembled. Although Adam looked slightly different with the stubble on his chin, he was unmistakably the Dark King. Every magus working for the city's security forces had seen his portrait, after all. Recognition was immediate. So the moment the magus at the forefront confirmed Adam's identity, he hurriedly turned around and barked out orders with urgency. "You, fly to Council Keep and inform the Lord Marshal of the Dark King's return this instance." Then he turned to the other guard and continued, "And you, head to Saratoga Castle and inform Professor Whitaker of the same. Quick, quick, yes, sir." The two Magi thumped their armor with their fists. They cast a secret glance at Adam mounted atop Valyrian's back and then turned around, flying into the distance and soon vanishing. Seeing the interaction between the three, Adam was utterly confused. He couldn't help but ask, "What's going on?" "My lord, the Lord Marshal and Professor Whitaker have given us strict instructions to inform them of your arrival," the magus respectfully answered, his eyes flashing with excitement. Adam's lips twitched. "Are you serious?" He was dazed for a few moments, wondering what these old ladies wanted from him. In the end, he sighed, "All right, step aside now." The magus gulped loudly. My lord, I'm afraid I cannot do that." Adam's eyes narrowed. "So you're not going to let me through?" The magus's entire body trembled. The Dark King's simple gaze seemed to have hurled 1,000 needles at him, piercing every part of his body and freezing him in place. "Why, your arrival must be grand, my lord," the magus blurted out. "You are the Dark King. Your homecoming has to be a grand celebration. The Lord Marshal has instructed me to accommodate you until everything is ready. My lord, please be understanding. My homecoming." Adam was even more perplexed. A grand celebration. "Why, yes, my lord." Although Adam thought it was a waste of time and money, somewhere deep down in his heart, he was quite looking forward to it. "All right then," he nodded. "So where am I staying until all the preparations are complete? And how long is it going to take? The preparations, I mean." The magus breathed a sigh of relief. He truly did not know what he would have done if the Dark King hadn't complied with the Lord Marshal's instructions. He paused for a moment before answering the second question, "And I'm sure the preparations shouldn't take more than a day. That is to say, your homecoming celebration should begin as early as tomorrow." "Very well," Adam gave a small smile. "Lead the way." As he and Valyrian descended towards the outpost, less than 100 miles from Ravenfell, rumors exploded like wildfire. Through alleyways, taverns, inns, and market stalls, the Dark King had returned. Council Keep downtown quarters. On the top floor of this towering structure, the Lord Marshal of Ravenfell, Sabrina Benton, sat in her office, reading through the contents of several official parchments. Several minutes later, she nodded and handed the parchment to the young woman standing beside her. "Approved. Send 20 additional mana liquefaction magi to the Bosky neighborhood." 20, my lady." The assistant was startled. But she lowered her head, reading the contents of the parchment before continuing. "They have only requested 5. Sabrina remained silent for a few moments, resting her chin in her hand. Her eyes narrowed and she murmured, almost as if she was talking to herself, "I can't quite put a finger on it, but the Corvid Quarter, there's something going on there." The assistant's heart skipped a beat. "Something is going on there?" she asked in a trembling voice. With the Grand Magus tournament only weeks away, Ravenfell had grown increasingly tense. The one to bear the most weight was none other than the city's armed forces, which was run by Sabrina Benton. Even the slightest anomalies that were brought to their attention were thoroughly investigated and then immediately dealt with. So now, when the assistant heard the Lord Marshal say something fishy was going on in the Corvid Quarter, she naturally assumed the worst. Sabrina turned her head, looking at the sprawling cityscape through the window. "It's better to be safe than sorry," she said at last. "Send 20. "Yes, my lady." The assistant jotted down something in her notebook before handing Sabrina Benton the next official parchment. But before the elderly woman could reach it, the doors to her office burst open. A mana liquefaction magus clad in full armor dashed in, his expression a blend of excitement and panic. Benton's eyes sharpened and she spoke coldly, "You better have a good reason." "Forgive me, my lady." The magus immediately dropped to one knee. The person sitting before him may look unassuming and elderly, but she was in fact the most ruthless out of all the counselors in Ravenfell. There was a reason why Headmaster Marcus Blackwood had appointed her as the Lord Marshal of Ravenfell. "But this is urgent," he added, "truly urgent." "Speak," Benton flatly stated. The magus took a deep breath before looking at the elderly woman. His lips parted and he spoke in a trembling voice. "The Dark King has returned." Sabrina Benton rose to her feet. There would be time to finish the paperwork later. The Dark King's homecoming celebration took precedence above all. After all, this celebration was Ravenfell's official proclamation to the world that their proud magus, the Dark King, had returned. Sabrina Benton moved around the desk and asked, jeering outpost. "Yes, my lady, he is currently staying there," said the armored magus. Sabrina hummed in acknowledgement as she left the room, leaving behind her parting words for her assistant, Bina. "Begin the homecoming preparations. You have exactly 24 hours. With that said, she vanished down the hallway. Northern Quarter. It encompassed the northern portion of Ravenfell, separated from the other quarters by the Del River. It was a diverse region in both wealth and poverty, which housed a number of important landmarks, none more iconic than the Ravenfell Arena. Though typically used for noble duels and seasonal festivals, the arena served as the training ground for the city's armed forces. Now it was being transformed for something far greater, the Grand Magus Tournament. The Ravenfell Arena itself was a marvel of engineering and arcane design. From the outside, it stood about 60 meters, but from the inside, it was 3 times that height. At the moment, renovations were still underway. At the center of the grassy field, Professor Mathilda Whittaker was surrounded by over a dozen students from Saratoga, instructing them on various things. "Professor, what about the commentator?" asked a young woman dressed in a gray cloak proudly emblazoned with the insignia of Saratoga. "He doesn't wish to sit by the bleachers. His requirement is quite unusual." The elderly lady waved her hand dismissively. "That has already been handled. His platform needs to be inscribed with the spell model of flight. It's a minor issue." She paused for a moment, turning toward a tall young man. "What about the food and drink station?" Each of the 6 segments, she pointed to the 4 cardinal directions, and the upper and lower bleachers needs at least a dozen setups. "Are they ready?" "Professor, it will be done within the week," said the young man. "Good. Prioritize those, especially the drinks," Professor Whittaker muttered solemnly. "I don't dare imagine what will happen if we run out of ale." This elicited a round of laughter from the students. "Also, double the security around the food and drink stations," the elderly magus added. "We cannot have drunk fools ruining the event." A lot of planning and effort had gone into the event that would eventually take place in this very arena. After all, according to estimations, 100,000 people were expected to attend. While Professor Whittaker was discussing the other important matters relating to the event, she suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. She turned towards one of the many entrances and saw an armored magus running with the utmost urgency. He's here, he shouted while waving his hands, his tone laced with excitement. Professor Whittaker frowned. When the magus arrived before her, she said gently, "Calm down, son. What's going on?" The magus panted for air. A few minutes later, he looked at the elderly professor and managed a grin. "The Dark King, he has arrived at the Jeeling outpost." Everyone was stunned by those words. Then they burst into cheers. Professor Whittaker had an extremely serious expression on her face. Adam's homecoming celebration wasn't just personal, it was political, symbolic, and was directly tied to the Grand Magus Tournament itself. She turned to one of the students and gravely said, "Bob, you know what to do. Return to Saratoga, begin the preparations." With that said, she rushed out of the Ravenfell arena. Constantine Estate, Upton Quarter. Radon, the captain of the Black Legion, stormed inside the Grand Manor looking for someone. After asking directions from the many maids and servants in the manor, he finally arrived at a study on the 2nd floor. "Lady Anna," he burst in without knocking, not bothering with the etiquette. The crimson-haired princess reclined in a leather chair by the fireplace, a book in her hands. She looked up, her gaze calm yet curious. Radon gulped. Then his lips curled into a wide grin. "The Lord Commander has arrived." Jeeling Outpost. There were 2 ways to reach Ravenfell, by land from the west or by sea from the east. There were security outposts stationed along both routes, on land and on sea. This was where all the people heading to Ravenfell were thoroughly inspected and interrogated. Jeeling was the western security outpost situated on land. This small town, less than 100 miles from Ravenfell, had suddenly come to life with the arrival of the Dark King. Just tens of meters above ground, Valyrian, who was in his winged panther form, suddenly shapeshifted. With astonishing speed, he transformed into a chubby gray cat and smoothly settled on Adam's shoulder. With a calm expression on his face, Adam landed just outside the main gates of the Jeeling outpost, eliciting a wave of exclamations from the magi around. They had all seen Adam and Valyrian descend from the clouds. Before they even knew it, the majestic winged panther had suddenly transformed into a cute cat, and the one rider had suddenly landed in their midst. Needless to say, they were all wildly taken aback. "Ah, land at last," Adam muttered softly, cracking his neck as he stepped forward. Completely ignoring the dumbfounded gazes of the people around him, he walked towards the main gates. Valyrian casually took out a beast core, one of the many Adam had collected in the Murky Mountains, and started chomping on it. "Brother, shouldn't we wait for that person?" He was talking about the magus on the giant raven who was supposed to be escorting Adam and Valyrian. Alas, he was too slow and was still somewhere in the clouds. "Don't worry about it," said the raven-haired youth. He conjured a wine gourd from his earrings, unsealed it, and then started taking large mouthfuls of the delicious wine. Someone or the other will recognize me, he added. As if to contradict him, one of the guards, a mana liquefaction magus standing by the main gates of Geeling, stepped forward and blocked his way. Halt, said the magus, a dark expression on his face. Who do you think you are, cutting the line? Adam ignored him, continuing to walk forward. The guard, now visibly angry, brandished his spear, pointing the sharp edge of the blade at Adam. I said halt. Take another step forward and I'll be forced to. The words, however, were caught in his throat. Adam had already arrived before him and nonchalantly grabbed the tipped blade of the spear. Applying a little strength in his hand, he effortlessly shattered the blade. He didn't even cast a glance at the guard as he entered through the main gates, but he did leave behind his parting words, causing the guard's heart to sink to the deepest pits of hell. Fool, who do you think you're pointing that weapon at? As if answering his question, few of the guards who were standing at the gates recognized him and immediately got down on one knee. They struck their fists against their breastplates and roared, "We greet the Dark King." The words echoed like thunder. Gasps and shouts rang out from the crowd. Hearing the name of the Dark King, everyone completely lost it. At once there was a loud clamor among the tourists, who rushed forward, trying to get a better glimpse of Adam. This forced the remaining guards to step forward and restore order. Even Adam was slightly taken aback by the crowd's reaction. He didn't think they would react in such a way. He couldn't help but wonder. Am I that famous? A smirk found its way to the corner of his lips as he moved into the heart of the town. Every magus of Ravenfell who saw him immediately got down on one knee and greeted him. Their eyes gleamed with respect, admiration, and something deeper, devotion. It was even more so than the people of Tor. These people were from Ravenfell, after all. They shared a much deeper bond with him than the Magi of Tor. I could get used to this, he thought to himself, smiling faintly. He pointed at a random magus on the side of the road. You, why yes, my lord. The young magus found his body trembling subconsciously. Was it fear, or was it excitement? He didn't know. But what he did know was that the Dark King was talking to him. Kaya, he spoke to me. If Adam were aware of his thoughts, he wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry. Guide me to the dining hall, said he. It's been a while since I've had a proper meal. Me too, me too. Valyrian chimed in, his topaz eyes gleaming with a hungry light. Why yes, my lord. Right away, my lord. The young magus did as instructed and led Adam to the officers' hall, the finest dining place in town, where all the senior officers ate. By the time Adam had arrived at the hall, there were dozens of magi serving as his guide. Less than an hour had passed, and 2 more flying mounts had arrived at Geeling. They had come from the direction of Ravenfell. The 2 magical beasts gracefully landed on the cobbled streets past the town's main gates. Seeing the commotion outside as well as inside of the town still lingering, the riders of these flying beasts could only assume that Adam had just passed through not long ago. Sabrina Benton alighted from the giant raven. She glanced at one of the magi nearby and asked, "Where is he?" "Lord Marshal, the Dark King is currently dining in the officers' hall," the magus replied respectfully. Sabrina hummed in response, then turned her gaze to the second raven. Seeing the aged professor of Saratoga alight, she revealed a faint smile. "Shall we?" Mathilda Whitaker turned to her and nodded. "Yes, let us go." The 2 mana vortex magi headed straight for the dining hall. Inside, Adam lazily lounged on the chair, bloated from overeating. Food crumbs clung to the stubble on his chin and he looked half asleep. He hadn't had a proper meal ever since he left Constantine, and now that he had, he found himself having slight difficulty breathing. Too much, he muttered weakly, patting his stomach. "I ate too much, me too, brother." Mayu Valyrian lay on the table, surrounded by empty plates. Strangely enough, his furry belly was just as swollen. Suddenly, the door to the private dining room slammed open. 2 elderly women walked inside and froze. Their gazes fell on the bloated raven-haired youth and his equally stuffed feline familiar. For a long moment, they said nothing. "Ah, Professor Whitaker," Lady Benton Adam mumbled with a sheepish smile. "It's been a while, eh?" Sabrina and Mathilda were so stunned by this scene. For a moment, they thought they had entered the wrong room. Eventually, Sabrina turned to her friend, Mathilda, and muttered incredulously, "Yes, despite his ridiculous appearance, it's indeed him." An hour later, after freshening up a little, Adam strolled through the hallways of Geeling's administrative building. He had an awkward look on his face, and he couldn't help but think to himself, "Damn it, those 2 had to arrive when I had just finished eating." So embarrassing. After Sabrina and Mathilda saw him in that pitiful state, they told him to come find them in the town's administrative building to discuss important matters. Adam arrived at the top floor of the building, standing before the polished oak doors. He took a deep breath and knocked. "Professor, it's me. Come, child." Mathilda Whitaker's gentle voice came from the other side of the room. Adam smiled. It had been a while since he had spoken to someone who treated him with such warmth. He opened the door and found the professor and the Lord Marshal sitting at the table. The youth shut the door behind him, then cleared his throat awkwardly. "Apologies for the you know." Adam found it embarrassing to even bring up that topic. Professor Whitaker simply chuckled in amusement. Meanwhile, Benton gazed at him with curious eyes. "You've changed quite a lot, Adam." She paused for a moment before adding, "I don't think you were this tall. Your build is stronger, too. Just what did you do?" Adam feigned ignorance. "Really, I thought this was something that all mana vortex magi went through." Sabrina scoffed. "You must take me for a fool." Hee, Adam chuckled innocently. "I really don't know what you're talking about, my lady. I just do some strength training every day and my body responds to it." Sabrina simply rolled her eyes in response. Mathilda suddenly chimed in, "Child, do you mind releasing your mana for a moment? It's really hard to believe, eh?" Adam smirked. The following moment, he extended his hand and covered his palm in a layer of pure white mana. It was for a brief second before he retracted the energy. But that was enough for the 2 mana vortex magi to confirm everything. Sabrina Benton leaned back in the leather chair and sighed heavily, a 35-year-old young man and already a mana vortex magus. Mathilda Whitaker nodded. "Indeed, even after confirming with my own eyes, I still find it difficult to believe." Adam stepped forward, gesturing at the chair. "May I? No need to ask for permission." Sabrina waved her hand dismissively. "You are now at the same arcane station as us. In our world, age is irrelevant. Only strength matters." Adam smiled softly. "Still, you both are my seniors." "HMPH, sly bugger," Sabrina muttered, though her expression had softened. Meanwhile, Sabrina displayed a warm smile. "How were your travels, dear?" "They were all right." Adam smiled faintly, thinking of what he had uncovered in Hand City, wondering just what would step out of that ominous portal. Adam didn't know how to even answer. Moreover, finding out that the headmistress of Clover Academy had been the enemy all along, he now didn't know who to trust. Lastly, still unsure of whether the old man would succeed in his advancement, he didn't know how to feel. Yet, despite it all, he remembered the Joker's philosophy of life and gave them a brilliant smile. "It was a much-needed break," he said. "I really needed one." Good. Mathilda nodded with a warm smile. "That is good to know." Adam paused for a moment, observing the pair's expressions before asking, "I wonder why a need for my homecoming celebration." "It would appear that you are not aware of your fame in the Empire," said the Lord Marshal. "You do know what the title of king means, don't you?" Judging by how people spoke of him during his travels through the lands, Adam assumed he had some idea of how famous he was. As for the title of king, isn't it given to the most promising mana vortex magi who have displayed superb skills, far better than the magi of the same rank? He asked with an arched brow. "Yes," Sabrina nodded, "but it is much more than that." She paused, turning to Mathilda and gesturing for her to explain. The old professor nodded with a faint smile and began, "As you already know, in the Akkadian Empire, there isn't any aristocratic title of king. There's the emperor, the prince, and then the duke, and so on." Adam nodded. This was something he was aware of. After all, there were no kingdoms within the Akkadian Empire, just a lot of provinces and city-states. In each of these provinces, the highest aristocratic title was that of duke and duchess. Like in the case of Ravenfell, which was a city-state, the councilors of the city were all granted this title. The title of king wasn't just given to the most promising mana vortex magi. Professor Whitaker continued, her tone solemn. "It is reserved for someone whom the royal family believes will one day become a mana core magus." "What?" Adam was taken aback. "The royal family? What do they have to do with this? Did you think the title of king could be handed out to just anybody without the royal family's consent?" Sabrina Benton asked with a smirk. Adam turned to her, slightly surprised. "You mean to say the royal family has already approved of my title as the Dark King?" "They have more than just approved of it, dear boy," said Professor Whitaker with a soft smile. She placed an ornate, small wooden box on the table. It had the symbol of Acadia inscribed on it. She then gently pushed it towards Adam. "The royal family sent a delegation to Ravenfell right after the Blackshore incident," Professor Whitaker continued. "The spokesperson said that the Emperor himself sends his congratulations, and that you are more than worthy of the title of king." Adam's eyes widened in surprise. The Emperor himself, the Emperor of Acadia, was said to be a person at the pinnacle of the mana core rank. By the mortals of the Empire, he was treated no differently than a deity. Moreover, the magi of the Empire revered him even more because of his strength and wisdom. Professor Whitaker nodded. She glanced at the small wooden box and smiled. "And this is a gift from the Emperor of Acadia. To you." Adam's gaze was drawn to the small wooden box on the table. It seemed to be made of regular oak, but the sigil of the Akkadian royal family increased its value exponentially. The youth didn't think that just because it was inside a small box, its contents would be insignificant. If anything, he could already imagine a storage artifact nestled inside the box, filled to the brim with riches, but he curbed his greed and excitement for the moment. There would be enough time for him to see what was inside the box later. For now, he had more pressing matters. "So just because it's a title conferred by the Emperor, it holds so much value?" he asked curiously. Of course, Sabrina stated matter-of-factly. "The Emperor of Acadia is the pinnacle of authority and arcana in the Ire continent. Anything he says is the law, and anyone he approves of is one of the most sought-after magi on the continent." Adam couldn't help but involuntarily gulp. So am I that big of a deal now? He wondered, a strange feeling bubbling inside his heart. You've also received a formal invitation from the royal family, Mathilda Whittaker added. After the Grand Magus tournament is concluded, you are to go to Acreon, where you'll be granted an audience with the emperor himself. Adam was thunderstruck. An audience with the emperor himself. He blurted out in shock. He had heard tales about the emperor of Acadia. His existence was such a great mystery that it was rumored that, apart from his family and highest court officials, no one knew what he looked like. Well, of course, the entirety of Acreon had seen his face during his coronation ceremony, but that was centuries ago. The current generations of mortals did not know what the emperor looked like, and neither did the young magi. Perhaps only the oldest and the most powerful of magi may have seen him. To be granted an audience with the emperor of Acadia was considered the highest of honors one could receive in the continent. But why would he want to meet me? He asked, perplexed. Surely it's not to congratulate me in person, right? Or does the emperor have that much free time on his hands? He let his thoughts wander. Going by precedent, the emperor will most likely grant you a high aristocratic title in Acreon, or Mathilda Whittaker's words trailed off, creating an air of suspense around the youth. Or what? Adam pressed. Or he's going to offer you a position of court magus, she concluded with a faint smile. A court magus was a spellcaster who answered directly to the royal family. Their status was far greater than the vast majority of the magi in Ulier. Adam was taken aback, but then he suddenly thought of something. Professor, how did you know this? Did you? Who not me, Professor Whittaker chuckled. Before Headmaster Blackwood became, well, the headmaster, he too was known far and wide in these lands as a king, the Raven King. Raven King, Adam thought to himself incredulously. Now that was something he did not know. Sabrina Benton chimed in, and not just our headmaster, but the leaders of the other three pillars were also once kings before they ascended to the grand station of the Monacore Magus. She paused, continuing with a smirk, so you can see that any magus who was granted the title of king eventually became a Monacore Magus. And that is why your homecoming celebration is so important now, Professor Whittaker added. Adam nodded in understanding, softly muttering, it is to show the world that Ravenfell is the home to the Dark King. An official announcement of sorts, precisely. The Lord Marshal nodded. And the fact that it has been centuries since a king has been crowned in Ulier makes your becoming one all the more sensational. Professor Whittaker hesitated for a brief moment, thinking of the right words to say. Adam, she called out gently. This may appear politically motivated to you, and I won't lie that it is. Adam smiled wryly, simply nodding in response. Your homecoming will be a political statement, reinforcing your legitimacy and authority as king in the eyes of the people. To Ravenfell's supporters, this is a reassurance, and to our rivals this will be a warning, the elderly professor continued. Her lips curled into a warm smile, and she concluded, Saratoga Castle is proud of you, and so is the city of Ravenfell, Sabrina Benton added with a faint smile. Hearing their words, Adam felt warmth in his heart. Although they were using his arrival to make a political statement, he could tell that the two elderly women before him meant what they said. He could feel it. Their tone, their expressions, and even their surface thoughts, they weren't lying. He paused for a moment before asking, so for my homecoming, what do you need me to do? Make a statement. Sabrina Benton's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. Let the world know why you were given the title of Dark King. Meanwhile, Professor Whittaker's lips twitched. No need to go to such extremes, she hurriedly spoke. Just a simple spell to showcase your arcane prowess should be more than enough. She emphasized, Adam, you cannot hurt anyone. Understood, the Lord Marshal scoffed in displeasure. There are quite a few foreign mana vortex magi who question your strength. It would be nice to make an example out of them if you ask me. Sabrina, Professor Whittaker looked at her old friend incredulously. Are you seriously suggesting that? No worries, Adam reassured them. He glanced at the two elderly women and grinned. There's a way to showcase my arcane arts as well as put those mana vortex magi in their place. Without hurting anyone, of course. Before Mathilda Whittaker could even protest, Adam turned to her and said confidently, Professor, please just trust me, okay? Professor Whittaker's lips twitched incessantly. Well, that's the whole problem, isn't it? She thought to herself. Knowing your personality, how can I trust you? Hour before sunset, three magi on horseback approached the gates of Geeling. The one leading the group was none other than the captain of the Black Legion, Radon. Behind him was an old man with shoulder-length white hair and beard, a kind and composed presence. It was the Mana Vortex Magus from the Europa continent, Caspar York, and following him, mounted on a night mare, was a crimson-haired woman. Her ruby eyes sparkled as she gazed at the towering gates of the town, flickering with anticipation. She was none other than the princess of the Ignisra kingdom, Anna Fireborn. The light from the setting sun dyed the sky in shades of red and orange. Twilight descended upon the lands, bringing with it the promise of reunion. Adam sat at the table in his bedroom, the gentle rays of the setting sun casting a warm glow on his face. Before him lay the small box with the sigil of Acadia beautifully inscribed on its surface. The raven-haired youth's eyes flashed with excitement as he opened the box. Tender hope of riches filled his heart when his gaze landed on a silver ring tucked neatly inside the box. As I thought it's a space-type storage artifact, he thought in a happy mood. At a simple glance, he could tell from the runes carved on the inner surface of the ring that it was used to store items. He retrieved it from the box, then closed his eyes and allowed his spiritual energy to envelop the ring. A few moments later, he opened his eyes again. He now understood the functions of the ring. His knowledge of rune magic was deep enough for him to conclude that quickly. It was a very rare space-type storage artifact with an inner space of 60 cubic meters. It was a shame that it was smaller than the storage artifact that Adam was currently using. The obsidian hoop earring switch had an inner space of 100 cubic meters. Still, this was a very unique and rare artifact. Space-type storage artifacts were rare to begin with. Needless to say, they were highly expensive as well. For the Emperor to gift Adam such an artifact showed just how much he valued him. But this was only the beginning. It was the contents of the rings that truly surprised the raven-haired youth. It would appear the Emperor knows quite a bit about me, he mused. As expected of him, I suppose. The man's got his eyes and ears everywhere in Acadia, possibly the whole of Ulir. It took him a few minutes to accommodate the storage ring using his mana, making it his own. Then he poured his energy into the ring and conjured several items. Dozens of leather-bound boxes, big and small, suddenly materialized on the table, neatly arranged in rows. Adam opened them one after another, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Instantly, the room was filled with the scent of fresh, magical herbs and ingredients, but what truly surprised him was its quality. As his eyes darted from one herb to another, he mumbled excitedly, Grade 3, Grade 3, Grade 4, Grade 3. The worst quality herbs and ingredients were all Grade 3 in rank, and there were over 100 of them inside the ring. Furthermore, there were over a dozen boxes containing Grade 4 magical ingredients. Oh, Emperor, he threw his head back and laughed crazily. As expected of you, ha ha ha. He calmed down after a minute, staring at the storage ring as if it were his long-lost lover. Meanwhile, Valyrian, who was lying down on the bed behind him and munching on beast cores, glanced at his broad back with a suspicious look in his topaz eyes. Has brother finally lost it? He thought to himself. Why is he laughing hysterically while looking at plants? He has definitely lost it. Adam went through all the leather-bound boxes one after another, accurately identifying all the herbs and ingredients. With so many precious herbs and ingredients at his disposal, he could finally start concocting the mystical potions he knew of. However, due to the lack of high-quality magical ingredients on this planet, his herbalism arts had reached a bottleneck. But all that changed now. Ha ha ha. Adam threw his head back again and laughed like a madman. Finally, brewing potions will be fun again. Valyrian shook his head in disdain. Imagine getting excited over leaves, he thought. HMPH, can't be me. Brother, you disappoint me. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be even richer. Adam's next words caused Valyrian's vertical pupils to shrink. He immediately got on all fours, his expression turning solemn. Rich, how are we selling those leaves? His topaz eyes flashed with a crafty glint, and he immediately came to a conclusion. Those leaves, I must have them. He put on a fawning expression on his cute, furry face. He was about to call out to Adam when suddenly there was a knock on the door. What is it? Adam asked, not even bothering to turn his head as his eyes were glued to the magical ingredients before him. My lord, Radon of the Black Legion seeks an audience with you, came the voice of the magus standing outside the door. Adam arched an eyebrow. Radon, he's here. Yes, my lord, said the magus. There are 2 more people with him. 2 more. Adam frowned slightly. He expanded his sphere of resonance and immediately sensed Radon standing outside in the courtyard. With him were 2 people, one elderly and one familiar. Adam's brows creased further. He recognized this presence. When he focused the sphere around this person, his eyes trembled, and before he knew it, his feet were already moving and he had dashed out of his room. Anna, along with Caspar and Radon, stood at the center of the courtyard, curiously looking around at the sheer number of magi guarding the premises outside. These magi were not for Adam's safety, of course. They were there to prevent any crazed fanatic from scaling the walls and entering the house. People sure love him, she chuckled in amusement. Radon puffed his chest and answered matter-of-factly, it's the Dark King, of course. There hasn't been a magus-crowned king in centuries. And the Lord Commander is also the youngest person to become a mana vortex magus. Listening to the man speak with such emotion, Anna couldn't help but shake her head, sighing softly. And his men are the craziest of the bunch, she thought. Meanwhile, Caspar cast a dubious gaze at Radon. 35 years of age, eh? I wonder how much truth still lingers in the legends of the Dark King. Radon's expression gradually darkened. He turned to the old man, wanting to retort, but soon his expression relaxed. Heh, you'll know when you see him. Suddenly, the door to the 2-story bungalow slammed open, and a tall figure draped in a simple white tunic and dark pants stepped out. But something was not right. His expression was a mixture of hope, joy, and nervousness. Anna turned around, her gaze finally landing on the figure who had stepped out of the house. She was momentarily startled, unable to believe her eyes, but soon she was able to clearly see it. They were the same dark eyes that used to glint with mischief. She recognized those eyes. No matter how the years had changed their owner, she would know them anywhere. Soon, a warm smile blossomed on her lips as she stepped toward the raven-haired youth. Adam, too, slowly started walking towards her. His breathing had become slightly shaky, and his mind was a mess. He had not expected this at all. And it took him by immense surprise, driving him into a state of confusion, not knowing what to do, how to react. His eyes glistened with emotion, and he couldn't stop his tears from flowing. For a moment, it felt as if the surroundings had shifted. The buildings were replaced by a sea of golden wheat crops. The raven-haired youth and the crimson-haired young woman once again met under the oak tree. They were siblings, not by blood, but something stronger. Choice, Anna smiled fondly, her eyes flashing with utmost warmth and joy. She reached out with her hand and gently wiped his tears away. Twilight embraced them both, the promise of reunion quietly fulfilled. Anna's lips parted and she spoke softly, her tone tinged with love and affection. You've grown tall, Adam. Anna sat under the shade of the oak tree with her back resting against the trunk. A faint smile lingered on her lips as she watched the sun set slowly below the horizon, dyeing the sky in shades of forgotten memories and wistful dreams. She was still recovering from her injuries, and she figured she would still need a few more years to fully recuperate before she could set sail for her home. Her gaze shifted to the raven-haired boy sitting beside her, intently gazing at a white daffodil that he had plucked from the nearby pond. Anna's lips curled into a warm smile. Over the past 2 years, Adam had started to grow on her. Now she saw him no different than her own little brother. Despite all of Adam's flaws, she loved him dearly. She reached out with her hand and gently ruffled his raven hair. Why are you looking at it so intensely? Her lips curled into a smirk and she added, You can't eat it, you know. I know. Adam nodded. Mama once told me these flowers should not be eaten. They're meant to give one hope. Anna's eyes flickered with a peculiar light. She arched an eyebrow and asked curiously, what did she say about these flowers? Adam recalled the exact words of her mother and spoke. These flowers remind us that no matter how long the darkness lasts, warmth will return. He paused, his shoulders slowly slouching. She said things will always get better even after the harshest winter. The boy's lips quivered and he whispered, I miss her. Anna's heart ached when she heard those words. It was heartbreaking for a child to lose their parents, especially so when they were young. She couldn't even begin to imagine what Adam would have done if she hadn't met him. Anna pulled him into a gentle side embrace and softly patted his head. Don't cry now. You must remember that you are a continuation of your mother and father. They may be gone, but a part of them still lives through you. MMH. Adam nodded, wiping away his tears. Mama said big boys don't cry. He put on a menacing expression, as if intimidating his own tears into retreat. Such an adorable action caused Anna to chuckle. What? Adam glared at her. Don't laugh at me. I just recalled something else. The crimson-haired woman covered her mouth, silently chuckling. Adam frowned. Suddenly he thought of something and asked excitedly, Anna, you're a magus, right? Teach me a spell, a white flower spell. Anna shook her head slightly, finding the boy's expressions quite amusing. I don't know any white flower spell. I mainly practice fire magic, and most of the spells I know I'm afraid I can't teach them to you because of an oath I've sworn. Adam's brows furrowed. He pursed his lips and looked away. HMPH, you are stinky. Anna's lips twitched. You mean stingy. Adam turned to her with narrowed eyes. Right. He paused for a moment, his expression adorably angry. Anna, you are stingy. The boy then got to his feet and softly added, and stinky, too. A vein on the side of Anna's forehead throbbed in annoyance. My foolish little brother, you must never call a lady stinky. It is simply bad manners. Adam deeply looked at the crimson-haired woman before sticking his tongue out. Bleg, stinky Anna. The following moment he saw Anna silently rise to her feet. Knowing what would come next, he hurriedly dashed away. Come here, you, Anna called out, chasing after him with a slipper in hand. Seems like I must discipline you again. Stinky Anna, you'll never catch me. Hee. The sound of joy and laughter drifted in the spring breeze as the sun sank below the horizon. The surroundings seemingly shifted around the siblings, the field of golden crops replaced by the buildings of Geeling. Anna wiped Adam's tears away with a gentle expression on her face. To the world, he may be Black Vengeance, the tyrant, the Dark King, but to her he was just a little child, her little brother. Adam continued to sob as he looked at Anna's face. She looked the same as she had decades ago. It seemed that she hadn't aged a bit. How he struggled to form words. The tears just won't stop flowing. Anna pulled him into an embrace. She gently patted his back and whispered, remember what your mother said. Big boys don't cry. But that made Adam cry even more. His shoulders trembled incessantly and his eyes had already reddened and were slightly swollen. He tightly hugged his sister and cried out loud, Anna, I missed you. I know. Anna smiled, gently patting his back. I'm here now. I promised you I'll return, and I've kept my promise." While the two siblings shared a warm moment, the nearby magi were stunned speechless. Firstly, they never thought that their relationship would be so deep. Secondly, they had never expected to see such a vulnerable side of Adam. Especially Radon, he couldn't believe his eyes. He had always known his Lord Commander as a fierce warrior, a man amongst men, who would maul through the ranks of the enemy and leave nothing but death and destruction in his wake. Yet now seeing Adam in such a state left a strange taste in his mouth. He was touched. She must really mean a lot to him, he thought to himself with a warm smile. On the other side, Caspar stroked his beard, gazing at the siblings' interaction with a faint smile on his face. I did not imagine them to be so close, he wondered. The princess's love for the boy is almost maternal. As for the Dark King, his gaze shifted to the raven-haired young man, his smile deepening. He is just that, a boy. It'll be easy to pull his strings. He will be a great asset to the kingdom. Adam took a deep breath and gradually calmed down his uncontrollable emotions. Everything had happened so suddenly that he felt like it was a dream. But it wasn't. Anna was here, standing right before him. Yes, he smiled brightly. You've kept your promise. Anna clasped Adam's shoulder and nodded. And you've kept yours. You've become a splendid magus. I am very proud of you. Adam laughed brashly. Of course, I'll have you know your little brother is the strongest magi in these lands. Haha, well, except for the monocore magi. Anna shook her head, exasperated. You've become quite arrogant too. Adam winked at her. Trust me, sister, this is not arrogance. I'm merely confident in my abilities. Trust me when I say this in the realm of the mana vortex rank. There isn't a man alive who can look me in the eye and claim they're better. Caspar, who was standing nearby, stroked his beard, his eyes flashing with a crafty glint. Good, he is cocky, he mused. This will be easier than I thought. Come, I wish to introduce you to someone. Anna smiled. She gently grasped Adam's arm and led him to where Caspar York was patiently standing. The moment Adam saw this old man, he could immediately tell that he was up to no good. Noticing this, Adam's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. Adam, this is Magus Caspar York, said the crimson-haired princess. He is a court magus of the Ignisra kingdom. He is also the one who taught me the arcane arts in my youth, a mana vortex magus. Adam arched an eyebrow. Although there were no mana fluctuations emanating from the old man, Adam could tell just by his presence alone that he was of the same arcane station as him. Not bad, he added. Caspar York's brows furrowed a little, but the smile on his face did not falter. It took him centuries to arrive at the grand station of the mana vortex rank. Yet, the youth standing before him, who was only a fraction of his age, had said those words so condescendingly. If Caspar was being honest, Adam's attitude and tone had struck a nerve. The Dark King, said the old man with a sincere smile. From the Southern Federation to the Akkadian Empire, I have heard of your name and your legendary exploits. He placed his right hand over his chest and offered a light bow. It is a pleasure to finally meet you in person. Adam's brows furrowed. Right, Anna and her entourage visited Moon City and even the Clover Academy. I hope that they didn't. Ah, did you go to Moon City to look for me? He feigned ignorance. Yes, Anna smiled. We went to Clover Academy and even met the head mistress there. She paused for a moment before adding, she says that she and the whole of Moon City are very proud of you. Adam's heart turned cold, but he didn't let it show on his face. For a brief moment, he felt like skeletal claws had suddenly materialized all around him, digging into his flesh and pulling him into the depths of misery and hopelessness. Ah, wonderful, he smiled brilliantly. I wonder if Headmistress Godfrey said anything about coming to Ravenfell for the tournament. Anna shook her head. Unfortunately, she won't. She said she is very busy. I see. Adam nodded. He turned his attention back to Caspar York. His lips formed a light smirk as he stepped forward and offered a handshake. Caspar gazed at the youth's outstretched hand with a light frown. I don't know how it's done in Europa, but out here in the Ulier continent, this is how we magi greet each other. Adam lied through his teeth. The greetings between magi were the same everywhere in Tron. It was similar to how aristocrats greeted one another. Regardless, Caspar chose to indulge the youth anyway. Very well then. He firmly clasped Adam's hand, but the moment he did, his entire worldview changed. He suddenly found himself standing on a dark plain littered with corpses. These corpses belonged to humans, elves, orcs, trolls, ogres, goblins, and magical beasts. There were thousands of them. Caspar felt a chill crawl down his spine. What is this an illusion? He screamed inwardly. Streams of blood flowed between the corpses, turning the landscape a bloody hell. This was a realm that was dominated by savagery and malice. Suddenly, he found a figure in front of him dressed in a pristine white robe. Caspar's eyes trembled. In this land filled with death and darkness, Adam seemed like the only ray of Hopian angel of light, dressed in white. But the fact that he was standing atop a mountain of corpses, staring at him with a cold smile, told him that the raven-haired youth wasn't that ray of hope at all. He was the harbinger of death. Caspar felt like his heart had stopped beating for a moment. When Adam's dark eyes locked onto his, he forgot to even breathe. He is no mere boy. Caspar screamed inwardly, instantly changing his viewpoint on Adam. He is dangerous. Only now did he realize why they called him the Dark King. Suddenly, a gentle voice drifted into his ears and snapped him out of his, well, whatever he was in. "You don't seem to be doing too well," said the raven-haired youth with a smirk. Anna had a slight frown on her face, her eyes flashing with concern. "What is it? Are you all right?" she asked her protector. Caspar hurriedly retrieved his hand away Adam's grasp. He turned to the princess and smiled. It's nothing. But Anna knew it was not nothing. She realized that Adam must have done something to him, most definitely not a harmless prank, as she could see lingering fear in Caspar's eyes. The princess was about to ask Adam what he'd done when suddenly she sensed a presence near her. She turned around and lowered her head. There she saw an adorable little chubby cat glancing at her with innocent and beady topaz eyes. Anna's heart melted. "Whose cat is this?" Valyrian hissed, waving his paw menacingly. "I am not a cat." He darted toward Adam and scrambled up his shoulder in a flash. Brother, who is this woman? You seem different around her." As Adam's familiar, Valyrian could feel his emotions to a certain extent. That's why he was surprised when Adam displayed such feelings towards this crimson-haired stranger. The only other person Adam had such familial feelings for was Berger, little Val. Adam gently rubbed the young dragon's head. "This is my sister." Valyrian's mouth was agape. "So this is the one brother used to tell me about," he wondered. He turned to Anna, gazing at her in a cute manner. Then he reached out with his furry hands and called out, "Sister, sister." Seeing this, Anna's heart melted even further. She couldn't help but pick the little guy up and cradle him in her arms. "He is so adorable," she said with a gentle smile as she tickled Valyrian's tummy. Adam smiled warmly, but in the depths of his dark eyes something strange flickered. "Anna, I wish to show you something. Why don't you come with me?" he asked, his voice calm but firm. The crimson-haired princess arched an eyebrow. "Now." She thought for a moment before shrugging. "Sure, great." Adam grinned. He turned to his dear familiar and instructed, "Val, let's fly out of here." "Mayu." Valyrian displayed a thumbs up. He leapt off Anna's arms and landed gracefully on the ground. Then, under her stunned gaze, he transformed into a winged panther. To her, Valyrian was no longer adorable. He was menacing. Anna was speechless. The chubby little cat she was playing with just a moment ago had now transformed into a towering winged black panther. His presence was majestic and terrifying. Her gaze shifted between Valyrian and Adam several times. Finally, they settled on the latter, and she couldn't help but ask, "So the flying panther I've been hearing about is actually a cat?" "I'm not a cat," Valyrian protested. This time, his voice was deep and gruff. Anna stepped toward him and slowly reached out with her hand. Valyrian fondly rubbed his head against the palm of her hand. "All right, Valyrian, if not a cat, then what?" she asked, amused. "HMPH." Valyrian raised his chin, smiling arrogantly. "I am a mighty dragon, sure." Anna's lips twitched. While the two were conversing with one another, Adam walked up to Radon and placed a hand on his shoulder. "How are things with the men? My lord, they are eager to meet you." Radon spoke excitedly. "Tomorrow, during your homecoming entrance, all of us shall walk behind you. The full force of the Black Legion will be present. It is my duty, my lord." Radon straightened his back. For some reason, despite seeing Adam's vulnerable and tender side, Radon's respect for him increased even further. His Lord Commander wasn't just a proud and domineering warrior like he earlier thought, but he was also a kind of loving man. Adam nodded with a faint smile. "You can return to Ravenfell now. Hooah." The captain of the Black Legion thumped his chest in obedience. The raven-haired youth strode towards Valyrian. He turned to Anna and smiled. "Shall we?" Anna silently nodded. Suddenly, Adam frowned and he extended his hand to the side, gesturing for Caspar to stop. "Where do you think you're going? I am Princess Anna's protector." Caspar York put on a brave front. After this recent interaction with Adam, he struggled to even look him in the eye. He did not know what the youth had done to him. He did not know whether it was an illusion or some kind of dark art, but the fact that the raven-haired youth could put him in such a situation in the first place meant only one thing. He was no match for Adam at all. Even he couldn't believe this conclusion that he had so reluctantly reached. He, a mana vortex magus, who had spent centuries studying the arcane and traveling all across Europa to gain life and battle experiences, could not hold a candle to a man who was barely 35 years old. So had everything that he had done up to now been for naught? No, Caspar had reached another conclusion more terrifying than the last. It was that Adam was simply an anomaly among anomalies. Even the word genius would do him great injustice. He was simply a monster. This made him wonder about the tradition in Ulir where promising and talented mana vortex magi were given the title of king. Were all those magi who were kings equally frightening as Adam Constantine? That thought caused him to shudder. "I must never leave her side." Caspar gathered the courage and looked Adam in the eye. "It is my duty to protect her." Anna frowned. Something's not right, she thought. She lowered her gaze, her eyes narrowing. Caspar's hand was trembling. Adam's expression softened a little. He tapped his chest twice and grinned. As long as I'm around, who dares to lay a hand on my sister? That's true, thought the old man. Only a fool would dare to confront you. Anna stepped forward and reassured him, it's all right, just rest here. I'll be fine with Adam. Caspar York hesitated, but in the end he relented. I understand, princess. Anna offered a faint smile. Then she turned to Adam and asked with an arched eyebrow, where are you planning to take me? Hush, hush, Adam chuckled mischievously. It's a secret. Anna simply rolled her eyes in response. Then Adam mounted Valyrian and offered his hand to help her up behind him. In the next breath, Valyrian spread his wings and soared into the evening sky. Within moments, they disappeared into the clouds above. Within half an hour, they had reached their destination. It was the distant valley behind Saratoga, where numerous cottages dotted the landscape. Valyrian flapped his wings and gracefully landed by the pond by Adam's cottage. A moment later, Anna gently landed on the ground, looking at the green valley and the verdant vegetation all around with a pleasant smile on her face. Very peaceful, she said. She gazed at the humble cottage and the small herb field beside it and curiously asked, Adam, is this place yours? Adam smiled. Yes, all mana liquefaction magi are offered a secluded cottage in this lush valley. The headmaster believes one can attune deeply with mana by living in harmony with nature. Anna hummed in response, agreeing with the headmaster's viewpoint. She walked around the cottage, looking around with curious eyes and a gentle smile on her face. A few minutes later, after looking around the area by the small cottage, she found Adam sitting on a large boulder by the pond. She approached him with a warm smile. It had been so many years since they'd last seen each other. She wanted to take this time to listen to all that Adam had experienced in these past 2 decades. Anna nimbly climbed the boulder and took a seat beside the raven-haired youth. She couldn't see Valyrian anywhere, though. Where did he go? I can't sense him at all. But she put away this thought at the back of her head. She turned to look at Adam and smiled. So, what is it that you wanted to show me? A second passed. 2 more passed. No response. Something seemed wrong. The raven-haired youth wasn't responding at all. It seemed like he was hesitating to do something. Adam, Anna called out, her voice tinged with slight concern. She placed a hand on his shoulder and asked gently, is everything okay with you? Adam's lips quivered. He turned to look at Anna and offered a smile, a sad smile. Yes, I truly hope so, he muttered softly. Anna frowned. Something was wrong with her brother, but she didn't know what. Before she could even respond, her pupils constricted as she witnessed Adam move with ghostly speed. The last thing she saw was Adam's hand gently pressing against her forehead, and the last thing she heard were his soft, apologetic words, this might hurt a little. The cool breeze gently brushed against Anna's face, slowly waking her from her deep slumber. Her eyelids trembled ever so slightly, and she gradually opened her eyes. Her vision was blurry, but it soon focused. The first thing she saw was the starry night sky and the twin moons, Selene and Luna, shining a ghostly light below. She was momentarily confused, wondering what had happened to her. Slowly, she started to recall her memories. Right, I met Adam then, we flew to his cottage. As the fog cleared from her mind, her eyes widened in surprise. What did he do to me? Before she could think further, a sharp pain radiated from inside her mind from deep within her soul. She grimaced in pain, her hands subconsciously drawn to her forehead. As she massaged her temples, she slowly sat up. Looking around, she found that she was still on the giant boulder by the pond. To her right, a familiar figure was seated, looking at her with a relieved smile. Adam, she grimaced. The searing headache sent pangs of discomfort throughout her body. What did you do? The raven-haired youth said softly, nothing much. I just checked your spirit see. You what? Anna's eyes widened in shock. Why would you do that? Do you know how? Before she could even reprimand her little brother, her head started to throb from pain again. Here, drink this. Adam retrieved a round crystal bottle from his earrings and presented it to her. Anna glanced at the bottle with a pained expression on her face. It contained some sort of blue liquid within that shimmered with tiny specks of white light, almost as if it contained a sea of stars. What is this? She reached out for the bottle and uncorked it. This better help. Without hesitation, she drank the potion in one go. She felt the effects almost instantly. Though the pain buried deep inside her mind did not vanish entirely, it dulled significantly. Like a storm settling into a gentle rain, a wave of soothing coolness washed through her body, untangling the threads of pain that had gripped her nerves because of what her brother had done. The potion had worked. It was potent and precise. It had mended much of the pain in her nervous system, calming her mind and soothing her soul. What remained was a manageable ache. She turned to Adam with a dark look on her face. You better have a good reason. Adam felt a chill crawl down his spine when he saw that look on Anna's face. He remembered that look. It was the look she used to give him before disciplining him with a slipper or a stick or whatever else she could find her hands on. The raven-haired youth raised his hands, gesturing for her to calm down. I can explain. Just hear me out. Anna's eyes narrowed. She motioned for him to continue. Adam took a deep breath as he turned towards the pond. Gazing at the reflection of the twin moons on its surface, he muttered in a somber mood, I had to make sure she didn't cast any spell on you. She. Anna's brows furrowed into a knot. Adam, who are you talking about? the raven-haired youth first weaved a series of hand seals, erecting a mana barrier around the two. This would prevent any sound from escaping. Furthermore, the barrier even had anti-divination properties to a certain extent. Seeing him perform such an action caused Anna to frown even more. She couldn't help but wonder just what had gotten into Adam. The raven-haired youth turned to her and spoke in a grave voice, the head mistress of the Clover Academy, Helen Godfrey. Anna's pupils constricted. What? Anna recalled the kind elderly woman who had hosted her and her entourage in Moon City. But going by what Adam had just divulged, headmistress Godfrey may not have been all that kind at all, and not for a single moment did Anna doubt him. Adam nodded solemnly. She's not who you think she is. She's not who I thought she was either. His expression turned bitter as he said the last part. Sensing the implications of his words, Anna felt a foreboding feeling grip her heart. Her face was riddled with concern, and she softly said, Adam, is everything all right? Did you get yourself into some sort of trouble? Adam flashed a wry smile. Anna, I'm in a whole world of trouble, to be honest. Anna's eyes trembled. She subconsciously placed her reassuring hand on his shoulder and gently said, what is it? You can tell me. Adam was a mana vortex magus, and by his own admission, a very strong and fearsome one at that. For even him to be in trouble, just what could have possibly happened? The raven-haired youth struggled to decide whether to disclose everything or not. If he did, how much of it should he reveal? After all, even knowing such information could put her in a considerable amount of danger. But at the same time, this was the first time that Adam felt he could open up to someone. After all, the person before him was his sister. She was someone whom he trusted with his life. Adam, the crimson-haired princess called out softly, you can tell me. The raven-haired youth gazed at her ruby eyes and could see genuine concern flicker in them. He smiled. It's not nice to bottle up everything inside of me. Who knows, maybe my shoulders will loosen up a little after talking to her. All right. Adam nodded. He took a deep breath and finally began. I am part of a secret order that is thousands of years old. We have been fighting a battle with an evil cult in the shadows. He paused for a moment, recalling the battles he had participated in. The Duskfall incident, the Blackshire incident, these were all proxy wars fought between the secret order and the cult. Anna's pupils constricted. A proxy war with the armed forces of Ravenfell as chess pieces. Just what kind of organization have you joined? Adam flashed a mysterious smile. It's a secret. Without giving her a chance for a follow-up question, he continued, after the Blackshire incident, I traveled to the Southern Federation and did some digging, and that's when I found out about Helen Godfrey. Anna covered her mouth and silently gasped. You mean to say? Yes, the raven-haired youth nodded, his eyes flashing with conflicting emotions. She's part of the evil cult I've been fighting for the past decade. It took a few moments for Anna to digest that information. The Helen Godfrey she knew from her memory was a warm and gentle person who helped her find Adam. Not for a moment did Anna feel that she could be a part of an evil cult. How could someone so kind be like that? Or perhaps was that what Helen wanted the world to believe, that she was a kind and gentle headmistress who cared for children, but in fact, her true persona and motives were completely different. How did you arrive at that conclusion? She asked. It's not that she didn't trust Adam, but she was truly curious of how he found out the truth behind the headmistress of the Clover Academy. Adam paused, his eyes flashing with hesitation. Should I tell her about Hand City, about the underground portal, about the 6 portals scattered throughout the planet, and the plane of existence they lead to? No, Adam's face hardened, the hesitance in his eyes flashing with resolve. That knowledge is too risky for her to know. It will put her in a lot of danger. And considering that the cult is in league with the devils, that's all the more reason for me to never expose Anna to such knowledge. Adam, the princess called out. She paused for a moment before adding, it's fine if you don't wish to speak about it. I trust you. Something about Anna's words made him feel warm. It felt good that someone trusted him so deeply. It felt nice. Anna smiled, gently patting her little brother's shoulder. She looked at him with concern and couldn't help but ask, so what are you going to do about Helen Godfrey and this evil cult? I don't know, said the raven-haired youth with a bitter smile. I can't bring myself to harm the headmistress. She used to be my role model when I was a kid. She's also the old man's good friend. He paused, taking a deep breath to calm down the swirling emotions in his heart. I don't know anymore. Was everything a lie? And if she had been secretly working for the cult all this while, I can't help but wonder just who else might be. If there are the cult's spies within the secret order as well, then who can I trust? If that is so, then all the trials and tribulations that I have gone through in my life, were they all part of the cult's scheme? I don't know anymore. Behind the fame and the glory, Anna could see just how lonely and helpless her little brother had been all these years. Has he been keeping all of this to himself for so long? You've been through a lot, she said softly. Adam's lips quivered. Yeah. A long silence ensued before the princess asked, this old man you speak of, is he Berger Glinhorn? You know him? Adam turned to her with slight surprise. Anna nodded with complicated emotions. Yes, but it was Helen Godfrey who told me about him, and I didn't get to meet him in Moon City. Adam revealed a warm smile. Apart from you, he's the only one I completely trust in this world. His eyes flickered with hope and optimism. And he'll be fine. I know he will. Good. Anna smiled warmly. She knew Adam better than most. He took a long time to open up to others, yet deep down he longed for companionship. He was a man of contradictions. Adam yearned to build bonds to fill the emptiness left behind by his parents' deaths and a difficult childhood, but at the same time he feared forming connections, afraid they'd disappear, just like his parents did. This was what Anna feared the most when she left 20 years ago. The time she couldn't help but feel that her little brother would be unable to form deep bonds with others. But now all those worries seemed unnecessary. She had never taken into account Adam's natural charisma, which drew people to him. Of course, he didn't have it as a child, but it was something that he cultivated over the years. All he needed was the courage to open up to others. "You have come a long way, little Adam," she said warmly as she ruffled his raven hair. Adam felt like a child. In Anna's company, he felt safe and happy. He chuckled lightly in response, seemingly embarrassed to form words. Moments later, Anna's expression turned solemn. "Tell me, how can I help?" Adam turned to her, slightly surprised. "Help with what? What else?" The crimson-haired princess rolled her eyes. "With the cult, of course." "What?" Adam exclaimed in shock. "Are you crazy?" "Absolutely not. You can't come anywhere near this mess." "Adam," the princess's eyes narrowed. "Are you looking down on me?" The raven-haired youth involuntarily flinched. Damn it, what is wrong with her? He thought. Even while traveling through the murky mountains, he wouldn't feel such fear while facing magical beasts and monsters. But in front of Anna, it was different. The countless times she had disciplined him during his childhood had left a faint scar of trauma etched in his heart. He even believed that no matter how strong he grew in the future, he would still be a helpless little kid in front of this woman. Adam cleared his throat, changing his tone. "Look, Anna, I know you're strong and all, but this is out of your capabilities. The leader of this evil cult is a formidable magus. I speculate he's got to be at least at the peak of the Mana core rank." Anna's eyes narrowed even further. "By that logic, this entire thing is beyond your capabilities, too." The raven-haired youth's lips twitched. "I am a little special." Anna intently stared at him, causing him to look away a moment later. In the end, she couldn't help but shake her head and sigh, still as stubborn as ever. She paused for a moment before adding, "Fine then, I'll stay with you here, or wherever you go for that matter." Adam scratched his chin awkwardly. "You don't have to do that, you know I'm a grown-up now." "Shut up," Anna muttered flatly. "Oh, all right." Adam involuntarily straightened his back. Seeing him react the same way he used to decades ago, Anna smiled in amusement. "I was planning to come here and take you back to the kingdom, but you have vastly exceeded all of my expectations." "Europa, eh?" Adam smiled, his eyes flashing with curiosity and wonder. "I want to go there someday." Anna smiled warmly. Then she softly said, "I have a gift for you." The raven-haired youth turned to her and grinned. "What a coincidence. I have one for you as well." Oh, Anna looked at her brother with an arched eyebrow. "Were you expecting my arrival, or do you always carry gifts with you?" Adam smirked. "I'll have you know, princess, I am a very wealthy man. I always carry gifts with me wherever I go." The crimson-haired woman snorted in ridicule, claiming to be rich in front of the princess of the Ignisra kingdom. "You must have really lost your mind." Adam's smirk vanished. "What do you mean by that?" He paused, surprise flashing in his eyes. "Wait, Anna. Are you very rich? Is your family very, very wealthy?" Anna shrugged, her lips curled into a smirk. "I wonder." "Wait, what does that mean?" Adam pressed, but his sister completely ignored him. Instead, she conjured a scroll from her storage artifact and presented it to him. "Take a look," she said with a gentle smile. Adam's gaze was drawn to the rolled, yellow parchment. His eyes flashed with excitement as he grabbed it and quickly unfurled it. "A spell," he muttered in enthusiasm. Even if it were a rock, he would still be this enthusiastic. It was a gift from his dear sister, after all. "It's a rank 2 spell," said the princess. "Well, I thought you'd still be a Mana Foundation magus now, so giving you this spell would help you in the future. But who could have known?" As Adam was reading through the model component of the spell inscribed on the parchment, his eyes gradually lit up. "A spell that produces a field of white daffodils," he softly said. "You remembered, of course." Anna smiled warmly. How could she ever forget? Knowing the value this flower had in Adam's heart, she had expended a lot of time and resources to acquire this spell. Seeing Adam's face light up with joy, she felt that it was all worth it. "Very fascinating," Adam murmured. "I had come up with a similar spell, but it was only an illusion. The spell was for show. I never thought of using it for offensive purposes, but this." He paused, his eyes scanning every small detail on the parchment. "I see it contains the principles from the School of Invocation. Very interesting. Yes, with this serving as the foundation along with my previous experiments, I think I can come up with a rank 3 spell." Anna was stunned. "Did you already figure it out?" One had to know that it took a considerable amount of time for a magus to understand the intricacies of a spell. They had to learn the physical component, understanding how the mana would be channeled from within their bodies and into the spell. Then they had to understand the model component. This took the longest time because one could not afford to make a single mistake. A slight deviation of an angle or a misplacement of a vector would not only result in failure, but also a severe backlash to the caster. The material component had the fewest requirements. All one needed to do was find the magical ingredient. However, if one couldn't find the ingredient, it could prove to be quite difficult, perhaps almost impossible to cast the spell. Yet Adam had seemingly figured all out in a matter of moments. Yeah, it's pretty simple, really. Adam shrugged nonchalantly. Then he put away the yellowed parchment. Gathering his spiritual energy at the tip of his finger, he started drawing the model component of the spell in the air. Wisps of silvery white energy curled around his fingertip as he started weaving through the air. With fluid motions, he began sketching symbols mid-air. Arcs, angles, and intersecting lines formed a perfect rotating hexagram. Each stroke shone brilliantly before settling into place, joining other glowing patterns. Circles within triangles, runes intersecting parallel lines. Every mark pulsed with spiritual energy, and each stroke had a purpose. Anchor line stable. Rotational matrix needs adjusting, Adam murmured, brows furrowed in concentration. Need to condense the core node and rotate the mana lattice by 45 degrees. Anna was mesmerized by what she was witnessing. Quite frankly, she couldn't believe how effortlessly Adam was doing what he was doing. It seemed so natural to him, as if he were breathing. A small orb of light formed in the center of the spell model, pulsating like a heartbeat, feeding power into the compact formation. The spell structure hovered in the air like a celestial chart, precise, beautiful, magical. Just a little more I need to synchronize the ley threads, Adam muttered under his breath. His eyes narrowed as he inscribed the final rune into the heart of the pattern. Then the entire spell model hummed in response, coming to life. A faint, confident smile bloomed on Adam's lips. Not bad, eh? He was quite happy with the result. On the other hand, Anna was stunned. Did you just create a brand new rank 3 spell? She turned to Adam, her eyes flashing with shock. In a few minutes, Adam shrugged. I mean, the foundations were already laid. I just tweaked it a little. No big deal. Anna's mouth was agape. No big deal. No big deal, she thought incredulously. Just what happened to you? She spoke after a long time. You used to hate studying as a child, but now all of a sudden you're a genius. Adam chuckled slyly. Just imagine if I had taken studying seriously back then. Genius, please, that word doesn't come close to capturing my greatness. What can I say? Some stars are born to burn too brightly. Anna was flabbergasted. Is he being serious? So arrogant? So theatrical? In the end, she sighed helplessly. There's no saving you, Adam. The raven-haired youth let out a light chuckle. He then turned to Anna and asked with a faint smile, what do you wish to name this spell? Anna thought for a moment before revealing a dazzling smile. You should name it after your mother. Adam recalled his dear mother and smiled warmly, his eyes flashing with reminiscence. Yes, that just feels right. And thus the new spell was born, a spell that heralded the coming of the Dark King. When cast, it offered conviction. A reminder that no matter how long the darkness lasts, light will always return. It was a spell that symbolized hope. Rank 3 spell, Mina's Requiem. Now my turn. Adam smiled as he closed his eyes, digging into the vast archives of knowledge left behind by the experts from the greater universe. Meanwhile, Anna glanced at his side profile with a faint smile. Although she wasn't expecting much, her ruby eyes did flash with hints of curiosity every now and then. A minute passed, and then another. Anna couldn't help but wonder just what Adam was up to. Finally, after a few more minutes, he opened his eyes and turned to look at her with a wide grin. Ready? Anna's eyebrows furrowed ever so slightly as she cast a dubious look at her little brother. What are you planning? Adam chuckled excitedly. Then he weaved a series of hand seals and cast several spells. Rank 1 spell, Memory Strand. He tapped the side of his forehead and then extracted half a dozen silvery white ethereal strings from inside. These contained the memories of the suitable mana extraction technique that he'd found for Anna. Absorbing them would raise a lot of questions, suspicions even, but Adam had already decided to divulge the big secret to her. Just what is it? Anna's eyes narrowed as she saw the 6 strings hover before her, looping around one another, intertwining and weaving a perfect sphere. A gift, Adam smiled, from me to you. Anna's gaze shifted from the memory strands to Adam, then back to the memory strands. Okay then, she nodded, do it. Adam willed it in his mind and the sphere of strings separated from one another, forming a straight line. Then they levitated towards Anna and gradually burrowed inside her forehead. Instantly, Anna grimaced and her beautiful face was covered in sweat. There were a lot of memories, but it wasn't something she couldn't handle. She clenched her fists and absorbed the memory strands one after another. After all the strings had burrowed inside her head, the expression on her face hadn't eased. She was still sifting through the memories, studying them, understanding them, making them her own. Even after several minutes had passed, her eyes shifted restlessly beneath close lids. Clearly, absorbing all the memories was no simple task. Adam patiently waited beside her. He thought of conjuring one of the countless wine gourds from his earrings and enjoying the wine. He hadn't had some in a few hours, after all. Then he thought against it. Who knew what the crimson-haired princess would do to him? It was better not to risk it. Almost 10 minutes had passed when Anna finally opened her eyes. Her ruby eyes flashed with confusion first, then came the shock. Absolute shock. This she turned to Adam, her expression filled with disbelief. What is this? A mana extraction technique compatible with your affinity with fire magic. Adam flashed a toothy grin. What do you think, sister? You like it? Anna loudly gulped. Adam had never seen such a strange expression on her face. To him, his sister had always been the proud, aloof, and untouchable princess. Distant like the stars, never one to show vulnerability, but now she had lost all composure. This, she kept repeating the same words again and again, eliciting an amused chuckle from Adam. Adam, she screamed, her heart beating faster and faster. How did you get your hands on this? I travel a lot, you know. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. I found it in an inheritance left behind a powerful magus down south, he lied. Well, technically that was the truth. Just who is that person who left behind such a valuable mana extraction technique? She blurted out in astonishment. No, this is priceless. This is beyond priceless. She paused for a moment, recalling the memories of the technique she had just absorbed. Mana Core Mana Seed Transcendent Magus Saint Magus Elisane Magus Supreme Magus. She got to her feet and started pacing back and forth by the pond. No, this doesn't make sense. Are these ranks made up? No, but those scriptures are sound, the reasoning perfect, the teachings profound. Anna's entire worldview had shattered before her very eyes in a matter of minutes. Adam silently gazed at her, not interrupting. Not yet. He had found out about the myriad worlds in the greater universe, as well as the fact that there were more than 10 arcane ranks at a very early age. Anna, on the other hand, lived most of her life believing that the Mana Core rank was the final frontier, and that there were no other magical civilizations out there in the universe, and even if there were, they were too far away. But now everything had changed. Her ruby eyes flashed with shock, fear, and hope as she turned to Adam. Is this really true? She had already seen the mana extraction technique. She had already seen all the memories related to it, yet her heart refused to believe it. Sitting on the boulder, framed by the starry sky and the glow of the twin moons, Adam appeared almost otherworldly, ethereal and distant, as if he were a soul unbound by the mortal world. Seeing such a scene, Anna found herself momentarily dazed. Coupled with the esoteric knowledge Adam had just revealed, he seemed all the more enigmatic, like a figure shrouded in ancient mystery. This is the eternal truth, the only truth. Adam began, his voice steady and profound. This world is a well. Our perceptions are narrow, our knowledge confined, our ambitions shackled. We are but frogs, Anna. Frogs at the bottom, gazing up at the sliver of sky, mistaking it for the whole of existence. Every word he spoke shattered any lingering doubt Anna had buried in the depths of her heart. Adam raised his hand and continued, his tone filled with emotions. Mana foundation, mana liquefaction, mana vortex, mana core, mana seed, these are nothing but the foundational blocks. The realm of the transcendent magus, that's where true magic begins. Reaching that arcane stage marks your transformation. It is only at that point that you transcend the mortal coil. From transcendent to saint, from saint to Elysian, from Elysian to supreme, and at last from supreme to emperor. That must be your aim. That must be your ambition. For that is what it means to be a magus, ever striving, forever in pursuit of the higher truth. Anna could feel goosebumps covering her skin. Adam's words, his tone, they affected her, burning a fire of ambition deep inside her heart. And even then, Adam continued, his dark eyes blazing with unbridled passion. The realm of Emperor Magus is not the end. There exist beings who have surpassed even that arcane rank. Entities so exalted, they are no different from gods themselves. Adam turned to the night sky, gazing into the distant stars. For the first time, he whispered the words that Magus Julian Stockholm had planted deep within his mind. The peak of magic that is my dream. He turned to Anna and smiled gently. This world will only let us rise to the Mana Core rank, but I promise you, sister, one day I will carry you with me. Together, we'll sail the sea of stars and venture to the heart of the universe, where we can pursue the higher arcane arts. Anna was the one who introduced him to magic. She was the one who placed him in that carriage bound for Moon City. Without her, he would never have discovered the eternal soul lotus. Without her, he would be nothing. So in his heart, he had already made his choice, not out of obligation, but because he loved her. His gaze settled on Luna's reflection dancing on the pond's surface, eyes burning with fierce conviction. And if this is my will, who then dares to stand in my way? Constantine Estate, Upton Quarter. Anna lay in bed, gazing at the ornate ceiling with a dazed look in her eyes. After spending some time with Adam, she returned to his manor in Ravenfell. Her earlier interaction with him had been shocking, to say the least. She still couldn't believe what had happened. Never in her wildest dreams could she have imagined to unearth such a big secret. That too from her little brother. Just what has he gone through while I was away? She wondered. He speaks as if he's seen it all. Myriad worlds in the greater universe, he speaks of them as if he'd been there personally. Just what has happened to him in these past 2 decades. As if learning about Adam becoming a mana vortex magus at such a young age wasn't shocking enough. For the moment, Anna discarded the mystery of the inheritance that Adam claimed he had found the mana extraction technique in. Just the way he talks, she thought, her ruby eyes flashing with a peculiar light. It's like he knows that whatever he says will happen. No, he wholeheartedly believes that whatever he speaks will come to pass. Such conviction. She had only known one other person to have such confidence and conviction in their words, the way they carried themselves. It was her father, the king of the Ignisra kingdom. Right, that is exactly how I felt when I heard him speak, she thought. It's like I was standing before my father. It is undeniable he speaks like a ruler. At that moment, two simple words appeared inside her mind. Dark King. She couldn't help but chuckle. A fitting name, little brother. Her thoughts shifted to the mana extraction technique that he had gifted her. Anna's eyes flashed with delight at the prospect of it. Song of Immortal Flame, she thought excitedly. It was an advanced and enigmatic mana extraction technique, sung into existence through will and fire. It was a dual nature art, born of contradiction, where the fire consumed and purified in equal measure. When used offensively, the flames erupted like the cries of a phoenix, incinerating all corruption and foes in the user's path, burning not just flesh, but evil and curse alike. Yet when used for healing, the same fire licks across wounds and shattered bones with gentleness, knitting together what was once broken. It was undoubtedly a powerful mana extraction technique. More importantly, it would help Anna reach arcane ranks she had never even dreamed of before. And then there was this. The crimson-haired princess flicked her hand, and an ivory card appeared in her palm. An intricate drawing of a figure was carved on it. It reminded her of the court jesters in tales. The Joker's calling card. He said to visit a town named Glassford in the Southern Federation, she mused. Told me to infuse mana into this card after I'd arrived at the town square. Her eyes flashed with curiosity, and she wondered, does this truly lead to a secret plane? She was knowledgeable enough to know that secret planes were very rare. It took several mana core magi to come together to build one after all, and the fact that Adam had a key to one truly stunned her. At this point, she didn't even know whether to laugh or cry, but something strange she frowned. When he told me to visit this secret plane and stay there and practice mindfulness, I couldn't help but have this feeling. That he doesn't want me to stay in Ravenfell for too long. Is it because of the evil cult he told me about, or am I simply overthinking? Jeeling Outpost. Adam sat at the small wooden table by the window inside his bungalow, his cold eyes following the clouds as they drifted across the night sky. Before him lay a half-empty wine gourd and a flat cup. Despite drinking to calm his thoughts, the uneasy feeling lingered. It gripped his heart with a quiet dread, darkening his expression with each passing second. There was a reason why he'd given Anna the Joker's calling card. Something's not right, he thought. When he'd arrived at his cottage in the valley behind Saratoga, he felt an ominous feeling pervade his mind. He thought it was due to headmistress Helene Godfrey casting a spell on his sister's mind, but when he scrutinized her spirit sea, he learned that it was untainted. Anna was safe, but the ominous feeling remained. Where did it come from, he thought with narrowed eyes. Was it Ravenfell, perhaps Saratoga? Whenever there was imminent danger, his spiritual sense would always send him warnings beforehand. Subtle at first, but it would grow stronger and sharper as danger approached. A dangerous light flashed in his dark eyes, and he speculated, it has to be those bastards from the Cult of Bones. But this time the alarm in my mind is almost deafening. It's unlike anything I've ever felt before. Just what are they planning? With practiced ease, the raven-haired youth filled his cup again. As he took a sip, he glanced at the skyline of the sprawling town of Jeeling. His eyes were cold, calculating, and unreadable. I cannot put Anna in danger no matter what, he thought. Yes, I'll convince her to leave Ravenfell before the tournament begins. If she still refuses, I'll cast an enchantment spell on her. She cannot be in Ravenfell, I can feel it. That place has already become a hotbed for death and malice. Adam slowly closed his eyes, his expression hardening with a fierce, unyielding resolve. From the narrow slits of his eyes, a pure white light flickered into existence, holy and radiant, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared. When Adam opened his eyes again, they looked normal, but something in them had changed. His entire being radiated a cold and savage aura. I won't let you bastards succeed, he thought, no matter what it takes. Galestein Ocean. Beneath the shadowed depths of these treacherous waters, a colossal ancient being stirred from its long slumber. Its emerald eyes, worn by the ravages of time, slowly opened. They glimmered with a faint, restless yearning for adventure. Moments ago, this colossal creature had a dream. In the dream, it swam through the deep waters of Tron, exploring distant places, encountering wondrous beings. After 1,000 years in slumber, it had awoken, and now it wanted to go on an adventure again. The titanic creature stirred its massive flippers, churning the ocean into a swirling whirlpool of torrents deep below. With a powerful thrust, it swam westward. The mighty sea turtle was finally setting off on an adventure once more, but little did he know. That dream was no mere coincidence. The following day, Adam found himself standing before a full-body mirror with a helpless expression on his face. There were several maids around him, helping him don his black armor. On one side, the captain of the Black Legion, Radon, was glancing at him with an awkward look on his face. "My lord, do you really not wish to wear the armor?" he asked. Adam turned to look at him and made an ugly face. "Do I look like I want to?" He shook his head in exasperation. "I've never worn armor in my life. My enchanted magus robes work just fine. Besides..." He lowered his head, glancing at the heavy breastplate, and grumbled, "It's too heavy to be used on the battlefield. Sure, it'll boost your defense, but what about your speed? Speed is equally important on the battlefield." "Shut now, child," Professor Mathilda Whitaker lightly reprimanded him. "You need to only wear the armor for a few hours. Don't complain now." "Fine." Adam pursed his lips, turning his gaze back towards his reflection in the mirror. Suddenly he thought of something and asked seemingly casually, "By the way, Professor, where's Autumn?" "Ah, she's gone to spend the summer with her parents," the elder woman replied with a faint smile. "She truly wanted to see the Grand Magus tournament," she added, "and more than that, to meet you. But her father sent a letter saying that she was going to have a baby brother soon, and Autumn did not want to miss that." Adam let out a light chuckle, a tough choice for someone so young. But inwardly he was greatly relieved. Who knew what would happen in Ravenfell during the Grand Magus tournament? It was much better for the little girl to stay away from it. Suddenly, he frowned ever so slightly. Autumn had longed to witness the tournament for years, ever since she first learned of it, he wondered. But just as it was about to begin, a letter arrived from her father. Her mother was expecting a child, and so she left Ravenfell mere weeks before calamity was about to strike. What a strange coincidence. Professor Whitaker's words snapped him out of his thoughts. "All you have to do is enter through the western gates and move through Corvette Boulevard until you arrive at Council Keep," she said. "You'll be accompanied by Radon and your men from the Black Legion. Keep in mind, Adam, there will be tens of thousands of people gathered on both sides of the boulevard, so try and smile a little, okay?" "What?" Adam's lips twitched. "Tens of thousands of people. Why would there be so many? And I have to smile at them." Radon let out a light chuckle. "My lord, tens of thousands is just the minimum estimate. You should expect to see numbers in the 6 digits. You've been away from Ravenfell for over a year now, so you may not know this, but the residents of the city have almost grown fanatical about you." Adam turned to him and blinked. "Are you being serious?" Radon nodded, answering matter-of-factly, "Very much so, my lord." "And this goes without saying, but you need to be on your best behavior," Professor Whitaker said with narrowed eyes. "And I better not see that wine gourd hanging by your waist." Adam didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Professor, I have that much common sense at least." "Is that so?" Professor Whitaker shrugged. "I couldn't tell." Adam's lips twitched. "Damn it, old woman. Teasing me in front of all these people," he thought helplessly. He could already see Radon and even the maids doing their best to prevent a chuckle from escaping their lips. In the end, he could only helplessly sigh. As the maids draped the gray cape over his shoulders, the elderly professor spoke again. "It would be ideal if you could cast a spell, for show, of course. A display of your arcane prowess. As I said before, you must make a statement. And what about those old fogies from the other pillars?" Adam asked with an amused look on his face. "Should I show them their place too, Professor? Lady Benton did mention they were looking down on me." Professor Whitaker gave him a stern look. "Don't do anything that could jeopardize our relations with the other 3 pillars, or with Baja. You must understand, you are now the face of both Saratoga and Ravenfell. From this point on, your actions will be seen as theirs." "Ah, I get it," said the raven-haired youth with a nonchalant look on his face. Adam, the elderly woman's eyes narrowed. "Don't worry, Professor," Adam grinned. "I'll put on a spectacular show." Inwardly, he continued, "Those fools will think twice before doubting my skills." His eyes flashed with a peculiar light, and he thought, "And I also have to see how many rats are hiding in the crowd. So this is something I must do." The maids had finally helped him don the full body armor. They gave a respectful bow and soon left the room, leaving behind only Radon and Professor Whitaker standing beside Adam. The raven-haired youth took a step forward and admired his reflection in the mirror. His armor was a masterwork of arcane craftsmanship, forged from an obsidian black alloy that shimmered faintly under the light, as if shadows themselves clung onto its surface. Each plate was carved with delicate, almost imperceptible runes. The pauldrons were broad, angular, and adorned with silver inlays, giving him a commanding presence. His gauntlets were clawed and precise, built for both casting and combat, while his boots thudded with the weight of unshakable purpose. Draped over his shoulders was a high-collared gray cape, clasped by a pair of brooches bearing the insignia of Saratoga and Ravenfell, respectively. This armor set was a rank 3 artifact gifted to him by the Lord Marshal of Ravenfell, Sabrina Benton. It was built for war. It was built for magic. In that armor, Adam looked less like a man and more like a living myth. "I like it," the youth grinned. He waved his hand and conjured his black, pointy hat, but before he could place it on his head, the elderly woman snatched it from his hand. "Professor," Adam called out, exasperated. The old lady wagged her finger with gentle firmness. No, dear boy, not today. The people need to see your face. This hat hides it, and we can't have that. So no. But this is my trademark, Adam protested. Professor Whittaker shot him a stern look again. You can wear it after your homecoming parade. Adam's lips opened and then closed. In the end, he reluctantly nodded. Fine. Adam offered a gentle smile. Of course, Professor. Very well then. The elderly woman turned around and headed outside. Your men are waiting for you. The three exited the building and arrived before an open field where dozens of magi from the Black Legion were standing in orderly rows. Radon stepped forward and roared at the top of his lungs, Men, greet your Lord Commander. The armored warriors of the Black Legion thumped their chest plates with fervor, the resounding clangs echoing through every street and alley of Geeling. Ooh-ah-ah, 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 ooh-ah-ah. Adam raised his hand, and at once silence fell over his ranks. His sharp gaze swept across each of his men, pride gleaming in his dark eyes. Then, with a bold grin, he called out, onward to Ravenfell. Ravenfell, just as Adam departed from the Geeling outpost, bound for the city, far away in a dimly lit chamber shrouded in secrecy, several magi from the Cult of Bones had convened in silence. All of them had strength equivalent to the Mana Core rank. Only one person was sitting at the table, while the rest stood before him out of respect. This went on to show just how much power and influence the seated man held within the cult. The seated man tapped the wooden table with his fingers in a rhythmic manner, thinking of the next course of action. He was given full authority by the cult leader to carry out operations this time. As such, he had to carefully weigh in all the risks and other factors before coming to a decision. One of the Mana Core Magi spoke up, My lord, why did you call us here today? Despite all of them being Mana Core Magi, the people standing were clearly afraid of the one seated. Was it his strength? Or was it his reach within the cult? Only time would tell. The seated man stopped tapping his fingers on the table. He rested his chin in the other hand and sighed. The Dark King is arriving later this evening. He paused for a moment before continuing. All of you leave the city at once. The standing magi were perplexed. The one who had spoken earlier couldn't help but speak up again. My lord, not even Blackwood was able to see through our concealment technique. Do you perhaps think that the Dark King can? Precisely. The seated man nodded, his tone calm yet laced with amusement. The other magi exchanged startled glances, clearly taken aback. He's quite the observant fellow, the man continued. In fact, there was a time he nearly pierced through my concealment. Had I hesitated a moment longer, he would have seen through me. The standing magi did not know how to react, but nothing could have prepared them for what the seated magi was about to say next. Mind you, he grinned. The Dark King was only a mana liquefaction magus at the time. A stunned silence permeated the dimly lit chamber. The Mana Core Magi were clearly impressed by Adam's observational capabilities. If what the seated man said was the truth, then they truly needed to be as far away from Ravenfell as possible. If by any chance the Dark King sensed their powerful presence, then all their meticulously laid plans would be rendered meaningless. Very well then, we shall do as you say, said the magus. Good. The seated man nodded. What about you? The magus asked. The seated man flashed a wide, unsettling grin. What about me? I'm going to go witness the Dark King's grand homecoming parade. Firsthand. On this day, the city had come alive. A large number of people, magi and mortals alike, flocked towards the western gates of the city. After all, it was the Dark King's homecoming. Rumors had started flying around since the previous day. Add to that, the city guards of Ravenfell, as well as the students of Saratoga, had begun making preparations along Corvette Boulevard. It was easy for people to guess what was going to happen. After more than a year, the Dark King was finally returning to Ravenfell. This would be the first time the people of the city would get to witness him, after he defeated several powerful mana vortex magi in the Blackshore incident and emerged victorious. The Corvette Boulevard, starting from the western gates all the way up till Council Keep, was crowded by people on both sides of the wide cobblestone road. Naturally, there wasn't enough room for so many people to stand and witness the homecoming celebration of the Dark King, so the owners of the buildings on either side of the street allowed people to enter and stand on the balconies facing the boulevard on each floor. Of course, the people entering the buildings to get a nice view from the balconies had to pay a fee. Otherwise, everyone would just enter, and there would be utter pandemonium. Even the countless ravens that normally circled the city's skyline had now taken roost, perching silently atop the buildings that lined Corvette Boulevard. At various points along the boulevard, members of different factions had claimed the balconies of surrounding buildings, each proudly displaying their colors as they awaited the procession. Gray stood for Saratoga Castle, yellow marked the Tower of Daybreak, blue signified Coral Cove, green belonged to Greenfield Ridge. And as for the Baja High Forest, they bore no banners or colors. Their regal garments and dignified presence alone were enough to distinguish them from all others. The final faction participating in the tournament, those magi unaffiliated, had dispersed along the boulevard, awaiting the start of the celebration. Of course, the faction with the most people present was naturally Saratoga Castle. Its students were the ones who worked hand in hand with the armed forces of the city to make the homecoming celebration possible in such a short amount of time. Adam Constantine was a student of Saratoga and a nobleman of Ravenfell. Naturally, these people would go all out to give him a grand welcome. The noble aristocrats of the city were also in attendance, and that included the esteemed counselors of the city. The vast majority of the professors from Saratoga had gathered as well. As for whether or not the headmaster was present, no one knew. Even the reclusive manhwarecaps, who almost never made an appearance in public, had emerged from seclusion to attend the gathering. But the most noteworthy presence of all was the delegation from Acreon, the capital of the empire itself. Rumor had it that a member of the royal family had arrived to witness the grand Magus tournament, and they were now present at the homecoming celebration of the one the entire city had been eagerly awaiting. Despite several hours passing and twilight soon approaching, the massive crowd showed no signs of impatience. If anything, the excitement only grew stronger with each passing second, and that's when it happened. It started with a low rumble coming from a distance. Several guards stationed atop the city wall spotted a large group approaching from afar, stirring a cloud of dust in their wake. Clad in black armor and gray capes, they rode fierce nightmares, every one of them, that is, except their leader. He commanded attention astride an enormous black panther. When the guards atop the city wall confirmed the approaching group proudly bearing the banner of a raven and twin swords, they erupted into loud cheers and applause. "It's the Black Legion, led by the Dark King. He has returned." When the guards on the city walls screamed the arrival of the man they had been waiting for, the entire city seemed to come to a momentary pause. Then they burst into loud cheers. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd standing on either side of the Corvette Boulevard. People started to jump in joy and scream at the top of their lungs. He was here. Man they were all waiting for. The man who led Ravenfell to victory in the Blackshore incident. The Dark King was finally here. At once, the students of Saratoga, who had taken their positions by the cobbled street near the western gates, started to play flutes and trumpets in an enthusiastic manner. Meanwhile, the armored magi of the Black Legion, who stood right at the boundary of the road, began to sing simultaneously. From Shadow's Edge and Crimson Field, he forged his fate with blade and shield. The world once burned, the stars once fled, but still he marched, though all thought dead. The people gathered by the boulevard and on the balconies were surprised when suddenly the magi of the Black Legion started to sing. But hearing their song, the audience couldn't help but erupt into applause. At once, the clamor died down ever so slightly, allowing the Dark King's men to sing to their heart's content. He has returned. He has returned. The Dark King's fire forever burns. Raise your blades, the hour is near. The mighty Dark King is finally here. And while the men sang, Adam and the group of magi trailing behind him drew nearer. Even from a distance, he could hear the loud cheers and applause. More than that, he could also hear his men sing the new marching song of the Black Legion. His lips formed a smirk, and he gently patted Valyrian's broad, furry back and whispered, "Let's give them a good show, eh, Val?" Valyrian flashed his sharp teeth, his eyes flickering with excitement. Of course, brother, back in Ravenfell, the men of the Black Legion continued to sing, eliciting gasps and exclamations from the tens of thousands of people who had gathered. Through storm and stone, he carved the way, no light, no guide, just will to say. Now hear the drums, now feel the ground, King Constantine is empire bound. They thumped their breastplates in a slow and steady rhythm, their gazes never leaving the western gates. They could see it. They could see their Lord Commander's silhouette closing in from a distance. He has returned. He has returned. The Dark King's fire forever burns. Raise your blades, the hour is near. The mighty Dark King is finally here. Standing on the third-floor balcony of one of the numerous buildings facing Corvette Boulevard, Anna rested her elbows on the railing and leaned forward, watching the spectacle with a faint smile adorning her lips. "They sure love him," said the silver-haired and blue-eyed young woman, Ada Bray, standing beside her. She turned to look at her childhood friend and pouted. "You should have taken me with you yesterday to meet your brother." Anna smiled. "You can get to meet him later." Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at the silver-haired young woman with slightly narrowed eyes. "You better not have any plans for him. I'm warning you, Ada." HMPH, the silver-haired woman scoffed. "I am into men, not boys." Meanwhile, Caspar York, who was standing beside her, couldn't help but grumble inwardly, "Boy, the Dark King is manlier than any man I've ever met, huh?" "No, what am I thinking? You seem strange," said Darrow, looking at the old man with suspicious eyes. "What happened yesterday? You've been in a daze ever since you returned." "Shut up and focus on the parade," Caspar York roared at him. The auburn-haired man was startled by that strange reaction. In the end, he pursed his lips and silently turned his attention to the street below. "Senile old man," he thought, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Dun dun dun, dun dun dun, dun dun. The guards stationed atop the city wall started playing drums. Along with the sound of horns and trumpets, it created a spectacular vibe that went truly well with the marching song of the Black Legion. From Shadow's Edge and Crimson Field, he forged his fate with blade and shield. The world once burned, the stars once fled, but still he marched, though all thought dead. He has returned, he has returned. The Dark King's fire forever burns. Raise your blades, the hour is near, the mighty Dark King is finally here. The atmosphere had reached the zenith. Everyone gathered could feel their hearts beating louder and louder. They had never witnessed such spectacular fanfare before. The entirety of Ravenfell had come together to welcome its proud son. Standing at the top floor balcony of another building, Edward had a wide grin plastered across his face. His skin was covered in goosebumps as he saw the crowd down below jump in joy and scream at the top of their lungs. He saw the students of Saratoga Castle looking towards the western gates with emotional eyes. Some of them had even begun crying tears of joy. The Magi of the Black Legion sang the marching song with utmost passion while thumping their breastplates. The citizens of Ravenfell felt their hearts swell with pride and admiration for the one who was about to enter through the towering western gates. Dun dun dun, dun dun dun, dun dun. The sound of drums pierced through the clouds, and the marching song of the brave warriors could be heard across every district in Ravenfell. Unable to hold it in any longer, Edward threw his head back and laughed out loud. Kahahaha, he's done it, that mad lad. Beside him, the students from the tower were startled by his strange, sudden reaction. Perhaps only Lisa could truly understand his feelings. After all, she too shared them. She turned towards the western gates of the city. It had been enveloped in gray fog all of a sudden, hiding the view of the other side. A brilliant smile bloomed on her face as she clenched her fists in excitement. I'm so proud of you, Adam. Meanwhile, the men of the Black Legion continued to sing, their voices growing louder and louder with each passing moment. Through storm and stone he carved the way, no light, no guide, just will to say. Now hear the drums, now feel the ground, King Constantine is empire bound. Dun dun dun, dun dun dun, dun dun, he has returned, he has returned. The Dark King's fire forever burns. Raise your blades, the hour is near, the mighty Dark King is finally here. Right at that moment, a thunderous voice pierced through the fog surrounding the western gates, echoing through the Corvette Boulevard. Ravenfell, it was Radon's voice. He took a deep breath and continued beyond the heavy fog. The Dark King has arrived, and then suddenly, an enormous figure tore through the gray fog and gracefully landed on the cobblestone boulevard. He was a majestic creature, his fur as dark as midnight. Powerful muscles rippled beneath his sleek frame, and his topaz eyes gleamed with sharp intelligence. His teeth, like polished blades, came with a promise of swift and silent death. ROARR. Mounted atop the majestic Black Panther was an armored magus, clad in obsidian plate. His very presence exuded silent authority. And his aura tyrannical. In his gauntleted hand, he held a long black staff that exuded an aura of overwhelming dominance, its body seemingly absorbing the very light around it. At both ends of the staff, dark gold caps gleamed with a heavy sheen, as if forged from the molten dusk itself. Coiled around these dark gold ends were serpents of shadows, their forms almost alive. The young magus spun the staff in his hand as he scanned the large crowd with his dark eyes that glinted with mischief. The moment this person made his appearance, everyone in the crowd held their breaths. For most of them, it was the first time they were witnessing his proud and aloof young man. It was only for a moment, but the entire place had come to a standstill as if time itself had stopped. And then they erupted into loud cheers and applause, screaming at the top of their lungs as they celebrated the return of the greatest prodigy these lands had ever witnessed. This was the youngest man to become a monovortex magus. This was the Dark King. Adam felt a strange feeling bubbling up inside his heart. When he looked at the faces of all these people who had gathered, the way they cheered for him, the way they looked at him with worship in their eyes, made him feel strangely happy. He directed Valyrian to take a few steps forward, allowing Radon and the few dozen men behind him to enter through the western gates. The cheers and applause were deafening. If it weren't for the members of the Black Legion as well as other magi from the city's armed forces lining the boulevard, the crowd would have flooded in and surrounded Adam. Look, father, mother, he said to himself. I hope I've made you proud. This was his moment to shine. Valyrian continued to take one step after another, slowly moving forward. He didn't forget to display a pompous expression, his topaz eyes flickering with glee. The sounds of horns, trumpets, and drums grew louder, echoing across every street and alley in the city. Add to that, the marching song that the men of the Black Legion still continued to sing, elevated the atmosphere even further. People gathered on the ground waved their hands enthusiastically, trying their best to catch the Dark King's attention. Until now, they had only heard of him in tales, but seeing him in person was even more rewarding. Like a prince in shining armor straight out of a fairy tale, he captured the hearts of many young maidens as soon as he made his appearance. Numerous young ladies standing in the crowd threw flowers at him, screaming at the top of their lungs just for a single glance. The gentle wind tugged at his gray cape, causing it to flutter behind him and adding to his heroic presence. The reactions from these women Adam hadn't expected them at all. For a moment, he didn't know how to react. Feeling slightly embarrassed, his body got stiff for a second. The voices of women asking him to marry them drifted into his ears, further embarrassing him. Right at that moment, a familiar voice echoed inside his mind. Avoid looking people in the eyes. Look at the space above their heads. Smile and wave. Adam's eyes lit up. He traced the mana fluctuations, instantly finding the source of the spell. He raised his head and gazed in the direction of a third-floor balcony of one of the countless buildings lining the boulevard. There he saw a crimson-haired young woman in luxurious dark clothes, resting her elbows on the railings and looking at him with a warm smile. The moment Adam saw that it was his sister, he revealed a radiant smile and waved in her direction. Anna waved at him from the balcony, her eyes flashing with pride. Meanwhile, the silver-haired woman standing beside her glanced at the figure of the Dark King in a stunned daze. Her eyes were glued to the handsome raven-haired youth as she asked softly, "That is your brother?" "Yes," Anna smiled. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong in Ada's tone. She turned towards her and was startled to see that her friend's cheeks had turned red, her blue eyes flashing with infatuation. Anna wanted to say something, but in the end, she simply shook her head in exasperation. "You're hopeless." On the balcony of another building, where the elves of Baja stood in quiet grace, Adil's gaze cut through the cascading confetti and landed on Adam's figure. Her green eyes shone with wonder and surprise, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "That's Adam. He's changed so much." Back in Moon City, Adam's features were ordinary, unremarkable at best, but the raven-haired youth, who now rode through the gates, was a far cry from his former self. Hearing that remark, Danley, who was standing beside her, frowned a little. "You're right. He used to be ugly, but he's not anymore." Elrod displayed a faint smile as he gazed at Adam and Valyrian. "He's grown taller, broader, too. There's strength in his frame now, and that cat of his." A mana vortex magus standing beside him turned to look at him with an arched brow. "You did mention that the boy the Dark King, is a herbalist, but there's only so much magical potions and medicinal baths can do to alter one's physique." "Indeed," Elrod nodded with a thoughtful expression. "The last time I met him was a little over a decade ago. Since then, his transformation has been quite drastic. Maybe he's just a late bloomer." Adil covered her mouth and giggled. On another balcony in a nearby building, a group of people donning luxurious and regal robes had gathered. This balcony was noticeably more spacious than the others, almost too spacious, as if its exclusivity was intentional, as if others had been deliberately barred from setting foot in this building. A middle-aged man, his dark brown hair streaked with silver at the temples, stood leaning against the railing. Clad in ostentatious white and gold robes that shimmered gloriously under the sunlight, he watched Adam with a faint, knowing smile gracing his handsome features. An old man stood quietly behind him, his back hunched, not from age alone, but as if perpetually bowed in deference. His gaze shifted from Adam, who was waving to the crowd below, to the middle-aged man beside him, studying his expression with silent attentiveness. "What do you think of the boy, Your Highness?" the old man asked respectfully. The middle-aged man's blue eyes flashed with quiet brilliance. "I finally understand why the people revere him so deeply," he said. He paused for a moment, letting his gaze sweep across the throngs below, watching their cheers rise like a tide for the one they called the Dark King. A faint smile touched his lips. "It's not because he's the youngest ever to reach the mana vortex rank. It's not even because of his monstrous fighting prowess, no," he murmured. "It's because he was a commoner, a nobody. A farmer's son who defied every expectation and earned the title of king." He straightened slightly as he continued, his voice tinged with something close to admiration. "For generations, they said only the wealthy, the noble blood, had a real chance at stepping on the path of the arcane. But the Dark King shattered that illusion. He climbed the tower from the base with no name, no wealth, just will. And so the people love him, because to them he is hope incarnate." As he spoke those noble words, the smile on his lips widened, and a thought echoed in the back of his mind. No wonder father and grandfather have taken an interest in him. The ghostly light of the setting sun dyed the evening sky in myriad shades of purple and orange. The blanket of night was soon about to cover the landscape. Adam and Valyrian moved slowly through the Corvette Boulevard, the former waving at people on either side of him with a forced smile on his face. If he was being honest, he was tired of waving and smiling now. But still, it was something that had to be done. He recalled Professor Whitaker's stern words before he departed from Geeling. He was to put on his best behavior and smile and wave at the crowd. He was the face of Saratoga and Ravenfell, and as such, he had to keep up with appearances. If it were up to him, he would have simply strutted through the boulevard with a wine gourd in hand, reciting a poem or two in a drunken stupor. But he continued to do what he was doing, even though he didn't like it. The fact that the people's enthusiasm still hadn't waned truly warmed his heart. The youth turned toward the west, gazing at the sun that had sunk below the horizon. Then he raised his head and glanced at the sky that was gradually turning dark. His lips curled into a faint smirk, and he mused, "It's about time I put on a magical show for these folks." The next moment, he raised his free hand and clenched it into a fist. When Radon spotted the signal, his voice rang out with authority, clear and commanding. Black Legion, halt your march. Uaah, uaah, uaah. At once, the armored magi following behind Adam loudly thumped their chest plates in obedience and directed their mounts to stop. Adam spun the Staff of Calamity in a smooth arc before driving it into the ground with a loud thud. He took a moment, letting the silence settle, then slowly swept his gaze across the sea of faces before him. As he did, the smile on his face deepened, calm, confident, and resolute. The crowd was still cheering with unrestrained enthusiasm, but the moment they saw Adam slowly raise his hands and begin weaving hand seals with calm precision, they could no longer contain themselves. A thunderous wave of excitement erupted, louder, wilder, almost primal. The very ground seemed to tremble beneath their feet as they jumped and shouted with unbridled joy. Even the seasoned magi from the Four Pillars and the dignified delegation of the Baja High Forest watched with a mix of awe and trepidation, silently wondering just what kind of spell the Dark King was about to show them. Adam weaved hand seals slowly and for almost a few minutes, allowing the suspense to hang in the air. As he completed the final hand seal, a thick, oppressive layer of mana surged over his body, only to vanish just as swiftly as it had materialized. To the untrained eye, it might have gone unnoticed. However, to the mana vortex magi scattered among the crowd, it was unmistakable. Their eyes narrowed in unison. It had lasted but a fleeting moment, yet in that instant they had felt it. The staggering density of mana radiating from Adam was powerful enough to shake even the most seasoned of them. But that was just the tip of the iceberg. While Adam had prepared a spell flashy enough to dazzle the masses, he had something else in store for the select few who truly mattered. The mana vortex magi in the crowd. It was a little surprise, crafted not for applause but for something else, something subtle yet overwhelming. Something that would remind the mana vortex magi watching from the shadows why he was known as the tyrant. Sorry, Professor, he mused, a mischievous glint flickering in his eyes, but I just can't help myself. The moment he had finished casting his spell, a gentle breeze swept across the crowd. In that moment, they knew something had changed. There were no magic circles that had materialized because Adam had concealed them, so the crowd did not know just where the spell would originate from. They curiously looked around, trying to find the changes in their surroundings. Some even looked up, but all they saw was a dark sky with purple hues streaking across the horizon. Suddenly, a clear voice rang through the air. Down below, everyone simultaneously lowered their heads, and that's when they saw it. Small white flower buds began to sprout from the ground, first by tens, then by hundreds, and soon by thousands. They rose from the earth as if spring had arrived in full force in an instant, and within moments the buds unfurled into fully bloomed daffodils, blanketing this part of the city in a sea of white blossoms. This spell was similar to the one Adam had cast before his parents' grave, but this one was on a much larger scale. Needless to say, it was an illusion. However, when some of the people in the crowd crouched to touch the pristine white petals of the daffodils, they could swear that the sensation they felt was very much real. Adam smiled faintly, gazing at the crowd, which seemed to be greatly enjoying the spell, but he was not done yet. He willed it in his mind, and the next instant, the white daffodils began to slowly rise from the ground, lifting into the air as if reaching for the heavens. Gasps of awe echoed from the crowd as the flowers floated gracefully around them, weaving through the air in gentle spirals before ascending towards the night sky. It was a breathtaking sight, a spectacle of elegance and wonder. While the mortals, along with the mana foundation magi and the mana liquefaction magi, were mesmerized by the beauty of the spell, the mana vortex magi were struck with astonishment for a different reason. They could sense the immense scale of magic and recognized just how potent and deceptive the illusion was. Many among them reached out to touch the petals, and to their surprise, the daffodils responded. Not only could they feel the delicate texture, but the flowers also altered their course ever so slightly at the faintest contact. Such masterful control over mana was rare, and to achieve this with illusions so vivid, so tangible was nothing short of extraordinary. The white daffodils slowly drifted above the rooftops, rising higher and higher until they had formed a great dome of flowers, arching over this part of the city like a celestial canopy. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. Eyes, young and old, glittered with wonder as they looked up at the sky now blooming with white daffodils. And then, Adam's lips curled into a faint smirk. Snap, the crisp sound echoed clearly. In the blink of an eye, the floating daffodils began to detonate one after another. They didn't burn, however. They blossomed into brilliant, radiant bursts of white light like silent firecrackers blooming in the night sky. Thousands of these ethereal explosions bathed the city in a soft, ethereal glow. Framed against the dark sky, it was a scene unlike anything Ravenfell had ever witnessed. A snowfall of white flame, beautiful and surreal. While the crowd cheered, utterly mesmerized by the display, Adam's expression shifted. A mischievous glint flickered in his dark eyes as he secretly performed a hand seal, and that's when all the mana vortex magi in the crowd felt it. The descent of a tyrannical pressure. The sea of white daffodils was only the prelude. Each of the daffodils had been planted with a seed of spiritual energy by Adam. He had gotten the idea to pull off such an attempt by taking inspiration from the Devil of Secrets. Needless to say, his spell was nothing as vile and insidious as the devil's. The seeds inside the daffodils served only one purpose: to identify the mana vortex magi gathered in the crowd. After all, until and unless one cast a spell or proactively radiated their mana fluctuations, it was nigh impossible to tell what arcane rank they were. The exception to this was that stronger magi could tell the arcane ranks of the weaker magi. An invisible thread connected all the seeds inside the white daffodils. Once Adam had identified where the mana vortex magi of the various factions had gathered, he cast another spell, this one in secret. As the thousands of floating daffodils exploded one after another, bathing the city in an ethereal glow, the mana vortex magi in the crowd stiffened. Their hearts skipped a beat. An oppressive weight suddenly descended upon them. It was invisible, silent, yet overwhelming. Like an unseen colossus had just set its gaze on them. Their breathing grew shallow, that feeling the tyrannical pressure. It was suffocating, and it came from one person and one person only. Knowing that the mana foundation magi, the mana liquefaction magi, and the mortals around them were completely fine, all oblivious to the fact of what was happening to them as they enjoyed the fireworks, the mana vortex magi knew. This was the Dark King making a statement. Rank 3 spell, Amplify Gravity. In that split moment where everyone's gaze was drawn to the magnificent fireworks in the night sky, Adam had cast several spells one after another, right underneath the mana vortex magi's feet. The mana and spiritual energy acted in unison, complementing one another and forming such a grand feat of magical brilliance. A drop of sweat trickled down Adam's forehead, and he slightly grimaced. But the smirk on his lips never faltered. That was tougher than I expected, he mused, but definitely worth it. The old man with the hunched back, who was standing beside the crown prince, suddenly lost his footing and miserably fell to the ground. But his well-being was the least of his worries. His alarmed gaze instantly shifted to the middle-aged man beside him. "Your Highness, are you all right?" The Prince of Acadia stood tall and unyielding despite the pressure of gravity bearing down on him. His fingers had dug into the railing and his lips formed a grin. Truly fascinating, Dark King. The gravitational force was present for only a few moments, but it was enough to leave a deep impression. "Lord Caspar, are you all right?" Darrell asked with a concerned look on his face. No one knew what truly happened. One moment the elderly man was enjoying the brilliant fireworks in the sky. The next moment he was staggering, trying to find balance. If it wasn't for Darrell, Caspar would have miserably fallen to the ground. The old man's back was drenched in cold sweat. In those few moments when the gravity had increased, he felt like his heart was gripped by an invisible hand. He turned to the crimson-haired princess, his eyes trembling with anxiety. "What happened?" Anna looked at her protector, utterly confused and panic-stricken. "Your brother Caspar York," began, his voice shaky, "is a monster." Kahaha. Edwin Turner stood tall like a monolith, his arms crossed before him. He gazed at the rest of the professors from the tower. Some had stumbled to the ground, while others managed to retain their balance. He then turned to Edward and spoke with a grin. "So you're telling me you all didn't feel a thing just now?" Edward shook his head, confused. "Were we supposed to?" Kahaha. Edwin laughed even louder. His gaze shifted to Adam's departing back, and he couldn't help but praise magnificent. "Truly magnificent." "Professor," Chris Cloud called out in alarm as he saw the elderly woman miserably fall on the floor. He and Mikar Atkins gently helped her to her feet, their faces strewn with panic. They couldn't help but wonder if their professor had been attacked. Soner Pitt, the professor from Greefield Ridge, couldn't be bothered about her embarrassment, or that the fact that the other professors from the institution also did not fare any better. Her gaze was drawn to the Dark King's departing back, eyes tainted with shock and fright. "It can't be," she muttered incredulously. "To be able to cast a spell on selected targets in a crowd of tens of thousands." Soner Pitt loudly gulped. "Has he already surpassed us all?" Standing at the open mezzanine in Council Keep, all the counselors of Ravenfell except one had gathered with their families. Moreover, other influential aristocrats were also present. All the mana vortex magi had felt the tyrannical shift in gravity that occurred for a few seconds, leaving them shocked. That cheeky little brat, Sabrina Benton, standing straight as an arrow, revealed a faint smirk. "Using gravity magic to embarrass us, not bad, although Mathilda won't be happy about it." Beside her, her eldest son, Nash Benton, muttered in surprise, "And he only targeted the mana vortex magi. Truly extraordinary." Of all the mana vortex magi standing on the open structure, only a few had managed to remain standing, these two included. Meanwhile, Martin Benton, Sabrina's youngest son, clumsily grabbed the marble railings and got to his feet. He had truly embarrassed himself by falling so miserably, but so had a few other people near him. But that was not what he cared about. "I see," he exclaimed as he properly settled his round, crystal glasses. "He must have located us through the flowers earlier. I could sense faint spiritual energy fluctuations from them. I just know that has to be the case. Truly ingenious." Hammond MacLeod, Ives Ballard, and Taryn Norwood had ghastly expressions on their faces. They had lost balance just now due to Adam's antics and couldn't help but feel greatly embarrassed. Daniel Ransenberg, on the other hand, stood unfazed as he glanced at Adam making his way towards Council Keep. He didn't utter a word about the gravity spell, and his thoughts were a mystery. As the crowd enjoyed the brilliant fireworks caused by the detonation of thousands of daffodils in the sky, Adam made his way inside Council Keep along with his men. By the time the fireworks had ceased, Sabrina Benton stepped forward as she cast a voice amplification spell. She raised her arms wide, her voice ringing clear and resolute across the boulevard. People of Acadia let the Grand Magus tournament officially begin. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd. Trumpets blared, banners were unfurled, and in that moment the city of Ravenfell trembled, not with fear, but with roaring anticipation. While the crowd celebrated in euphoric delight, far removed from the cheers and fanfare, an old magus stood atop a spire of a distant building, cloaked in black robes that fluttered gently in the wind. His face bore no emotion as he watched the spectacle unfold below, at least not until Adam cast his final spell. The moment that invisible surge of gravity magic pressed down upon the mana vortex magi, a subtle smile formed on his lips. He took a slow drag from his pipe, savoring the flavor of fine tobacco. After exhaling a smooth plume of smoke, Headmaster Marcus Blackwood murmured to the empty rooftop, "What do you think?" There was no one standing beside him. Yet the next moment an aged voice echoed around him. "Maestro of magic." Hearing such words of praise, Headmaster Blackwood's smile deepened, his eyes flickering with pride. Then, without so much as a whisper of sound, his body dissolved into a flurry of black feathers, scattering into countless ravens that soared into the night sky, disappearing without a trace. At the same time, high above the clouds, a mysterious figure silently observed the events in Ravenfell unfold, unseen, unknown, and completely unnoticed. From the moment Adam entered through the western gates to the instant he stepped into Council Keep, the figure's gaze never wavered. After witnessing it all, he let out a low chuckle. "Not bad, boy." The next moment, his form dissipated into wisps of smoke and vanished with the wind, with none being the wiser. Council Keep upped on quarter. "Good job, men." Adam turned to the Magi of the Black Legion and flashed a toothy grin. "Ooh-ah-ah-h." The warriors thumped their breastplates, their backs straight as an arrow, as they gazed at their Lord Commander with great admiration. They hadn't seen him for more than a year. Together with the black armor that he had donned and the gray cape over his shoulder, he looked like a mythical warrior from legends. Needless to say, they were proud to serve a man like him. Radon stepped forward and respectfully said, "My lord, there is one last thing left for you to do." Adam's expression sank. "One last thing? You've got to be kidding me." He was, frankly, exhausted from the whole ordeal just now. The waving and smiling were annoying, but weren't taxing. However, the gravity spells that he had cast on selective targets in a crowd of tens of thousands of people had taken a slight toll on him. He wanted nothing more than to go to his manor, drink some wine, and relax. Come to think of it, the new house must have been ready by now, he thought. "I can't wait to see it." Radon smiled awkwardly. "The Lord Marshal requests your presence in the council chamber. The councilors, as well as several influential aristocrats, are awaiting your arrival." Adam rolled his eyes. "My goodness, now I have to socialize with them." Although he despised the idea, he still turned around and climbed the staircase. He, too, was a count, after all, and there were certain things that were expected of him. Not to mention, he was now considered the face of Ravenfell as well. "Come with me, Radon," said the raven-haired youth. "I can't do this alone." The captain of the Black Legion grinned. "It would be my pleasure, my lord." The towering obsidian doors to the council chamber opened, and Adam stepped inside. The hushed conversations inside the chamber immediately died down when the Dark King entered. All eyes were on him. There was something about the Dark King that caused them to feel a faint tension in their heart. After all, the young man, even without attempting to, emanated a faint pressure that caused everyone to involuntarily turn solemn. Adam scanned the chamber, taking in everything. Some people looked at him with grim expressions, while others cast curious and appreciative gazes at him. Finally, his gaze landed on Sabrina Benton, who was chatting with her elder son and a few other people. The raven-haired youth displayed a faint smile as he walked up to her. He pressed his gauntleted hand over his chest plate and gave a light bow. "Greetings, Lord Marshal." Benton arched an eyebrow as she looked at him with an amused smirk. "Oh my, I thought you'd forgotten your manners now that you've become king." Adam's lips twitched. "You jest." Sabrina Benton let out a light chuckle. She then patted the raven-haired youth's shoulder and praised, "Nice work out there." Although her voice trailed off, a spark of schadenfreude flickering in her eyes. "You'll have a lot of explaining to do to Mathilda." Adam involuntarily gulped. He immediately scanned the chamber once again. After confirming that the elderly professor wasn't present, he breathed a sigh of relief. "She's not here. She's gone to the northern quarter," Benton answered with a light smirk. "You are safe, for now." A middle-aged man with a clean-shaven face and short hair stepped forward and offered a handshake. The man was Sabrina Benton's eldest son and the next in line to become the patriarch of the Benton family. "Welcome back to Ravenfell, Count Constantine." Nash Benton smiled. Adam removed his gauntlets and shook the man's hand. "Lord Benton, it is a pleasure to see you again." "The pleasure is all mine." Right at that moment, a clumsy-looking middle-aged man who shared great facial similarities with Nash Benton excitedly stepped toward Adam. "Magus Constantine. Those flowers, they contained your spiritual energy, am I right?" Marden Benton's eyes flashed with curiosity and wonder. "You must have devised a way to connect all the flowers and have your perception transmitted through them." "Marvelous, truly marvelous. And through that you were able to locate all the mana vortex magi. But still, there were quite a lot of us in the crowd. The fact that you were able to pinpoint our exact location and cast a spell right under our feet, I am truly speechless." "Magus Constantine, your understanding of magic is truly profound." Nash Benton coughed awkwardly. He placed a hand on his brother's shoulder and smiled. "Perhaps this is a conversation for some other time." Marden glanced at his brother, then at all the other people in the chamber looking at him with ridicule. He couldn't help but feel a little downcast. "You're right, forgive me, Lord Constantine." He forced a smile. "I just got a little too excited." However, Adam's reply was completely unexpected. "You're right on the mark, Lord Benton." Adam flashed a grin. The same light of childlike wonder and curiosity that flashed in Marden's eyes earlier could now be seen in his dark eyes. "I didn't think anyone would be able to figure it out from a mere glance," said Adam. "But it was exactly like you mentioned. I indeed connected all the flowers with my spiritual energy and managed to pull that feat. And since my spiritual energy was already spread far and wide, it didn't take me long to create the spell models right under the targets. Of course, I also made sure to conceal these magic circles." "Haha," Marden Benton was animated. "I knew I was right, I knew it." Adam laughed out as well. "Indeed, Lord Benton." Seeing the two get along so well, the others found it quite odd. After all, Marden Benton was an outcast in the aristocratic circles. He was the black sheep of the Benton family. But seeing the second son of Sabrina Benton receive acknowledgement from the Dark King himself caused the other magi in the room to reconsider their views of Marden Benton, and it would appear that the two would go on talking about the technical aspect of Adam's spell if no one intervened. Fortunately, Radon leaned forward and whispered, "My lord, the Lord Marshal is waiting." Adam snapped out of his daze and noticed that Sabrina Benton was looking at him and her son with a smile that was not really a smile. "Lord Benton, how about we talk about this later?" Marden was initially confused, but when he noticed that the others in the room were silently looking at them, he suddenly started to feel very nervous. "Why yes, of course, Magus Constantine. It was nice talking to you." With that said, he awkwardly retreated to the back. "Come." Sabrina stepped forward, guiding Adam to a certain person in the chamber. "Let me introduce you to the newest member of the Council of Seven." Following the passing of Brigham Flynn, a seat on the Council of Seven had been left vacant. While Adam had been away from the city, the remaining councilors had come together and chosen a new magus to take Brigham Flynn's place. Of course, the entire process was very thorough and methodical. Not just the councilors, but the other aristocrats of Ravenfell had also cast their votes. The requirements were clear. They had to be a mana vortex magus, born and raised in Ravenfell, and possess unwavering loyalty to the city. After months of rigorous elections and careful scrutiny, a new councilor finally rose to take the vacant seat, and it was someone Adam knew. Sabrina Benton stood beside an old man with white hair and a matching beard. His piercing blue eyes radiated warmth and wisdom, lending him a scholarly and approachable air. He wore white robes adorned with delicately embroidered green leaves along the hems. Even standing near him, one could catch the subtle fragrance of rare herbs and magical ingredients. The Lord Marshal smiled as she gestured toward him. "This is the newest councillor of Ravenfell, and as you already know, the leader of the Herbalists Guild, Lord Halbert Dawson." Adam was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected this man to become the councillor of Ravenfell at all. Halbert Dawson was also the first mana vortex magus Adam had gotten acquainted with when he first arrived in the city. "Haha, Adam." The old man called him out with great familiarity. He stepped forward and gave the youth a warm hug. "Welcome home." "Lord Dawson, what a surprise." Adam revealed a happy smile. Out of all the people in this room, he was most familiar with the leader of the Herbalists Guild. Moreover, they also shared a long history. Halbert Dawson gently clasped the raven-haired youth's shoulders and sighed, his blue eyes flashing with a reminiscence. Times certainly change, don't they? I never would have imagined the young herbalism prodigy who joined the guild more than a decade ago would one day rise to the station of king. Adam offered a sincere smile. It is a pleasure to see you again, Lord Dawson. He paused for a moment before adding with a respectful bow, and congratulations on your appointment as counselor. I have no doubt that you will serve the city with the same care and dedication you've shown while leading the Herbalists Guild all these years. Adam returned the hug with a smile, one that briefly faltered when the newly appointed counselor transmitted a cryptic, ominous message directly into his mind. His expression froze for only a heartbeat before he composed himself once more. With a calm nod, Adam cast a lingering, unreadable glance at Halbert Dawson. Then, without missing a beat, he turned to greet the other aristocrats in the room. After that, he greeted all the other people in the chamber. However, a cold feeling of foreboding had already clawed its way into his heart. From time to time, he would look at Halbert Dawson. The man seemed normal, going around smiling warmly and chatting amicably with the others, but Adam could see it. Deep down, the bastard wanted something from him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought that topic up, and Adam knew exactly what he was talking about. He was absent-minded for the rest of the duration while he greeted the other magi. That was until he came across one of the other counselors of the city. It was an old man with blonde hair and topaz eyes, frivolous, arrogant, and aloof. And now, there was another word forever tied to his name. Traitor Lord Constantine, welcome back to Ravenfell. Ives Ballard stepped forward, extending his hand. He had a dashing smile on his face, and the look he gave Adam suggested that the two were old friends. And for those who didn't know, Ives Ballard would indeed appear like someone who was greeting an old buddy. However, Adam remembered. Right after the Duskfall incident, this old man had launched a sneak attack on him, trying to kill him. How could he ever forget? Adam stepped forward with the same amicable smile on his lips. He shook the counselor's hand and greeted, "It's great to see you, Lord Ballard. I trust all is well." The moment those words left his lips, a soft sound echoed through the chamber. It was barely audible, but unmistakably sharp. Crack. Most of the magi gathered looked around, confused about where the sound had come from. Few magi, mostly Ives Ballard's family members and the Lord Marshal and her family members, noticed the true source of that sound. A drop of sweat trickled down the side of Ives Ballard's face. However, he made sure to display the same smile on his face. "What's the matter, my lord?" Adam asked, his tone tinged with slight concern. "Is everything all right?" Ballard's eyes flashed with unmasked hostility. He gritted his teeth and smiled. "Yes, everything is." Crack. Adam applied pressure, ruthlessly shattering even more bones in the traitor's hand. "Fine," Ballard continued. By now, the people around him clearly noticed what was going on. Ballard family members openly showed hostility towards Adam. The man's eldest son was about to step forward and confront the raven-haired youth. But a simple glance from the Dark King caused him to freeze in his place. "Good boy," Adam said with a dark smile. He then turned to Ives Ballard and leaned forward a little, whispering in his ears, "Don't think for a second that I've forgotten about that night." With that said, he turned around and greeted the rest of the counselors. Ives Ballard gazed at his departing back with murderous eyes, his thoughts a mystery. Father, his eldest son, also a mana vortex magus, called out to him, his face plastered with indignation. "We're leaving," Ives Ballard muttered coldly before storming out of the council chamber. Their brief interaction made the others in the room wonder if there was some bad blood between the counselor and the Dark King. But that was all they did, just speculate. None dared to even step forward to mediate. One was a counselor, while the other was the Dark King. And right now the halo around the Dark King shone, brighter than even all the counselors combined. Adam put this matter to the back of his mind and turned to greet the other counselors in the chamber. Much to his surprise, he learned that Nalian Fino had withdrawn from public view ever since the Blackhor incident. He couldn't help but wonder if he had gotten grievously injured in his fight against the rank 3 aberrant creature the necromancers had summoned. After he'd greeted everyone, Adam didn't linger. He bid the Lord Marshal farewell and turned to leave the council chamber. Just before stepping out, his gaze flickered toward Halbert Dawson. The old man's message still echoed inside his mind, "I know what you did." Constantine Estate, Uptown Quarter. A black carriage rolled down the street past the estate's main entrance. When Adam, seated inside, saw the sheer number of people gathered outside the gates, a look of bewilderment crossed his face. He was stunned. There had to be at least more than 100 people gathered in front of his gates. Additionally, there were also some people standing on the other side of the street. "Don't tell me," Adam muttered, quickly drawing the curtains shut. "Are they all here for me?" Radon was sitting across from the youth inside the carriage. He looked at Adam's startled expression and couldn't help but feel amused. "That is correct, my lord," he said. "They've been gathering in front of the gates for some time now." He paused, thinking of something before adding, "And now that you've made your presence known in the city, I'm afraid more of them will show up." "Tell the driver to head to the back entrance," said the raven-haired youth helplessly. Radon smiled awkwardly. "I'm afraid it'll be crowded there as well." Adam was dumbfounded. Are you telling me I have no way to enter my own house without dealing with these people? No, my lord, there is another secret entrance. Raydon let out a light chuckle. I've already instructed the driver to head there. Adam breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I truly didn't want to meet any more people right now. The conversation with Counselor Halbert Dawson had left a bitter taste in his mouth. He'd want nothing more than to retreat to the peaceful confines of his home, to think things through and plan his next steps. More troubles kept piling onto his already overflowing plate. Raydon's expression turned a little awkward. My lord, I didn't get to tell you this earlier, but while you were away, I took the liberty of helping your sister and her entourage settle into your manor. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. It's Anna, so it's fine. You did well. Soon the black carriage circled the block and arrived at a hidden entrance to the estate, concealed behind a thick cluster of trees and bushes. After confirming the coast was clear, Raydon and Adam stepped down from the carriage and approached the discreet gate. Taking in how cleverly hidden it was, Adam couldn't help but remark, "Cheers to whoever came up with this idea." After entering through the small gate, Raydon guided the raven-haired youth to the manor with great familiarity. As they walked toward the manor, Adam took a moment to look around at his estate, his eyes filled with curiosity and fascination. The garden was immaculately maintained, every hedge neatly trimmed and every flower bed bustling with vibrant colors. The white marble pathway gleamed under the ghostly light of the twin moons, flanked by rows of tall trees that rustled gently in the breeze. Graceful statues were placed strategically throughout the grounds for added aesthetics, each one carved with intricate craftsmanship. Adam couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Now this is an estate, he said, genuinely impressed. Rune truly outdid himself. After all, he had been away from the city for over a year now. Before leaving, he had left everything, including the construction and maintenance of the estate, to his trusted butler. Raydon couldn't help but agree. Indeed, my lord. While the manor was under construction, he spent nearly all his time here, overseeing the workers and making sure everything met your standards. He chuckled softly, his lips curling into a faint smile, and after it was completed, he made it his mission to keep the estate in perfect condition. To be honest, my lord, I wish I had someone like that for my manor. Haha. Hearing those words, Adam couldn't help but be reminded of the circumstances under which he had met his butler. At the time, he was investigating clues related to the cult of bones in the Corvid Quarter, and the man had approached him, quite literally, begging him to be given a chance to work. Looking back at it, Adam was glad that he was able to meet such an upright and dependable man. Right, he's a good man, he muttered softly under his breath, knowing that it was highly likely that the city of Ravenfell would turn into a battlefield in the near future. He quickly made his decision. Rune has a wife and 2 kids. I can't allow him to stay here, he thought solemnly. I'll send them away with Anna and the rest. After making their way through the sprawling courtyard, the pair finally arrived before the main manor. When Adam's gaze landed on the building, he couldn't help but pause in his footsteps and just stand there and silently admire it. The grand 2-story manor stood proudly, its pristine white marble gleaming with the ethereal light under the radiance of the twin moons. Its design was a striking blend of ancient grandeur and Gothic elegance. Tall, majestic pillars lined the facade of the manor. Above, pointed Gothic arches framed stained glass windows that shimmered with vibrant colors. A sweeping grand staircase of polished marble rose gracefully from the cobblestone courtyard, splitting into 2 arms that led up to the massive double doors. The doors themselves were carved from dark, aged wood, adorned with ornate ironwork and intricate reliefs. Beautiful marble statues occupied the balustrades on the 2nd floor, watching over the entrance with divine, timeless gazes. The entire manor exuded both strength and delicate charm. Adam's lips parted, and he muttered in a slight daze, "Simply beautiful." The maids and servants near the manor couldn't recognize Adam at first. After all, these people were only hired after the completion of the estate's construction. They knew Raydon, and the moment they saw the towering man act so submissively before the young man in black armor and the gray cape, they immediately realized who he was. At once, they stiffened. This was the lord of the estate, the one they called the Dark King. Suddenly, the main doors to the manor opened, and a middle-aged man dressed in clean and crisp garments walked out. He had already been informed by the guards of Adam's arrival. The moment this man's gaze landed on Adam, he displayed a brilliant smile. "My lord, welcome home." Adam saw Rune hurrying down the staircase and approaching him. He smiled warmly and patted him on the shoulder when he arrived. "Good job, Rune." Rune's heart was warmed by those simple words. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed respectfully. "It is my duty, my lord." Adam deeply looked at the middle-aged man, his eyes flashing with conviction. "Yes, I'll ensure you and your family leave Ravenfell. Nothing will happen to you guys." His ears suddenly perked at the sound of footsteps near the manor's entrance. Turning his head, he saw 4 people descending the grand staircase, but Adam paid the others no mind. His gaze remained fixed on the crimson-haired woman leading them. A warm smile spread across his lips. "Hello, sister." Anna walked up to him with a faint smile adorning her lips. She stopped in front of him, eyeing the black armor and the cape over his shoulders. "The armor suits you," she said. "You look like a true warrior." Adam chuckled lightly. "Well, it's a shame I don't like wearing armor," he said with a light smirk. "I'd rather look like a fool people underestimate than someone others are wary of." Anna rolled her eyes. "Deceitful brat. Come," she said softly, taking his arm and leading him to the group behind her. "I'd like to introduce you to my friends." Gesturing to the man with a head full of auburn hair, brown eyes, and a neatly trimmed mustache and beard, Anna softly said, "This is Darrow, my brother-in-law." Adam stepped forward and offered a handshake. There was no need to be formal with these people since they were Anna's friends. "Hello, Darrow, it's a pleasure to meet you," he said with a welcoming smile. Darrow offered a sincere smile and shook his hand. "Lord Constantine, it is an honor to meet you." Adam waved his other hand dismissively. "No need to address me with honorifics. You're Anna's brother-in-law, so I guess that makes us family as well, eh?" Darrow was slightly taken aback before laughing amiably. "Haha, I suppose it does. Then I shall call you Adam from now on." "Of course." Adam grinned. Chatting with the raven-haired youth, Darrow felt that he was warm and friendly. He just couldn't understand why the old man, Caspar York, would say such terrifying things about him earlier. "Monster in human clothing," thought the auburn-haired man. "Sigh, he's actually growing senile anyway." Adam turned out to be much more friendly and down-to-earth than I'd imagined. Darrell thought that Adam would be cocky and arrogant, considering that he was the youngest man ever to become a mana vortex magus and someone who was given the title of king. But in truth, Adam was quite approachable. Hearing their interaction, Anna smiled. It was nice that Adam was getting along with her friends. But she felt it a little troublesome while introducing him to the next person. She cleared her throat awkwardly and began, "And this is my childhood friend Ada. She's the only daughter of Duke Bray in the Ignisra kingdom." Adam approached her with the same smile, but soon his smile started to falter. He couldn't help but ask, "Miss Ada, are you all right?" The woman was visibly sweating. A light sheen clung to her fair skin, and her breathing came in shallow, uneven breaths. "Oh no," she looked at Adam, her cheeks flushing a lighter shade of red. "I'm all right now." Adam turned stiff. That look, he had seen numerous women in the crowd give him that same look earlier today. "No way, does she?" Couldn't help but wonder. "Does she like me?" "She most definitely does." Seeing that dreamy look in her blue eyes, Adam felt a chill crawl down his spine. He was beginning to wonder. Was he even going to be safe in his own house? "Miss Ada, it's a pleasure to meet you. If you're feeling unwell, I hope you find plenty of rest in the manor. If you ever need anything, you only need to inform Rune." Adam offered a light bow to the woman and quickly turned away, leaving her gaze lingering, silently yearning for more. Anna didn't know whether to laugh or cry. On the one hand, it was inappropriate of her friend, Ada, to act in such a manner towards Adam, who was several years younger than her. On the other hand, she silently applauded her little brother for tackling this awkward situation with maturity and grace. She couldn't help but helplessly sigh, thinking to herself, only if Ada could be a little more mature like Adam. Unfortunately, she's always been a lost cause. She suddenly thought of something else. Given that Ada was a beautiful woman, someone countless men had tried to woo back in the Ignisra kingdom, and yet Adam had so easily brushed her off. It made her wonder. Does Adam already have someone special in his heart? The thought made her chuckle softly to herself. Ah, how quickly they grow up. No introduction was needed for the fourth person in Anna's entourage. It was her protector, the mana vortex magus, Caspar York. Adam walked up to him with a mischievous smirk on his face. "Lord Caspar, I hope you've been having a good time." Caspar York displayed a flat expression as he looked at Adam. The others might not have noticed it because they were weak, but how could he not? Standing in front of Adam, the old man felt like he was standing at the base of an insurmountable mountain. Unbeknownst to him, Caspar's back was already drenched in a layer of sweat, yet he still somehow managed to put up a brave, no, a normal front. He placed his hand over his chest and offered a sincere bow. "Magus Constantine, your understanding of the arcane arts is truly awe-inspiring." Caspar York hesitated to speak before finally gathering the courage to. "That spell related to gravity magic, was it just me, or?" Adam's smile deepened. "Every mana vortex magus present at my homecoming celebration. Every magus." Caspar was stunned speechless. A moment later, he exhaled a heavy sigh. "I have to admit you are truly unmatched in the mana vortex rank." The other three magi didn't have a clue as to what they were talking about, but they could tell it had something to do with the episode Caspar York had earlier today. Anna walked up to the raven-haired youth and asked with a slight frown, "Adam, what mischief are you up to now?" "Haha, nothing at all." Adam laughed nervously. Then, slipping his arm around hers, he guided her up the staircase, quickly changing the subject. "Come now, let's have some dinner. I'm famished." "We're going to have a chat later," said the crimson-haired princess with a stern look on her face. "Sure, whatever you want." Adam had a sudden feeling that a slipper coated with mana might be flying his way later tonight. A moment later, as they were entering through the towering wooden doors, Adam asked seemingly casually, "Oh, by the way, what did you think about my proposal?" Anna knew what he was talking about. She remained silent for a moment before slightly shaking her head. We'll stay here for the entire duration of the tournament. Once everything is over, I'll take you with me to Europa. There was no way she was going to leave Adam here all by himself, not after the things he had divulged to her about the evil cult he had been fighting for all these years. She was his elder sister, his guardian. It was her duty to protect him. So how could she leave him? Adam's lips curled into a bitter smile. I see. He then looked his sister in the eye and nodded. Fine, we'll do as you say. Later that night, Adam sat at the study table inside the master bedroom on the second floor. Now that he was all by himself, he finally didn't have to hide his true feelings. There was a dark expression on his face at the moment. His eyes were narrowed, and a dangerous light was flickering in them. He tapped his fingers on the table in a rhythmic manner as he sorted his thoughts out one by one. It's as I had speculated. Last night I had felt a heavy aura of malice radiate from this city. Now that I'm finally here, I can feel it even more. His brows furrowed, forming a tight knot as he wondered, is it just me? Or can the other mana vortex magi feel it as well? No, if that were the case, then Caspar should have felt something. But other than being slightly intimidated by me, he seemed normal. Then why is it that I can feel it? Can the mana core magi feel it too? The sound of his finger tapping the table echoed inside his room, creating a tense and macabre atmosphere. Enveloped in complete darkness with only the ghostly light of the twin moons shining on half of his face, Adam appeared truly menacing. Is this a premonition of what's to come? I've never felt such a foreboding feeling before. Has my recent advancement to the mana vortex rank allowed the White Lotus to unseal more of its powers? This feeling something truly bad is going to happen in Ravenfell, and I do not like it one bit. Adam couldn't help but scowl. At once, he rose to his feet and started pacing around the room. Then there's the other thing. It's that same feeling again, the one in Hand City in Blackshore. I'm missing something, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Just what could it be? But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't arrive at the truth. The more he tried to unearth it, the further away it drifted from him. The truth stared him right in the face, yet he was unable to see it. Such was the terror of the forgotten rune. But of course, Adam knew nothing about this magical artifact. Not yet, anyway. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath. Fuck. He continued pacing around the room, his fists tightly clenched behind his back. This is all the more reason to send Anna and the rest away. The world can burn for all I care, but Anna no harm can befall her. He suddenly stopped and turned towards a certain direction. His gaze seemingly passed through the walls and concrete and landed at the door to his sister's room. Anna had made it clear to him that she wanted to stay in Ravenfell and not leave him until everything was over. But how could Adam let that happen? His dark eyes flashed with immense guilt. I'm sorry, Anna. But I must do this to ensure your safety. He took a deep breath and turned away, pacing back and forth once again. He had already decided that he'd send away Anna and her entourage, along with Rune and his family, within the next few days. Any more people, and it might raise suspicions. He could always come up with an excuse, should the need arise, of Anna and her entourage requiring Rune's assistance during their travels. After all, it was a widely known fact that Rune was a Buttleran, quite a good one at that. He conjured several strands of his hair from his earrings and looked at them with a peculiar gaze. I should create contingency plans for their departure, he thought. Being as cautious as he was, how could he not think about establishing several backups? He'd be a fool not to. He then shifted his thoughts to the second matter, one equally pressing, the issue concerning Halbert Dawson. An ominous light flickered in the depths of Adam's eyes. His expression turned cold when he thought about what the man had said to him earlier that evening. I know what you did. Those were his exact words. Adam's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but think of a possibility. Does he know that I murdered Brigham Flynn? It's not beyond the realm of possibility. That night when he had gone to the Flynn Manor to apologize and gift the late patriarch the gourd of poisoned wine, he had taken into consideration that Brigham would likely consult someone to ensure that the wine wasn't poisoned. And there was only one other person in the city he could consult. As such, after leaving Flynn Manor, Adam secretly hid in the shadows to see if his speculations were true, and they were indeed. That very night, Adam had followed Brigham Flynn to the Herbalists' Guild. He had seen Halbert Dawson welcome the man inside through the back entrance. Adam didn't follow him inside the building, though. He was afraid that he might get caught sneaking around. After all, who knew just what kind of mechanisms were hidden in that building? And now that Halbert Dawson had confronted him earlier today, whispering those cryptic words directly into his mind, Adam knew that his worst fears had come true. His lips curled into a cold smile. Old Flynn, even in your death, you continue to annoy me. Just what kind of scheme did you and Halbert Dawson hatch together? Yes, now that I think of it, it's suspicious that he was sworn in as the counselor to take your place. For a brief moment, he considered killing Halbert Dawson and ending the matter once and for all. He had far bigger problems to deal with at the moment. At such a critical juncture, he couldn't afford to waste his time on petty annoyances. But a moment later, he shook his head. He took a deep breath to calm down the deathly flower of bloodthirst blooming in his heart. There must be a reason why Dawson wasn't so blatant in his accusation, he mused. Right, there's something he must want from me. Yes, that is likely to be the case. As for what old Flynn and Dawson spoke about that night over a year and a half ago, I can't be certain. His eyes narrowed, and he came to a decision. There's only one way to find out, he thought. It was time to meet Counselor Halbert Dawson. Uptown Quarter. In the dark of the night, Adam's ghostly figure zoomed through the shadows of the buildings, making his way towards his destination. He mostly stuck to the alleys, as the main streets were still filled with tourists despite the time being past midnight. The city's armed forces patrolled every major street and even the emptier ones. Needless to say, security was very tight within the city. Sometimes Adam would jump from one rooftop to the other times. He would silently make his way through the sewage tunnels. He couldn't afford to be seen at the moment, for if he were, he would instantly be identified. There were far too many crazed fanatics of the Dark King walking through the city. Secondly, and most importantly, for what he was going to do later tonight, it would be wise for him to remain concealed. Depending on how Halbert Dawson played his cards, Adam would decide whether to kill him or allow him to live, although it would be favorable for him if he didn't have to kill the old man. Adam's eyes narrowed as he used concealment spells to cover every inch of his body. He crouched low, gathering immense strength in his legs, and launched into the air. Gliding tens of meters above the highest building, he could see the entire Uptown district. It was like a dark sea dotted with countless tiny lights. As for Ravenfell as a whole, it was several times bigger. Gazing at the city that looked like a living, glowing behemoth, Adam's dark eyes flashed with complicated emotions. What will become of this city when everything settles? Is the battle inevitable? Could I have changed this outcome? But how? I don't even know who I can trust anymore. The fact that Headmistress Godfrey had turned out to be a cultist had dealt a heavy blow to Adam. Experiencing such a betrayal, it was easy for the healthy and reasonable suspicions in his heart to turn to paranoia. Now's not the time to think about her, he mused, one step at a time. The cool wind brushed against his face as he descended. Moments later, he landed soundlessly on the tiled roof of a nearby building. Sliding down the slanted surface, he dropped gracefully into the alley beside it. He looked up, his cold gaze landing on the three-story, heavily guarded mansion in the near distance. This was Halbert Dawson's house. Now that he was appointed as the counselor, his house was personally guarded by the armed forces of Ravenfell, all of them seasoned mana-liquefaction magi. But infiltration had never been an issue for him. Adam might have hesitated if he were still a mana-liquefaction magus, breaking into the house of a mana-vortex magus. But now, Adam's lips curled into a cold, cruel smirk. You better have a good reason, Dawson, or else. I won't mind labeling you as a cultist and murdering you for the sake of Ravenfell's safety. Inside his study on the topmost floor of the manor, Counselor Dawson sat on a rocking wooden chair, reading a compendium on magical herbs and ingredients. From time to time, his gaze would shift to specific areas in the study, making sure everything was in order. A craft glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at those inconspicuous points. He returned his gaze to the book in his hand, but his attention was somewhere else entirely. Elderly herbalist focused all his attention on the large window in the room. He had kept it unlocked on purpose. After all, he was already expecting the arrival of the Dark King. Halbert admitted that what he did today was a risky gamble. However, the evidence he held against Adam was just as considerable, or at least that's what he liked to believe. He hoped to use that leverage to tip the scales in his favor. Just as Adam had speculated, Halbert indeed wanted something from him. Or else, if the new counselor was so righteous, he would have already presented the evidence to the rest of the council. Right at that moment, a gentle gust of wind blew through the study. Dawson's hand involuntarily trembled, and a faint smile found its way to the corner of his lips. He set the book down on the small, round table beside him, then lifted his gaze toward the window. There, standing calmly with his arms crossed and leaning against the bookshelf, was a figure dressed in black, watching him with an indifferent expression. Count Constantine. Dawson flashed a polite smile. Adam's eyes narrowed. He extended his sphere of resonance, scanning not only the study but the entire manor. There were a lot fewer guards than he was expecting. Moreover, he found something peculiar nestled in between books on the shelves. His eyes flashed with understanding. I see, so that's what you were planning to do, he mused. He decided to play along. Herbalist Dawson, or should I say Counselor Dawson, said the raven-haired youth with a forced smile, his eyes flashing with hints of nervousness. He paused for a moment before asking meekly, I wonder why you invited me here so late at night. Dawson frowned. Things were not going as he had imagined, but he quickly composed himself and answered, Are you sure you don't know? Adam pretended to be confused for a few moments. He tilted his head and asked with a trembling voice, Is this regarding Brigham Flynn? He paused for a moment, his eyes flickering with hope. Don't tell me, are you? His words trailed off into a whisper. This time, Dawson was seriously confused. He didn't think Adam would be so foolish as to directly talk about such a sensitive topic. He didn't dwell on it too much because this was exactly what he wanted. The elderly man displayed a solemn expression. Count Constantine, I know what you did. His eyes seemed to be blazing with righteousness, and it seemed as if he would do anything to avenge his predecessor. I know you. Before he could continue, he was interrupted. Yes, Adam spoke with desperation, his eyes glistening with emotion. Yes, I did as you instructed. I poisoned that innocent soul just like you ordered me to, so please. He clutched at his chest, tears threatening to fall from his eyes. So please, I beg you, give me the antidote. I don't want to die the same way Brigham Flynn did. Halbert Dawson was flabbergasted. What the hell is happening? He thought incredulously. This was not how he had planned for things to go. Why was Adam acting this way? Could it be? The elderly herbalist thought of a terrifying possibility. Did he find out about the Watchers? The thought of that caused a chill to crawl down his spine. There was no way a mana vortex magus could have discovered the presence of those ghostly creatures. No, it was difficult for even a mana core magus to sense their presence unless they proactively looked for it. Yet this boy was able to. He screamed inwardly. Dawson immediately shot to his feet to salvage the situation. But the moment he rose to his feet, Adam fell on his knees. The raven-haired youth clasped his hands and desperately begged, Please, Lord Dawson, I did everything you asked me to do. Please, just give me the antidote. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I'm still so young. What are you talking about? Dawson screamed in panic. Stop lying. I have nothing to do with Brigham Flynn's death. Damn it, those things cost me a fortune. The elderly magus thought to himself. How did he find out about them? I'm impossible. All my planning has gone up in smoke. Damn it. Adam, on the other hand, continued to cry out loud, pouring out all his grievances. I don't know what enmity you had with Brigham Flynn that you forced me to poison him. Not only that, you even poisoned me so I don't betray you. The youth clutched his hair, unable to deal with the injustice anymore. Why? I did everything you asked. I poisoned Brigham Flynn, so then why? Why won't you give me that antidote? Realizing that the situation was no longer salvageable, Dawson's heart sank. He quickly walked to the bookshelves and retrieved about half a dozen tiny objects that resembled blue snails. These were called the Slow Watchers, a type of magical beast that could record everything they saw. Needless to say, they were extremely rare and expensive. Dawson's plan was to have Adam admit to killing Brigham Flynn and have the entire thing recorded by the Slow Watchers. He even had a contingency plan prepared. After all, what he had were only his speculations, not substantial evidence. Only if he could have recorded the scene of Adam confessing to his heinous crimes, he might have finally gotten what he wanted from the youth. But now, coating his hands with mana, Halbert Dawson reluctantly destroyed the Slow Watchers. His fate had already been sealed. If he didn't destroy those little creatures, then he would be found guilty of Brigham's murder should the recorded scenes ever be made public. If he destroyed the little creatures, then Adam would deal with him. And that's exactly what the raven-haired youth was going to do. Seeing the old man destroy the Slow Watchers with trembling hands, Adam slowly rose to his feet. He wiped the tears away and looked at the Dawson with a cold smile. How did you like my performance? Pretty convincing, no. Halbert Dawson immediately turned pale. He subconsciously retreated several steps back as he screamed at the top of his lungs, guards. Intruder, intruder, help. Adam threw his head back and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. You a mana vortex magus, asking for assistance from a bunch of mana liquefaction magi. You are pathetic. Guards, guards. Halbert Dawson continued to call out for help, but soon he started to realize something had gone wrong, terribly wrong. Adam looked at the petrified old man with a friendly smile. Don't worry, I already cast a barrier around this room. No one can hear us. Needless to say, you also cannot escape. Dawson's body trembled. In that moment, he seemed to have grown several more decades. Please, I can explain. He clasped his hands and got on his knees, mirroring Adam's actions from a minute ago. Adam had the same friendly smile on his face, but the words that came out of his mouth were anything but friendly. You better have a good explanation, or I'm going to cut you open and strangle you with your own intestines. Halbert Dawson shuddered. How can he say such cruel things with such an innocent face? He thought fearfully. Demon. He's a demon. Why yes, I will tell you everything. He hurriedly spoke. Adam lounged comfortably on a high-back leather chair, casually sipping wine from a flat cup. In front of him, Halbert Dawson knelt on the ground, his old and feeble body drenched in cold sweat. How did you arrive at the conclusion that I had something to do with Brigham Flynn's death? He asked with a friendly smile. But seeing that harmless smile, Dawson felt even more afraid. The old man would much rather see Adam seething in rage, but the fact that the latter was so calm and easygoing caused him to be filled with terror. Oh, by the way, Lord Dawson. Adam leaned in. With the same smile adorning his lips, he added, If you lie to me, I will murder all your family members inside this building. I will feed them to my snakes. Understood. Halbert Dawson couldn't stop his body from trembling. A mistake. A terrible mistake. He had greatly underestimated the Dark King. Dawson knew he was no match for him in strength, so he sought to get the upper hand through his words. He was so sure that he could get Adam to confess, but everything had gone awry, and now he didn't even know if he would get to see sunrise. And trust me, Adam continued, I will know if you're lying. Halbert Dawson's pupils constricted. If he wanted to survive this ordeal, he would have to speak the truth. As for what happened next. Please promise me you won't kill me after I tell you everything, he desperately begged. Then he quickly added, or my family members. Please give me your word. Adam smiled. Of course, I'm a morally upright gentleman. How can I kill others in cold blood? He raised his right hand, palm facing outward, and solemnly said, I swear on my mana that I won't kill you or your family members after you tell me the truth. Halbert Dawson breathed a sigh of relief. But in his moment of fear and panic, he had missed one tiny detail. Of course, Adam was not going to point it out. The old herbalist took a deep breath and finally began, I was requested by Elisande Flynn to perform an autopsy on her father's corpse. After the Blackshire incident, Brigham Flynn's corpse was brought back to Ravenfell. The whole of the Flynn family mourned the loss of their dear patriarch. However, no one grieved more deeply than Elisande. In Brigham's final years, there had been a divide between him and his eldest daughter, Elisande. This happened when she discovered that her father had betrayed a close friend to obtain a mana extraction techniqueno, considered the Flynn family's prized heirloom. Growing up, Elisande fiercely believed her father to be a stellar example of a righteous magus, but after learning of his betrayal, that image shattered and resentment took root. It made her feel as though everything between them had been built on a lie. So, when he met his death on the battlefield, Elisande was beside herself with grief. She deeply regretted the fact that her relationship with her father had soured prior to his death. There was one more thing that kept clawing at her. The knowledge that her father had once been poisoned by a trusted subordinate Alverdo's, who was later revealed to be a spy for the Umbra Thieves, refused to leave her mind. Though there was no concrete evidence, a nagging suspicion had taken root. What if it had happened again? Her father had been poisoned before. What if, in the end, it wasn't the battlefield that claimed him but betrayal once more? That is why she requested Halbert Dawson to perform an autopsy on her father's corpse. After several rounds of thorough inspection, the elderly herbalist concluded that Brigham had not been poisoned. Elisande was led to believe that it was Kissinger of the Umbra Thieves who had truly killed her father. However, Halbert Dawson had not told her the entire truth. He had, in fact, discovered a foreign substance inside Brigham's system, one that matched the sample of wine Brigham had brought to him before departing for Blackshore. This foreign substance wasn't a poison in the most literal sense, however. It was unlike anything Halbert Dawson had ever seen, so he decided to research it. Several months later, his research bore fruit. He discovered that the foreign substance had the ability to temporarily suppress the victim's ability to channel mana. In many ways, this substance was even more dangerous than poison. Halbert became obsessed. He needed to get his hands on it. He had to uncover the source of this substance. He needed to learn just what kind of herbalist had the knowledge, the skill, the audacity to create such a fascinating concoction. So he dug deeper, carefully, quietly. And much to his astonishment, he uncovered a crucial detail. Adam had visited the Flynn patriarch the very same night Brigham had come to see him. At this point, it was still speculation. But after connecting several dots, Dawson could tell that Adam was very likely to be the person who had concocted that foreign substance. He had known the youth to be a prodigy in herbalism. The fact that he could become a grade 2 herbalist at such an early age spoke volumes about his skills, but more so. It made one curious. Where did Adam obtain such esoteric knowledge? To be able to create concoctions that were unheard of, it had to have come from an inheritance. This was sound reasoning. But at this point, Halbert was still not completely certain that Adam had been the one to poison Brigham Flynn, ultimately causing his death. But deep down, he had a hunch, and he chose to act on it. And thus, he engineered this whole meeting to get Adam to confess to his crimes. In the end, Dawson's hunch had proven to be correct. However, he now found himself in an unexpected situation. In the end, his greed for knowledge had become the reason for his doom. I see, Adam muttered under his breath. So that's what happened. Why, yes, it was just speculation. Halbert Dawson blurted out. Please, Adam, please, it was a mistake. I was blinded by my greed. So please, forgive me. Let me ask you something, said the raven-haired youth as he leaned in. What was your plan if your speculation turned out to be wrong? Halbert Dawson started to tremble. He feared what would happen if he chose to tell him the truth. Adam's lips curled into a wicked smile. I knew it, he said. You were going to frame me, weren't you? And no, Dawson waved his hands in a panic. I swear I wasn't. Adam interrupted him. Where's the mother snail? Dawson's heart sank. You know about the... He was interrupted yet again, but this time with a slap. Stupid bastard, did you think you were the only knowledgeable herbalist in town? Adam sneered, his eyes spewing contempt. Tell me, where is it? Halbert Dawson touched his swollen cheek, unable to believe he had been humiliated so badly. In a daze, he pointed his trembling hand to the table on the other side of the room. First drawer, he whispered. Adam silently rose to his feet and made his way to the table. In the first drawer, he found a slightly bigger snail sealed inside a box. This magical beast contained a stored backup of the scenes recorded by the snails connected to it. The raven-haired youth effortlessly killed the beast. Wiping the filth off his hand, he couldn't help but sneer. "Were you planning to take me down with you now that you failed?" he asked, his tone laced with ridicule. "I must admit," he added, "you're quite the vicious man." "And no, it's nothing like that, I promise," Halberd Dawson pleaded. When he saw Adam walking toward him, his heart was gripped by terror. "Why, you swore on your mana. You can't kill me. You can't kill me." Adam gently placed his hand on the old man's head, his fingers curling slowly into his hair. "Oh, guild leader," he murmured, "why would I kill you?" He bent lower, bringing his eyes level with the horrified old man. "You are much more useful to me alive than dead." For a moment, Halberd Dawson breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes flickering with hope. That was until he heard Adam's next words. "But you overstepped, old man, and for that there will be consequences." Halberd Dawson felt several ropes restricting his movement. A groan escaped his lips as he slowly opened his eyes. What happened? He thought, utterly confused. His gaze landed on the familiar ceiling of his study. He felt disoriented, trying to recall what had happened. Then his eyes widened. The last thing he remembered was Adam striking his face with a vicious punch. And then he lost consciousness. Now that he had come to, he found himself lying on the floor, restricted by ropes. No, they weren't ropes. He lowered his head and was terrified to discover that dozens of snakes had coiled around his limbs and torso, tightly restricting him to the ground. "What? Help. Somebody help me," he screamed in panic, but was soon interrupted by slap tusk so noisy, Adam muttered under his breath. The elderly herbalist turned to his side and saw Adam sitting on the ground, carving strange symbols on the ground with blood. Dawson yelped, "W, what are you doing?" "Nothing much," Adam answered nonchalantly, his attention fully on the runes he was carving. "Like I mentioned earlier, there will be consequences for trying to go against me." "No, please, please, I beg you." Dawson screamed in anguish, tears streaming down his face. "You promised me, you swore an oath." Slap. Adam coldly stared at him. "Lower your voice. Can't you be civil? I'm sitting right next to you. Why must you scream?" Halberd Dawson's body trembled in horror. He tried to free himself, but realized, much to his terror, that the more he struggled, the tighter these mysterious serpents coiled around him. What are you trying to do?" the old man whimpered. He was bound at the center of a blood-sayoct runic formation, a pentagram inscribed within a circle. His limbs were stretched taut, each bound to 4 of the 5 points of the pentagram, while his head was fastened to the 5th, forcing him to helplessly stare at the ceiling above. Crimson lines pulsed faintly beneath him, whispering endless malice into his ears. Adam continued to carve mysterious symbols on the runic formation. This was one of the many diabolical ritual arts he had learned from the memories of Magus Siverin Venmir. "I'm making sure you don't run your mouth in front of anybody else," said the raven-haired youth. "These are perilous times, you see, and I have no interest in living with eyes forever cast over my shoulder, fearing the knife of an ambitious old bastard driven by greed. Please, please, it was a mistake." Dawson sobbed pitifully. "I admit I was greedy. I just wanted to learn about that concoction that suppresses mana. Please, I meant you know." "No harm." Adam turned to look at the old man, his eyes cold as ice. "You must take me for a fool." Dawson shivered under his gaze. He finally found the courage to speak, his words barely a whisper. "You said you won't kill me, you swore a mana oath." "I'm not going to kill you, guild leader," Adam said with a friendly smile. His eyes turned cold, and so did his following words, "but I'm going to make you wish you were dead." Adam rose to his feet, ignoring the old man's desperate cries for help. He circled the runic formation, ensuring everything was perfect. This was the first time he was going to perform such a ritual, after all. Then he stood at the head of the runic formation. He took a deep breath and muttered in snake tongue, "Adam. Constantine, Count, Dark King. Brigham, Flynn, Patriarch, Family, Duke." Dawson couldn't understand those words, but hearing them caused him to shudder. Moreover, the snakes on his body started to react strangely to those words. They became more feral. The elderly herbalist cried out loud, thinking he would be devoured by the mysterious serpents any moment now. Meanwhile, Adam weaved a series of complex hand seals that took him several minutes to complete. After he weaved the final hand seal, he crouched and pressed his palm on Halbert's temples. The runic formation seemed to have come alive at that moment. The blood markings and the ominous symbols were sucked inside Dawson's body. Following that, the dozens of snakes dissipated into black smoke and entered his body through his facial orifices. Dawson violently trembled on the ground, but Adam held him in place. He watched the entire thing play out with cold eyes. A full minute passed before the blood-soaked formation faded from the ground, its essence completely absorbed into the old man's body. The serpents, too, had vanished, having slithered beneath his skin, buried deep within. Adam finally released Dawson, allowing the old man to scramble away in terror. He crawled to the far side of the room, hands frantically running over his body in search of wounds or signs of change, but he found nothing. What have you done to me?" He screamed, voice laced with horror and disbelief. Although he could see no visible injuries on his body, he could feel it. A terrifying evil slumbering deep inside. "What have you done?" Adam calmly pulled a chair and placed it in front of the terrified old man. He took a seat and poured himself some wine. He suddenly thought of something and looked at the old man with a hint of mischief. "Would you like to have a drink?" Halbert Dawson was filled with unprecedented rage. He gnashed his teeth in fury and roared, "Adam, what?" But the words got caught in his throat when he felt a terrifying pain grip his heart. His eyes widened in horror, and for a moment he felt like he was truly going to die. He felt something coil around his heart, viciously squeezing it. Dawson clutched at his chest, looking at the raven-haired youth in absolute terror. Adam, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with the ritual magic he had just performed. He took a sip of wine from the flat cup and spoke softly, "If you take my name, you will die." Dawson's body trembled. What? Adam continued, "If you take Brigham Flynn's name, you will die." He paused, taking another sip from the flat cup, then added, "If you take both our names together, you will die before you even know it." Dawson froze. In that moment, he suddenly realized something. He looked at the raven-haired youth with eyes filled with disbelief. "Don't tell me, did you actually?" SHH, Adam brought a finger to his lips, his gaze cold and unblinking. "Even thinking of it will be the death of you. So choose your thoughts carefully, dear guild leader." That last part was a lie, but the old fool did not need to know that. Adam rose to his feet and meticulously erased every trace that might suggest he had ever been here tonight. Then he walked up to the elderly herbalist, who remained frozen on the ground, and patted his shoulder in encouragement. He flashed a friendly smile and said, "Whether you live or die, that's entirely up to you." With those parting words, he disappeared like a ghost, his sly words lingering in the air. "I've kept my oath." At the same time, in an unknown location somewhere beyond the outskirts of Ravenfell, a short and portly figure, dressed in hooded robes, slowly made his way through the dark alleys. From time to time, he would walk past people, but none would be able to sense his presence. It was evident that the man had cast concealment spells on himself. After several twists and turns, ensuring that he wasn't tailed, the hooded figure arrived before the entrance of an abandoned warehouse. With great familiarity, he made his way inside, past the heavy metal pieces of equipment and the wooden crates, before finally arriving at a hidden gate that led underground. Several minutes later, he finally arrived at his destination, a small chamber situated underneath the abandoned factory. There, another person was already waiting for him. But unlike him, the person hadn't concealed his identity. He appeared to be an old man, but didn't have the weakness and frailty one would have at that age. Instead, he looked quite healthy and full of vitality. The moment the portly hooded man appeared before him, he cast him a cold and indifferent glance. "This better be important, or else I must teach you a lesson for daring to disturb my peace." Hearing his words, the hooded figure shuddered. After all, the old man before him was a mighty monocore magus. He hurriedly offered a deferential bow, sincerely apologizing, "Please forgive me, my lord, but it was imperative that I meet you." The old monocore magus's eyes narrowed. "Speak." Taking a deep breath to calm himself down a little, the portly figure removed his hood, revealing himself to be none other than one of the counselors of Ravenfell, Ives Ballard. The blonde-haired old man's topaz eyes blazed with hatred and indignation as he began, "My lord, I have to inform you of a troubling development. There's a magus, a potential threat. If we don't deal with him now, I fear he may severely disrupt our plans." The monocore magus's expression turned solemn. He was someone who had only just recently arrived at Ravenfell. As such, his knowledge about its residents paled in comparison to the man before him, who was born and brought up here. If one of the counselors himself claimed that this threat would disrupt the cult's plans, then it had to be taken seriously. The old man gestured for him to continue. Ives Ballard could barely contain the excitement bubbling inside of him. However, on the surface, he appeared grave and a bit distressed. "It's the Dark King," he spoke in a solemn voice. "The same man who dismantled our human trafficking operations with the Duskfall couple. He was also the primary reason the cult's forces suffered defeat during the Blackshore incident. I'm afraid if we don't act soon." Ballard's words got caught in his throat when the old man raised his hand and gestured for him to stop. He couldn't help but ask, "My lord, is something the matter?" "The Dark King is off limits," said the monocore magus, his words leaving no room for debate. Ballard's pupils constricted. "What?" he asked in a daze. "Don't make me repeat myself," said the old monocore magus, his voice cold and hostile. Ballard couldn't stop his body from trembling at those words. He couldn't help but wonder just why these people from the cult refused to go after Adam despite all the trouble he had caused them in the past. The counselor lowered his head, gnashing his teeth in fury. His eyes were bloodshot from anger, recalling how Adam had humiliated him earlier today. His gaze was drawn to his right hand. It was already healed, but he could still feel that pain and humiliation coursing through his veins. "Unforgivable," he screamed inwardly. He then raised his head and looked at the monocore magus right in the eye, spitting through gritted teeth. My lord, you are making a mistake. Adam Constantine must be dealt with. Rank 4 spell, Psyche Whip. The last thing Ballard saw was the old magus weaving the final hand seal while contemptuously looking at him, and then it hit him. He felt as if his mind was lashed with a cruel whip, filling every inch of it in utter despair. His face paled immediately, and he dropped to the ground, convulsing in absolute agony. Ballard felt like his mind was being ravaged by an invisible hand. He couldn't take in any more. He felt like death would be far better than what he was experiencing at the moment. However, before it could get past the breaking point, the old magus deactivated the spell. Ballard was drenched in sweat as he miserably lay on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, his ears had started bleeding. He had never felt such terror in his life. I told you not to make me repeat myself. The old magus's cold words drifted into Ballard's ears, causing him to shudder. Despite the pain wrecking his mind, he gritted his teeth and adjusted himself, kneeling down before the old man. In his fit of rage, he had forgotten whom he was talking to. This was a monocore magus peak of magic in Tron. If the old man wanted, he could snuff out his life in a second. Forgive me, Ballard kept repeating those words, realizing just how close he had come to embracing death. The old man coldly gazed at him for a few moments. Then he flatly muttered, "The cult has different plans for Adam Constantine." He paused for a moment before adding, "But that doesn't mean his loved ones are off limits." Ballard's pupils trembled. They flickered with a cruel light as he slowly raised his head. "My lord, you mean to say?" "It has been brought to my attention that a certain family member of his has arrived at Ravenfell," said the old magus calmly. "She is currently residing in his estate." Ballard's eyes narrowed. "My lord, do you?" "Yes, kidnapping Adam Constantine's sister will serve as excellent insurance," said the monocore magus. "But heed this warning, boy," he added, his tone laced with killing intent. "If you let your emotions jeopardize the plan, everyone you care about will die. I will make sure you watch each one perish before I end your life myself." Ballard shuddered, but quickly regained his composure. His eyes gleamed with resolve. "You have my word, my lord." He had already begun imagining the cruel torments he would inflict upon Adam's sister. "Just you wait," Ballard seethed inwardly. "I'll humiliate your sister 1,000 times worse than you ever humiliated